long one. We start the Neo Egoist League arc off with Rin sitting on the shore that he and Sei used to visit. He looks at his phone and sees how much criticism Sei is getting for his last play in the U20 match. Rin then thinks back to that exact moment and says that he definitely had the upper hand there. Rin's offense kept up closely with Sei's when he obeyed his instincts of wanting to destroy him completely and then managed to stop his last play. However, even though he won, he still don't really understand that new side of him. It felt new, but at the same time, nostalgic, almost like his veins were dancing. And on top of that, it seemed like Sei knew that part of Rin. Rin starts to wonder if this was his plan all along, and that Sei always wanted him to bring out this ego. However, none of it matters, as he only recognized Isagi in the end. Anyone can tell at a glance in that match that Isagi gained everything, while Rin was one step short. As Rin is looking out at the sea, he's determined to change and give it his all to destroy both Isagi and Sei. After that, we get to join the household of the Yoichi family, who is proudly replaying Isagi's interview over and over again. As they are getting ready to eat, Isagi's mom asks if life at Bluelock isn't too difficult for Isagi, and that he's really evolved since joining the program. His dad agrees, and says that even though they don't know a whole lot about football, they are still extremely proud over Isagi. However, if Isagi wins or not isn't their biggest concern, as what makes the two of them glad is seeing Isagi happy. They don't care if he scores or even wins or not, as they will always be there for him, and only wishes him to live his life as he wants to, which makes Isagi extremely happy, as he says that from now on, he will become the best in the world. After dinner, he goes upstairs into his room. He thinks if living the life that you want is what it means to be an egoist. Even though Bluelock helped him become something that he could never imagine, he still had to leave behind plenty of things and people. In Bluelock, Isagi was able to learn the excitement of victory and the pleasure of scoring, the happiness of changing the world with his own hands. He sits up in his bed and says that he will do whatever to stay in Bluelock. Just then, he gets a notification from Bluelock, telling everyone to get back and to let the next act begin. We can also see Gagamaru just chilling in the woods as he gets his invitations, which is just so hilarious. The next day, all of the players arrive and lets the Bluelock Project Phase 2 start. As they walked into the building, they are greeted by a bunch of players, kind of like how they were greeted in the first selection arc. But this time, it isn't just the Bluelock players, as the former U20 players are here too. Isagi asks Aiku why they are here, and Aiku tells him that Ego asked them to. And I love how the first thing Naru and Bachira do is greet each other really happily. It's so cute. After that, Isagi spots Rin against the wall. He goes forward to greet him and says that it wouldn't be Bluelock if he wasn't there. However, Rin tells him to stop talking to him and asks if he wants to get stabbed. However, before they can go any longer, the bowl cut himself pops up on the screen. He says that from now on, he holds the power of deciding every member of Japan's U20 team, and since he figured that even the losers might have their uses, he decided to invite them as well. Ego says that there are 100 days left before the U20 World Cup, and if they were to take part in it now, it would be simply impossible. Even so, it's not lost just yet, as he says that he's come up with a way to allow them all to evolve at a rapid pace, but before that, he has his annual quiz time and asks them what the cause for their improvement was. Awakening your ego, becoming aware of your innate weapons, the reason all of that happened was without a doubt due to this environment, this special yet cruel enclosed space called Bluelock, and to be able to rise to greater heights. A new environment will be needed, and that's why Ego has decided to throw them into the hottest hellfire that exists, because in Bluelock's Phase 2, they will all be thrown into the peak of the world, which is of course Europe's Big 5 leagues. Popularity, ability, and money in these European pro football leagues are at the peak of all these things. Among these 5 countries, each of you is going to choose which environment you want to sharpen yourselves in. But before they can start choosing their league, Ego will give his judgment regarding each league, starting with England. A league characterized by speed and physical battles, where goals are stolen by the law of physical prowess. Next up is Spain, a league where technique and creativity are desired. Their citizens won't get satisfied by just seeing goals. It's a place that gathers footballers who want to express creativity and playfulness. After Spain, we have Italy, a league that favors slyness and tactics. They hold history in being able to win 1-0 while holding their defense. A playstyle that fuses individual strength with robust team organization was born here. After them comes France, which is a league that acts as a gateway to success for newcomers and young players. In recent years, their market has received a grand lot of investments, so the money flows constantly. They're currently in a great spot in becoming the greatest league in the world. And to end it all, we have Germany, A league that fundamentally understands that football is a sport that you win by scoring the most goals. They favor getting to victory by logical and rational means. And on top of that, the player who currently holds the title of the best striker in the world, and ISAGI'S idol Noel Noah, is here. After that, Ego tells them that the survival battle in the new environment you select will double as the final selection for the U20 World Cup as well. And with such an environment being the highest peak of the world, the one thing that will be the key to winning your place among the best will be demonstrated using your uniqueness. Their talents and weapons may have stood out here in Japan, but they will fall to the average level when compared to the world. So what you felt then and what you believe in will serve as a test, and if even then you're still able to show you have value that no one else does, then the world will be waiting for you. This next step they are about to take is a rite of passage to becoming a professional. Therefore, they must accurately visualize what they want to become and then choose the best environment for themselves. For better or worse, this choice is guaranteed to completely derail your life. And then, with 90 minutes left, it was time for them to make a choice that will completely change their life. Igarashi has decided that he wants to go to Germany, Otoya is going to Spain, Ryu is headed to Italy, and Zantetsu has decided on France, and I really hope that we get to see more from him in this arc because I feel like he's a really underrated character who deserves more love. Chigiri looks over at Isagi and asks if he's decided. Isagi says that this is also for national teams, so they have to choose a pro league that they want to learn from, but even then he isn't quite sure. He says that he's been watching a lot of English leagues recently, but as a kid, he always wanted to go to Germany because of Noah. After that, Isagi asks Chigiri if he has decided on a club, and he has decided on England as he wants his own speed to be tested. Ryo overhears them and says that they will be going together as he also chose England because he's fond of a lot of teams there and it also smells like money. Isagi turns around and asks Nagi if he's decided, and he says that he wants to go to the league which Bergkamp is in. However, Chigiri tells him that he's already retired, but tells Nagi that he played with England, and because of that, he's also ready to choose England. After that, Bachira comes and says that he's chosen Spain not to anyone's surprise. However, he says that it doesn't really matter anyway. Isagi is confused and asks what Bachira means. Bachira tells him that he's set on becoming the best striker in the world, so no matter what environment he experiences, all that matters is that he gets to wherever the top is. It's not a matter of making the right choice and instead making a path for himself, telling Isagi that what he trusts most isn't logic but his instinct. However, as he leaves, he says that even if they go different paths, it's common courtesy to have evolved by the next time they meet, which is quite sweet. Anyway, thanks to Bachira's words, Isagi has chosen to follow his instincts too and chooses the place which will make his blood boil the most, and that's none other than Germany. After that, the Germany players move in with each other and we get a look at who chooses to go the German path. And it's the following: Igarashi, Yukimiya, Hiroi, Raichi, Gagamaru, Neru, Corona, Kiora, and of course Isagi. By the way, a hot take. I would love to see more of Kiora, as he seems like such a cool character, so I really hope that they show him off more and at least something in this arc. Anyway, the players enters a dark room and sees a hologram of Ego. Ego says that the team that's currently the strongest in Germany is Bastard Munchen, and they will get the opportunity to play with the team's U20 players and train with them. Igarashi is hyped that they will be going to Germany, however Ego stops him in his tracks and says that the environment of the Big 5 European leagues will be recreated right here in Bluelock. And to serve that purpose, he's invited players their age, who currently plays for the strongest teams in 5 big leagues, from England's Manshine City, Italy's ISAGI'S, Spain's FC Barcha, France's Paris X-Gen, and Germany's Bastard Munchen. The Bluelock players' next goal will be to win in this environment, and the one who will be guiding you all won't be Ego himself, but instead the ace strikers who reign over each of these top teams. The Bluelock players are able to see silhouettes of the players as Ego introduces the ace of Bastard Munchen and the master striker Noel Noah. Ego says that thanks to the result of the match with Japan's U20, Bluelock has gained the attention of the entire world, and this pipe dream of his has caught the attention of greedy sponsors, which has made Phase 2 better than he could have imagined. But all of this isn't just limited to Germany, as a master striker has been gathered in each stratum. After that, he introduces all of the master strikers, starting with England's Chris Prince, who is considered to be a striker on par with Noah. Spain has got Lavinho, the genius dribbler of Spain's league. From Italy, we have Snuffy, who is said to be Uber's secret to success. And not to mention France's Loki, the #1 supernova who football fans around the world have their eyes on. They'll each guide their players on their own philosophy, and they will all evolve in that environment whether they want that or not. So how will this work, you may ask? Well, firstly, you will train under the master, to then possibly be chosen for the regulars. So you really must show your value to be chosen for a team mixed with the 11 members that were brought from the original team. After that, the 11 chosen will play in matches where the opponents will be the other teams, and therefore a league will be formed with those 5 teams, and you will have the chance to fight against new players, but also teammates who chose different leagues. In the matches, there are some rules. For example, it's the first to 3 goals that win, and 2 infinite substitutions exist. And now the most exciting feature of them all is that the masters are allowed to sub in for 3 minutes. Even though this is extremely hype for the players, they can't forget that this is the final selection for the team that's going to the U20 World Cup, and depending on how the matches go, after each one of them, the ranks could completely change. Ego says that this is exactly what he's been dreaming of, a fight to create the best striker in the world, calling it a battle for survival in the new generation and the creation of a football never seen in history before. Isagi is stunned to get the chance to learn from Noah himself, and even playing with him will definitely help him reach new levels. He's now on the path of becoming the best striker in the world. However, before he can calm down, Ego says that he forgot to say something. He says that on Bastard Munchen's team, there's going to be another player who he just had to personally include. All of the Bluelock players that are already here have taken the proper path. However, Ego also prepared a hidden path for those who were defeated and forced different philosophies upon them. And he's now chosen to bring back the monster born out of that path. The doors open and he calls out the only survivor of the wild card and the final dark horse, which is none other than the man himself, Kunigami Rensuke. And with that, Bluelock Phase 2 can officially begin. As Ego leaves, he says that he leaves everything to Noah, and just then, some sort of door opens up to what looks like a cybernetic world. Noah tells them in Germany to proceed to the goal and that he will be waiting there as he leaves them. The Bluelock players quickly understand that they will have to race against the German players to see who arrives faster. Isagi goes forward to Kunigami and says that he knew that he would come back, and says that it's nice to have the superhero here. However, Kunigami tells him to quit it and that he doesn't call himself that childish name anymore, as he tells Isagi to get ready because the one who will be the best in the world will be him. Isagi is shocked to see Kunigami so changed, however he can't do anything else but to fight, and then the training starts. They start with some running, and Isagi notices that Kunigami is much faster now, and that his physical specs are way higher now. As they come to the second zone, they have to sprint up a very steep road. Isagi is amazed at how the German players can keep up with this, and wonders if they really are the same age as them. Even so, he's determined to not fall behind, as he gets through Zone 3 easily. However, in Zone 4 he's facing some problems, as he's having a hard time keeping up, and says that the only one able to keep up is Kunigami. Just then, he sees that someone named Kaiser has already finished. He arrives at the final zone and will do everything to prove his worth. He gets behind the hinders easily and aims at the highest score possible, but just as he shoots, he hears someone speaking in German saying that he's been waiting to meet Isagi. He shots the ball at Isagi's ball, and no, not those balls. Isagi is amazed that he managed to block his shot, but just then, the mysterious man introduces himself as Kaiser, who does the impossible, as he tells Bluelock to kneel for him. Just unfortunate that Isagi didn't understand any of that, as he was speaking in German. Isagi recognizes Kaiser right off the bat as one of the new Gen 11. But just then, someone else comes. He tells Kaiser that they can understand him, and gives the Bluelock players a special Micro interpreter, which is a gift that helps them understand each other. After that, when they can understand each other, the guy introduces himself as Alexis NESS. But the Bluelock players are to focus on their headphones, and notice that they are built by Rio's family. Suddenly, someone else joins in. It's Eric Gesner, who tells NESS to stop being so polite, and that they are only here because they were told that Bluelock was amazing. After that comes Benedict Grimm, who's acting like he's in a school play, kind of like Are You actually. After that, Isagi looks away for less than 1 second, but just as he does so, Kaiser drags him closer to him as if he were in a K-drama. He tells Isagi that he came here to meet him, Bluelock's own ace striker, and tells Isagi to not disappoint him. Isagi tries to get free, but then Kaiser uses his full force to what it looks like pin Isagi against the wall. He tells Isagi to shut his mouth and to give him a reason not to feel like coming here was a waste of time, saying that he wants Isagi to get into his life. Finally, Isagi agrees and says that he will do as Kaiser says. He will gladly destroy his life. Kaiser then asks NESS to give him a tissue as he owns him or something. Anyway, NESS asks Kaiser what Isagi's title would be. Kaiser says that until he takes his place on the stage as the world's best striker, and now that he's stuck in this jock of an interlude called Bluelock, The other players are the circus animals that provide some entertainment, but when he takes the stage, it makes Isagi into the pathetic clown who thought he was the star. But just then, Noah comes and tells Kaiser to knock it off, calling it childish. Kaiser tries to argue, but Noah tells him to not talk back, and that it's him that makes the rules here. After that, Noah says that their initial training is done. Noah states that this room was designed to measure their physical abilities due to Bastard Munchen's philosophy being that of extreme rationality. Noah doesn't put any stock on the invisible powers known as impression or emotion, but instead only thinks with logic and numbers, saying that the 21 players here will be ranked based on training and gameplay data, which will give the top 11 the chance to play in the next match. Isagi realizes that this is a game of data survival where numbers are everything. He also says that he's in a pinch due to him being rock bottom on the leaderboard. None of the Bluelock players managed to snatch a place in the top 12, or except one, the newly founded weapon Kunigami, who got a 3rd place in the rankings, followed by NESS in 2nd place and Kaiser in 1st. Even though Isagi is at rock bottom, he's determined to rise through the ranks to then drag down Kaiser from his throne. After that, Isagi and the players start their training. They only have 10 days left until the first match and have to follow Noah's designated training every day. Not to mention that each time the ranking changes, they swing between hope and fear as they battle to get into the top 11. Isagi knows that he won't get to play unless he can make it into the top 11, so he's got no even Noah himself. After that, we jump right into the first of many thrilling Neo Egoist League matches. And we're starting it off with a bang as Fc Barcha is facing off against Bastard Munchen. As the Fc Barcha players enter the field, Otoya and Bachira spots Isagi on the bench, and Bachira says that he's going ahead. Isagi thinks back to the 10 days of training leading up to this and says that he wasn't able to reach the top 11 regulars, and out of everyone in Bluelock, the only one who was chosen was the wildcard himself, Kunigami. Isagi is both angry and pissed at every single second he was to spend on the bench. He wants to be on the pitch and burn his presence into the players' minds. And just then, the match starts. Kaiser and NESS begin their honeymoon phase as they pass each other. NESS spots Grim on the other side and passes him a super clean vertical pass right between Barcha's players. Grim uses his brute force to get behind not one, but 2 players from Barcha, and then when he gets his chance, he passes the ball to the other side, into the legs of Eric Genser. Isagi is stunned as he is looking at their play, saying that Eric is outstanding at trapping, and says that he threads the needle with his delicate dribbling, which is such an over-explained way of saying things. Eric looks into the box and decides to pass Kunigami even though he's being surrounded by defenders. The ball is approaching, and so is Kaiser. Kaiser is in a perfect position to receive a pass from Kunigami. However, he instead decides to trap the ball with his chest to forcibly keep it. He moves forward while he pushes the defenders back, and then shoots an incredible shot with his left leg trademark. The ball is going at an impressive speed, however the Barcha goalkeeper managed to reach it in time and save it. Isagi is still just watching from the sidelines, but he compliments Kunigami, saying that he's evolving at an incredible speed, and that he's drastically boosted all of his physical abilities, which has given him the freedom to be able to score a goal from anywhere on the pitch, calling Kunigami the perfect striker without any weaknesses. The ball is still in play, and Barcha decides to counter, but as Kunigami runs back, NESS stops him. He asks Kunigami what he's trying to do, and that if he had passed to Kaiser, they would have scored. Even so, Kunigami doesn't give a shit, and says that he will follow his own way of dominance, telling NESS to go and bark up another tree. This upsets NESS, and he grabs Kunigami, telling him with a smile that a violation of loyalty to Kaiser is his first yellow card. After that, we go into something more interesting, as Bluelock's own little monster gets the ball and says that it's showtime. He also says that it's time to raise the BPM before thinking about what football he shall dance. However, before that, we go into a flashback and turn back 10 days to when the Bluelock players first get introduced to Lavinho. Otoya asks him if this is for real, and if Lavinho will teach them football. Lavinho says that he's their master, however he will not teach them football. He laughs and says that this place was built to make the best striker in the world, but he is already the best, so why would he give out any hints? Even so, Bachira asks him if Noah isn't the best striker in the world. This upsets Lavinho, who asks him if he's trying to pick a fight. He then says that he doesn't care what anyone says because he knows that he's the best. Lavinho then goes off and says that he has something inside him. It's something that others can't see, but instead, an image that exists within him alone. He then takes the ball and says that if you want to become the best, then you can't just do as you're told. Back in Brazil, they have a word called ginga, which means something like shaky or swaying. It comes from capoeira, which is a mix between dancing and martial arts. He tells them that you can start out by copying other strong dudes and then try to mix it up and create their own image of the best in the world, saying that their original style starts there. Lavinho himself uses the image of a butterfly as he dances on the field. He ends it by saying that football is all about improvising at the moment. It's about stealing the rhythm to one that pleases you. Then Bachira jumps in and steals the ball, and I love Otoya. He's like Bachira's own hype man. After that, Bachira gets to see how his movements look like. He says that he should try to copy Lavinho's movements and then mix that up with his own image of the world's best. So he begins his training with some hard work and meditation. After that, when Bachira and Lavinho are alone, Bachira tells him that he can also see a thing which he calls his monster. However, Bachira is unsure what to do with it, as he got stronger by overcoming it. But what image should he come up with now? Lavinho asks if the monster is still there, and Bachira says that he can bring it up again if he wants to. Lavinho then says that it's easy, and that Bachira has to evolve that monster to the next level. Bachira's monster is his own guide to his originality, and will lead to him reaching the spot as the world's best. After that, we get back to the game where Bachira is absolutely crushing an opponent. Igarashi and Hiroi are amazed, but Isagi is focused on something else as he says that he feels that Bachira's dribbling posture has changed. It now feels like he's spending less energy. He's moving the ball around with his foot practically glued to it. Even so, his ball touches do very little movement to his actual center of gravity, which makes him a lot more stable. Another one from Bastard Munchen goes to stop Bachira and says that even though he has infinite options to dribble to, he's still not moving forward. He gets impatient and decides to go in himself, but because of that, he gets absolutely demolished, as he was the first one to taste Bachira's new dribble style, his Ginga X Monster style. But then another threat comes around as Kunigami comes to stop him. However, Bachira is hyped up as he tells them to go, and even calls Kunigami the wild hero. However, before they go at each other, Bachira tells Kunigami that it's nice to see him again, but Kunigami just rushes at him, saying that he will take the lead. Bachira tries to shake off Kunigami with some dribbles, but Kunigami is steadily following. Bachira then swings wide with a double touch, which then leads into another double touch. However, this one is much faster than the last one, which makes him get behind Kunigami in no time. After Kunigami stands both Grim and Eric, but they are nothing to Bachira, who makes a beautiful back heel pass to Ignacio Lala on the left wing, who right away passes it away to Otoya in the box. The ball falls down and leads on his heel, which he uses to continue the attack, and passes it back to Bachira, who's by his side. Bachira jumps up and does an outstanding goal, which gives FC Barcha a 1-goal lead. Isagi is watching from the benches, and says that FC Barcha really is a free and amusing team that lets the players play as they want. Both Ignacio and Otoya go to celebrate with Bachira, which is kind of sweet. They all look so happy. As Isagi was able to analyze Bachira from the bench, he says that Bachira's dribbling has clearly evolved, saying that Bachira is now able to just do what he wants, and says that he attacks like a child, which is also quite sweet. Even so, Bachira also has his adult side where he waits for his opponent and makes a move based on that. Bachira is only able to play like this thanks to FC Barcha's carefree and fun environment. Isagi then compares it with Ego's speech and says that this was what he meant. However, if that's the case, then what is it that he's supposed to learn from his environment? Bastard Munchen's style is rationality, and judging from the other series of plays earlier, they basically cut off every unnecessary move and get in front of the goal by using the shortest possible distance. Isagi thinks about what he would do if he were to get subbed in right now. Should he stick to the role of connecting with Kaiser? No, that's not going to work, as he doesn't possess any individual skills that Grim and Eric don't have already. But if he were to ignore their rule and play for the sake of his own goal, he might just end up getting ignored like Kunigami is. After that, he overhears Igarashi and Hiroi talking. Igarashi says that Kunigami is going to be substituted any second now, as it's completely a one-man egocentric play. Hiroi agrees and says that it's damaging the team's rationality. Igarashi is really out here thinking that he will get subbed in. Keep wishing, bro. Isagi goes back to his little mind and says that even if he were to get subbed in now, he's no idea what to do. Up until now, he's only been able to fight this far because of Bluelock's ego mindset and rules. But now it's different, as he has to fit into the Bastard Munchen system. It's already hard getting in with just numbers, but now he has to change his style as well. He looks over at Kunigami and says that his existence is for sure a hint for him to be able to get into the spot of the regulars. And then the match was back. NESS asks Kaiser what they are going to do now, and Kaiser coldly tells him that they will execute them. They start their 1-2s with each other and flawlessly get behind 3 of FC Barcha's players, including Bachira. Isagi is in shock. He says that NESS is really good and that his ankles are really flexible. He then compliments Kaiser for moving up to the perfect position to create a pass course, while NESS stays at the perfect distance to pass at any time. And with his ankle technique, he's able to easily switch directions past an opponent, calling NESS the beating heart of Bastard MUNCHEN. Reichi is pissed at the bench and says that if he also had an impressive midfielder behind him, he would be able to score up to 1,000,000 goals, saying that Kaiser is just blessed by this system. Isagi agrees to an extent and says that the team is moving by doing rational plays. However, ever since this match started, Kaiser's movements haven't had a single second to waste. He's been moving as bait, positioning to receive the ball and breaking out for a shooting course. The way Kaiser moves, it's almost like he's embodying Isagi's ideal movements. They have finally reached the critical point of the field, and just then, all of Bastard MUNCHEN moves up, which gives NESS infinite cross possibilities, which makes it so that the defenders can't even imagine what comes next. And then NESS shoots his cross. The ball goes of course to Kaiser, who's been hiding stealthily in the infinite options within the most efficient spot. However, it's not as easy for Kaiser as it sounds as the man, the myth and the legend Bachira comes behind him. Kaiser takes his hand and tries to push him back. Even so, Bachira is still holding on. The ball goes down, and Kaiser starts off with a fake out, which disturbs their movements. And then right as he gets his chance, he uses his Kaiser impact to shoot the ball right away. The ball is flying so fast that the goalkeeper has no chance of reacting, and with that, he makes the scores even. Isagi is amazed and calls Kaiser a genius, saying that unlike Bachira, Nagi, or even Rin, on the field, he's a genius of extended plays. Kaiser is able to embody his ideal form, but it's not even that anymore because he's already managed to surpass that. Noah gets up and says that Kaiser's right foot kick that uses all of his body at once to execute, calling Kaiser the fastest in the world when it comes to the swing, which is the one thing he beats Noah in. This makes Isagi wonder if he's been thinking about it all wrong. The foundation of Bastard MUNCHEN's hyper-rationality isn't the players around him, but it's Kaiser's ability itself that is the philosophy of the team. If all the goals are scored with Kaiser impact, an absolute rationality without any inefficiency would be created in the team, the method of turning 0 into 1. Isagi then thinks back to Ego, saying that it's just as he mentioned before, that an original striker with an overwhelming 0 to 1 is here. But does this mean that Kaiser is the embodiment of Bluelock's ideals of having the world's best qualities? Kaiser is walking beside Bachira, and he tells him that it was to be expected that the world was filled with nasty egos. Bachira looks back and says that Kaiser is the best, and that's why he will crush him. However, just then, someone rises himself from the seat. He says that he wasn't planning to come out, but even so, he's ready to use his 3 minutes. And it's of course the man himself, Lavinho, who gets out and goes to join the battle. This shocks everyone who wasn't ready for Lavinho to come out. However, someone quickly goes to the counter, and it's Noah who says that Lavinho is still as immature as always, as he takes off his jacket and goes to join in as well. They go forward to each other and face off, which actually looks so incredibly cool, with both Noah and Lavinho facing off, and not to mention Kitsunezato and Hayate being 2 hype men as they always are. Noah looks furiously into Lavinho's eyes and says that he lost to Noah last year, but Lavinho just calls Noah's football boring and too rational, saying that his heart goes out to his apprentices. Even so, Noah just tells him that his team is filled with children without a proper adult, which funny enough makes Lavinho turn into a child. After that, Noah turns to Kunigami and asks to hear his theory, saying that to fight on this team, one of the options in the attacks is centralized with Kaiser. And if you don't want to do that, then you will have to show that your abilities surpass Kaiser. However, Kunigami managed to fail in both of them, and on top of that, he's got nothing to say in his defense. Noah then turns to the players and says that the opposite of chance is a pinch, and if you miss the chance that's in front of you, you will then fall into a pinch, which is equal to a missed opportunity. But that's only because the risk and return are equal. He goes back to Kunigami and tells him that he's failed and is being put on the bench for a better player who is none other than Isagi Yoichi. This makes Four Eyes angry, and he goes to argue right away. He asks Noah to give him an explanation, and that when it comes to training numbers, he is better. Even so, the world has to get what they want, and that is Isagi. Isagi's chance has finally come, and he will now make his debut match and dive into the field of superstars. And with that, the two teams get ready and then quickly start the game. Lavinho has the ball, and Noah goes to stop him right off the bat. Lavinho tries to throw him off, but it's the best player in the world we are talking about here. Isagi is looking from the side and says that there is no way for him to keep up, calling it a battle of the gods. Even so, it's not like he just wants to give up and let them have their fun, because he finds a space that he thinks he can use to help Noah. However, as he gets closer, Lavinho does a rainbow flick, and then uses Isagi as a block to get past Noah. Igarashi is screaming from the bench, but it's not like he could have done any better. Noah quickly asks Isagi if he knows why Lavinho is called the Dance Man. However, Isagi has no idea, so Noah explains that he's the best in the world at taking his opponents by surprise. However, those magnificent steps are not the origin of that name, as the players who are led by his dribbles seem like they're dancing as they topple down. While Noah is giving his explanation, we can see Lavinho absolutely destroying the bastard Munchen's defense. He gets to the goalkeeper and jumps over him to then get to the finishing line and backheel the ball into the goal, making FC Barcha take the lead in this game and also telling everyone to dance till they die, and then calls them cripples randomly, just standard Lavinho. With Lavinho calling everyone cripples, he got Bachira to fanboy over him to then call him a god. We then get this wholesome panel of FC Barcha celebrating together. After that, Kaiser goes over to Isagi and says that he really screwed up there. This makes Isagi mad and says he couldn't get in either. However, Kaiser tells him that he's wrong and that he chose not to, saying that he and Bachira were waiting for a chance where either of them seemed off rhythm. Any other timing and they would just be a nuisance dragging the two down. He asks Isagi how he could be so lowly to not understand such a thing, calling him an overly self-conscious clown. Kaiser walks away and Isagi stays behind thinking that he can't get into the game. However, he can't just give up and tell himself that there's a gap in ability between him and the Masters, and to leave a trace of his existence, he will have to score his own goal and says that he will devour the superstars. And just like that, the game is back in action. NESS and Kaiser start off passing to each other, while Isagi thinks that the only way to steal a goal in this team would be to find a better position than Noah, and then patiently wait for a pass there. But just then, Noah starts to speed up and accelerates behind a bunch of FC Barcha players. NESS sees him speeding up and passes him. He gets the ball and embarrasses another FC Barcha player. As Isagi is trying his best to keep up with Noah's play, he finally realizes that it's impossible for the current him to find a better position than Noah. Noah keeps on destroying until Lavinho goes to stop him. However, Noah gets over him surprisingly easily. Even so, he gets stopped by the other players, which gives Lavinho time to get up again, to then bash into Noah's strong body. However, Noah uses this to his advantage and gets on top of Lavinho, to then use his ability of being ambidextrous to shoot a power shot with his left leg. The ball has incredible speed as it goes into the goal and makes the scores even, and making the last goal more important than ever before. Isagi thinks back to Noah's outstanding goal and says that a person completely ambidextrous is really rare to see and happens to less than 1% of humans. But with Noah's insane performance comes also a tragedy, as the 3 minutes have passed and both of the masters have to go out. As Noah is going back to his seat, he looks at Kunigami and says that it's time for him again. He asks if Kunigami thinks that he can trace Noah's movements after seeing it live, also calling him the wildcard's copyman. As Noah is getting to his seat, he tells both Isagi and Kunigami that this is the last chance for both of them and says that if they disappoint, then they can get replaced at any time, telling them to prove themselves with numbers. And then, the rivalry of the last goal starts between Kunigami and Isagi. As they are walking onto the pitch, Isagi asks Kunigami what Noah meant when he called him a copyman. Kunigami asks why it would matter to Isagi, but he tells him that he wants to know what happened at the wildcard so that he can beat him. Kunigami explains that the wildcard was an experiment to create a vessel and someone with the same physique as Noah. A physique that would be the same as the best player in the world. Isagi is shocked and asks how it worked. However, Kunigami says that it doesn't matter and tells him that it's not like anyone on this team is going to pass to him, telling Isagi that he should worry about himself more. And then the final stretch starts as FC Barcha starts with the ball. Isagi goes to block Bachira, but gets hit with his incredibly fast stepovers. But before he can do anything, Bachira passes to Otoya and then manages to get behind Isagi. However, behind Isagi comes Grim, who's fast on the attack and gets help from Kunigami. But not even the two of them can stop Bachira when he's starting his dance. But someone who can is NESS, who's been hiding in the dark and has waited for the right moment to strike. He gets the ball and begins the counterattack of bastard Munchen. Isagi knows that NESS will try to pass to Kaiser, so as the ball is getting closer to Kaiser, he gets in the way and hijacks the pass. However, he's in a very bad position to score from, and only has a total of 2% goal percentage. He tries to think about what to do, but the FC Barcha players are pushing him fast, and he has no way to react, so he ends up taking the shot anyway, which sadly gets blocked. Even though he managed to get the ball, he was left with no ideas from that point on, and to begin with, that pass from NESS was perfected for the purpose of letting Kaiser score. So even if he were to get the ball again, without Kaiser's weapon, it's useless, as this isn't a range that you can score from without Kaiser's impact. The ball finally lands in the hands of Grim, and Isagi tries to get him to play together, but he quickly gets ignored. He knows that now more than ever, he needs to find a new way to score, because if he fails, then this match ends. And if the match were to end, then he's failed at proving the worth of his existence. The only way he could turn this around is if he listened to ego and tries his best to get into flow state and then find a way to score the finishing goal. Grim is quickly advancing through the left side. He looks into the box and sees Kunigami trying his best to block of Kaiser. This makes it impossible for Grim to pass Kaiser, so he turns to his other option, which is NESS. However, before the ball actually reaches NESS, our main man Isagi comes and steals it again, making it 2-0 for Isagi versus NESS. Even so, Isagi is facing trouble right off the bat as Bachira goes to cover him, saying that stealing the ball from his teammate is so like him, which is quite funny in a way. However, both Bachira and Isagi know that he has no way of scoring from that angle. As Isagi does a fake shot to get Bachira off balance, he says that he can't see his own goal, but this is his only option to devour Kaiser, even if it means abandoning his own goal. It looks like Isagi is trying to pass Kaiser, and NESS suddenly looks happy, saying that he's finally aiming to assist Kaiser, and Kaiser adds on calling him a good boy. And let me just say that I wish I was Isagi so much right now, for absolutely no reason, of course. Isagi passes the ball into the middle, but as he passes, he tells Kaiser to go fuck himself, and that he would never pass someone like him, because he was instead aiming for the person behind Kaiser, and that person was none other than the edgelord Kunigami. As Kunigami is powering up his shot, he tells Kunigami that the two of them can destroy not just Kaiser, but the whole team. After that, Kunigami understands that if he doesn't shoot soon, then the ball will hit his balls, so he takes his outstanding left shot to shoot an incredible goal, which from the looks of it, even shocks Noah. And with Isagi's and Kunigami's teamwork, it leads to a goal, but not just one goal, but also the honor of winning the whole match. And to end it off, Isagi tells Kunigami that this team is there to take. Kunigami goes forward to Isagi and asks him why he decided to pass him, telling him that there's no reason for him to owe Isagi such a favor. Even so, Isagi says that he just wanted an outcome that he could grasp. He tells Kunigami that he didn't do it for him, but instead to benefit him. Kunigami looks disappointed and says that Isagi's only solution was through an assist. As he walks away, he calls Isagi a fallen striker. After that, Bachira goes forward to Isagi and says that he won't criticize the goal if that was what he intended for, but still hints that he was a bit disappointed at Isagi's decision. But even so, he is curious as to why Isagi passed to Kunigami instead of Kaiser, who was in a much better position. Isagi tells him that he wouldn't want to be Kaiser's pet, and that Kunigami's lefty shot was the only element he knew of. Bachira is still a bit disappointed, but he tells Isagi that the next time the two of them meet, it will be as egoists aiming for the same goal. Isagi agrees and asks for Bachira to wait for him, saying that he will soon be on the same stage as him as a striker. But as they are talking, they can hear someone laughing, and it's none other than NESS. He laughs about the thought of Isagi as a striker and says that Isagi didn't only steal the assisting role from him, but he even ignored Kaiser and passes the ball to Kunigami, who were at a disadvantage. Isagi just tells NESS to shut up and says that at the end of the day, they won with Kunigami's goal and that numbers don't lie. He asks NESS if that isn't the team philosophy. However, NESS is persistent and says that the team just happens to be Kaiser's. And I just love Bachira's little confused face as he's unsure if he should break up the fight or what he's supposed to do. Isagi then coldly tells NESS that the team will soon be his. Before they can start to actually fight, Kaiser comes in between and completely shoves NESS face down. He apologizes and says that he underestimated Isagi. Kaiser says that after the last play, it's time for a revision in their casting, and says that Kunigami is the leader of their Bluelock squad, while Isagi is the pawn under him. I actually feel sorry for Bachira, who just randomly got dragged into this conversation and has to listen to them. Anyway, Isagi then gives Kaiser his own role. How kind of him. Isagi gives Kaiser the role of the naked king who had everything stolen from him, which definitely deserves a place in Isagi's top 10 coldest moments. But just then, they get interrupted by Ego, who compliments them on their first game. He then randomly starts talking about how good his drink is, before starting to compare the world of pros to a game of musical chairs, saying that when you get into a team that's already complete, you have to then steal somebody's position, or else you will end up with no job, and every team has its own philosophy with everything from logic, freedom, rules, and that sort. After he's talked some more, he goes into the new rankings now that the match is over. We can see all of the numbers just starting to add up more and more, Reichi asks what the numbers mean, and Ego says that they're yearly salaries for the players, revealing the true purpose of the Neo Egoist League, telling them that all of the matches are under the inspection of football club owners in the whole world. All of them will watch the game and then bid on each player after each match, and the highest bid will represent their value. ISAGI'S salary finally comes to a stop, and it's at 17 million yen, which completely shocks him. Ego also explains that these aren't just some made-up numbers, as they are all actual contract offers that will be given after each match is finished. Each bid gives the club the right for negotiating a contract for that annual salary, and it also serves another purpose, as it's their current value. ISAGI'S club offer came from Dortmund, which is Bastard Munchen's biggest rival, kind of ironic. We also get to see other players' offerings, like Kunigami, who got a 24 million yen offering from Kawasaki Breakers. Bachira had one himself, which came from FC Portimian, and had a salary of 32 million yen. The Rat also got one from his own club, which is kind of weird, but then we see the real price, who is Kaiser's offering, which also comes from Bastard Munchen, and contains a total of 300 million yen. After that, Igarashi and Reichi quickly realize how useless they are as their offerings are zero. Ego explains that it's because they haven't played any matches yet, and tells them at the end of the Neo Egoist League, excluding the overseas players of course. But they will use the salary ranking from Bluelock to determine the top 23 players in Bluelock, who'll automatically join the team in the U20 World Cup, which is quite sick. Ego tells the Bluelock players that this is an opportunity to hone their skills, and for the foreigners, this is a place to showcase themselves to club owners all over the world, making this a marketplace for new talents. Reichi looks upset and asks if that means that they are simply products to him, and Ego says that he would be fully right. However, it doesn't end there, as Ego says that he made a deal that he would showcase the popular players, and especially Isagi. Even so, Noah was against it until the bitter end. In the end, he only accepted to be forced to use him for a single match, to them get a price tag on the poster boy. Bachira quickly grasps the situation and says that in the end, it doesn't matter if the team wins or loses as long as they can show off their value. And Bachira is correct, but for a striker to show off their value, they have to score goals, so in the end, they will have to try their hardest to win. Igarashi adds on by saying that this is a big chance for most of the players, but on the flip side, if you fail to get a spotlight here, you will leave an impression on all big teams that you're just some loser. And Ego simply ignores it and says that he loves that they show off their angry faces, telling them that it sells like hotcakes. He asks them if they don't think that it's weird that he managed to get world superstars and top clubs to take part in a project like this. But he then reveals that he's sending a reality show of them. He then shows them a live video from the second match, which is currently going on, which is the Ubers versus PXG. He shows Rin fighting his all on the pitch before saying that the number of people who subscribe to this content has already surpassed 80 million, revealing that it's his own super entertainment Bluelock TV. So all of them Bluelock players are currently fighting for their lives while it's being streamed to the whole world. We get back to the match where Rin has gone into his shooting stance and makes a wonderful goal, giving PXG the win. Ego tells the Bluelock players that there is no doubt left that Bluelock is the most critical place in the current world of football. Isagi is thinking to himself how amazing this is and calls Ego a genius. But it doesn't end there, as Ego reveals the sad truth that if you can't get into matches, you won't get to show off and will end up with no offerings. They may continue to aim for the striker position as they have, or they can try escaping to another position to steal the place of another regular. No matter what they do, they have to prove their worth. And then he ends it by telling them that their next match is in 10 days against England's Manshine City. And with that, we jump right into a flashback to 10 days earlier, when the Bluelock players first meet Chris Prince. Chris explains that the philosophy of his team is speed and rush, which only a healthy body can harbor. Now that's a very good message and all, but it would help if he actually said it to the Bluelock players and not to the camera. Anyway, Chris goes up to Chigiri and asks him what exactly he was hoping for when he chose Manshine City. Chigiri doesn't really have a straight answer, but says that he wants his speed to be more powerful. After that, Chris takes the matter into his own hands as he starts analyzing Chigiri's body, and I mean his whole body. But it's not just Chigiri who gets the special service, as both Ryo and Nagi also get a taste of it. After Chris is done with his assignment, he says that he understands their talents and that he's able to see how they've managed to get this far. Even so, he tells them that they all rely too much on their talents, and when they don't take care of their talents, it will end up withering. He takes the talent to run fast as an example, and says that it's not something that was taught by someone else, and that they simply acquired that talent naturally thanks to their body's disposition. However, in order to become a better player, that person desired the power to be like a tank. Their own body was previously developed only to be able to run fast, and then the training was like putting on a suit of armor to a body like that. What ended up happening was that they got slower. They managed to lose their balance thanks to the excessive muscles, and became a worse player. If someone lusts for power while not understanding the mechanism of their own talent, they might start training blindly and end up with a body completely unbalanced, which makes your talent useless. Thanks to that, you would end up losing your identity, breaking your mentality, and being completely done as a player, which is quite common in the world. It happens all the time that geniuses vanish completely. And being successful while still not understanding your own mechanism can easily turn into a curse that brings you suffering. Chris reveals that he was just like that in the past. It's extremely important for you to understand what kind of muscles helps you bring out your talent and create plays that you want. But when you figure out how to do it, your body will look as jacked as Chris's does. After Chris's emotional speech, which lasted an eternity, he goes full ad mode and says that that's the reason why water is better than cola and promotes his Prince water. After that quick ad breaks provided by Chris, he reveals what the players will get in joining Manshine City. They will understand all of the mechanisms of their bodies and start to feel their own talents in their body, and only with a perfect body will you be able to use your talents properly. And the reason they are all here is to awaken the unknown talent that still sleeps within them. And that's how the Bluelock players' crazy journey started. After that, we get back into real time where Manshine City is reacting to the game between Bastard MUNCHEN and Fc Barcha. Nagi is shocked at ISAGI'S 17 million salaries, and one thing which I think is on all of their minds is the possibility of them debuting in the U20 team, which still blows my mind. However, it's quite hard seeing the whole picture, as Chris is like a walking ad everywhere in Manshine City. But after that comes the salaries for the PXG and Uber's match, where we see Ryu, or the style guy as Nagi calls him. Anyway, he got a 5 million offer from Urawa Rubies. After that, we have Karasu, who had to play as a midfield, which is quite unusual for him, I would assume. Anyway, he got a 12 million offer from the real PXG, which is quite sick. After him, it's Aiku, who got a 15 million offer from Bolos. Shidu also managed to get away with a 20 million offer from Ajax, and Rin with the astonishing 36 million offer from PXG as well. And then we can see the whole ranking, and just look at how many people are without any value yet. I'm sure that the rankings will shift a lot, but there will be a bunch of players without any in the end, unfortunately. Chris then tells them that he knew about everything the whole time, but ego made him keep quiet. However, he says that now that everything has been revealed, they can truly get started, as their next opponents are Bastard MUNCHEN. And then we get 2 panels where we can see all of them putting in their maximum work effort, and Nagi also tells the world to wait for him, which sounds so incredibly cool. After that, we leave Manshine City and head back to Bastard MUNCHEN, where they have just gotten back to their changing room. Isagi is sitting on the bench, thinking about Kunigami's goal, and says that he wants it to be his goal next time. Even so, it doesn't take long for his peace and quiet to last, as both Igarashi and Reichi start pimping up against each other. Igarashi walks over to Isagi and says that his new salary is amazing, but even though he's gotten a huge offer, it's more about the club, he says, as he's been a big Dortmund fan. Then Isagi takes a moment to think back, as he says that their efforts in Bluelock have directly reached the world, saying that all of them are incredible. However, the one who's the most incredible of them all is Rin, who's even got a higher value than Isagi. In the end, it comes down to who's scored the most goals, and on top of that, he knows that he can't be a forward in Japan's U20 team the way he is now. After that, Gagamaru gives everyone a reality check real quick and says that there are only 3 more games, and if you can't play a match, then you're done for. Corona agrees, and adds that they might even have to resort to taking other positions than they aim for. Even so, Reichi says that he refuses and is persistent on being a striker. Then he tries to feel pity for himself and says that if he only were a favorite of theirs as Isagi is. However, Isagi quickly tells him that it's not like he asked for it. The other players say that they think it's great that Isagi got his opportunity, or well, everyone except one, and that's Yukimiya, who says that he will never accept it. He asks Isagi how he can even think about being in the regulars if he's out on the pitch assisting. Isagi tells him that it wasn't like he wanted to, but Yukimiya adds oil to the fire and says that even if that's true, he's still disappointed in Isagi. Even Hiroi and Gagamaru acknowledge that this isn't like Yukimiya to say. However, Isagi still responds to him, telling Yukimiya that sure, he did an assist, but that play was only a waypoint to becoming a striker. He even asks Yukimiya if he wouldn't have done the same thing. However, Yukimiya denies that and says that he wouldn't, and that passing doesn't feel good. Isagi tells him that this isn't about feeling good, it's the result of focusing on what he could challenge in his own way. He tells Yukimiya that he has no regrets about making that choice. Yukimiya then says that if that were the case, Isagi could have just lost by himself without getting an assist, and this makes Isagi mad as he gets right up and asks if Yukimiya is trying to pick a fight with him. Yukimiya tries to defend himself and says that he was just saying what he thought, but Isagi tells him to speak only after he's realized his own ideals, and says that if he can be in the regulars with just lip service, then even an idiot like Igarashi can. Isagi calls Yukimiya blind to reality. Now Isagi has lit Yukimiya's fire, as well as he gets angry, and tells Isagi to not expect that his righteousness to be accepted by everyone, telling Isagi that as long as his ideals are far out of sight, he will fight until he dies. This makes Isagi furious, who's about to probably place Yukimiya in his place with a beating. But before he can do so, Hiroi comes in between and stops him. And then in the midst of it all comes Kaiser, who tells Yukimiya to join him if he hates Isagi that much. Kaiser says that they're all afraid to face the reality of their own weaknesses, so they shift the issue by finding fault in others who have succeeded. However, eventually they run away from their ideals, telling Yukimiya that he can help him tame the jealous demon inside him. Even so, Yukimiya isn't so interested in joining Kaiser either, as he turns him down. However, before he leaves, he tells them to make a good choice and to not end up serving the wrong king. As Kaiser has left, Hiroi says that he's so full of himself and says that they are all still by Isagi's side. However, the room is silent after he said it. He asks everyone what's wrong, and they all say that they have to think about themselves and that they either link with Isagi or become a part of Kaiser's system. Realizing that they have their own way of fighting, and Kurona even says that either one of them can turn to a friend or foe. After that, we jump right into a flashback, starting with Yukimiya just going about his day shopping when he was approached by a photographer who asks him if he wants to model. However, Yukimiya tells him that it causes trouble as there's an All-Japan Soccer Championship next month. Yukimiya continues fighting on the soccer path and is determined to become a pro soccer player. However, when he's suddenly out with his friends, his vision starts to get blurry and weird, so he goes to the doctor, who says that it's tunnel vision and appearance of blind spots when he's fatigued, which is common causes of optic neuropathy. The progression of this eye disease can't be stopped. It's accompanied by headache and nausea, and in the worst case scenario, it could lead to blindness. Even so, with the proper treatment, the progression can be slowed down, so Yukimiya shouldn't be generally concerned, as he can still model and go about his daily life without any problems. However, it comes down crashing when he asks about soccer. The doctor tells him that as long as it's a hobby, it won't be a problem to continue playing, but he finds it difficult to see Yukimiya being able to take the path of becoming a pro. Yukimiya asks the doctor why it was he that had to face this, and if he did anything wrong. He just wanted to become the best player in the world. His words start to shake as he starts to cry, asking for his dream to come back. The doctor feels sorry for him and says that he understands his pain, and that he will from now on support him the best he can on Yukimiya's road to becoming a pro. Yukimiya knows that his time is running out, however. Before he completely loses his sight, he will become the best striker in the world. After that, we go back into real time, where we see Yukimiya training extremely hard, and because of that, his vision starts to get blurry due to his tiredness. Yukimiya thinks back to Isagi's words and says that he's really annoyed with him, and surely it could be jealousy, as he hasn't done anything since entering the Neo Egoist League, and yet Isagi keeps getting what he wants. He knows that even though it's frustrating, he has to recognize his own weaknesses. It doesn't matter how much passion he puts into it, or how much hard work, as he has to prove his existence in his own way, even if it means dying with his ideals. After that, we get to Isagi also doing some extremely hard training. He, as Yukimiya, also thinks back to their argument before. He admits that what Yukimiya said is true, however it's more than just that, as the real problem is that he couldn't do anything in that game as a striker. He's shown results for the team with his assist, but to be able to score the next time he has to find out what it is that he's lacking. After he played with Noah, he was able to fully realize that he couldn't see himself beating him right now, and that he admired him too much to be a target. He has to find a target before taking on Noah, and says that the one who would fill that place is none other than Kaiser. Isagi will now do his best to study Kaiser, make him his weapon, and he will show him who survives in this dog-eat-dog world. After that, we fast forward to 10 days when it is time for Bastard MUNCHEN and Noah to announce the regulars for the next match. Noah says that he has based the result of their training and match appearance. Every player was then selected for bringing the desired numbers, and without further ado, he reveals the starting squad. The start with the obvious one, which is, of course, Kaiser in the center forward. after Kaiser comes to Kunigami, who's been placed on the same position but on the right side. And then finally he gets to the offensive midfielder position, which luckily Isagi has managed to snatch away, taking Gesner's spot in the team, while Grim takes the other side. On the top center, we have NESS followed by Ali, who will play as a defensive midfielder. Then for the right side back he puts in Corona, which makes me so happy to finally see him play. Noah says that both Kunigami and Isagi are on the right side, which gives Corona the chance to link up with them. After that, Corona looks at Isagi and says that as long as he's in the match, he will take Isagi's side. For the two centers back, we have Menzer and Birkenstock. To follow them up, we get to the left side back, which Yukimiya is given, which will definitely make an interesting match between him and Isagi. After that, Noah gets to the final position, which is the goalkeeper. However, he doesn't want to use their goalkeeper because he chose the man himself, Gagamaru, to get a special position. Noah says that it might not be the position that he had hoped for, but Gagamaru is just happy to be playing. After that, Noah says that this team was formed using only their numbers, but it also serves as an experimental team of 11. Because as they know, the team has two different philosophies. The first one is the efficient football that Kaiser uses, and the other one is the Bluelock style, which consists of using chemical reactions among themselves. Noah is interested in seeing how a team that is simply focused on Kaiser scoring goals will mix with Bluelock's philosophy. Kaiser quickly gets it and asks Noah if this is a test for him, and Noah tells him that he's right and warns him not to fail. After that, the match between Bastard Munchen and Manshine City finally starts. As the players walk into the field, Isagi goes up to Nagi and Ryo, congratulating them on making the main team, which sounds a bit cocky. Ryo goes off and walks up to Kunigami, saying that he sure went through a lot, saying that both of them lost to Shidu in the second selection, and that it could have been either one of them. As he's walking away, he tells Kunigami that he's happy that he's back. When Ryo has left, another familiar face comes around the corner, and it's of course our favorite princess, Chigiri. Chigiri doesn't hold back, and says that he knows that Kunigami thinks that he's changed to a total edgelord. However, to Chigiri, he's still fighting the same old Kunigami who he knows. As they leave, Chigiri says that he will be the one to wake Kunigami up, and with that, the third match of the Neo Egoist League starts. Kaiser starts off by passing the ball to NESS. Isagi is following both NESS's and Kaiser's movements clearly, and says that in the 10 days leading to this match, he's been able to run simulations on how to fight. His first condition is Kunigami. However, he will not play alongside Isagi, and will most likely try to score on his own. And then there's Kaiser, who's just straight up a disturbance on the field. Even so, Isagi knows that Kaiser is the center of this team, and even calls him a superior version of himself. NESS and Kaiser are continuing their pass game, and even letting Grim join in on the fun. How kind of them. As Isagi is analyzing Kaiser, he knows that he has to understand him, and then use him to evolve, and then he gets his opportunity. As Grim passes Kaiser, Isagi goes in between and steals the pass. However, what he didn't anticipate was that Ryo would see right through him, as he saw Isagi coming from a mile away. When Isagi goes back in and tries to win the ball back, he immediately gets pushed back by Ryo's new improved physical body. Ryo then manages to slip behind him, only to face off against another player from Bastard Munchen. However, this time, it's NESS who's come to stop him. NESS manages to stop him for a while, but it's all over when Ryo takes out Sei's insane nutmeg from the U20 match. After that, Ryo continues on his rampage as he gets behind more and more players, saying that he's in his chameleon-style striker mode, which just sounds so cool. While Isagi is helplessly running to try and stop Ryo, he says that Ryo has managed to improve all of his parameters, and that the Ryo from before would just focus on passing to Nagi, but now he's using Nagi as a dummy to head for the goal himself. As Ryo is getting closer to the goal, he says that he won't rely on Nagi, and that he will surpass him and become the best striker in the world as he shoots a wonder ball to the goal. However, Ryo's shot was merely a copy of Rin's goal, which Gagamaru has already been able to analyze, so he just barely manages to stop the ball from going into the goal, saying that Ryo is still just a copy after all. Bastard Munchen clears the ball, and the ball is headed to Kaiser. However, Chigiri swipes in between and steals it. After that, we get right into a flashback to 20 days earlier. Chris Prince is talking to the Bluelock players about a body revolution, which basically means increasing the potential of their own strengths in their body. Even so, you can't just train blindly, as every player uses their muscles differently, which is why Chris has created individual training routines for every player. He starts off with Ryo and asks him what type of player he wants to be. Ryo says that he needs to think, but Chris tells him that this isn't something that you should think hard on, asking Ryo how the world's best striker would respond to that question. Rio then says that he wants to be able to control the field by himself and become a striker who can steal goals. Rio doesn't want to be a player who's in need of other players anymore. He straight up says that he now wants to have the power to be the best striker in the world. Chris then explains that no matter how talented someone is, it's not like they can stay positive every day. They might feel a sense of negativity and have moments when they lose confidence. And by always being destined for more, he's become unable to forgive himself when he doesn't match his ideal. Chris says that there have been people that have described him as a narcissist and people who think that he's crazy. Even so, he can't just betray the ideal that he's set for himself, telling the Bluelock players to pursue their ideals and fight against reality, and if they want to become the best striker in the world, then they need a body that can host their ideals. After Chris's pep talk, he goes back to Rio and asks him if he's able to specifically say what kind of player he sees as his ideal. Rio smiles and says that Chris is right and that he's forgotten how to live like that. And for Rio, the best player in the world that he can imagine would be a fusion of Itoshi Rin and Itoshi Sei. After that, Chris gets a feel of Rio's body. I mean literally. After that, we get back into the game and Chigiri is still in possession of the ball. He has a fierce look in his eyes as he runs towards Bastard Munchen's defense. As he's running, he says that his ideal would be to not pass the ball, as he wants to use his legs to go past all the defenders and then score goals as a striker. And that's basically what he's doing on the field now, as he's gotten behind both Ali and Corona and is now faced with Isagi. Isagi tells him that he won't let Chigiri pass. However, Chigiri coldly tells Isagi that he's the perfect guinea pig. Chigiri then rushes toward Isagi and gives us this outstanding panel, which looks so dope. Anyway, the fierce duel between Chigiri and Isagi starts. Isagi knows that Chigiri's dominant leg is his right, and that Chigiri is only able to shoot high-precision kicks with it. And therefore Isagi thinks that it's strange that Chigiri was assigned to the left side where he's forced to use his left leg. But then he understands that Chigiri's goal isn't to fully use the left side, but instead cut into the middle. Chigiri goes for a cut inside, and when Isagi goes to cover it, he realizes that he's been fooled and that Chigiri was aiming to do a double feint. However, ahead of Chigiri lies another player from Bastard Munchen. Then we get a quick flashback to Chris Prince and Chigiri talking. Chris tells Chigiri that to connect his speed to the goal, he should try to create a golden zone. It is said that the famous star player Del Piero had one as well. He had a zone where he could mass-produce goals from. Chigiri quickly connects a golden zone to Baru and Zantetsu and says that they probably had one as well. And after that, we get back into the game and learn that Chigiri's golden zone is 19 meters from the goal and then 44 degrees to the left. Chigiri stops the ball before he goes all into a cut in which Isagi and Messner are unable to react to. Just as Chigiri is 4 meters away from his golden zone, Kunigami comes in his way. However, even the musclehead is nothing to Chigiri, who gets behind him in an instant and then gets into his golden zone. He aims at the top corner of the goal, and the shot from Chigiri is so outstanding that Gagamaru has no way of saving it, which means that Chigiri scores and gives Manshine City a 1-goal lead. After that, we can see how Chigiri's mom and sister are eagerly watching and game and get super excited as Chigiri scores, which is quite wholesome. However, it's not only them that are mind blown by Chigiri's goal, as Isagi is looking at Chigiri amazed. He says that all of Chigiri's qualities have bumped up by a huge margin. He is now able to use his own speed as bait and then manages to slash throw players with his lightning quick cut-in. Not to mention Chigiri's amazing goal that he managed to make. Isagi tells Chigiri that he's changed, but then Chigiri tells him that it's the golden formula. They managed to break down the equation that has worked so far, and after that, they picked out which factors stood out and then reconstructed the most ideal combination for him. If that wasn't enough, he also had to train endlessly to create a specialized body that helped him to evolve. Chigiri says that in this Neo Egoist League, he's going to be a striker who is able to rise to the top of the Bluelock. He looks behind and says to both Isagi and Kunigami to not be too slow or they will be left behind, which is just so cool. After that, Kaiser comes and says that Chigiri is good, fast, strong, and above all beautiful, which I definitely can't argue with. Kaiser gets closer to Isagi, and this time I mean closer like bro was legit breathing in his ear. After that, they go to start the game again, and Kaiser asks Isagi if he has a plan, or if he's already stuck, kind of mocking him, but that's what Kaiser usually does. And after that, to everyone's surprise, Kaiser passes Isagi, telling him that he can do whatever he wants with it, with the ball. Isagi is looking more fearful than ever, as he says that he will make Kaiser regret that pass. Right off the bat, Rio goes to guard Isagi, telling him that he's already splitting up with his teammates. However, this time Isagi has someone to fight with, and it's of course our favorite Shark Boy, who tells Isagi that he's decided that he will ally himself with Isagi. Corona gets behind Rio, and Isagi says that Corona is a perfect teammate for him as he allows Isagi to look ahead and see the entire field, by Corona's ability to instantly sense a position that is both unfavorable to the enemy and advantageous to him, comparing Corona to an orbit which is always following him around. And then we get this incredible panel which looks so stunning with multiple Coronas which are surrounding Isagi, and it also creates Isagi's and Corona's planet hotline attack. As Corona and Isagi are steadily moving up on the field, Isagi says that their key to breaking through the right side is Kunigami. Due to his goal in the previous game, the opposing team is wary of the passes directed to him and needs at least one or more players to guard him. Isagi wants to move up to the space where Kunigami wants to move and then catch it from behind. So Isagi passes back the ball to Corona to then receive it at the perfect position to finish it in front of the goal, except he forgot one little small detail, and that's Kaiser, who comes in his way and steals the ball, asking Isagi if this is all he's got. However, the chain follows as Chigiri now comes in Kaiser's way and shoots away the ball. This just makes Kaiser more excited, and I just need to tell him to back off because Chigiri is mine, nothing more to it. Anyway, the ball goes to Rio and he traps it marvelously, and with that, both Agi and Nagi start to move up on the field. The ball is headed to Nagi, and two players from Bastard Munchen tries to sandwich him. However, Nagi is able to shove them away with his core power, which definitely surprised me. Then he does some kind of backward roulette into some dribbling moves, which gets him away from the Bastard Munchen players. Nagi's play shocks Isagi, as he says that this isn't the Nagi he used to know, and that Nagi never used to create plays on his own. However, we once again get interrupted when it is as exciting as we get a flashback to 20 days earlier, where Chris asks Nagi what kind of football the ideal Nagi desires. Nagi just straight up tells him that he wants to beat Isagi, saying that they are rivals. Chris tries to get into more details and asks Nagi how he plans on defeating Isagi, but Nagi has no idea, saying that he hasn't really thought that it. After that, Chris asks Nagi what he thinks about when he's about to score a goal. However, as we know, Nagi doesn't really think that much, like at all. So they go to gather data instead. Chris says that Nagi's results are quite intriguing and that what's necessary for his greatest strength is to relax his body instantaneously so that Nagi can use his whole body to trap the ball. Chris even says that when it comes to relaxing his body, he's better than Chris. However, it isn't only praise that Nagi is getting, as Chris tells him that when it comes to creativeness, he's basically pointless, saying that Nagi depends on others too much and that his playstyle is determined by the level of his partners. To fix that, Chris suggests that Nagi should try to play an active playstyle, something that starts from Nagi's trapping abilities. However, all of this talking fries Nagi's brain, so Agi comes in to help. Agi suggests that Nagi should learn a trap that brings things back to zero, which works well in any situation and can basically just reset the game. After that, we finally get back into the game. As Nagi is thinking about what to do, he wonders if Isagi and Rio think this much all the time, calling it tiring. Nagi sees Agi up in the box and passes him. Agi makes a massive jump into the sky and is in the perfect position to score, but that's when he instead passes the ball down to Nagi again. Nagi legit traps the ball with his foot to then juggle to the ball and get it up in the air, and then just shoots an awesome shot to the goal. However, Yukimiya comes in Nagi's way and covers the goal with his face. No wonder that he has trouble seeing. Anyway, Yukimiya's save was a life-saving save for Bastard Munchen, because I don't know if they would be able to recover from 2 goals. Even so, Manshine City still walked away with a corner kick. After that, Agi goes up to Nagi to give him his diagnosis. He gives Nagi's attack an 8 out of 100, which is a really surprising score. However, Agi tells Nagi that it was because his pass was too rough, and that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to reach it. Even so, Agi compliments Nagi's finishing idea and calls it interesting. While they are talking, Isagi is watching from afar. He's stunned to see the two of them testing stuff out in the middle of such an important match, and even more surprised that Agi is able to teach Nagi football. Then it snaps for Isagi as he thinks back, saying that Nagi has only moved according to his or Rio's commands, and that he's a newbie when it comes to football. Because of this, Nagi is sitting on a pile of infinite potential. Just then, Rio comes by. He says that it was first him, then Isagi, that influenced him with football, and now it's Agi and Chris. And if their guidance proves to be successful, he may reach more and more levels, and then it will be the birth of the actual greatest genius in the world. As Rio is walking away, he tells Isagi to not get left behind, and says that Nagi is the type of guy who can discard anything to chase what he wants. And then it was time for the corner kick. Isagi thinks that Chigiri will probably try to shoot a precise curve into the box, and said that Chigiri's most likely target will be Agi because of his height. Jigiri shoots it, but it isn't a precise curve as Isagi thought, but instead a low trajectory. Isagi tries to get ahead of Agi, but he's no match. Isagi thinks that he can at least limit his shooting course, however Agi isn't there to shot, but instead to do a backheel pass to Nagi, who's been eagerly waiting in the box. He's just about to jump and maybe do the first cycling kick of the series, however that's when Kaiser comes in his way and almost catapults the ball away. As Kaiser falls to the ground, Agi says that it's nice to see him again, and that he finally has a chance to analyze him. Kaiser just coldly tells him to make sure to babysit properly and calls him the mad footballer. And I'm really interested in learning more about Kaiser's and Agi's connection to each other, as it seems that they kind of know of each other and has probably played before. After that, we get back to the game where it's starting to look like a race to the ball, and the one who wins the race and the one who should probably change sport to formula is NESS. NESS says that it's the magic hour as he completely destroys a player from Manshine City. As Isagi is following both NESS and Kaiser, he says that even if he tries to steal NESS's pass from Kaiser, he will just end up getting a bad shot out of it. So this time to score a goal, he has to change his train of thought. He decides to follow Kaiser from behind and study his thought patterns from his viewpoints. He analyzes as Kaiser and NESS exchange passes with each other and says Kaiser will probably try to find a less marked place as they are getting closer to the goal. However, that is the exact opposite of what Kaiser does as he starts to sprint to the Manshine City defenders. As Isagi is able to get a closer look at Kaiser, he notices something. He sees that Kaiser isn't looking at the ball at all. He's twisting his neck to see everything, and instead of the ball, his field of view is what he's doing. As this is going down, NESS has just gotten off a pass to Kaiser, and when I say that almost the entirety of Manshine City goes to block Kaiser, I mean it. However, even though 5 players are there to block him, he still manages to find a little place where he could send the ball in. And that's exactly what he does, and Kaiser's outstanding shot goes into making it even, and also showcasing the real power of Kaiser's impact. Everyone is surprised by Kaiser's immense powers. He even got Chris Prince to shake a bit. After that, we jump right into Isagi's thoughts as he says that even if he wanted to learn Kaiser's impact, he can't as it's unique to him. What he instead should try to pay attention to was how Kaiser found that shot course faster than anyone, and most importantly, how he arrived there faster than anyone. However, Isagi isn't all too clueless and knows that the reason is undoubtedly the way he uses his eyes. As we go straight into a science lesson by Mr. Yoichi, he says that humans have 2 types of vision. The first one is called central vision, and it directly perceives something in a direction. The second one is called peripheral vision, and it's like low-resolution images that are outside the central vision. And when it comes to football, in order to perceive the entire field, every player, and the ball while in motion, it's important to be able to absorb as much information as possible from your peripheral vision. Because if you focus too much on the ball with your central vision, you lose information on the scene around you. So when it comes to your surroundings, your decision-making speed is delayed. Even so, knowing that when one has to dribble and pass while running at full speed, they'll end up focusing too much and narrow on their field of vision. And therefore, it's likely that Kaiser is constantly inputting new information that he gets from his peripheral vision. By constantly renewing information about both friends and foes, he knows who is doing what and where. And by then, having that overwhelming amount of information, he's able to arrive at the best point that no one else could understand. And when you compare it to the world which Isagi sees, it's like Kaiser's world is from a higher dimension. If the state of the field is a 2D image, then the image of a play that one player can visualize would be something 3D. And when each player moves around, using only their own images, it can cause misses and tears at the seams, and having a vision yet above that, which can visualize every image and destroy them. Isagi then states that you could say that Kaiser's brain and eyes are a 4-dimensional vision, a godlike vision that stands above that of everyone else, which we know as metavision. By taking information from a lower dimension like Isagi has been doing, he could never win against Kaiser metavision. Spatial awareness, perception, and football IQ, only by overlapping all of this, is Kaiser able to attain and discern information from his 4D vision. And by then, connecting that to the Kaiser impact at the end, he's able to become an exceptional striker that can create goals. Metavision combined with Kaiser impact is Kaiser's golden rule. Isagi now understands it perfectly, but how can he use it to fight? Since he doesn't have Kaiser impact, the weapon he could use instead is a direct shot. But what about metavision? Isagi has just now come across it, but he's sure that he's probably done it before. The first goal he scored in Bluelock, and all those situations where he could smell the scent of the goal. One of those moments where he was alone and was able to catch the distortion between Rin and Sei. All of those plays were only possible because of his own eyes and brain transcending everyone else's on the field. But does this mean that Kaiser keeps it up for the whole 90 minutes? No, that can't be right. But if it were, then it would be like becoming a god. Then suddenly, Isagi understands it perfectly, that if he combines metavision and direct shot and creates a new formula, he would still need a bit more than that. But if he was able to actually implement this, then he would realistically be able to beat Kaiser. But why stop at Kaiser? Because with this image, he could possibly defeat all of them. After that, we finally get out of Isagi's mind and back to the field, where Kaiser approaches Isagi and asks if it were fun stalking him. He asks Isagi if he finally understands that his plays have become filled with despair and that they have left him speechless. Isagi stays quiet for a while before he says no, and thanks Kaiser as he's finally able to see hope in crushing him, which is straight up one of the coldest things he could have said. And with that, the game restarts and it's finally time for Isagi to try out his new metavision. This time, instead of just focusing on one particular player, he will now use his peripheral vision to see the entire field and gain more and more information on what's happening, to then finalize it in his head. Isagi is able to see that his teammates are more wary of Nagi's movements now. He also sees that Chigiri is rushing to the side to await his next pass. Even so, Isagi isn't able to see a breach but still feels this sensation as a rush. Isagi, alongside his new metavision, is able to gather more information than he's ever been able to do before. It's as if there's a new brain circuit upon him. After that, Isagi takes in everything that is happening on the field and is able to foresee Manshine City's next move, which is to pass to Nagi. However, Isagi was able to decode this attack and was able to reach the pass in time. Everyone is stunned, and even Agi says that Isagi is different from before, and with the ball at his feet, he starts his attack. Hiroi is on the bench watching the situation break down and says that it looks like Isagi is having so much fun, kind of seeming jealous. Isagi teams up with Corona once again and starts their comeback. Isagi is able to see the best path for them to break through. Corona and Isagi manage to break through Rio like it is nothing, and Isagi isn't even 100% there as he's in his metavision. He says that Kaiser is still behind him and that now is their time to attack. As Corona and Isagi break the ankles of another Manshine City player, Isagi was that he needs to minimize the time it takes for him to trap the ball, and instead use that time to look at his surroundings and to constantly sense more of what's happening on the field. Isagi gathers information on a level that he never could have imagined, and even says that his brain won't stop working and that he's amazing now. Corona and Isagi are still continuing their vicious ankle breaking and demolishing the Manshine City players. He gets closer to Kunigami and is in the perfect position to pass to him, which would probably lead to a goal. However, Isagi instead uses him as bait and gets into a shooting stance, but as he's about to shoot, Corona comes and takes the ball of Isagi's foot, which lets Isagi get to an even better angle to score from. Corona runs to the ball and even states that he's having trouble keeping up with the pace which Isagi is moving in, but he still manages to reach this pass and pass it forward. Isagi sees the ball coming and says that it's the perfect position to shoot. He goes into his direct shot position and is about to score a wonder goal, but from out of nowhere, Kaiser comes and cuts off some of Isagi's shooting angle. This doesn't stop Isagi, who still shots the ball right under Kaiser's balls. It seems like the ball is about to go in, but just then someone else appears, and no, it isn't someone from Manshine City, because it's once again his own teammate, but this time it's Kunigami who comes and steals away the goal, making a wonder goal and giving Isagi an assist on Bastard Munchen's second goal. Isagi is furious, saying that he doesn't need some fucking assist and tells Kunigami to go to hell. And when he's at his lowest, Kaiser comes to him, saying that he shouldn't have shot that shot, saying that he definitely wasn't in a good position and that Isagi must love giving out assists. Kaiser words open up a new and honestly scary Isagi, who tells Kaiser that he will fucking kill him, even if it's the last thing he does. But Kaiser just asks him if this is his new way of saying that he loves him. However, someone that is impressed is the man himself, Noah, who compliments Isagi and says to not let this break him because this new weapon he's got will be the ticket to Isagi becoming the best in the world, and that it might even lead him to Noah. Even after Isagi still isn't done with his rant, as he says that his scoring formula was perfect and without flaws. However, Kaiser was able to foresee the same thing and decided to interfere with the plan, which then lead to Kunigami stealing his goal. Isagi is sure that metavision is an outstanding weapon, but just as he learned it from Kaiser, other players can probably acquire it if they have great football knowledge and awareness. Not to mention that if one is a midfielder or a player maker, they'd probably scan the field the same way he did and then find the best pass routes and shot courses. And then he thinks back to the U20 game, where he says that Sei most likely already used metavision against the Bluelock 11. This is a new height for Isagi, as it might just mean that he's broken into the next level. However, suddenly, his body starts to wear off and he almost falls to the ground, saying that using metavision drains away lots of his physical and mental stamina. Even so, Isagi knows that he's gotta surpass Kaiser, and if he doesn't crush him, then he can't show the world his value as a striker. After that, we see Ryo, who takes a look over at Isagi and says that Isagi is more and more becoming like a monster. After that, Ryo thinks back to the time Nagi chose to go with Isagi instead of him. Ryo says that he never wants to be the guy who doesn't get chosen and wants to avoid experiencing that feeling ever again. Ryo says that it wasn't Nagi's fault and that it was him that needed to change. He ends it by saying that he needs to show the world that Ryo can fight by himself. But just then, Nagi comes forward telling Ryo that he wants to beat Isagi. He tells Ryo that right now, he doesn't have a chance of beating Isagi and asks Ryo for advice before telling him that soccer isn't fun anymore. Ryo tells Nagi that he doesn't care anymore and that this is the path that Nagi himself chooses. But after that, Nagi tells Ryo that playing alongside each other was fun. And when Ryo is just about to walk away, Nagi ends it by asking for Ryo's help. Ryo stops himself and asks Nagi if he ever thinks about others' feelings. He tells Nagi that he had to crawl up without being chosen many times over, and when Ryo finally decided to keep fighting and get stronger on his own. That's when Nagi wants to come back. Ryo tells Nagi to stop talking to him, as if he can manipulate his feelings with Nagi's ever-changing feelings. But Nagi tells Ryo that he has gotten it all wrong. He tells Ryo that ever since the day Ryo invited him to play football with him, Nagi has always been by his side, and that Nagi always kept making the best choices to make their dream come true. He tells Ryo that the two of them couldn't beat Isagi before, but now it's a different story, as both of them have gotten stronger. Ryo asks Nagi what his ego is, and Nagi tells him that it's his dream. After that, Ryo tells Nagi that he is a real pain before telling him to play soccer together. And with that, the game is back on. Agi has the ball and looks over at Isagi, before saying that Isagi's movements have clearly leveled up from before, and that in this game, he is slowly becoming the eye of the storm. Agi also says that he wants Nagi to awaken and to take the next step, but he doesn't get to say much more as Kunigami goes to block him. Agi tries to move Kunigami's center point to get behind him, but it doesn't work that easily. Isagi takes a look at the field and says that right now is a bad idea to move as Chigiri, Ryo, and Kaiser are all standing by, and that if he included himself, it would go into a 3v3 situation. But just then, Isagi remembers the time between Noah and Lavinio, when Lavinio used Isagi as a tool to get behind Noah. Chigiri screams to Agi to pass him, but Isagi tells him that he moved too soon. As Isagi is going to steal the ball, he meets with Kaiser, who also had the same idea as Isagi. Quick moment of silence for Agi, who just fell to the ground. Anyway, Isagi now knows that he made the correct decision, and that his vision is in the same dimension as Kaiser. The loose ball falls to Ryo, and Kaiser orders NESS to go and steal it. With NESS coming up behind Ryo, he is forced to pass to Nagi. Ryo copies Itoshi Sa's pass to make a 1-2 with Nagi, who uses his back heel to get the ball over to Ryo. Agi goes over to Ryo and asks what he is doing. He tells Ryo that he isn't supposed to use Nagi and Ryo's own ideas, because if he does that, then Nagi's creativity won't flourish, but Ryo just tells him to shut up. Ryo is set on devoting his newly evolved chameleon style to help Nagi score. Ryo also thinks it can be his gateway to enter his flow state, and with Nagi and Ryo once again teaming up, they are looking more dangerous than ever before. Isagi knows that to beat Ryo and Nagi, he will have to use metavision to predict the best place for them to reach. Corona goes forward to stop Ryo, but is faced with some crazy hyperspeed scissors, which lets him pass. After that, Nagi and Ryo uses their 1-2 passes once again to break Bastard Munch's defense. In the middle of their attacks, Ryo takes a moment to think back. He thinks about Nagi, the guy who was unmotivated and who thought that everything was a drag, who now says that he has a dream. Ryo thinks back to when they split up. Ryo admits that he was frustrated and that he resented Nagi, but he still had resolved to move on by himself. Ryo ends it by thanking Nagi and says that if they are together, they can achieve anything. Ryo passes the ball to Nagi, who jumps up and makes a double trap with his chest and leg. After that, the ball goes to Ryo, who right off the bat passed it back to Nagi, who once again shows off his crazy football abilities. But behind Nagi waits for both Kaiser and Isagi, who read both Ryo's and Nagi's movements. But Nagi isn't faced as he passes the ball back to Ryo. Ryo has to decide if he wants to pass it behind Isagi or Kaiser, but in the end, he knows that there is only one way they can go, and that's behind Kaiser. Leaving Nagi with Isagi, Nagi traps the ball as it's going down, and he pretends to shoot, but Isagi was able to see through it with his meta vision. Isagi thinks that Nagi will do a two-stage fake volley, so he tries to stop him from getting into his position. But when he does so, he realizes that Nagi wasn't going to do a two-stage fake volley, but instead a regular fake volley. Kaiser goes to block Nagi, but ends up getting hit by the same move Nagi used on Isagi. Isagi says that he can still manage to reach Nagi, but when he goes in to take the ball, it doesn't end too well for him, as he gets hit by another one of Nagi's fake volleys. As the ball is up in the air, Nagi thanks Isagi and tells him that he is now the best player in the world. He jumps up and shoots the ball into the net, making one of the craziest goals ever. As Nagi hits the ground, he screams out of happiness. Ryo also runs to him and makes a high five with the genius. As Nagi is walking, he says that he finally won, and that he finally beat Isagi. After that, he says that winning sure feels good. After that, Isagi goes over to Ryo and Nagi and says that he finally understands what makes the two of them tick, and that a goal like that was born of things like the springtime of youth. However, there is no value in success if you can't reproduce it, as Isagi says that he will crush the two of them and that there won't be any more miracles for the two of them. However, the two of them gladly took up Isagi's challenge, and after that, it was time for something incredible, with Chris Prince joining the match. Neo gets up and looks happy. He asks Chris if he is going to help the team at its final moment and become a mentor for them on the pitch as he should. However, he couldn't be more wrong, as Chris only wants to score the final goal and become the hero of this match. Chris compliments Nagi's goal, but turns to Ryo as he asks him if he didn't want to become the best player in the world alone, and asks if he has already given up on that ideal. However, Ryo says that it doesn't matter anymore, and that his real dream is winning the World Cup. He's fine with Nagi becoming the world's #1 if it means that Ryo can be his right-hand man, and Bluelock is just a stepping stone for the sake of his dream. Chris asks if that's his new ideal, but Ryo denies that and says that that's his ego. Suddenly, someone else joins their conversations. It's Noah, who is getting up from his seat and is ready to join the fun. From afar, we have Isagi looking at the two masters as he says that with Noah and Chris, the field is bound to change, and Isagi has to sort out the situation so that he can take over this match. This is the first time since acquiring Metavision that Isagi was able to have all of his abilities evolve exponentially, but even then, it wasn't enough to beat Kaiser. Isagi's speed and overall body movement are slower than Kaiser's, and on top of that, Isagi doesn't have Kaiser's impact. Even if Isagi uses his direct shot, Kaiser will just show up and stop it with his Metavision. The final piece Isagi needs in order to beat Kaiser is to have at least one thing where he can overcome him. However, it's not only Isagi who is analyzing the field as we see Yukimiya in the distance. Yukimiya says that he hasn't accomplished anything and that he has just run around like an idiot on the field. Even though his vision is fine, it is getting a little blurry. However, Yukimiya can't be worried about that right now, because if this match ends like this, he won't get another chance. And with one goal left, both Yukimiya and Isagi are determined to be the ones to steal the last goal. Noah tells the team that he will ally himself with whoever plays the most logically, while Chris tells the Manshine to watch him become the hero. And with that, the game starts with Kaiser passing his guard dog. Isagi thinks about what Noah said, and knows that with these last 3 minutes, he's got to be as calm and precise as possible and live up to Noah's expectations. Kaiser and NESS pass around for a bit before Chris goes up to Kaiser, says that he has heard great things about him, and asks him to show him what he is made of. However, Kaiser doesn't fall for Chrissy's childish trick and passes it back to NESS before Chris calls him a coward little boy, which makes Kaiser really angry as he demands NESS to pass him and challenges Chris. The duel is really close with both players playing at their peak and not leaving even the smallest of gaps, which makes it impossible to interfere. Chris taunts Kaiser some more, which leads to him facing him right on, starting with a double-touch nutmeg before they go back to back. With that, Chris somehow got the upper hand and told Kaiser that he really was just a small fry. However, just then, Noah comes forward, and he will reach the ball first if it weren't for our favorite Ryo Mikage, who comes in and tackles the ball away. Isagi is stunned at how Ryo managed to react to all that, and says that Ryo is starting to attain his meta vision. Anyway, the second ball falls to Chigiri, who easily gets behind most of Bastard Munchen's defense. As he sees his zone, he says that it's game over, but unfortunately for him, Yukimiya comes and runs his fun, as he says that it's time to defang and declaw him, and with that, all of the strikers assemble in Bastard Munchen's goal area. Chigiri makes a fake shot to get behind Yukimiya, who couldn't keep up with Chigiri's tricks, but just as Chigiri is about to shoot, Kaiser comes from behind, ruins his balance and says that he was too slow. However, before Chigiri loses the ball, he makes sure not to waste it as he passes to Chris. Chris is in his zone, and he is going to need that if he wants to defeat Noah. Noah tells Chris that there is nowhere for him to shoot, but Chris just smiles. As he tells Noah that he has designed a weapon specifically made to break Noah, Chris chips the ball over both Noah and Kunigami. But that's not all, because they quickly realize that the ball is a knuckleball. Chris screams at his shot to go and says that he doesn't even know where it's going. Gagamaru is stunned. He has no idea where his shot will land and says that there's no way that he can stop this incredible shot. However, just then the goat himself, Isagi Yoichi, comes closer to Gagamaru. Gagamaru notices that Isagi isn't even looking at the ball, but before he can think any further, Isagi screams for him to go low while he takes high. And with their teamwork, they were able to block Chris's shot. Isagi's save shocks Chris to his core, but Isagi thinks that it was easy to read. Even though it's impossible to read the shot's trajectory, Isagi could still read which point was the most vulnerable, and if he could just defend that spot, they would be fine. It was a huge gamble, but it paid off in the end, and Isagi has now devoured the world's number 2 as he says that it's his turn. The ball goes up in the sky and Isagi screams for someone to take it, and who else would it be if it weren't our favorite shark boy, Corona? Isagi thinks that he can finally see it. Ever since Chris and Noah entered the game, the field has been a lot more chaotic, and even Kaiser wouldn't be able to fully understand the current situation yet. If Isagi can hit them with an all-out counter right now, with Corona's help, there's a big chance that he will be able to score. This is Isagi's golden opportunity, but just then someone comes and steals the ball. However, it's not anyone from Manshine City, but instead Yukimiya, who comes in and sweeps the ball away from Isagi. Isagi asks Yukimiya what he is thinking, but Yukimiya tells him to shut up, as he runs, saying that this game is his and that he is running out of time. Yukimiya gets behind both Chigiri and Ryo with ease, but before we can continue with Yukimiya's carnage, we get a flashback. Yukimiya has finally gotten his glasses and asks the doctor how they look on him. The doctor assures him that they look great and that the treatment is going smoothly as well. He tells Yukimiya that his eyes haven't gotten better or worse and asks him to be patient. Yukimiya smiles and says that he has finally come to terms with his diagnosis, as he says the phrase, "God will never give us more than we can handle." And that's why Yukimiya believes that God wouldn't have given him this condition if he didn't believe that he would be able to overcome it. As he breaks through all of the no-names of Manshine City, he says that the golden opportunity finally came. When he has gotten through 6 of their players, he gets his chance to shoot, and he doesn't hesitate as he shoots an amazing gyro shot. The goalkeeper says that the spin is abnormal as it drops and fades away, and that he won't be able to reach it after that. But just then, someone else comes into the picture, and it's no small fry, as Chris comes and kicks the ball away and ends it by calling it pathetic. After Chris's incendiary display, we see Henri and Ego talking, with Henri calling Yukimiya's shot close and saying that if it had gone in, Yukimiya would have scored a super goal. However, Chris Prince isn't someone to underestimate. After that, Ego says that for Yukimiya to definitely score, he would have needed to juke the last 2 defenders and also win in a 1v1 duel against Chris himself. And by that time, the rest of the defense would have caught up, meaning that the chance of Yukimiya scoring was 0%. And if that wasn't enough, Ego says that he's glad that Chris blocked it, because if the shot had gone in, the after effects would have been disastrous in the long run, just like the last goal. Henri asks Ego if he's talking about Nagi's goal, and Ego says that it was a shitty fluke goal. Henri is stunned and says that Nagi's goal was amazing and that it's already blowing up on social media, with headlines like Nagi Seishiro is the best player in the world, and that goal is already the best goal of the century. Ego is surprised and says that all he felt from it was a sense of foreboding, and says that it's impossible for Nagi to ever replicate that goal again. Nagi's talent is off the charts, but even for someone like him, it went a little bit too well, and with attaining success above your talent level can have a dangerous after effect. He says that Yukimiya's result was to be expected, and the reason he failed was that he thinks too highly of himself. Henri asks him if that isn't a part of being a striker. However, confidence and delusion are 2 completely different things, and success won't come to people who blind themselves with deluded fantasies. After that, we are back in the game, and Isagi goes forward to Yukimiya and tells him to stop fucking around. If Yukimiya hadn't gotten in his way, he would have had a good chance of scoring. After that, Isagi sees Yukimiya's face and calls down. He even compliments Yukimiya's shot. And after that, he asks Yukimiya to team up with him. Isagi says that since they know about the gyro shot, they'll be on alert for it, and that's why, for this game, they will use the gyro shot as a decoy. While Yukimiya sends Isagi an assist, since the Manshine City hasn't seen them link up, it'll catch them off guard. And with Yukimiya assisting Isagi, their chances of being used in the next game will dramatically increase. However, Yukimiya tells Isagi to fuck off, and says that he made it very clear that he will be the hero of this match and that he will overcome this challenge all by himself. However, this really upsets Isagi, who starts screaming at him, and she tells Yukimiya to get over his own pride and that this is the most beneficial for both of them. But Yukimiya just asks Isagi if that's the same thing he told everyone before devouring their fantasies. In the end, all Isagi cares about is himself. And with that, Yukimiya finally understands that Isagi and Kaiser are a pair of self-centered shitheads, and if the world is only going to reward asses like them, then this world is just fucked up. After that, Isagi says that even in this situation, Yukimiya is filled with nothing but childish thoughts. And if that's the case, then Isagi wouldn't want to live in a world with a deluded narcissist asshole like yourself. As he ends it by telling Yukimiya to watch his precious fantasy sink straight to hell. The game restarts with a throw-in from Bastard MUNCHEN. However, Isagi still can't get Yukimiya out of his mind, as he wonders why he and Yukimiya can't just understand each other. Isagi is pissed that Yukimiya outright rejected his offer, even though it benefited the two of them. However, Isagi knows there's no way that Yukimiya will fulfill his wish, as he is so self-centered and thinks that he is the protagonist. But just then, something clicks for Isagi as he thinks back to Nagi calling himself the protagonist. The belief that you're the protagonist and the drive to accomplish something are all forms of egoism. However, just as it's happening, Yukimiya once again takes the ball from NESS, but Ryo quickly comes to stop him, which he does with ease as he takes the ball away from Yukimiya. Isagi says that while he tried to understand others from his own point of view, in doing so, he forgot to look at things from their point of view. And then he finally understood that everyone is their own protagonist, and with that, he looked back and said that it was obvious that he and Yukimiya couldn't see eye to eye, because their individual feelings of egocentrism override one another, and Isagi was unconsciously making him a side character in his story. And if the two of them continue to think of themselves as the protagonist, they will never be able to score. However, that stops now, as he has found his last piece while he will grasp while using metavision. After that, we see Ryo comfortably demolish Bastard MUNCHEN's defense as he says that his body has become super sharp. His thoughts and movements are going at a super high speed, and Ryo feels invincible. With this new power, he can even end this game. Chris, AGI, and Chigiri is all headed to the goal. However, all of them are his sacrificial pawns for his treasure to shine. Grim comes in an attempt to stop Ryo, but Ryo knows that he is so close to his destination that he powers through a bit more. But just as he is about to pass to Nagi, Isagi comes from his side and kicks away the ball. The ball goes up, and it sadly falls to Chris, who gets accompanied by Noah, who does some crazy moves to get the ball away once again. This time it falls to Chigiri. However, Chigiri can't advance any further as he is blocked by Corona, so he has no chance but to pass to AGI, who gets manhandled by Kaiser. And I don't know how Manshine City is so lucky, but the ball once again falls into their hands as Ryo is completely free in the box. Ryo says that even God decided to become his ally before shooting an outstanding shot. However, it's going to take a bit more than that to defeat Gagamaru, who uses his ultra-fast reflexes to save the ball. However, it was secretly a pass to Nagi, who traps the ball right in front of Gagamaru. And when all hope was lost, a hero came to the rescue, and who else would it be if not Isagi, who steals the ball from Nagi, who stole it from Gagamaru? A real tongue twister. Isagi has come to the conclusion that if he can analyze everyone's egocentrism and then calculate where those egocentrisms intersect, he will be able to crush those miraculous goals. And then, in the end, he will be the main protagonist. Isagi looks for the best scoring option, but is quickly shocked as most of them are cut down by the Manshine City players. But just then, Korna came forward, telling Isagi to use him as they started their countless 1-2s with each other. Isagi knows that what he is lacking is the necessary physical ability to utilize metavision at its full power, and if he can just level up his abilities a tiny bit, he will reach the next level. However, that's not possible right now, as he's too weak, and just then Ryo goes to block Isagi, telling him to just try to get past him. Isagi is quickly losing hope, but just then, he finds a new light. As the man himself, Noah tells him to go, and that he has decided to ally himself with Isagi. Isagi is shocked that Noah has decided to ally himself with him, but quickly goes back to reality as Noah tells Isagi to get more creative and increase his options. This opens up a whole new world for Isagi, who is now seeing multiple options. Noah asks him if those options can be achieved realistically, and Isagi says that they can, and that he has no doubt about it. However, he tells Noah that he sees too many options, and that he can't pick the best one. Noah tells him to get rid of the unnecessary ones, and to think more logically. He asks Isagi what he desires more than anything right now, and Isagi coldly tells him that it's to destroy Kaiser. However, it's not only Noah who is here to help Isagi, as Corona also comes to join in on the fun. The three of them play with the Manshine City team as if they were a bunch of kindergartners, even handling Chris and Kaiser with no problem at all. Isagi says that this feeling of flow that he is experiencing is completely different. The mental state of being fully immersed in one's own actions, aka protagonism, is the key to activating flow. And with that, Isagi asks all of the protagonists in this game to come to him and be devoured. After that, we leave Isagi for a brief moment as we focus on Yukimiya. As he looks at Isagi from the sidelines, he is filled with envy that Isagi is even getting help from Noah himself, and wonders what it is that Isagi has that he doesn't. However, deep down, Yukimiya knows that what Isagi is saying is realistically correct, but if he wanted to think realistically, he would have given up a long time ago. Yukimiya's dream is to be the best football player. It's the only way he knows to live and is the sole reason that he is alive. Yukimiya doesn't care for Isagi anymore, as he will be the one to send him to hell. Following that, we see that Isagi is in a bit of a rush, as he only has 19 seconds left before Noah will be forced to switch out. However, he will make their last play with Noah worth it. As Isagi gets closer to his goal, we see Ego with his pretty little toes out, telling Isagi to show them how it ends. Back on the field, Isagi and Kaiser are going head to head, and just as Kaiser is about to steal the pass from Corona, Noah comes in his way. This makes Kaiser freeze for a second, and Isagi doesn't let it go to waste, as he slips behind Kaiser. However, the foe just keeps on coming, as Chigiri uses his incredible speed to catch up to Isagi. But ultimately, he catches the biggest L I have seen in a while, as Isagi takes him down with ease. After Chigiri lies Nagi, who gets hit with a fake shot from Isagi, who instead passes to Corona. Isagi is so close to scoring now, but just then, Yukimiya comes beside him with a really menacing look to him. Yukimiya thinks that he will hijack Corona's course with the help of his speed, but he quickly realizes that he has just played right into Isagi's hands. As Isagi gets behind him and tells him that he is the final piece to the puzzle, Corona gets ready to pass Isagi, and at that time, Yukimiya finally understands that there is no way for him to catch up to Isagi, as he says that Isagi will definitely become a player that will change the world, while his fantasy will fade into complete obscurity, forgotten forever. After that, we see that Chris has finally come to join the fight, as he tells Isagi that he wasn't good enough. However, Isagi is confident, as he says that Chris's opponent isn't him, but instead Noah. Noah manages to get the pass forward to Isagi, as he asks him if even the world's #1 is a pawn in his game. And here we have it. Isagi will finally score, is what I would like to say. But unfortunately, Kaiser comes in the way, and runs off Isagi's center point, making him unable to use a direct shot. However, Isagi tells him that it's perfect, and if Kaiser hadn't come, Isagi would have been the protagonist. But since he came, the one Isagi plunged into darkness will resurrect from the verge of death, as he passes the ball to Yukimiya. Before we can see what happens with Yukimiya, we see Isagi asking Kaiser if he was able to predict his last play, as he grabs onto Kaiser and asks him how it feels to be the clown in Isagi's story. Even Kaiser is scared, as he tells Isagi that he is nuts. After that, we finally get back to Yukimiya, who shoots a killer ball. And it's not just any shot either, as it's Yukimiya's specialty, the gyro shot. However, Ryo is also headed to the goal, and just as he is about to reach the ball, it drops down to the ground, evading Ryo's leg, but also bouncing up to the top of the net. With that, Yukimiya brings glory to Bastard MUNCHEN as they finally win the game with a close 3-2 score. Both Yukimiya and Isagi are over the moon about their goal. After everyone has arrived, Yukimiya goes forward to Isagi, and they start a staring contest before Isagi tells Yukimiya that he is sorry. Yukimiya looks happily surprised as he tells Isagi that if he hadn't passed him, he would have been finished. Yukimiya also apologizes for the terrible things he said before, but Isagi tells him that he needed Yukimiya's strength in that last play. Isagi tells him that to beat Kaiser as a playmaker, he simply used Yukimiya as a tool, and that everything was going according to plan, except for the end. Because Isagi didn't expect Ryo to come in charging as he did, but despite that, Yukimiya managed to score a super goal, and Isagi tells him that was his win. Yukimiya asks Isagi how he managed to draw up that crazy last play. He also asks Isagi if he didn't draw it up so that Isagi could be the one to score the winning goal. Isagi tells him that he would have scored if Kaiser hadn't gotten in his way. Kaiser saw what Isagi was up to and efficiently moved to crush his goal. Isagi also says that right now, he can't beat Kaiser in a straight-up battle. and that's why he passed to Yukimiya his own trump card that only he had envisioned, and it was all to destroy Kaiser. And of course, to show the world that Isagi was the best player on the field by far, Yukimiya is shocked at Isagi's ability to think this far ahead, and he tells him that he is a real pain in the ass, and that he is far too clever for his own good. However, he admits that Isagi was without a doubt the man of the match. Isagi tells Yukimiya to keep on being that same bream-obsessed idiot that he has always been, and to not even dare become a player, which Isagi can simply manipulate. Yukimiya smiles and says that this twisted relationship suits them before giving each other a high five and saying to each other that they will devour each other until only one of them is left standing. NESS sees this and thinks to himself how disgusting this is before telling them that they are wrong and that a striker would never pass in that situation. He tells them that all this about destroying Kaiser is false and that Isagi just couldn't hack it, so he chickened out and went with an assistant. Isagi calls NESS Kaiser's stupid lackey and tells him that he simply couldn't understand his last play and asks if he should dumb it down for him. NESS gets furious before Kaiser comes and shuts him down. Kaiser compliments Isagi and tells him that in the last play in that split second, Isagi saw further into the future than he managed to do, and tells him that this match is Isagi's win. However, he also tells him that this time he had Noah backing him up, and that the next time they fight, it will be without Noah backing either one of them up, and ends it with saying that they are both strikers, and to see which one of them scores the most goals. When he awaits Isagi's response, he can see Isagi falling to the ground. So he lets NESS go and catches Isagi by his hair. Yukimiya is in shock, and Noah asks Kaiser what's wrong, but Kaiser just tells him that he is overheated. Kaiser tells him that he has recklessly pushed past his limits and calls him the goddamn egoist, which sounds pretty cool. With that, Neo Egoist League Match 3 is finished. Isagi wakes up and sees Noah cooking up some tea as the waifu he is. Noah tells Isagi that he collapsed and had slept for 10 hours before offering him some water. After that, Noah asks Isagi if he were able to dethrone Kaiser, as he said he would. Isagi thinks back to the game and says that he was able to dethrone Kaiser for at least a moment. So naturally, Noah asks Isagi what's next. So Isagi chugs the precious water he got from his idol, and tells him that he will defeat Kaiser with goals. And when Noah asks Isagi to verbalize how he plans to do that, Isagi says that he can see it, and tells Noah that he learned to use his eyes and brain in the last game. Isagi tells Noah that he calls it metavision and explains it to him. He says that he takes shots of the entire field at once, using his peripheral vision, and then from a bird's eye view, he makes decisions and reads the flow of the game. However, that alone wasn't enough because Isagi realized that each person has their own protagonism, and if you can crush that, you can lower their level of performance. However, on the flip side, if you can link up with an ally's protagonism, you can create a chemical reaction. After that, Isagi apologizes for not having his thoughts organized yet. But Noah tells him that it's fine and says that he wants to know what Isagi is thinking, which brings a smile to Isagi's face as his idol has finally approved of him. Isagi says that now he has to train the skills he is missing and that he wants to score next time. However, here comes the interesting part because Noah says, "So that's why he chose you." This makes Isagi a bit confused before Noah tells Isagi that the way he thinks about football, Noah has heard it before from a teammate over 10 years ago. Noah's first ever rival and the worst kind of football fanatic, and now the creator of Bluelock, Ego Jinpachi. And this is incredible, but Isagi is shocked that Noah knows him and asks him how they know each other. And Noah says that they were comrades in arms, and now that Noah is the best in the world, Ego is obsessed with the world's best. Anyway, after that, Noah just blue balls us and goes on telling Isagi that the next annual salary bidding auction was held while Isagi took his nap. However, I will only talk about the interesting ones. So first we see Karasu with 12 million yen, which is kind of a steal if we are being honest. And then we have my boy Nico at a steady 14th with 23.5 million yen. However, after that, we got Corona, and I am so happy to see him here. Anyway, we also have Aiku at 27 million yen, Gagamaru with 28, Yukimiya with 29, and Jigiri with 30. Noah says that those who played in matches, and of course those who scored, are highly rated, but also those who create many chances and dominate the midfield. As we can see here with Ryo at 40 million yen, and after him comes Kunigami with 47. However, forget everyone else because here comes our favorite poster boy, Isagi, in 4th place with a 50 million yen offer, which actually is the same as NESS has. Some comments Isagi got from social media were that the next generation Modric is here and that the heart of Bluelock is truly Isagi Yoichi. However, after Isagi comes Bachira, who got a 66 million offer. Bachira also scored a goal in the match between Italy and Spain, which was parallel to ISAGI'S match. Anyway, after Bachira comes to Nagi with an 88 million offer, which he definitely deserves. But now the one who scored a hat-trick in the Italy versus Spain match is none other than Baru, which is insane. Baru got a 100 million yen offer, and on top of that, he scored a hat-trick. After that, Noah casually tells Isagi that their next match is against the Ubers, and that match is gonna be insane. After that, we get to see that an interviewer has come to the Bluelock. The interviewer's name is Nihei Shusaku, and if you think back to some of the first chapters of the series, you will remember that this is actually the guy who interviewed Itoshi-sai in the beginning. Anyway, Nihei asks this mysterious player, who really isn't that mysterious, how it feels to have garnered such praise and attention, after being awarded the Man of the Match award in the Bastard MUNCHEN vs Manshine City match, and also receiving an offer of 50 million yen from Bastard MUNCHEN. This player is also considered by many to be the eye of the storm in the new generation of footballers. And after that, we see the mysterious player. And would you look at that? It's Isagi Yoichi. Anyway, Isagi tells Nihei that he is very thrilled to think that an average high schooler like him would be given this golden opportunity to have his skills shown to the world. Isagi says that thanks to Bluelock, his life has changed so much. Nihei thanks Isagi for his great answers, and then thinks that Isagi is a really nice kid, easy to work with, and totally different from Sei. Anyway, Nihei continues with the questions, and asks Isagi about the offer from Bastard MUNCHEN. He reads up on some comments that one of Bastard's scouts gave after the match. The scout said that he would like to pair up Isagi with Noah, and also says that Isagi is a new type of versatile midfielder who's skilled in both offense and defense. After that, Nihei asks Isagi how he feels about these comments. Isagi thinks for a bit, and says that he is glad that a club like Bastard MUNCHEN thinks so highly of him as a midfielder, but Isagi wants to survive in this world as a striker, denying the speculations of Isagi becoming a midfielder. However, Isagi doesn't stop there, as he says that even if he can act as a creative outlet in the midfield, he wants to do so as a striker, because Isagi wants to win by scoring goals. Call it egotistical, but this is something that Isagi will not yield to anyone. Nihei thanks Isagi for his straightforward answer, and thinks that an egotistical mindset that aims to devour everything that he desires, and says that this is really the football philosophy of a Bluelock player. Anyway, after that, Nihei thanks Isagi for their interview and tells him that he can't wait to see what kind of player he becomes. Right as Isagi leaves the room, he is greeted by both Corona and Igarashi, who have both been eavesdropping on him. Anyway, both of them tell Isagi that his interview was super lit, and that he and Nagi are trending like crazy on social media. While they are standing and talking, Raichi comes out of the shower, kind of making fun of Isagi, and also making fun of Igarashi and Corona. But let me just say this, I am fine with people slandering Igarashi and even Isagi, but when it comes to Corona, it's strictly forbidden. Because just look at him, he is even doing his infamous shark pose. So yeah, I have big problems with Raichi from this point on. Anyway, after that, Raichi is about to just casually walk, so Igarashi stops him, asks him what's wrong with praising someone who did something incredible, and tells Raichi to stop being so goddamn stubborn. Raichi waits up and says that right now, he is the honest person in the world, and tells them that he is really frustrated. Isagi is a bit shocked before Raichi continues, and says that the weakling that was with him on Team Z is now one of the most prized young footballers in the world. He tells Isagi to watch as he drags him down and takes the #1 spot. And Isagi is just his regular happy self, and tells Raichi that he can't wait for it. Anyway, after that, Igarashi also bounces, as he says that he has some trading to do, and runs off saying that he will become a superstar. Isagi turns to Corona, and asks him what Yukimiya has been up to. Corona asks him if he hasn't heard, and asks him to follow him. After that, we see both Yukimiya and Chris doing a photo shot, where it looks like they are doing a commercial for a pair of sunglasses, as they are heavily promoting them, which just looks fun for some reason. Chris tells Yukimiya that he is really good at this, and says that firstly, it was only going to be him in the commercial, but after watching Yukimiya play, Chris personally asked them to cast them together. Yukimiya thanks him, and says that it's an honor working with him. However, Chris tells him that it's fine and starts complimenting Yukimiya's insane goal against Manshine City. Chris also says that in addition to being a good player, you need to be popular too, and says that not to brag, but that he can work with anyone when it comes to this, which is essentially just bragging, but whatever. However, Yukimiya asks Chris if he was the right choice, and asks if it wouldn't have been better with Isagi. He did become the man of the match after all. But that awakes Chris's inner demon as he says that he will never forgive him for ruining his moment to show the world that he is the #1 player in the world and not Noah. Anyway, it's fine, because after Chris is done, he says that he isn't mad or anything, so we have to trust his words, right? After that, Chris tells Yukimiya to see each other at the next World Cup and asks Yukimiya to tell Isagi to be there as well. When they are done, Henri comes and tells Yukimiya that Ego wants to see him alone. Yukimiya enters Ego's room and Ego starts telling him that when you overwork yourself, black spots appear, and once your vision becomes blurry. Sadly, there's no current way to cure that, only one way to slow down its progression, and the sickness is called optic neuropathy. Ego turns around to Yukimiya and asks him how long he was planning to hide it from him. Yukimiya is shocked and right away apologizes. He tells Ego that he didn't tell him because he doesn't want anyone to feel sorry for him. The Ego understands and tells Yukimiya to speak freely as he isn't recording his conversation. Ego also says that he isn't some vulgar trash who would release people's private information to others. Yukimiya once again apologizes for not telling Ego, however Ego says that he already knew about Yukimiya's condition and that he always runs a background check before you enter Bluelock. Ego just didn't see any point in bringing it up until now, and with that, Ego goes into the real matter at hand. He tells Yukimiya that he has already sent all of his medical data to the club that sent him the offer and says that it's only natural for him to have a pro contract, and that's to be expected when clubs offer this huge sum of money. It's only right that we report any injuries or illnesses. Yukimiya is quiet, but Ego continues. He reads up what the club responded with. The club said this: "We would like to help Yukimiya with his treatment. We will pay for the entire treatment. That's how much they value his talents. So please play for us." This heavily shocks Yukimiya, but he still stays quiet, so Ego talks some more. Ego says that it's still uncertain whether Yukimiya's eyes will fully heal, but that the club is willing to do anything it can to support him. Ego even says that offers like this don't come very often, and asks Yukimiya if he is going to accept their offer. Yukimiya tells Ego that he can tell them to wait while he makes his final decision, even though he is very thankful to Ajax for making such an offer, and that he normally would have accepted it without any hesitation. However, Yukimiya doesn't feel like he deserves this offer, because he was only able to shine with Isagi's help. And if Yukimiya decides to accept this offer now, then he feels that this is as far as his ego is going to grow. And that's why he would like them to wait until the Neo Egoist League is over before deciding how valuable Yukimiya is to them. Ego says that he understands. However, he tells Yukimiya that there's no guarantee that this offer will still be standing here waiting for him. And Yukimiya says that he understands, that he will no longer ask God for miracles, and that he will now change his destiny with his own hands. After that, we get a single panel of Hiyori, who sits on the ground and says that football is tiring. After that, we get to see a big picture of baby Hiroi and his two parents. His dad was a silver medalist at the All Japan Judo Championships, while his mother was ranked second in Japan in the high jump. With their parents having tasted the bitter feeling of always finishing second, they made it their mission to make their child a champion, and that became his destiny as soon as he was born. From a young age, Hiro's parents pushed for him to become the best, with his mother taking care of his health and making sure that he ate right, to his father pushing him onto more training and studying tactics. Everything they did was for Hiroi to become the #1 in football, the most popular sport in the world. His parents even put him in an intense elite training program, and the only thing they talked about was how he had gotten better and how he could become the best. But in reality, Hiroi wanted to spend more time with his friends. But with his parents' big smiles, he couldn't say no, so he made sure to always make them happy, and so he continued to play football. Hiroi thought that his parents loved him, but that all changed one night when he woke up to his parents screaming. His dad is yelling at his mom that his numbers aren't high enough and that it's her job to take care of his diet. His mom tries to define it and says that it might be his teaching methods that are the problem. This makes Hirois's dad furious, and he says that at the rate Hirois is developing, he won't become a pro. After that, Hiyori's mom wonders why she even married him in the first place, as he is a total asshole. To end it, they said that they had entrusted Hiroi to fulfill their dreams, and that if Hiroi can't become the #1 in the world, then they want a divorce. This shocks Hiroi, who suddenly loses his balance and falls down the stairs. His parents rush to his aid right away. When they come to Hiroi, he asks them if it's his fault that they are getting a divorce, but they just ignore that and ask Hiroi if his foot is broken and call an ambulance just to be sure. However, they aren't doing this out of love. They are just doing this to make sure that their dreams don't die. And Hiroi notices that as he says that his parents aren't even looking at him, his parents don't care about him. They only care about his talent. But despite everything, Hiroi kept on playing football even though his parents didn't love him, because as long as he kept on playing football, his family would stay together. And then one day, he will become the world's #1 striker, but he still wonders what his true purpose is in life. Because after all, Hiroi chose to live his life according to a character description, and his life became easier as a result. After that, we fast forward to after a training session, where Karasu Tobito, who was playing along with Hiroi, comes up to him and calls him remarkable. Hiroi thanks him, and Karasu introduces himself. He says that he is 1 year older, but he still plays for Bambi Osaka Youth. After that, Karasu even tells Hiyori that he is a genius and that Hiyori is born with impressive physical ability and superb ball control, combined with a high football IQ, and not to mention Hiroi's left leg, which Karasu calls erotic as hell. And dude, I completely agree with Karasu. However, in the final third, Hiroi's passion in front of the goal is just average, and Karasu says that it's as if his mind and body aren't in sync. And Karasu asks Hiroi if he truly loves football. Hiroi tells him that he is right, calls Karasu amazing, and says that it's really obvious to some people. However, Karasu quickly says that in Hiroi's state, he doesn't stand a chance against him. But Hiroi hits Karasu with another question, and asks him if he likes to have huge expectations forced on him. Karasu is confused, and Hiroi tells him that all his life, Hiroi's parents have just forced their expectations on him, and says that that's probably why he doesn't truly love football. However, when Hiroi is done, Karasu just says it's boring, and tells him to just think about it later. And to start with yourself, and to believe in yourself, he tells Hiroi to find something that truly gets his blood pumping. Hiroi stands still, and wonders what he is supposed to believe in. Besides, he doesn't even want to play football, and if his parents weren't around, what would he really be doing with his life? Hiroi just doesn't get it, and when his parents come to him to show his invitation to Bluelock, he thinks that he would like them to stop, and calls them disgusting, and kind of envisions them fading away while he says, not to heap expectations on him ever again. And when the day comes for Hiyori to go to Bluelock, his parents are excited and tell him that they are rooting for him. But for Hiroi, the Bluelock is just a place to escape, as he says that he never wants to live in that house again. After that, we get back into real time, where Isagi comes to Hiroi and asks him to help him practice, and Hiroi agrees. After that, we get into a steaming hot bathtub scene with Ryo and Nagi. Ryo is ecstatic over being worth 40 million yen and asks Nagi how he feels about being worth a stunning 88 million yen. Nagi tells him that it's unreal, but asks Ryo why he's so giddy when they lost their last match. However, Ryo tells him that it's because Nagi is blowing up on every social media thanks to his incredible goal. But Nagi just says that it's kinda lit, which is such a Nagi response. After the bath, they sit down, and Nagi tells Ryo that he honestly can't picture himself becoming the world's best striker. All this time he's been playing to beat Isagi, and when he finally did it, it felt like a dream. And because of that, he feels like it would be impossible for him to aim to become the world's #1, as he isn't really a motivated guy to begin with. Ryo tells Nagi that it's probably because the challenge of becoming the world's #1 is too far away, which makes Nagi lose motivation. But then Ryo remembers that Nagi had said that he just wanted to play video games all day and not work, and because of that, their new goal should be to earn 300 million, as the average lifetime earnings of a Japanese male is around 300 million, and that's why they are gonna go wild in the Neo Egoist League and raise Nagi's value to 300 million. Then Ryo gets a possessed look at him and goes on a little rant about capitalist men. When he's done with his rant, he asks Nagi if 300 million is a good goal. Nagi says that it seems doable, but he also says that all of this reminds him about the first time he asked Nagi to play football. Nagi had no idea that he would become so passionate about something, and thanked Ryo for introducing him to football. Ryo can't believe what it is that he heard coming out of Nagi's mouth, and quickly asks if he's okay. However, Nagi ensures him that he's okay. But Nagi's speech motivated Ryo, who now says that it means that they aren't done yet, and that they should aim toward winning the World Cup and becoming the world's #1. After that, we move over to the bastard MUNCHEN side, where Kaiser is going over the last goal. NESS comes forward and says that he admires his hard work, but that he should at least use his blue light glasses. Kaiser thanks him before telling NESS that he's always managed to crush all of the clueless rookies, second-rate veterans, fading superstars, and you could even say that Kaiser is his happiest when he's crushing other people's lives. But even so, it's something about Isagi that he can't seem to beat, and even says that in the last game, Isagi definitely surpassed his expectations. NESS tries to defend Kaiser right off the bat, saying that Isagi gave up on trying to score, and therefore Kaiser is better than him. Kaiser then splashes his drink on NESS and says that he already knows all of that, But why is it that Isagi still dares to defy him? Kaiser showed Isagi their vast difference in strength and broke him multiple times. But even with all that, Isagi keeps getting back up like a zombie. It's as if the more obstacles that are in his path, the more excited he gets, and he even manages to clear all of his obstacles by the skin of his teeth. NESS goes back to his rat ways and says that it doesn't change anything, and that Kaiser is still superior. However, Kaiser ignores NESS's slick talk and asks him why he chose to come to Bluelock. NESS tells him that he's here to either prove he's Noah's equal when playing alongside him, or use the Neo Egoist League auction system to win an even bigger offer and then use it to force his way out of Bastard MUNCHEN. And for once in his life, NESS is right. Anyone with half a brain knows that Bastard MUNCHEN is Noah's team, and in a Noah-centric system, he's just a secondary character, and because of that, it's impossible for him to become the world's best striker. And that's why he chose to participate in the Neo Egoist League to boost his brand. But now Isagi has managed to grow to exceed Kaiser's expectations. Even so, if Kaiser manages to devour Isagi, he will then manage to skyrocket in popularity. Kaiser has a fearful look as he tells Isagi that he's finally big enough to eat and starts shouting at his screen like a 14-year-old Fortnite player. NESS then leaves, and when he's just gotten out of the room, he slams himself against the wall, furious while biting his lips, saying that Kaiser is now more interested in someone other than him, and curses out Isagi. While NESS is busy idolizing Isagi, he is out training with both Igarashi and Raichi, and of course, Igarashi is the first one to fold. After that, he does some one-touches with Corona and can keep up fairly well. After that, it's time for some off-the-ball training, and he manages to completely outplay Yukimiya and score, which shocks everyone at how much Isagi has improved. Isagi sits down, and Hiroi throws him a water bottle, asking him if he's using meta vision. Isagi says that it's amazing to use his peripheral vision to scan and read the entire field, comparing it to the reflex theory that Hiyori told him about before. His only difference from then is that his body couldn't keep up with his thought process. Hiroi tells him that from an outside point of view, it looks like Isagi is just exploding at an incredibly fast rate, but for Isagi, he's just steadily leveling up. They talk about the last game, and Hiroi tells Isagi that from the bench it looked like his playmaking and moment were off the charts, and says that it was like Isagi was manipulating every single player on the field. But not only that, but with his egocentrism, he has been able to perfectly read everyone's mental state, also saying that it was no wonder Yukimiya felt that Isagi was a godlike game master in that last play. When Isagi hears those words, he instantly compares it to the field he first had when facing Rin. And not only that, but he managed to do it in the Neo Egoist League, against the world's best. However, even if this training is a success and Isagi manages to successfully level up, there's still only a 40% chance of him winning against Kaiser. Hiroi is amazed that Isagi can visualize that far ahead and tells him that if that's the case, then he's fine. However, Isagi says that it will never be good enough as long as it isn't 100%. In the last game, he was only able to play freely because he had Noah supporting him, but he will never become the world's best if he keeps relying on others. And to finally be able to score a goal with 100% certainty, he's still one piece short. Just then, he overhears Igarashi and Raichi. Raichi is furious that Igarashi just keeps on diving for fouls, and Igarashi just tells him that it's his new techniques, which allows him to draw fouls on anyone who dares to challenge him from his right side. Their conversation makes Isagi's pieces scramble. Hiroi is laughing at how dumb Igarashi is, but Isagi tells him that this is perfect, saying that with his formula, he can destroy Kaiser. He runs faster than he's ever run, and on the way he thanks Igarashi. And Igarashi is right off the bat, scared that Isagi will take his foul technique, which is just so funny. Yukimiya goes towards Hiroi and says that Isagi just keeps on evolving and evolving. And Hiroi is even saying that he's a bit envious, saying that he also wants to be able to love football the way Isagi does. As Isagi is running, he says that he can definitely win with this, however for him to master it until the next game will be hard. Even so, there's one player who can help him. He goes into the training room and goes to Kunigami, saying that he needs his help. After that, we fast forward 5 days into the future, to when it's time for Noah to announce the starting 11 for their game against the Ubers. Noah starts with the goalkeeper, who is going to be played by Gagamaru. After that, we have the two center backs, which will be Mensah and Birkenstock. On the right back, we have our favorite shark boy Corona, and on the left, we have Yukimiya. And then, for the defensive midfielder, and possibly the key to this match, is none other than Raichi himself, saying that during their training sessions, when it came to dueling, he has able to really hold up his own. This makes Raichi ecstatic as he turns into some beast-like creature. After we move on from Monster Raichi, we have NESS, Grim, and Isagi taking up the midfield, which leaves Kunigami and Kaiser as the final strikers. Noah explains that the Ubers are an Italian team and that traditionally they've been a strong defensive team. Their master Snuffy is a strategist with the goal to make an intelligent and crafty team. Noah tells the players to expect them to deploy various countermeasures that will aim to destroy. The two key players on the offense will be Kaiser and Isagi, and the key to destroy them will be to destroy their defensive game plan. After that, Reichi starts pipping up and says that he will do his job to crush everyone in the midfield, while Isagi and Kaiser focus on scoring. Noah then says that to win this match, they have to win important 1v1s, making this match a test to see how they do in 1v1 duels. Noah then tells Kaiser not to get too fixated on Isagi, as Noah won't tolerate Kaiser's irrational and illogical plays anymore, ending it by telling them that if they are a striker, then they will have to prove it by scoring goals. The bastard MUNCHEN players start to walk out, but in the hall, Kaiser reminds Isagi that it's whoever scores the most goals that win, and tells him not to run away. After that, they get out on the field and meet up with the Ubers. The Ubers greet Isagi, and all of them are ready for payback, but the one who's the most fired up of them all is Baru, who goes to Isagi and straight up headbutts him. Isagi notices Baru's red highlights right off the bat and calls him out for it, calling him a narcissist. Even so, Baru says that he's proud over them and that he put them in to celebrate 100 million, while calling out Isagi for only being worth a pity of 50 million. But the Ubers players quickly come to ruin Baru's pride, as Aiku says that Baru suddenly wanted to pump himself up before facing Isagi. Baru quickly denies those claims and says that he suddenly wanted to go for a different look. However, Aryu and Nico add on, with Aryu saying that he's like a girl before a date and Nico calling him Princess Baru. And because of that, they end up in a headlock by Baru, just the typical Baru. Aiku then tells Isagi that the ones who'll be sitting on the Bluelock's throne will be the Ubers, and that just sounds so cold. After that, we get into the Bluelock central monitor room, where the chairman of the Japan Football Union comes in and tells Ego that Bluelock television is amazing and that they are making tons of money. He shows Ego a bunch of mascots he made, but Ego just smashes them into his face. Ego asks if that was all he came for, and the chairman says that it was. However, he also reminds Ego about the promise he made when he approved Bluelock television, and I'm so curious to know what the promise was, and if you have any guesses, then please leave it down in the comments. Back on the pitch, Isagi is thinking to himself, saying that he knows what he needs to do, and that he put in the necessary work during training. All that's left is for him to prove that his theory works in the actual game. And with that, the kickstart of the match starts. Kaiser and NESS trades passes to start it off like always, and as they are doing so, Isagi is looking at them from the side, saying that Uber's formation is an ultra-defensive formation that's tightly packed in the center, and even if they manage to shake their marks in the 1v1, the other Uber's players will immediately press them with 2 or even 3 players. Kaiser comes to Nico, and Nico thanks Kaiser for making Isagi stronger. After that, Kaiser passes to NESS. However, NESS jumps over it and lets it roll over to Grim. After Grim has gotten the ball, that's when NESS starts to run all that he can, moving all the way to the front. It looks like the ball is going to NESS, but in reality, he's just the bait for a much bigger fish, which of course is Kaiser, who's currently battling Nico. Isagi is amazed that they were able to break Uber's formation by making NESS make a run from the midfield. However, as the ball falls to Kaiser, another one appears. He cuts off the pass with pinpoint accuracy, and that's when we get to know that it's the heartbeat of Uber's defense, and also a next-generation World 11 by the name of Don Lorenzo the Ace Eater. Isagi says that Lorenzo managed to instantly catch on to Kaiser's unpredictable attack, and then positioned himself perfectly so that he could shut it down in one move, calling Lorenzo's vision, positioning, and physical ability all top-notch. Kaiser tells Lorenzo to stop laughing, and that every time he shows off those golden teeth of his, it pisses Kaiser off. Lorenzo ignores that and asks Kaiser if he's worth more than 300 million yen if he managed to shut Kaiser down. Kaiser just calls him a creepy, gold-toothed loan shark who only seeks people as money, which Lorenzo responds with a quote saying that there's nothing in this world that money can't buy, showing us his obsession with money. Then Lorenzo starts to brutally just point at everyone saying how much they are worth. Kind of rude. However, after that, he asks them if they are ready for their counterattack. Lorenzo is about to pass a long cross-up on the field, however Kunigami comes to stop him, but ends up with broken ankles by Lorenzo, who beautifully gets away from him, only to find Reichi behind. Reichi tells him to just try and get past him, however Lorenzo kind of owns him by calling him worthless, as he's worth absolutely 0, before doing some crazy ninja moves to get behind Reichi. Lorenzo makes a one-touch with Sendo to get behind Yukimiya. Igarashi gets up from his seat and tells them to do something to stop Lorenzo, Beside him, we have Hiroi, who's carefully watching the field saying that this is really bad. On defense, the Ubers string together consecutive presses and funnel their opponent towards Lorenzo, who lies in wait on the back line, and as soon as Lorenzo steals the ball, they make a switch. This makes it into a flexible system where Nico drops back to play centre-back while Lorenzo participates in the attack. They use their large number of players to their advantage to attack all at once and create a long-range zombie counter-attack. Lorenzo goes into a shooting stance and baits that guy that I forgot the name of. Corona goes to stop him, but Hiroi thinks that it's a mistake, and that the second they focus too much on stopping Lorenzo, they lose track of the one player who absolutely thrives in these situations, which of course is the king himself, Baru Shuei. Hiroi says Baru and Lorenzo together make a system where the two kings of offense and defense combine forces, saying that this is Uber's goal-scoring formula. However, before the ball can even get to Baru, someone stops it. And who else would it be, if not Isagi Yoichi? Isagi takes the ball and makes some really cool slide on the ground, but he says that it's nice to finally see the trick behind his hat trick, before saying that he will be taking the ball. Even Lorenzo is shocked that he's only worth 50 million. Isagi now has the ball. While running away from Baru, Isagi says that his body is now able to keep up a lot better with his thought. We can assume that Isagi went through some intense training with Kunigami before this match, as Isagi went to Kunigami for help some chapters ago. After that, we get these incredible panels with pieces flying everywhere, and Isagi saying that it's time to score of the counterattack. And who else would assist Isagi if it weren't for our favorite shark boy Corona, who alongside Isagi trades passes. Yukimiya is looking at the duo from afar as he says that attack with a counterattack of their own. With Lorenzo so high up the field, the Ubers still haven't organized their defense, and right now, Isagi and Corona is able to steamroll through the field. It seems like Isagi has really worked hard to improve for this match because his passing drills with Corona have really paid off. However, Isagi will get into some trouble as Yukimiya says that he will change his target to him and tells him to not take any hard feelings as this is their team's philosophy, devouring each other to create chemical reactions. However, Yukimiya is once again catching another L as Isagi uses Yukimiya to get behind one of the Uber's defender. Yukimiya compliments Isagi and says that his dribblings have drastically improved. However, it's more than that, because to get past the incoming defender, Isagi deliberately used Yukimiya as bait. Isagi finally has the thing which has been holding him down, a body to maximize his vision. As Isagi is running away, Yukimiya says that he is still evolving and that it's expected of his rival. After that, we see Kaiser, who has his eyes on Isagi and is probably thinking of a way to steal the ball away, but that quickly goes into ruin as Lorenzo blocks him. And I find it so funny that it's almost more players of bastard MUNCHEN who is trying to get the ball from Isagi than the Ubers. After that, we finally get to see Nico, and I wish the author showed him more because I love his character. Anyway, he says that since Lorenzo is marking Kaiser, he won't be able to fall back, and if they get hit on the counter in this situation, their first priority as defenders isn't to steal the ball, but rather focus on slowing down their attack. A defensive formation designed to stop a quick counter-attack by slowing down the pace of the game. However, their plan gets quickly thrown to the side, as Isagi isn't slowing down, but instead charging in. And Nico quickly realizes that Isagi and Corona knew that they were going to defend like this, so they have no choice but to challenge them in a speed battle. Isagi slips between Nico and Aiku, and is now headed to the goal. Corona passes him, but just then, Isagi gets accompanied. And of course, it isn't anyone from the Ubers, but instead, his own teammate again. But this time, it's NESS who tells Isagi that in the event of Lorenzo getting hold of Kaiser, it's then his job to crush Isagi by any means necessary. He says that after studying Isagi's direct shot, he realized that it's trash, a defective shot that he can only shoot with his right foot. NESS has a smug look on his face as he says that once he knocks Isagi off balance, he's finished. But Isagi asks him to think again as he uses his left foot, creating a lefty shot which goes right into the net, shocking everyone. But most importantly, giving Bastard MUNCHEN a 1-goal lead, the one who is most stunned of them all is NESS, who in shock asks Isagi what he did. After that, we can see different families all over the world being ecstatic over Isagi. However, I want to quickly focus in on this guy. If you have forgotten, then this was Isagi's first true fan. He came up to Isagi after the U20 match and asks him to shake his hand, which was so adorable. I really like how the Bluelock authors keep on showing him in different places. It makes it feel much more special and reminiscing in some kind of way. Anyway, back to the game. NESS is almost too stunned to speak. His voice is shaky when he confronts Isagi. He tells Isagi that it's impossible, an unknown attacking pattern, and shot a direct shot with his left foot while there was no data on it. NESS is furious as he screams at Isagi, asking him what he's done in the last few days. After that, we go back 5 days in time, when Isagi went to Kunigami for help. Thanks to Igarashi, Isagi realized that his direct shot's weakness is that he can only shoot it accurately with his right foot. However, Kunigami became two-footed after he copied Noel Noah's physical abilities, and then Isagi asks him to teach him. Kunigami is a bit freaked out, calling Isagi clingy and disgusting. Isagi is still determined, so he follows him and asks Kunigami to let him train together so that Isagi can study his body. Kunigami stops and says absolutely not, and that Isagi will just end up destroying his specs. Kunigami tells him that he became two-footed to survive the wild card. Even so, it only worked because he had the necessary physical attributes to pull it off. If Isagi were to try copying Kunigami, he would end up bulking up in the wrong place and then lose his body's balance, meaning that there's only a greater chance that his performance will deteriorate. As Kunigami walks out, he tells Isagi to forget about shortcuts to become stronger, telling him that if he goes for that route, he's finished as a football player. Isagi thinks that Kunigami just warned him, saying that Kunigami is still a good guy after all, before going after him. As they are going around the corner, they meet up with Chigiri, who tells Kunigami that he finally found him. Isagi asks Chigiri what he's doing inside the German stratum, and Chigiri says that he came to see Kunigami, saying that he basically ghosted Chigiri during and after the game. While Chigiri is talking to Kunigami, he just walks away telling him to piss off, and that he doesn't have anything to tell him. However, Chigiri doesn't give up and speaks his mind. He says that he understands that Kunigami has changed. His playstyle and aura are totally different from before. However, it isn't only Kunigami who's changed. Chigiri tells him that from now on, he will be keeping an eye on Kunigami and asks him to do the same. But just then, another one sneaks his head around the door opening. It's Bachira who asks if this is some kind of class reunion. Before rushing over and saying that he will join in, he throws the football in Isagi's face. Bachira says that he saw the Bastard vs Manshine match on the monitor, saying that it was awesome and that they were all dripping ego juice from their body. Now I'm not even going to try speculating what ego juice is, so let's just leave that to Bachira. He continues telling them that Kunigami's goal and Isagi's movements were totally insane, not to mention how crazy Chigiri's goal was. Anyway, he originally came over to ask Kunigami if they could train together. While this is happening, we can see Isagi cooking up some nasty piece for him to evolve, as he looks at Bachira and Chigiri and says that it's not like they totally changed their playstyle. Rather, they made minor adjustments that further maximized and enhanced their strongest weapons. So maybe there's no need to change everything. Isagi was too hung up on being two-footed, while what he really wanted was to customize his weapon for his left foot. While Isagi continues to level up his primary weapon, the direct shot, and if he can manage to just acquire a secondary weapon, then it will complete everything. And after that, the four of them start a 2 vs 2 match against each other, which makes me so nostalgic back to the start of the series, when they really were acting like this. After that, we are right off the bat greeted by Aiku, who looks at Isagi amazed. He says that a lefty direct shot is amazing, calling it a cheat code. However, it's impossible to become two-footed in just a couple of days, meaning that Isagi's lefty shot has to have some kind of weakness to it. Lorenzo goes forward toward Isagi, pointing his finger at him. He says that he's taken a liking to Isagi and that he definitely isn't worth 50 million. He tells Isagi that he's now considered an ace like Kaiser, and the man himself, Isagi, coldly tells him to be sure not to pick the wrong guy to mark, ending it by calling Lorenzo a zombie bastard. After that, Lorenzo walks past him with a menacing aura, telling him to not get cocky after scoring one lucky goal, also making some kitty noises, and I'm all for it. He smiles and tells the Ubers that it's time to get to work, and with that, the game restarts. Isagi thinks that it's time to focus, try to steal the ball again, and go and score his second goal. But he quickly realizes that Lorenzo isn't moving up. As Nico and Sendo are trading passes, Isagi notices that the speed of their offense is slower, saying that they're prioritizing possession and slowly inching their way up the field. It's like they are waiting for the right time to flip their switch. However, Isagi says that as long as he can manage to keep track of Baru's heavy offensive, he can manage to devour them. Just then, we get a flashback to the first time the players met Snuffy. Both Nico and Sendo say that he's a very carefree and laid-back master. Before they start, Snuffy has a question prepared. He asks the players what football means to them. Sendo is first up and says that it's his dream. Ryu quickly comes after, saying that it's everything, and Aiku says that it's something he could bet his entire life on. But when Snuffy then asks what they would do if they couldn't turn pro, the players get silent. Snuffy continues, asking them what they would have if football was taken away from them, saying that there's nothing wrong with devoting yourself to football. Even so, injuries and setbacks do happen. So what would they do if one day, for some reason, they were no longer able to play football? They still stay silent, and Snuffy tells them that those who can't answer this question will forever be dreamers and amateurists. However, for a professional, winning is both a duty and an obligation. Through winning, they are able to earn money and put food on the table. And then he tells them what football really is, saying that football is a job, nothing less, nothing more. He tells them to think of clubs as corporations. Based on that, games are business deals, and the players are employees. Snuffy then says that he's taken the liberty and time to study the data of every single player. Everything from the game plan, offense, defense, and situational football, and all of the various strategies now lay right in front of them. Sendo is right off the bat ecstatic, saying that it's amazing. Meanwhile, Aiku asks Snuffy if he managed to come up with all of these strategies himself. He did, and says that if they remember all the strategies he came up with and execute them flawlessly, they will win. After that, we see that the players under Snuffy's command are almost acting like soldiers. Before we leave the flashback, Nico has some additional comments to make. He says that all of Snuffy's strategies make full use of their individual capabilities. Snuffy even prepared different variations depending on the lineup. Then we get a rare panel of Nico showing his eyes. Let's be honest, these panels are becoming like rare Pokemon cards that you have to capture. Anyway, he says that if they manage to survive here, then they will without a doubt be exponentially stronger, which pumps out all of the Bluelock players. And with that, we get back into the intense game between the Ubers and Bastard Munchen. Up to this point, Isagi has carefully studied Baru's movements and found the perfect place where he can intercept. He goes up, and as he thought, he easily gets the ball. But just then, Baru commands the players to get Isagi. Sendo, alongside two no-names, goes for Isagi's neck. Isagi is caught off guard, saying that a high press happened the second he managed to steal the ball. However, it doesn't stop there, as it's a multi-coordinate press as well. Sharkboy tries to help, but is of no use, as Isagi has no time to use metavision. And just then, Nico comes in and sweeps the ball away, telling Isagi that he fell for their trap. As Nico is running away, Isagi is left behind, thinking about what just happened. Was the whole sequence just a part of their plan? Attack slowly through low-risk strategies, and if the opponent manages to steal the ball away, steal it back right away with a fast, coordinated high press. And after regaining possession, take full advantage of the short counter. Finally, he says that it's like all of those 11 players are one huge organism. And to end it off, we see Snuffy with his big-ass nose, telling Ubers to advance. And they do just that as they are coming in full force against Bastard Munchen's defense. The Ubers are passing the ball between each other so much that Gagamaru has no idea who it will be that takes the final shot. But in the end, the ball falls to Baru. Gagamaru is sure that he will shoot, and Yukimiya even comes to back him up. But to their surprise, Baru actually passes to Nico, who then makes a switch with Sendao. But suddenly, the ball falls into the midst of it all, and Gagamaru can't see anything that is going on, making him clueless as to who has the ball. But then suddenly he sees the ball going at the goal. But you know how Bluelock likes to do it, so we jump straight into a flashback before we are able to see what actually happens. As Snuffy was having his speech about football being a job, Baru suddenly walks away and calls it a weak philosophy, saying that he didn't come here to play a weak-willed brand of football. Even as Baru is leaving, Snuffy just says that he's interesting. After that, we get into the training field where Baru is training his shooting skills. As he's training, Snuffy comes by and tells Baru that his physical specs are top-notch, saying that Baru is the most suited striker in the Ubers. And therefore Snuffy asks him to, even if he's faking it, just try his football philosophy. However, Baru is getting second-hand embarrassment from Snuffy. Baru tells him that he refuses, and that football isn't a job for him, but a way for him to become a king. After that, he's going to conquer the world his way, and that's why if Snuffy wants to utilize him, he has to adjust to Baru's philosophy, which I'm not even sure if he's got one. Snuffy just starts to laugh before quickly taking the ball from Baru, which shocks him. As Baru is trying to take the ball back, Snuffy tells him that before he was a footballer, he was just a person, and if you can't understand the difference, then he's just an amateur after all. Snuffy just keeps on embarrassing Baru as he shouts about becoming the world's #1 striker. Then Snuffy throws in a curveball and says that there was a time when he was just like Baru, getting by life solely off his talent, and alongside him, he had his best friend. Together, they took full advantage of the wealth and luxuries that come with becoming a superstar player. They fully believed that they were going to be kings of the football world, but they fucked up. They skipped training and their skills diminished, suffered injuries due to overwork, and then lost their place in the starting 11 followed by several scandals. However, when a man falls, it only takes an instant. Baru screams and asks what some loser's story has to do with him. Snuffy tells Baru that finally his spirit shattered and his best friend killed himself. This finally makes Baru shut up, as Snuffy asks him if he will be able to love himself when he's no longer viewed as a genius. Snuffy tells Baru to value his life, and once again asks him to work together to succeed as Uber's next king. However, even then Baru refuses, saying that he isn't like Snuffy's friend who killed himself, and that he doesn't want a crown that's been handed down to him. As he leaves, he sees the whole Uber squad listening in from outside. Aiku is shocked at Baru refusing Snuffy's golden opportunity, while Baru is shocked at how they can believe Snuffy's crap. Baru then goes into his meditation room, where he puts on a relaxing forest. However, it quickly gets changed to a movie by Lorenzo, who comes in with a bag of popcorn. Lorenzo tells Baru that Snuffy has taken an interest in him. Even so, Baru isn't concerned by it, and is more concerned by Lorenzo spilling popcorn on the floor. Lorenzo says that Snuffy wins trophies for every team he plays for, and that's how he gained the name as the Crown Messenger. However, that's not the real reason why he plays football. The reason why is that he aims to win in all the Big 5 leagues to then achieve the dream he once shared with his best friend. And the series he's left is the Italy League with the Ubers. When he's managed to win a trophy with the Ubers, he will move on to becoming a coach, and that's why he's looking for a striker to succeed him. Baru is still not interested in their offer, so Lorenzo tries a different approach, which is to show off his golden teeth while having a proud look on his face. Lorenzo tells Baru that he used to live in a shithole when he was little, and after his parents abandoned him, he survived on the streets by swindling people out of their money. He was on the verge of dying, but that's when Snuffy came forward to him and asked him to play football with him. Lorenzo didn't believe him, so he challenged Snuffy to give him golden teeth, which Snuffy did immediately. Baru is quickly getting bored and asks Lorenzo what his point with all of this is. And Lorenzo tells Baru that his point is that Snuffy isn't the type of guy who would abandon the less fortunate, and that he's crazy enough to give them a future. After that, Snuffy enters the room and tells them that it's time for training, and Lorenzo for some reason quickly turns into a dog. As they are leaving, Baru tells them to wait, and that he will work with Snuffy, not as his successor, but that he will become a striker that surpasses him, telling Snuffy that his job is to help Baru become the king of the football world, which was a deal Snuffy couldn't refuse. He tells Baru that from now on, the Ubers will act as his arms and legs, and that their strategies will only be centered around him. That's why Baru's job will be to refine and evolve his ability as a goal hunter, especially his 1v1s against the goalkeeper, starting with his mid-range curve shot from 28 meters, which are already top-notch. However, that shot is easy to stop if one can figure out its timing and motion, and that it definitely won't work against a world-class goalkeeper. After that, we get back into the game, where Baru is moving swiftly around on the field. The players have now managed to block Gagamaru's view, which gets them a spilled second blind spot. However, by the time he realizes it, it will already be too late, as Baru has already managed to get away a shot against him, which flawlessly goes in and makes the scores 1-1. And let us just take a moment to appreciate how cool this panel looks, with both Sendu and Nico coming to celebrate with Baru. Baru looks with an intense look at Isagi and asks him what's wrong, and wonders if that's all Isagi's got. On the other hand, we have Isagi over here who's totally mind-blown by Baru's goal, saying that the Ubers came up with a game plan designed to crush him, and as soon as they got the ball, they went on a furious counter. They didn't even leave a chance for Isagi to stop them, as they managed to execute their plan perfectly. However, it's more than that, as they were in perfect sync, which isn't something that can be taught easily, and on top of that, the timing to know when to execute their plan, saying that it's impossible to pull this off without some hardcore training, as he finally understands that this is the backbone of the Uber's strength. But even with all that, it still doesn't fully explain Baru's shot, which Gagamaru didn't even have time to react to, but that means that they somehow threw off his timing, and if that's the case, then that means that Baru didn't shoot when he wanted to, and that he patiently waited for the exact moment they threw off Gagamaru's timing, and because of that, he was able to utilize his vision. And of course, with Baru's shooting ability, if he manages to throw off the goalkeeper's timing, it opens up a chance to mass produce a goal at an efficient rate. And with that, Isagi realizes that Baru has managed to achieve a whole new set of eyes, which he calls the Predator Eyes. After that, we get to Ness looking at both Isagi and Baru, while being angry at himself that he hasn't managed to do anything this whole game. However, that's when Kaiser goes forward to him and tells him to stop with his miserable look, as he tells Ness that their true target is Lorenzo, and that if they manage to defeat Lorenzo, then they will win, and Ness gladly take up on that challenge. After that, we get to the superior duo, where Corona is asking Isagi how many more strategies he thinks that Ubers have under their sleeve. However, Even Isagi has no idea, but he knows that to win this game, they have to stick to Noah's plan and focus on winning their 1v1 duels. And with that, the game starts again. NESS and Kaiser are passing around as always. NESS says that the two of them can dominate the defensive and middle third, however it's on the attacking third where it gets tricky. Even so, NESS will do everything in his power to help Kaiser score. But just then, Lorenzo goes to cover them. Even so, Kaiser says that they are fine, as it's a 2v1. So Kaiser passes NESS and sprints behind Lorenzo, awaiting a pass from NESS, which he gets, however someone else reaches it first. And that one is the stylish master himself, Ryu, who jumps up and heads away the ball. The ball is heading back to NESS and Lorenzo, but someone else interferes. It's Isagi who tells Lorenzo that he wasn't good enough. Isagi was able to see everything that played out perfectly. He says that in the full of this game's chaotic flow, he's able to take control of the 1v1 situations, and ends it by saying that his metavision has gotten better. Even so, his happiness quickly comes to a stop as Nico comes out of nowhere and kicks away the ball from Isagi. Isagi falls to the ground and says that he's amazed that Nico was able to stop him. After that, Nico tells him that it's to be expected that as his vision and football IQ are all top-notch. However, the same goes for Nico, as he calls them two birds of a feather, which I can't figure out if it sounds cool or just corny. Anyway, that's where it clicks for Isagi, as he thinks that Nico also has acquired metavision. However, when Isagi confronts Nico about it and asks him if he uses metavision, Nico is suddenly confused and asks what metavision is. Isagi explains that metavision is a specific way to use their vision, which lets them capture everything that's happening around them with their peripheral vision, which then lets you simultaneously process and analyze everyone's movements on the field. Nico gets the hang of it, but tells Isagi that all he did was track the ball while keeping an eye on his movements, and since he saw Isagi and the ball in a dangerous spot, he dashed forward, even though it meant going against their game plan. Isagi is shocked, thinking that Nico subconsciously used metavision, and that his brain and vision are gonna evolve to a whole new level. After that, Aiku comes by complimenting Nico's play. However, Isagi's teammate isn't as happy with him as Aiku is with Nico, as Reichi comes and shouts at Isagi for losing the ball. After that, Isagi tries to figure out how many of the players here can use metavision. He concludes that Kaiser, Nico, himself, and maybe Lorenzo are the only ones able to use it, as Baru has a different kind of vision. Isagi then quickly becomes Professor Isagi, as he tries to explain the different visions, starting with metavision. Metavision grasps the overall flow of the game, and all the information that's circling within it. Since he can use it everywhere on the field, he pretty much has the ability to predict the future. On the other hand, Baru's Predator Eye is focused on the 1v1 duel with the goalkeeper for the sole purpose of scoring a goal. Even though they're both strikers, depending on how they use their eyes and vision, the information that they pick up, analyze, and act on is completely different. And with that, he begins inputting all of his new information to probably use it in the future. But before he's done, Reichi and Yukimiya scream at him to stop spacing out, and that the game is about to restart. However, Isagi is like fuck that, and thinks some more before starting, as he says that on top of all that he went through before, both of their teams have two totally different philosophies and playstyles. Ubers plays like one huge organism, with their unity, discipline, and coordination, while Bastard Munson plays like a chaotic fluid, multi-faced organisms, which is being spearheaded by him and Kaiser. Everyone on the field understands this, and that's why they are probably thinking about their next move, and what's risky, and how they can make an impact. Finally realizing that this is how it feels to be playing in a world-class football game. However, that also means that the next play and the next goal will definitely be the turning point, and that the player who manages to tilt this situation in their favor will undoubtedly dominate this game as its game changer. While Kaiser is waiting for the game to start, he's thinking that Lorenzo is too much in the way, even saying that he's gotten stronger since the last time he faced him. Because of Lorenzo, Kaiser can't move freely the way he wants to, and right now, it's obvious that Isagi has a much easier time moving around. While he's thinking, NESS quickly comes running, asking Kaiser what they are supposed to do, but Kaiser just tells him to shut up, telling him to move as they have practiced, and to believe in Kaiser, because for him, nothing is impossible. And with that, Grim finally throws in the free throw, and the ball is going to NESS's legs. However, right then, Kunigami comes in his way, and pushes him aside, telling them to not forget about the Dark Horse. Kunigami is running at full speed against the Ubers players, even styling on someone which honestly looks so clean. Isagi is looking from the side, and says that Kunigami is planning on going solo. However, that's impossible with Kunigami's specs, and even if Isagi went in to help, he wouldn't pass him. Isagi has no choice but to try and steal the ball in the penalty area, and says that he can see clearly what he needs to do, But Nico is able to do the same thing, which makes it troublesome. Nico is focused on always having his eyes on Isagi, and says that this new metavision is amazing. Instead of solely focusing on the ball, and instead seeing over the entire field and catching every piece of information circulating within it, Nico notices that Isagi is aiming for the same spot as he is, and it ends up with the three of them going for the same spot. As they are going to the ball, Nico says that it's a 50-50 chance for him. However, the percentage quickly turns to 0 as Reichi comes in his way and stops him. This gives Isagi the chance to sweep in and steal the ball. As he's running, he states that Nico's meta vision is still incomplete, saying that he was too focused on predicting the future that he diverted most of his attention on tracking him and the ball, which made him fail to realize that Reichi has positioned himself behind him and was waiting to ambush him. Isagi gets away from them and sees that there are only 2 defenders standing in his way, and he gets over the first one with the help of Corona. However, out of nowhere comes Aiku. Isagi goes into his lefty shot position and is ready to fire off an outstanding shot when Aiku sees through his bluff and tells Isagi that his lefty shot isn't 100% complete yet and destroys his chance. Isagi says that he failed and that he couldn't score after all. Right when he is at the brink of defeat, Yukimiya comes screaming his name and tells him to pass him, kind of giving us a flashback to the Manshine City match. Both Aiku and Isagi are stunned. Isagi says that Yukimiya managed to fill in the space on the right which Kunigami left, complimenting his position and calling him a godsend. However, Isagi is still stubborn and says that he can still shoot, but he quickly starts to think more thoroughly. He thinks that if he were to lose the ball here, then they would get hit by a counter by the Ubers. And with that in mind, he has no other choice than to pass, as it's the more rational option. Isagi sends an amazing pass, but as the ball is flying to Yukimiya, someone comes before him. It's the legendary defender Lorenzo, who says that he will be taking this pass. This really shows just how amazing Lorenzo really is. He was able to foresee what Isagi would do, and then went to stop him. Even so, his greed made him oblivious, as Kaiser comes before him and says that he finally took his eyes off his price. Kaiser also says that he's been waiting for this moment. Isagi is amazed, and all of his thoughts start to lose grip as they fall out. Isagi says that Kaiser got him, saying that Kaiser managed to outread his entire thought process to then use him to get Lorenzo off him. Kaiser was able to see everything, and if that wasn't enough, then everybody out on the field got metadated. And can we just take 1 second to appreciate how cool that sounds? I can't wait till someone says that expression to Isagi. However, it still isn't just a free road for Kaiser as Sendo comes to stop him, saying that in these situations, it's his job to press. Even so, Kaiser turns into a cat and jumps over Sendo's leg. But Sendo's attack wasn't in vain as he bought Aiku and Ryu some time to come and cut off his shooting angle. Ryu comes from behind and flips Kaiser upside down, and Ness once again shows his real identity as a dirty dog as he's right away starting to complain and asks for a penalty. However, as Kaiser is in the sky, he tells them to eat shit and calls them losers before doing a Kaiser impact mid-air. Kaiser's shot bounces under Aiku and goes into the goal, giving Bastard Munchen a 1-goal lead. Kaiser's goals are one of the most mind-blowing goals I've ever seen. It's definitely a top 3 for me. But please tell me what you thought about it in the comments. It kinda looks like Yukimiya's goal, but on steroids. Isagi is almost too stunned to speak after Kaiser's goal, saying that Kaiser managed to do a Kaiser impact in that position, and not to mention that he nutmegged Aiku off a kind of bicycle kick. With this high-level chess match and a player's rapid evolution, Kaiser by himself managed to destroy all that. After that, Kaiser's lackey, or excuse me, Ness is of course rushing over to congratulate Kaiser on his wonderful goal. Ness tells Kaiser that his goal was mind-blowing. He continues hyping up Kaiser and throws some shots at Isagi for no particular reason. However, when Ness is done, Kaiser just tells him to shut up. Kaiser says that the goal Ness was so proud of was nothing more than a shitty goal. For Kaiser to get Lorenzo off him and score, he had no other choice but to resort to that tactic. Ness has a shaky voice as he still tries to argue, saying that Kaiser's goal was literally amazing. This makes Kaiser's blood boil even more as he asks Ness if he thinks that he would be happy scoring a goal by feeding on Isagi's scraps like a hyena. Explain to Ness that his last goal was entirely started by Isagi. Once he got his hands on the ball, Uber's defense moved to stop him. And as a result, Lorenzo was forced to leave Kaiser to deal with Isagi's pass, which was supposed to go to Yukimiya. Even though Kaiser scored the goal in the end, it doesn't change the fact that the leading figure was undoubtedly Isagi. And that's something that Kaiser will never forgive himself for scoring a goal like that, but ending it with looking at Isagi's eyes and saying that the last goal will be his. On the other hand, we have Isagi who says that Kaiser is a goddamn genius. He managed to outread his entire thought process, but that's not even the most shocking part, as that goal was mega world-class level. You can try 10,000 times and probably would never be able to replicate it. Everyone on his field, or even the entire world, won't be able to pull off that level of shot. Kaiser really is the genius that he needs to emulate, and the rival that he needs to take down if he wants to become the best player in the world. Even so, in that last moment, Isagi says that Kaiser was definitely keeping track of him, and that if he hadn't, then that goal would be impossible. It's starting to come to a point where Kaiser needs to constantly keep track on Isagi to score. This means that slowly but surely Isagi is getting inside Kaiser's head. He ends it by saying that this will be fun as he has a psychopathic face on him. And I'm wondering, I've already said this before, but do you guys think that the other players on the field just randomly see Isagi smiling out of nowhere and look like a psychopath? Anyway, Isagi gets out of his psychopathic state and sees Sendu down on the ground with a cramped leg. However, he isn't the only one, as Corona also has fallen victim to one. Isagi quickly asks him if he's okay and starts helping him stretch. While he is stretching Corona's majestic leg, he thinks that since Corona doesn't have metavision, he's constantly giving it his all to keep up with Isagi. We also see that the Uber's goalkeeper has managed to get an injury and even might have suffered serious rib injuries, which is nothing fun at all. After that, we get to the bench and see Snuffy putting on his headband as he tells Fukaku to get ready. And with that, Snuffy and Fukaku get up from their seats and subs, in which forces Noah to sub in as well, as he tells Snuffy not to make his job any harder than it has to be. And just like that, both of the masters have come onto the field and are ready to give it their all. Pray for my boy Corona. May him rest in peace. Isagi thinks that since they subbed in players due to injuries, the situation on the field will definitely change, and says that he needs to capture the future faster than anyone else, as his biggest desire is to score another goal. After that, we get back to the bench and see Hiroi looking at Isagi with big eyes as he asks him to take him with him. Hiroi is looking at Isagi while saying that his heart won't stop pounding and that this is the high-intensity level of football that he wants to be a part of. Both Isagi and Kaiser are set on being the ones to score the last goal and seal up the deal. But just then, Baru asks Snuffy if they're going to do that. You know that. And Snuffy tells him that they are. And just like that, the game restarts. Isagi notices directly that the Uber's formation has changed, and that both Nico and Lorenzo both moved up, and also committed most of their players forward. Now that the Ubers have incorporated Nico's vision and playmaking with Lorenzo's outstanding dribbling in the middle, the ball doesn't stick as much, and the tempo has gotten noticeably faster. Even so, Isagi can't allow himself to be swept away by their fast tempo, and has to find the perfect spot where he can intercept, and he finally finds it. He goes to take the ball as it's headed to Lorenzo, however Snuffy reaches it before him, telling him that it is close, even borderline too close. He looks with the meta vision eyes, and says that the rumors are true after all, and that Isagi reads the game well. However, Isagi is in a shocked state, saying that Snuffy positioned himself to prevent any turnovers from happening. But not just that. Isagi also says that he got metadated by Snuffy, and I can't get enough of that expression. Even though he couldn't get the ball, Noah comes and tells him that he's going well, and tells Isagi that they will trap him, and Isagi is extremely happy that Noah linked up with his movements. However, even with Noah and Isagi, they don't stand a chance against Snuffy, who's keeping the ball as safe as a fortress. And before they know it, he's already passed away the ball to Lorenzo, who passes it along to Nico, who gets some competition as NESS comes in his way. Before NESS can do anything useful for once, Nico has already passed away the ball to Snuffy, who's still battling Noah. Snuffy encourages his team and tells them to not even give Bastard Munchen the slightest chance to think. Snuffy sees Baru in the box and legit passes the ball on a player from Bastard Munchen to then get it to Baru, which has to be one of the coldest passes I've ever seen. Baru gets the ball, and Gagamaru knows that he's in big trouble as Baru is filled with options and Gagamaru has no way of stopping all of them. Baru shoots, but gets double blocked by both Kaiser and Isagi, who fall on the ground with their legs crossed. How cute. Isagi says that it was good that they managed to hold on, however he's disappointed that Kaiser managed to see the same thing as he did. Even so, they are in a really bad spot and are barely hanging on by the skin of their teeth, not to mention that it's obvious that the player who's controlling the game is none other than Snuffy, who's already got another attacking pattern for Ubers to try out, and Isagi is stuck trying to think of a way to beat him. Snuffy is still in possession of the ball as he and the Ubers continue to advance. Isagi thinks that they might be done for and that their defense is barely hanging on as he wonders what kind of brain Snuffy has. Snuffy passes to Lorenzo and Isagi notices right away this is once again another attacking pattern and if he were to go in blindly, he would get shut down instantly. So he has no choice but to carefully observe their movements and find a way to crush Snuffy's world-class tactic. Lorenzo passes another one from the Ubers, who are continuing their attack on the left side, which leaves everyone worried about a possible cross. This makes them forget about the real threat, who is Snuffy, and he's carefully slipping through their blind spots. The pass is going to Snuffy, who luckily gets some trouble by Kaiser, who was able to see that Snuffy was wide open. Even so, he doesn't stand a chance, as Snuffy jumps up and heads away the ball over Kaiser's head. The ball has a crazy bounce with it as it's going to Nico, who's in a duel with Noah. And I just found it really funny that Noah called him Pipsqueak. It's just something about that word. Anyway, Nico tells Noah that everything is going as planned, as he makes a backheel pass to Baru, who's coming at an incredible speed behind them. Even so, Isagi is able to see through it and manages to come and stop him at the last second. The ball goes out of bounds, which gives Ubers a throw-in. Isagi knows that they are only holding on thanks to Noah, Kaiser, and himself being able to read their attacks. Since the three of them are covering the team's blind spots, they haven't conceded a goal, but even with the three of them covering, they're completely on the defensive and are barely able to hold their ground. Right now, he doesn't have the slightest image of stealing the ball and attacking, not to mention that Snuffy is completely different from Chris and Lavinho, who are just focused on scoring their own goals. Meanwhile, Snuffy is over here doing everything he can to maximize the effectiveness of his team's strategies. He's not using his superb body balance, physicality, or goal-scoring abilities as a striker. Rather, he's using his abilities to help his team score goals with the tactics they came up with. And finally, Isagi says that he's got it, Snuffy's thought process, and that this guy is just making sure that the rest of the team follows their tactics, like a watchman. It's no wonder that he can outread Isagi's metavision, since Snuffy's focused on surveying the game, and it's easy to contain a guy who's selfishly trying to steal the ball to score goals. However, he can't keep playing defensively and barely solving their tactics, and he's got to seize the initiative and force Snuffy to react to him, saying that if he can't see further into the future, then he can't win. Just then, Noah comes by and asks Isagi if it's hard playing against Snuffy. Isagi says that it is, and Noah explains that the core of Snuffy's playstyle is Jujutsu, which originated from Japan, which Snuffy has managed to incorporate into his playstyle. The core training, biomechanics, and close combat. Snuffy incorporates all of the Jujutsu principles and fuses them with football. Thanks to that, Snuffy's already world-class hold-up plays and ball retention skills became even more refined, not to mention his passing and scoring. Noah tells Isagi that strictly from a striker's perspective, he's stronger than Snuffy, but from a round perspective, he's the more versatile and flexible football, calling Snuffy the best player in the world based on overall abilities. After that, Isagi finally asks the question, which will determine the rest of the game, as he asks Noah how they will defeat him. However, Noah says with a funny face that he's clueless, saying that Ubers are moving as a team and efficiently launching one attack after another. Meanwhile, Bastard MUNCHEN is disorganized since most of them can't predict their plays. Even though Noah has no clue how to beat Snuffy, he asks Isagi to hold out for 3 minutes and wait for the masters to forcefully leave. As Noah walks away, he tells Isagi that sometimes being patient will open up a path. This sentence sparks something in Isagi. Noah tells Isagi to stop spacing out and that the match will continue, but when he looks back, he can see Isagi already sprinting away. Isagi thinks that with this new way, he can surpass Snuffy as he runs to Raichi and asks him if he's willing to die. Ubers is beginning to start their throw-in. Meanwhile, we see Isagi and Raichi arguing with each other. Drago throws the ball to Nico, who passes it straight back to him, and he then gives it to Lorenzo. As the Ubers are advancing on the field, Raichi comes before Snuffy. Before we can see any more of it, we finally get back and see what it was that Isagi told Raichi. Isagi told Raichi to man-mark Snuffy, making it a duel between the two. Raichi couldn't believe it, telling Isagi not to say something so nonchalantly, and that it was that easy, he would already be doing it. Isagi says that he's right, but what Isagi wants him to do isn't the typical man-marking. It's only limited to an area of 2 meters radius half circle, which in other words just means a protractor man-marking. Isagi wants Raichi to constantly position himself in front of Snuffy inside of that 2-meter radius, and if the ball comes inside that area, he's free to go and steal the ball. But the most important part isn't taking the ball away from Snuffy, but keeping Snuffy in front of him within that 2-meter radius no matter what. We get back to the game, and we see Raichi doing just that. As Raichi is keeping a close watch on Snuffy, we can hear Isagi's thoughts, as he says that this strategy is riding on Raichi's grit, stamina, and his ability to win 1 versus 1s. And if they screw up, Raichi will be a laughingstock, and his value will plummet. But if he somehow manages to contain Snuffy, then Reichi Jingo will instantly be a household name. Lorenzo passes the ball to Snuffy, which makes Reichi activate his sexy protractor mode, which even gets Snuffy to admit that Reichi is troublesome. Snuffy goes forward and pulls out some extremely cool dribbles, which almost catches Reichi off guard. But Reichi can hold on as he knows that the main objective isn't to steal the ball. Reichi is doing all that he can to assert his position in Snuffy's radius. As Snuffy tries to push Reichi away, he can't, which makes him admit that Reichi's got a strong core on him. As Isagi is watching from the side, he says that this is perfect, telling him that just not getting beat is already a job well done, and with Reichi constantly in Snuffy's face, they can now limit a lot of his options. They have to consider a myriad of options, and it's impossible to predict the future. But if Reichi can limit even one or two of Snuffy's options, then the number of the attacking patterns Snuffy can use will decrease. Snuffy passes the ball, and the Ubers just pass the ball around for a bit, while Isagi thinks that by using the process of elimination, the player most likely to kickstart their attack is Lorenzo. Isagi was spot on as he came in between Lorenzo and the ball just in the last minute, which even shocked Lorenzo and showed that Reichi and Isagi's remote tag team defense was successful. But out of nowhere, a hand comes in Isagi's way. It's Aiku who says that this is awesome and that he's totally in the zone now. Aiku explains that if Snuffy gets man-marked, it's his job to recover the loose ball. And with the ball at his feet, he sends it over to Baru with one of the nastiest vertical passes I've ever seen, going past both NESS and Yukimiya. Baru is rushing towards the goal, but for some reason, Gagamaru isn't worried as he says that Isagi has done a good job and that he doesn't know why, but for some reason this time he will stop Baru. Baru is currently right in front of the goal with the ball at his feet. But that doesn't matter to Gagamaru, who has awakened some kind of sixth sense, or as he calls it, his wild instinct. Baru is getting ready to shoot, but Gagamaru knows that Baru isn't going to shoot just yet, which turns out to be true, as he does a chop feint instead. Gagamaru says that Baru's primary weapon is his right foot mid-range shot, which is why he'll shift the ball onto his right foot. But thanks to Reichi and Isagi slightly delaying the opponent's attack, the Bastard's defense can catch. One of Bastard's defenders is coming at Baru and is trying to stop him, but Gagamaru is still more ready than ever as he knows that when the moment comes that he can't see Baru's shooting motion is when he will strike. And look at that, Gagamaru was spot on as he shot just when he anticipated it to. And because of that, the man and the myth actually manages to save one of Baru's shot, which is astonishing. Even Corona is shocked to his core by Gagamaru's save. But it's not time for him to relax just yet, as he gets up on his feet right away to then pull all his strength into his arm and throws away the ball up on the field. The throw has such an outstanding power behind it, but it still manages to find its way right to Isagi's foot. Isagi compliments Gagamaru and responds by telling Isagi to just finish it already. And just as he receives the ball, he starts to sprint like never before up on the field alongside Noah and Yukimiya. Isagi thinks that this is their chance as the Ubers committed too many numbers forward and that they are now vulnerable against a counterattack. But it's not going to be an easy road as he has to find the quickest path to the goal. He starts off by passing the ball to Noah, who effortlessly gets behind Nico and another Uber's defender. But out of nowhere, Aiku comes and catches him off guard and slide tackles Noah. Luckily, he had managed to get away a pass to Isagi beforehand, but Corona and Igarashi are shocked that that's not a foul, but Hiyori just tells him to keep on advancing. Isagi thanks Noah for his sacrifice and says that from here on, Yukimiya and he will finish them off. They are exactly 30 meters away from the goal and have to advance a mere 3 more meters to get a chance. Isagi passes Yukimiya, who's surrounded by Uber's defenders, but Yukimiya starts doing some crazy stepovers to save time. Meanwhile, Isagi goes right of him and tries to slip behind Aryu. He gets behind him and tells Yukimiya to sense it and to pass him. Both of them see each other, and Yukimiya manages to get away a lob pass to him, but they aren't exactly in sync, as it wasn't a lob pass as Isagi wanted, as he wanted a fastball sent right to his feet because he knows that at this level a lob pass is far too slow. And Isagi's got a point because Snuffy was able to catch up due to the lob pass, and he comes in between Isagi and the ball and gets rid of it. Because at this incredible level, even a half-second misalignment is a mistake. Isagi is pissed at his golden opportunity. No, his goal vision was dead on, but he was still one step short to outread someone with a world-class football IQ. Snuffy lands on the ground, and as the ball goes to one of the Uber's defenders, all of the Ubers start to advance as they continue another counterattack. Isagi is pissed, saying that just when they were barely managing to steal the ball and attack now, the Ubers are gonna hit them with a new, perfectly designed, multifaceted, highly coordinated counterattack. Isagi knows that he has to stop them, but just how? He doesn't know that for sure, but he knows that he's gotta get back on the defense right away and that he will figure out the rest later. Possession, counterattack, transition. After being foiled so many times, Isagi's painfully aware of how strong these guys are, but just now until Snuffy stopped them, Isagi's strategy and imagination surpassed theirs, and if he and Yukimiya were on the same page, he would have scored. However, what ifs and almosts don't mean anything, and he knows that he's got to stop babying himself. The reality is that he couldn't score, which for a striker is all that matters. It doesn't matter what brilliant idea he comes up with. At this level, if he can't produce results, then all those ideas are garbage. Isagi is determined to steal the ball and finally produce another goal and show the world his ideas. After that, we see how the Ubers are storming up on the field with their passes going flawlessly to each other. Raichi screams that their defense isn't set yet, and Gagamaru is also a bit annoyed as they just got the ball back. Lorenzo passes Baru, who's in sync with the Ubers, and Gagamaru even says that it's way more chaotic than last time. He's stressing as he seriously can't seem to figure out the right timing. But it's fine as Isagi is right by Baru. He thinks that he can just make it, and that Baru can't shoot just yet. He admits that the tactics are on the spot, plus for the sake of winning, everyone has bought into them. But there's no way that you can become the #1 playing that brand of football, saying that all that they are doing is mindlessly executing Snuffy's tactics. Since they all are playing to produce some predetermined answer, their individuality is stifled. Isagi can't even believe that Baru would be tamed so easily, and just the thought of Baru becoming the #1 striker makes Isagi laugh, saying that Baru has become such a boring and pathetic player. Isagi says this as he goes to stop the ball from Baru's foot. However, to his surprise, Baru actually sidesteps and is still in control of the ball. Everyone in the Uber squad is stunned, saying that Baru went rogue. Baru in the middle of the game just decides to have a chat with Snuffy. He says that if he had shot according to his pretty design, then Isagi would have blocked it. He asks Snuffy how often he has to embarrass himself by these imbeciles. Baru continues saying that Snuffy told him that if he went along with his plan, then Baru would become king. And if Baru plays according to his tactics and fails, then it would be Snuffy's responsibility. Snuffy says that he's right, and that he got 100 million because of it, and asks what it is that Baru is dissatisfied with. Baru then tells him that this is the 4th time that Isagi blocked his shot, saying that he thinks it's enough for him to terminate their agreement. This comes as a shock to everyone who couldn't see this coming. Even Snuffy, Lorenzo, and Isagi are all stunned as Baru's or the king's ego isn't dead, as he tells everyone that he's decided to quit this lousy job. Before we get back into the game, we get a quick flashback to Snuffy and Mick driving along the road. Mick, Snuffy's best friend, says that he doesn't want to be some boring adult who constantly speaks that nonsense. Snuffy agrees and says that the world is their oyster. Mick laughs and says that they are the best in the world after all, and that if they can't become the kings of football, then it's not a life worth living. After that, we are back in the game and we see Baru going alone on the field. His teammates are furious at him, but Baru tells them to shut up and calls them mindless, good-for-nothing, shitty robots. He embarrasses Ness before saying that ever since he teamed up with Snuffy, he's secretly been waiting for the opportunity to crush this stupid team, and that all he wanted was Snuffy's techniques, calling everything else trash. And now that Baru has acquired his predator eyes, he no longer plans to play together. His teammates are only starting to get angrier and angrier, and Bastard sees this as their chance to try and steal the ball from him. Snuffy asks Baru if he wants to defy him this much. Baru tells him that he does, and that the team that Snuffy created, he wants to burn it to the ground, because with Snuffy's tactics, there's no way in hell that he can beat Isagi. And after that, to everyone's surprise, Baru actually passes the ball to Aiku as he tells them all to follow him. Aiku passes the ball to Nico and encourages the whole Ubers to follow Baru's lead. Isagi is shocked, saying that the Ubers are changing their attack, and that Baru hijacked the disciplined and organized team that Snuffy created for himself. Snuffy is in his own battle against Noah, and Noah asks him how it feels to be bitten by his own player for once. Snuffy, with an intense look in his eyes, says that it's awesome. He screams at Baru to show him what he's capable of. He tells him to use the Ubers that he created and try to surpass him with them. But after that, Baru tells Snuffy to shut up, saying that he admits that the team he created is elite and that the environment is a paradise for the average and the mediocre, but there isn't enough despair for Baru to thrive upon. Baru explains that when he lost to Isagi, he hit rock bottom, but only thanks to that he was able to change, become more twisted, and rise from the ashes. But Snuffy's environment is lukewarm, with Snuffy saying that he will provide him with the best options, and if they fail, it's his responsibility as the master. Baru doesn't want to live in a future where he's safe and coddled. If they are going to promote all that hope of becoming the best player in the world, then he will balance it with an equal amount of despair. If he fails, he's okay with the entire world ridiculing him, because only by going beyond the risk of despair that he can drive one's life into madness can he attain ultimate glory. Baru has now come awfully close to the goal, and Isagi says that he's gone completely off the rails, saying that he was waiting for this moment this entire time, forcing everyone to bend to his will and ideas on this high-level world-class stage, which is also the very thing Isagi wants to do. But Baru is just about to accomplish it before Isagi. But there is no way that Isagi will let that happen. He's determined to stop him, to now get devoured by this tyrant. However, Baru is currently in range, and Gagamaru is also on standby. Both Kaiser and Isagi come before him to try and block him. Isagi looks into his eyes and says that he's the only person that he'll never want to lose to. With Baru being in control of the ball, as he's standing in front of both Kaiser and Isagi, Isagi thinks that Baru only has two options, which are to either shoot the ball near the post or far from the post. Gagamaru is also already in position, so if he manages to get the timing right, he can stop it. Not to mention that Kaiser is also here, which makes both of Baru's shooting angles weakened, leaving Isagi with a huge 50-50 gamble, but he's still confident that he can crush him. But just then, Baru goes a cut into the side, and as he does that, Snuffy's comes out and asks him what's wrong, telling him to shoot and calling him a delusional wannabe king. Adding on by saying that it would be a shame if Baru was looking for help from Snuffy, and that Baru won't be able to achieve anything if he goes down that route. However, Baru tells him to shut up, and says that since coming to Bluelock, he's become painfully aware of how he wants to change the world, and if there's no thorny or destructive path for him to walk on, then he will simply just have to create one himself. Isagi is quickly on his tail as he understands that what Baru did before wasn't a cut inside, but instead a way for him to set up his shot. We get back to Baru, who's still rambling on, and says that I don't live for some lukewarm, predetermined future, but instead that he will become king while still being an unruly brat. But in the future, if he still can't become the world's #1 king, then he will at least die an honorable death. Baru doesn't shoot anywhere where Isagi predicted, as he instead shoots the ball under both Isagi's and Kaiser's legs, resulting in a mind-blowing double nutmeg. Gagamaru is shocked as he says that there's no way he can save it, and even Aiku adds on by saying that this wasn't a designed play, but instead a total gamble shot. The ball is quickly arriving at Snuffy. Even so, Baru tells him to move as this is his future. And move he does by putting his strong core against Noah's, which makes him useless, and which also lets the ball go under his leg as well, making an outstanding and honestly mind-blowing triple nutmeg, which Gagamaru understandably has no way of saving as the ball goes in and gives both the Ubers and Baru his second goal of the match. After that, we get to Snuffy taking his car to his best friend Mick Moon's home. As he's walking closer, he remembers Mick's words, saying that they will become the best players in the world, however. When he enters the house, he finds Mick dead on the floor. After that, we get to look into Snuffy's earlier life when he first got paired up with Mick, which none of them was especially happy with. But soon they became good friends, who got to share the feeling and the dream of playing on the field. They quickly feel like they are invisible, and say that there's nothing in the world that they can't have, and that they will definitely become the best players in the world as they win the championship final with the score 2-1. But suddenly it started to go downhill, and Snuffy called on Mick for a meeting, where he said that they had both gotten dropped from the starting lineup. This was to be expected as their performances this season have been nowhere closer to the last year. Mick adds on by saying that they might have fooled around a bit too much, and that it's time to switch the flip and go all in now. However, Snuffy says that it's impossible to do it here, as their relationship with the club, and especially the manager, is beyond repair, telling Mick that they have to start from zero, even if they have to play for some mid-tier team. But Mick finds this ridiculous as he calls him an idiot and says that they are kings who only play for big clubs. Snuffy doesn't listen and says that it's time for him to wake up, telling him that they aren't world-class players anymore, but instead second-rate players. Saying that football is a constantly shifting, harsh, competitive world, it's a world where anyone can become a star overnight, while the opposite can happen as well. New players are always looking for ways that force them to grow up and choose a more robust and smarter future. Mick is quiet for a bit, before he asks what the hell it is that Snuffy is talking about, saying that they still have their promise and dream, which is to win in all of the Big 5 leagues and that they have only won in one so far. Snuffy tells him that it's still highly possible, but later on, even so, Mick just says that he's boring, telling Snuffy that if he's not going to pursue the same dream as he is, then he can get out, which Snuffy does. However, he tells Mick to not come crying back for him later on. Mick just laughs and says that he won't change the way he lives, and says that in any era the people who ultimately change the world aren't the intelligent people who live their lives the right and safe way, but instead some stupid brat who possesses a childish, nonsensical dream. After that, we get back to Snuffy, who is hugging Mick's cold and lifeless body while crying his eyes out, apologizing to Mick that he couldn't share the same dream until the end, saying that they couldn't fulfill their dream together, but that he will continue to dream and make it a reality. And with that, we are back to the Ubers game where everyone is going to celebrate Baru's spectacular goal. Snuffy makes his way over there and compliments his goal, telling Baru that there was no way that he could have predicted that goal and that his ego surpassed every one of his designs, and calling it Baru's win. Even so, Baru says that he doesn't need Snuffy's praise or hindsight analysis as their partnership is over. However, there's one thing as a footballer that Baru wants to tell him. Baru says that retiring after this season, just because he fulfilled a dream he shared with his dead friend, asking Snuffy if this is his so-called adult way of living. He tells Snuffy that he won't let him just run away and disappear with his precious trophies just yet, not while he is still playing at least. Baru finally takes his hand away from his face and looks Snuffy dead in the eyes, saying that he better not retire and that the two of them still have a score they need to settle. Snuffy is approaching him while laughing, but not just that, as he tells Baru that he won't retire as he's the best player in the world after all. While he's saying this, he also has an internal dialogue with Mick, as he says that with the advice he gave him before, Snuffy can finally believe him now, as until the day he dies, he as well is a goddamn brat who selfishly pursues his dreams. This hypes up all of the Uber players who are extremely happy to know that their captain and also idol won't retire just yet, and it even makes Lorenzo confess his love to Baru. However, it's not over just yet, as both Baru and Isagi are thinking that the last goal will settle this once and for all, as they have an intense look on their face. All of the Uber's players go storming off into Snuffy's arms. However, looking at this from afar, we have Isagi who's pissed to the extreme, screaming his whole heart out. He thinks that Baru stole his spotlight, and that Baru was always aiming for this from the start. The timing to shoot between Isagi's legs to freeze Gagamaru from reacting. Even went as far as hijacking Uber's system for himself and using it to score goals, ending it by saying that Baru managed to completely devour him. But just then, Raichi comes over and apologizes, saying because he was man-marking Snuffy, he couldn't fully contain him. However, Isagi denies that and says that he did his job. He disrupted and eliminated some of their options, and that they just couldn't score and got their ass kicked on the counter because of his tactics. Isagi was so close, but yet he can't see a vision of himself winning against Bauru or Kaiser. Just then, the announcer goes off and says that the star change system is over, and that both masters have to leave the field and make their substitutions. This gives Isagi more puzzle pieces as he knows that the field is just about to shift. Snuffy goes to the benches and picks Sendao for his substitution as he's fully recovered. However, the same thing can't be said about Corona, who is having a hard time standing. And here we have Igarashi really thinking that he will get to be sent in. What a joke. Anyway, Noah says that the next player with the best overall stats is Kiora Jin, and that it's his time to play as a right back. When I first saw this, I was ecstatic. I've been waiting for Kiora for so extremely long that I can't even describe it. However, my happiness quickly shattered as Isagi came over and told Noah that if they do that, then they won't win, and Noah asks him to explain himself. Isagi explains that Kiora is a talented player, and if they look at his individual stats, it's right up there with the rest of the starters, not to mention that his skill set allows him to take over Corona's place at right back seamlessly. However, to defeat the Ubers as they are now, they need a player they can't predict, and someone who can improvise on the fly. And I love how Kiora is just standing there watching them talking about him not getting to play, which is kind of sad. Anyway, back to Isagi, who says that they need a playmaker who can breathe new ideas onto the pitch, otherwise known as a game changer. Noah is quiet before telling him that Bastard has a rule where players are ranked and picked according to their overall numbers, yet Isagi insists on breaking this rule and using a player with a lower rank. Noah even asks Isagi what his logic is for this argument. Isagi doesn't hold back and says that it's to allow him to score, and says that for him to become this game's hero, he needs Noah to put Hiroyo into the game instead of Kiora. Isagi apologizes to Kiora and says that it's something that he needs to try out with Hiroi, saying that Hiroi is the only player who sees the game as he does, and that he's the only one who can keep up with his vision and thought process. Isagi begs Noah, telling him that he's just one piece away and that he needs his partner to score the winning goal. But even so, Noah refuses. He says that he won't accept such a childish and emotionally driven argument, and that he only accepts rational and logically driven arguments. But that's when Hiroi starts, saying that if they had one more playmaker who sees the game from a bird's eye view, then that means that the player can anticipate Isagi's movements and support him, and if they can manage to do that, then they can minimize the time Isagi spent strategizing and increase his play speed. To the opponents, it would seem like there are two Isagi's on the field, saying that he is fine with being Isagi's shadow. Hiroi thinks that after being controlled by his overbearing parents, he was sick and tired of people forcing their expectations on him, but for some weird reason. Right now, this is the first time he's wanted to do something for himself. As he puts his gloves on, he says that he wants to see how he stacks up against the world, and that for the first time in his life, he's going to believe in himself. And with that, Noah finally concedes and accepts their proposal. However, he also says that if they screw up, they will both be dropped from the starting lineup, which they gladly accept. And with Hiroi in his hand, Isagi is fully ready for his last and final piece to seize this game. After that, we see Snuffy sitting down in his master chair while taking his headband off. He tells the Ubers that since Baru already hijacked the team, they shall play through him, while of course using the tactics he's shown them, and lastly encouraging them to make a goal that even him couldn't possibly come up with, which the Ubers players are fully on board with. Snuffy also has a rather sluggish look on his face as he tells Baru that if they lose, he better take full responsibility. This, of course, doesn't face the king, who just tells him to sit quietly on the bench and tremble in fear as he watches Baru surpass him. Baru's words don't only hype up Snuffy, but also the entirety of the Uber squad, who's now more than ever ready to give it their all. As Noah approaches his seat, he puts his arm on Kyora's shoulder, and he promises him that he will play in the next match, as he got completely shafted in this game. I honestly still feel so bad for him, but at the same time, I feel extreme excitement towards Hiroi, who's getting ready to give it his all. But let's just take a quick moment to appreciate Neru, who tried to comfort Kiora as he went back to his seat. I swear Neru is such an overlooked character. He's always there to hype or comfort his teammates. Same goes for Kitsunezato. Anyway, back to Hiroi, who thanks Isagi for picking him. However, Isagi says that he didn't do it for him, and that he instead needs his abilities to score, as he asks him if he can use metavision, which Hiroi surprisingly and calmly says that he can. Isagi violently throws his water bottle down on the ground, as he asks Hiroi what he was able to see when Snuffy stopped his counterattack. Hiroi says that Isagi would have been able to score if he had gotten the ball at his feet. However, he adds on by saying that they can't fault Yukimiya for sending that lob pass, as it was thanks to him dribbling that Isagi created the space needed to score. Hiroi then follows up with the most important question, asking what Isagi's plan is. However, Isagi takes some inspiration from Noah, as he tells Hiroi that he has no idea at all, which shocks Hiroi as he says that he can't believe that Isagi would demand Noah to pick him without a plan. Isagi says that it was the only choice he had, and as Ubers also made their substitutions, they will probably have to ad-lib and improvise on the fly. And with that, he puts his hand out to Hiroi and says that they will win 100%. Hiroi says that what they need right now is a collaborated winning vision, where they both read and analyze the game with metavision as he meets up with Isagi's hand. He also thinks to himself and wonders why it is that he doesn't hate the expectations that Isagi has for him, and that he's definitely going to change during his match. As the masters sit down, Noah tells Snuffy that he didn't expect him to resort to such emotional tactics, and asks him if he got all soft due to those brats' enthusiasm and passion. After that, Snuffy says that he can see why Noah chose Isagi as his protege, as he's got quite a unique talent. Noah says the same thing about Baru, and says that his potential would be up there with some of the best U20 strikers in the world, which Snuffy definitely agrees with. He even says that seeing Isagi and Baru so fired up together reminds him of Noah and Ego and the twisted rivalry they had. However, Noah just tells him not to compare him to that twisted maniac. After that, Snuffy even goes so far as saying that if those two continue to evolve at this incredible and fast rate, their little pipe dream of Japan someday winning the World Cup might go as far as coming into reality. We quickly leave the Masters and go to NESS, who's currently stressing his heart out, saying that even just containing Isagi is already a pain in the ass. However, now they will have to adapt and deal with Uber's unpredictable tactics as well. He even goes as far as saying that there's a chance that he and Kaiser will actually lose. But just then, Kaiser comes and puts his arm around NESS, asking NESS what's wrong, and says that if he keeps looking like that, even the goddess of victory will abandon him. NESS starts to freak out even more as he asks Kaiser what they should do, but Kaiser just tells him to be calm and says that every game has gaps that they can exploit, which Isagi will definitely try to find. With that, Kaiser has an intense and furious look as he says that he will destroy them all and asks NESS if he's ready for it. We leave the married couple and go to Lorenzo, who tells Baru that he can have one of his golden teeth, which Baru quite easily turns down. Lorenzo tells him that he's indebted to Baru as he's never ever seen Snuffy make such a face before. Baru tells him to pay back the debt now, and that they all better set him up for winning. The game is starting to begin soon, and with that, we see a bunch of bastard Munchen players being determined not to lose. As Gagamaru says that he will definitely stop the next one, we also have Yukimiya, who says that he will now become the game's hero. Reichi also tries to hype them up, and says that now that Snuffy is gone, it's time for them to shift the game back in their favor. The speakers suddenly go off and say that the stage is set after a fierce back-and-forth battle with sensational goals on both sides. Bastard Munchen and the Ubers are tied 2-2. Who will be the one to score the winning goal and emerge as this game's protagonist? As this is going down, we see Isagi walking with pieces flying everywhere as he ironically says that he's got all the pieces he needs to score and become the hero. He will take full advantage of Hiroi's playmaking abilities and dominate this game. And just like that, the final restart in the Neo Egoist League Match 5 kickoff finally starts as we see Bastard Munchen starting it off, and Isagi thinking to himself that the last goal and the king of the game will be him. After that, we see both Kaiser and NESS advancing on the field, when suddenly Baru comes forward, asking Kaiser to show him what he's made of. Kaiser just pulls his regular scary face as he says that he will take Baru down. However, while they are going at each other, NESS notices something strange. He notices that Baru is there trying to press them, which he has never done before. Kaiser passes the ball to NESS, who knows that in a situation like this, his job is to lure them in, which he definitely does as he gets behind not one, but two Ubers players. Baru tells them to trap NESS, but before they can do anything, NESS has already gotten away with an outstanding pass to Kaiser, who traps it marvelously. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but Kaiser's trap reminds me of something Nagi would do. Anyway, NESS falls flat on the ground, but even though he got his face crushed, he still said that it was a success as he got the ball to Kaiser. Kaiser looks unstoppable as he's advancing up on the field. He even manages to catch one of the Ubers players off guard by just attacking straight. Nico tells his teammates not to let him shoot and to watch out for the flanks. However, Grim has already managed to find himself a position on the flank as he calls for Kaiser. Even so, Grim doesn't satisfy Kaiser, who is forcefully looking for a path that he can send his Kaiser's impact in. He gets behind another one of Uber's defenders and cuts to the right to find himself a golden opportunity in between Aiku's and Ryu's faces. He shoots the ball with his lightning strike, and it would have gone in if it weren't for Lorenzo, who comes in his way and sacrifices his face to save the goal. The ball goes up in the sky and Isagi has his eyes on it. He knows that he has to run and get to the ball first. The ball is slowly going down and he thinks that if he can reach it, then he can turn it into a direct shot right away. However, just then, Aiku comes and heads away the ball, telling Isagi that he isn't the only one with metavision. Before we move on, let's just take a moment to really appreciate this fantastic panel. Aiku looks like a beast, and the snake is so well done that I'm almost speechless. The ball falls down to Hiyori, who's already in a feared 1-versus-1. However, Baru feels a bit alone, so he decides to join in on the fun, calling Hiyori naive and a bench warmer as he pushes him to the side. Nico also comes by and says that he's shocked to think that Baru himself would come and help out on the defense, as he comes and just hijacks the ball from both of them. Isagi is quietly watching from the side, saying that he can't believe that Baru willingly decided to do the dirty work and play defense from the front, saying that something like that was unthinkable until now, and for them to account for that, their decision-making will be one step slower. Baru's loyalty is only to himself, which makes for a perfect union where a king combines forces with a flawlessly designed army, which allows him to pursue his glory. However, it isn't only Baru who's undergoing an insane evolution, as the whole of Ubers is feeling the same thing while leading their king. All of the Ubers players are advancing up on the field in their intense counter-attack, and they turn to Baru for an idea of who they should attack, but Baru just tells them to shut up and work, saying that he will make a hat trick in this game, and as he uses the Neo Egoist League, he's going to show the world that he's the best player in the world. On the other hand, we have Hiyori, who thinks to himself that he is insane, saying that this is a totally different level than before. He says that the Ubers are outstanding, and that they are too fast and too good, which makes it impossible for Hiyori to read them, saying that he hasn't gotten into the game at all. Hiyori is in shock that Isagi has been able to constantly aim for the goal which fighting all these monsters, not to mention Kaiser or Baru. Hiyori wonders how they are able to score goals at this level. He calls everyone here a twisted psycho before saying that he fucking loves this place, saying that this is the first time he's ever experienced this type of intense and mad football, before Isagi calls out his name and tells him to come to him. After that, we get thrown back into Hiyori's backstory, where he just fell down a flight of stairs, thanks to his mom and dad arguing. They rush over, but they aren't worried about him, not even in the slightest. They are only concerned about his precious football leg, and even the mom has the audacity to tell him how much time and money they have invested into Hiyori. And it was at that moment that he realized that his parents sadly didn't love him, and that all they cared about was his specs. That tragic day left Hiyori in despair, and since that day his passion and attitude for football changed. Before he only played football because it made his parents happy, but now he only plays football because he doesn't want to break up his family. As he's playing video games, he acknowledges that it's a disgusting and pathetic reason, and that his attitude towards football is also pathetic, but even so, he doesn't have anything else that he can fully devote himself to. Hiyori's eyes are filled with emptiness and darkness as he says he began to coast through life, trying to find something that could help him ignite his passion. But then he meets Karasutabito. He tells Hiyori that all that crap about people's expectations, to just think about that later, and to instead start with yourself, and to believe in yourself. He tells Hiyori that he needs to find something that truly gets his blood pumping, and if he doesn't stop there, then he will just keep running around in circles like an idiot. But even so, for Hiyori to believe in himself was something close to impossible, because for him, things like expectations are just curses and almost like chains which is weighing him down. Hiyori desperately wanted to get away from his parents and to just escape that miserable and tragic household, which was the sole reason that he came to Bluelock. He did his best to survive in Bluelock because, like he said before, he didn't want to go home. And then we see him in the tag game where he took someone out, which was quite interesting because we don't know that much about the other's experience in the early stages of Bluelock. Anyway, thanks to Hiyori desperately clinging to that ego, he was able to hang on and survive within Bluelock, even going as far as helping Isagi in the 3rd selection and helping to win the U20 match. And now all that's left is the Ubers game, which we finally get back into. Reichi is screaming at bastard MUNCHEN to stop Uber's counterattack quickly, but as Hiyori is running back to help alongside Isagi, everything he can think about is how fast the Ubers are playing and how he's slowly falling behind. Even NESS is impressed at the Ubers' ability to dribble and advance at such a pace as they are going. Hiyori thinks that the quality of their combination plays is something truly outstanding that he's never experienced before. And not to mention the fact that Baru can get the best out of them, just like a king would move. But at the same time, it's not like he's moving selfishly. Baru, even though he's a selfish jerk, the aura that he's able to emanate makes the people around him trust him and follow his lead. Players who become the world's #1 striker probably have that ability that makes people follow them, which is amazing, but still something that Hiyori is unable to do now. An ego that teammates believe, trust, and gravitate toward. Hiyori has never really cared about believing or wanting to become the best player in the world, but then one day he saw Isagi, a player who sees the game in the same way as Hiyori does, and a player with his eye set on being the world's best player. And then it clicks for Hiyori that he isn't just a player, but that he's the key to Isagi's evolution. But it doesn't stop there either, as he says that he's the only one who can unlock his full potential. He thinks that if he hadn't come to Bluelock, none of this would have happened. All of those golden opportunities that only he can see, they're his reason to fight on. Isagi holds the potential to become the world's #1 striker, but if they fail to capitalize on this golden opportunity, there's a good chance the world will forget about his potential. But it's fine, as Hiyori is the key, and he will be the one to unlock it. He will unlock a future where Isagi dominates the world stage, and that's a future worth living for. He will make Isagi the king of football. The ball falls onto Nico's shoe, which makes the ball bounce up, and out of nowhere, Lorenzo comes by and just sweeps away the ball. Both Isagi and Kaiser are there alongside Lorenzo, and they are both thinking that there's no way that they will let Lorenzo pass Baru. However, he unfortunately reaches the ball first and passes Baru, who's in front of the penalty area. As the ball is going toward him, out of nowhere the man himself, Hiyori, comes and stops the ball. He calls them idiots and reminds them that he also has metavision. He thinks that his ego isn't something that someone pre-planned for him. It's an ego that holds the key to the future, and most importantly, it's an ego he found for himself. And with that, he puts the key in his locker and finally breaks out of the chains that have been weighing him down all this time. He has a fierce look on his face as he looks to Isagi, telling him that it's time to fucking do this. Everyone from the Uber squad is shocked to their core by Hiyori's play. However, someone who is ready to attack is Isagi, who screams at Hiyori to win this. Isagi thinks that by Hiyori covering for Isagi's blind spots, he then managed to plug the holes in their defense. We see Isagi and Hiyori advancing up on the field with Hiyori being deep in his metavision. Sendo comes by and thinks that he is someone but gets out dribbled by Hiyori. And I don't know why, but this little panel is so satisfying that I can't stop staring at it for some reason. Anyway, After Sendo lies Nico waiting, but before he can do anything to Hiyori, Hiyori has already managed to get a pass off to Isagi. These two are sharper than ever, as there's no room for errors now, and by Hiyori perfectly syncing up his winning vision with Isagi, they are able to steam up the field, even involving Yukimiya in their attack. As they are trading passes, Hiyori thinks that Isagi has many weapons in his arsenal like his Metavision, Football IQ, and Direct Shot. However, Isagi's greatest weapon is without a doubt his ability to devour his rivals while still continuously fighting inside this twisted and chaotic field. Isagi's ability would have never awakened it if he hadn't come to Bluelock, and is also the foundation of his ego. And right now, that ego is trying to propel him to become the world's best player, and only Hiyori holds the key to awaken his revolution. The emergence of the next football hero, and a hero that will change the history of football, is only a vision that Hiyori can construct and envision. That's the one thing pushing Hiyori forward and is why he plays football, which is the foundation of Hiyori-Yo's own ego. Let's just take a quick second to admire how Hiyori absolutely crushed the Ubers players in this panel. Like bro wasn't even thinking about them, but he still got behind them like they were nothing, even mere air to him. And I can't explain, but Hiroi's way of dribbling and getting behind his opponents looks so clean and satisfying. Even the Ubers players are saying that Hiyori's way of getting behind them is outright filthy. Hiyori's eyes are burning with determination, as he says that mass-producing goals isn't the only way to become an egoist, and that it was Isagi who helped Hiyori realize, because Hiroi is an egoist who produces the game with his passes. Here we see Hiyori fully looked in as he spots the perfect position for Isagi. Hiyori notices that Isagi wants to make a run for it, and to then uses a direct shot. Hiyori locks onto Isagi and passes him as he says that the future that Isagi envisioned, it's finally time to synchronize his vision with his goal. Hiyori's pass is going forward at an outstanding pace, and Isagi tries to run away from Aiku, who's looking him down nicely. The pass is perfect for Isagi. However, as he goes into his direct shot position, Lorenzo and Aiku comes back and tries to stop him. Lorenzo has his tongue out as he tries to be Rin, and he tells Isagi that it's the end of the line here. However, Isagi thinks that it's going perfectly, and that everything that is happening is exactly how he envisioned it. As Lorenzo goes in for the ball, Isagi instead taps the ball, which makes it go over Lorenzo's head. As Hiroi is watching from afar, he says that this was their plan along, making the first move to be a fake, to then turn around and use his lefty direct shot, creating a two-stage attack that allows Isagi to create enough space to shoot freely. I wish I could say that it ended here, however Kaiser is coming behind Isagi, telling him that he knew about their plan and that he will be taking this as he sprints to Isagi. Isagi is stunned, saying that Kaiser knew that he was going to fake out Lorenzo with his right and targeted the instant he was going to shoot with his left leg. Kaiser is planning on stealing his goal in mid-air, however Isagi has had enough of his shit. So he still makes his lefty shot, saying that the ball is his. And with that, the two of them create a joint attack by combining Kaiser's Kaiser impact with Isagi's direct shot to create their new combo shot, which I would say is my new favorite shot of the series so far. However, of course the Ubers are here to ruin the fun, as both Ryu and Baru are at the line and manage to block the shot with their legs. Even Ryu is stunned to see Baru at the defense line, and on top of that blocking a shot. Isagi lands and says that thanks to Kaiser he couldn't cleanly strike the ball, which made it a worse shot. Hiyori is still in the back watching it go down and says that he can't believe it. He and Isagi were in perfect sync, but the way Kaiser and Baru stopped them from scoring, it's almost like the two moved in a way that surpassed their expectations. And even though they are playing the game perfectly and flawlessly, the rate that the rest of the field is evolving is still a bit faster than their combined decision making, and for them to fully dominate at this level, they are unfortunately still one piece short, and with the ball high up in the air. Everyone is rushing to get their hands on it, but the ones who get there first are Ryu and Kunigami. However, Ryu uses his outstanding jumping skills to head the ball first. The ball bounces on the ground before it goes to Aiku and Kaiser, but suddenly out of nowhere, Isagi comes and is able to get off a pass to Hiyori on the side. Hiyori gets the ball, and Isagi screams at him to go one more time. Thanks to that, Hiyori knows that Isagi still believes in him. Hiyori thinks that the best thing to do is to reset their attack and surpass their previous winning vision to create a brand new attack pattern. But just as Hiyori is getting ready to attack with Isagi, he sees two silhouettes of his parents behind him. They are telling, or almost forcing him to shoot the ball instead, telling Hiyori that they expect great things from him and that he needs to become the number one. After that, Hiyori gets a rather unpleasant and worried look on his face as he says that from the start, his parents heaped expectations on him, which he absolutely hated. And the whole point for him coming to Bluelock was to escape those expectations that he was drowning in. But right now, isn't that all he's doing? trying to live up to Isagi's expectations like his parents. But it's different with Isagi, as Hiyori doesn't hate the expectations Isagi has set for him. Hiyori is in despair, trying to think of the right answers, when another silhouette appears before him, but now it's Ego who's also telling him to shoot, asking Hiyori if that isn't what being a striker is all about. Then it clicks for Hiyori, as he thinks that the missing piece to the puzzle might be his shooting ability. Isagi is running on the side, trying his hardest to get Hiyori's attention as he shouts at him to look at him and to give him the ball. Hiyori is about to do what Isagi says, as he's the reason Hiroi's managed to get this far. But suddenly he thinks back to him and Karasu talking back in middle school, where Karasu told him to believe in himself, to find something that truly gets his blood pumping, because if you don't start there, you'll just keep running in circles. And with that, Hiyori finally says that he gets it, as until now he never took his future into his own hands, but instead let his parents decide his future. He then blamed them and ran away because things didn't go his way, because that was his way of not getting hurt. As he gets behind Nico, he says that he is afraid of being alone and abandoned, but then making a 180 and calling himself pathetic. He pretended that he is some stoic person when he's really just a coward who keeps on running away. But from now on, he won't hide behind people's expectations of him anymore, because from now on he will believe in himself, and if he ends up being alone and abandoned after that, then that's whatever, because if he was truly born for the sole purpose of playing football, then this shot will be his answer. Hiyori says this as he fires off an absolutely outstanding shot against the goal, which means that he betrayed Isagi, who is looking at him with a stunned expression as the ball is flying past his face. Both Aiku and Lorenzo are thrown off by Hiyori's shot, which came out of nowhere, but just when you thought that it will finally end, someone else comes in the way, and this time, it's none other than Sendo Shuto, who is by the goal, and jumps up to barely touch the ball, but still touch it, enough to make it bounce away, making Sendo save another super close goal. However, as Hiyori is witnessing this, he looks destroyed, saying that he knew it, and that he wasn't a person who was born to play football after all. However, someone doesn't agree with that, and it's Isagi who has pieces flying around everywhere as he compliments Hiyori, saying that he's finally found his ultimate winning formula. As Hiyori watches the ball flying in the air, he thinks that he wasn't a person who was born to play football after all, saying it with a crushed and destroyed expression on his face. The ball falls down to Aiku, who traps it perfectly, but Hiyori couldn't care any less, as he says that he suffered so much and experienced so much frustration from all of this. He tried so hard to believe that playing football was what he was made for and what was his purpose. However, that shot told him that he wasn't worthy, but honestly, he felt okay with it. After he goes home, he will sit down with his parents and tell them. He will finally tell them that he's done with football. Hiyori is casually standing on the field, while everyone else is running around in chaos. Hiyori has a bittersweet expression on his face as he says that he gave it his all and that he can now move on without a single regret. He thanks Bluelock for his blessing and even lets out a smile of relief. However, while Hiyori is in this euphoric state, Isagi out of nowhere comes running to him, screaming his name all that he possibly can. Hiyori looks over with a surprised face to see Isagi with burning eyes telling him to do one more. Hiyori can't understand what is going on. While he's trying to figure out what Isagi is saying, the whole Uber's squad is beginning their counterattack and is rushing over. Hiyori is frozen as he thinks that Isagi still believes in him, but just why? Hiyori decided to shoot and betray him instead of passing, so why would Isagi still have faith and believe in him? Isagi is running like never before on the field as he screams at Hiyori to not even think, telling him to go crazy and to surpass their wildest imaginations and to do it on reflexively. When Isagi says that, Hiyori remembers that it was that exact advice that he once gave to Isagi in the third selection. But why would Isagi say that now, and what could he mean? Hiyori is totally dumbfounded as he says that he doesn't get it, but still, he wonders what it is that makes him desperately want to meet Isagi's expectations of him. He thinks back to his parents' expectations of him, and how horrible they were, saying that every single one of his parents' expectations was always focused on his physical specs, meaning his human side of things. But with Isagi, it's different as Isagi's expectations aren't focused on the human side of Hiyori, but instead, the things that he can change through actions. His expectations are super goal-oriented, especially goals that have the power to change his destiny. Ever since he arrived at Bluelock, Isagi has been searching for comrades who can help him achieve that reality, which is why everyone gets drawn to Isagi's ego and tries their best not to get devoured by him. While Hiyori has been thinking to himself, Lorenzo managed to get the ball away from Isagi and up to their ace striker Baru, who's in a one-on-one with Yukimiya, who's desperately trying to stop Baru from shooting. To help Yukimiya, Raichi comes and says that the two of them can trap him, so Raichi goes in and tries his best to cover the goal. However, as time passes, Baru starts getting more angry and aggressive until he's had enough and pushes both of them to the side to get off a shot at the goal. But sadly, all of his efforts will go to waste as Kunigami is waiting for the goal. He calls Baru a redhead gorilla before he blocks the shot from Baru. Isagi compliments Kunigami's block, but he's so stuck up with himself that he tells Isagi to shut up and that he didn't do it for him. All the 22 players on the pitch are trying their hardest to win this match, or I should rather say 21, as Hiyori is slowly jogging in the back. Hiyori's disappointed because just when he thought that he could move on, and just when he thought that he could finally go home and play some video games, he was finally ready to quit football for good when it all went into ruin. After that, Gagamaru catches the ball in the air and throws it up on the field right away, telling them to finish this game already. But suddenly, someone says that he already knew that Bluelock was a twisted madhouse, and that Gagamaru's shit pass won't lead to the finishing goal. It was Hiyori who said it, and is now back in the game saying that just one last time he will make an exception while looking at Isagi and saying that this will be his last attack on Isagi's crazy and twisted ego. Hiyori gets down on the ground and right off the bat, both Nico and Lorenzo come rushing toward him. Nico tells Lorenzo that they will crush him with a high-press trap design, which Lorenzo is on full board with. However, Hiyori has gone into rage mode as he tells them to just shut the fuck up as he does an outstanding rainbow flick over both of them, and then sneaks behind Lorenzo before he can even comprehend what is happening. The ball falls to Isagi, who tells Hiyori to keep up the tempo. But as Hiyori hears this, he wonders who the hell Isagi thinks he is, as he's ordering Hiyori around, saying that if it weren't for him, Isagi wouldn't even be able to impact the game at all. He thinks this as they make a 1-2 with each other to get away from Lorenzo and Nico. Nico is stunned by what Hiyori has just managed to do, and Lorenzo is just weird as always. Anyway, Hiyori gets behind another Ubers player like it's kindergarten football for him. Even though he's getting behind the players with ease, it feels like he isn't even paying much attention to them, as he in his head says that after this match, he will quit football for good. He sees Isagi coming behind the Ubers defender, so he passes him. But after that pass, Hiyori suddenly gets a random realization, asking himself what it is that he's doing, running around like a crazy maniac while feeling a rather unique feeling. He wonders if it is due to Isagi's nosiness, kindness, or even friendship, but it's definitely none of the above, as Hiyori couldn't care less about any of it. And if he's being frank, then the only thing he cares about is seeing whether Isagi really is the real deal. And if Hiyori holds the key to becoming the best, then he wants to experience the moment that the world changes around him. But this also confuses Hiyori, as he can't believe that he has such a greedy ego deep inside of him. As he's getting back the pass from Isagi, he says that this is the first time that his mind and body are in perfect sync when playing football. He doesn't really understand it, but says that this might be the feeling you get when you start to believe in yourself. But even with this new and crazy feeling he's experiencing, he's still set on quitting football after this match. He finally stops thinking for a second as he passes the ball to Isagi. However, Isagi does a little Mario jump above it and lets it roll over to Yukimiya, who is in a one-on-one with Drago, but he's still able to get the ball back to Hiyori. Hiyori sees that they are 38 meters away from the goal, saying that he's still not in the range to deliver the final pass, but just maybe Isagi can manage to get behind the defense. But they still haven't broken it down, so how could he do that? But at the same time, this just might be the perfect timing for them to score. Isagi is quickly and swiftly trying his hardest to run behind the Ubers, but even with his attempts, Hiyori still says that they are too far away, saying that he hasn't shaken off his marks yet, and he starts talking about the best option for them to take. When suddenly, out of nowhere, Isagi just decides to stop. Hiyori is angry, wondering why the hell Isagi decided to stop, and tells him to keep on moving. Hiyori asked him how the hell he was supposed to pass the ball to him if he was standing still with two defenders behind him. He wonders if he wants Hiyori to try and go for another goal again, or what it is that he's thinking. But suddenly the piece floats together, and Hiyori remembers what Isagi said beforehand, telling him to don't look and don't even think, just telling Hiyori to surpass their wildest imagination instinctively. Hiyori is in shock after realizing Isagi's plan, calling Isagi a real maniac, and wonders how he will even be able to pull this off, saying that no matter how you look at it, this is crazier than anything he's ever done before. Isagi's eyes have a determination like never before as he tells Hiyori to sense it, the field's own blind spot. Hiyori thinks that it's possible while mostly theoretically. Isagi tells him to do it and says that he's the only one that can do it. So Hiyori throws all of his thoughts to the side and calls Isagi an arrogant bastard before telling him to do it. Hiyori is getting ready to pass, with both Aiku, Nico, and even Kaiser before him. And that's not all that's in front of him, as there's a ton of pieces flying like crazy all over the field as the two of them are getting ready to make history. Hiyori says that Hiyori Yu will now become the center of the world. Nico knows that he can't stop Hiyori in a one-on-one by himself, which leads him to his only option, which is to try his best and slow down Hiyori's attack. As Isagi is waiting by the defenders, Ryu says that right now Isagi is playing off Hiyori's movements to receive the final pass. Ryu is still set on keeping him locked down and refusing to let Isagi move freely. However, it isn't just Ryu who's deep in his thoughts as Aiku is carefully analyzing the field, saying that by aiming for the chaos created by those two by predicting the trajectory of Hiyori's pass, Kaiser's only intent is on forcibly snatching the winning goal, which Aiku is sure of, so he knows not to take his eyes off Kaiser. Kaiser is coming towards Isagi, while saying that he will kill him, and I know that this is Bluelock, but that seems a bit too far, even for Kaiser, but I don't doubt that he would do it if he got the chance. Anyway, Hiyori is currently going crazy against Nico. He's dribbling the ball so fast that Nico has absolutely no idea which way Hiyori is looking to go. He analyzes Hiyori's movements and says that he will go right, but just as he goes in for it, Hiyori moves to the left side. This not only gets him behind Nico, but also opens the pass route, and they are now both ready to do it. But as Isagi is getting ready to receive the pass, Aiku sees something else. He sees that Hiyori is only looking at the ball, and understands that Hiyori is planning to shoot the ball all by himself. This turns out to be true as Hiyori gets into a shooting position and is ready to fire it off, when unfortunately, Lorenzo comes out of nowhere. Lorenzo calls him selfish, but admits that this is all that Bluelock is about. Lorenzo goes in to take the ball, only to realize that Hiyori was planning on doing a feint all along, which even leaves Nico wondering what Hiyori is up to. The ball goes up in the air, but that's when Hiyori's next threat comes into the picture. As the king himself, Baru, comes by, he calls Hiyori predictable and says that in the end, he's just gonna pass after all. Baru screams at Hiyori that the pass route is now sealed off, telling Hiyori that without Isagi, he's just an insignificant lackey who is too weak to stand up and fight for himself. But Hiyori has a look in his eyes like never before. It's almost like his mind is fully in the game and nothing else. Anyway, Hiyori tells Baru that he was too slow and also throws in a dumbass because why not? As Hiyori is surrounded by 3 Ubers players, he says that he can already see Isagi winning the final goal. And just then, out of nowhere, Isagi, without looking at Hiyori, just starts sprinting. And not even Kaiser understands what is going on at this point. But then it clicks for them all, as Isagi runs away from Ryu, and Hiyori gets a window open up from Baru. Everyone on the pitch sees that the two of them aren't even looking at each other, and instead putting their full trust that each other will be there at the correct time. Hiyori's and Isagi's eyes are burning like never before, and it's more than enough to burn the whole Bluelock stadium to the ground. Anyway, Hiyori finally gets off the pass, which just goes over Baru's leg, and is heading into the pit of players all gathered around each other. Hiyori asks Isagi if he's there, which Isagi definitely is, as he catches the whole Uber's defenders off guard, and is now almost free from them, even leaving Kaiser behind them as he looks at Isagi clueless. As the ball falls to Isagi, Hiyori and Isagi in sync say that if they are the real deal, then by clashing and crossing their visions of becoming the best player in the world, they will be able to go even beyond their wildest dreams. The ball is falling down, and it has a glow around it like never before, as Isagi Yoichi, the Bluelock's MVP, the Bluelock's Egoist, and bastard Munchen's new ace, he gets into direct shot position and absolutely demolishes the ball as it falls down to let his leg. Fukaku tries his best to catch, but I don't even think that the best goalkeeper in the world has a chance of catching it as it goes into the net and finally gives bastard Munchen their well-deserved lead. Isagi and Hiyori are absolutely ecstatic as they jump up in each other's arms to celebrate this insanity of a goal. We finally get to see everyone's reaction to Isagi's and Hiyori's spectacular goal. And we even see Snuffy letting out a smile as he watches them, and Noah is just a stone face as regular. Kurona and Igarashi gets up from their seat to rush over to the two of them and start celebrating. From afar, we have Aiku and Nico, who's totally exhausted after the match. Aiku says that it is amazing, and Nico wonders what it is with those two. Aiku responds by saying that they are totally twisted, but Nico says that he can't believe it. While it may be theoretically possible for this to work, those two at that exact moment must have synced up without even making eye contact. It would be impossible unless those two synced up their thought processes perfectly, and everything that they saw on the field, everything must have been in sync. Lorenzo comes by saying that they totally destroyed them and that the attack surpassed any perfect design they could have created. He calls it a risky gamble, but for them to pull it off in this do-or-die situation, you gotta just tip your cap off to those freaks, and says that they definitely without a doubt were the heroes of this game. But that's not all, as he also admits that that goal alone was worth at least 100 million. We see Baru for a quick second as he looks furious, but he doesn't really say anything except grinning a bit, which is understandable as he's just lost to his rival once again. After that, we see NESS thinking about his life decisions and how everything could go so wrong. He says that ISAGI'S and Hiyori's play should have been impossible and calls it disgusting. But deep down he wonders if this is the true essence and magic of ISAGI'S football. Kaiser is quiet beside him, but when NESS looks over, he doesn't see Kaiser instead. He sees a whole goddamn monster who is screaming his heart out of frustration. The author really managed to capture all of Kaiser's anger and despair in this single panel alone, and then we see his determination for revenge as he looks at Isagi and Hiyori, who's doing a high five with each other. Isagi compliments Hiyori and calls him amazing, saying that Hiyori's shot gave him inspiration. If they could use Hiyori's shot as a decoy, they could then create a split-second opening, and if they then had complete trust in each other, they could see the same winning vision and play as one. He thanks Hiyori for tagging along with his selfish demands. But there's something wrong as Hiyori's eyes quickly go blank. He starts by saying that he never thought that someone could use expectations like this, saying that it wouldn't have worked even if both parties understood and played off each other, and that it's not about one person wholeheartedly supporting the other's demands. Instead, this partnership can only work if both parties believe the other sees the same winning vision. When Hiyori realized that he could play freely, a whole new world opened up before him, and he thanked Isagi for that. Isagi looks happy as he says that the two of them can do this until they become the best layers in the world. But Hiyori says no. He says that he won't play this kind of tag team football with him anymore. This shocks Isagi, but Hiyori continues saying that from now on, he's gonna play a brand of football that will produce the best striker in the world. He says this with an incredible aura around him, which even gets Isagi to feel it. Hiyori doesn't stop as he says that he was planning on quitting after this match, but after being a part of that goal, and after experiencing that thrill and that ego, there's no way in hell he can quit. And if strikers can't understand and keep up with his passes, then he'll discard them without a second thought, including Isagi himself. Isagi is a bit taken aback by all this, but laughs and says that contrary to his calm demeanor, Hiyori is quite a sadist. But Hiyori one-ups him as he says that he's an ultra-sadist and thinks that from now on, his life will finally start to revolve around him, as the two of them smile and are extremely happy over all of this. And with that, the Neo Egoist League Game 5 has ended with the final scores being 3 to Bastard Munchen and 2 to the Ubers. But now we leave the German stratum and go to game number 6, which is Paris against Manshine City. The scores are 2-1 to Paris, and Nagi and Rin are in an extremely intense and frightening duel with each other. And Rin is even looking like a demon as he has a dark aura around his face. He traps the ball which got sent for him, and Ryo screams at Nagi to stop him. Nagi says that Rin has become an absolute monster, and that his core strength, body balance, trapping, dribbling and shooting, saying that all of Rin's specs have evolved beyond comprehension since the U20 match. With that, he lands with a cold stance on the field, and we see that it has been Rin who scored all of the 3 goals, meaning that he got a hat-trick this game, and it was Chigiri who scored for Manshine City. Anyway, Rin is looking more furious and just threatening than I've ever seen him, as he says that Isagi will have to prepare himself as Rin is going to fucking destroy him, which is just insane and mind-blowing at the same time. Rin is exhausted after his incredible hat-trick performance on the Manshine City team. Nagi is on the ground after getting dropped by Rin in their duel. However, as Rin is walking away, he stops him. He tells him that Rin just keeps on getting stronger and stronger, which is something amazing to Nagi. And he then asks Rin what it is that drives him to become even stronger with a rather deadless look in his eyes. Rin is surprised and says that Nagi already knows the answer, and that it is to surpass his older brother Itoshi Sai and destroy Isagi. Nagi understands but isn't quite satisfied as he asks Rin what will happen when he accomplishes all of that, and what Rin's next step will be. This basically is the situation Nagi is in now, and maybe why he is playing so poorly, as he has accomplished all of his goals. Rin tells him that he doesn't care, and asks what kind of baby thinks about dying when they are immediately born, and that once they are born, there's only one thing to do, which is to survive. And to be frank, it doesn't matter if there's a heaven or a hell, because in Rin's football fantasy, he dictates everything. And all of those who stand before him with a lukewarm attitude, Rin will personally send them straight down to the fiery pits of hell. After hearing that, Nagi gets a shocked expression on his face, but he doesn't stay there for any longer as we go back to the German stratum. Isagi is thinking back to his and Kaiser's deal at the beginning of the match, which of course was that the one who scored the most goals would win, and somehow Isagi really did it. He won. He is more happy and ecstatic than ever as he does a celebration pose while thinking that in this match and this moment he really did it. He finally surpassed Kaiser. However, his celebration gets shortened as the megaphones go off asking everyone to listen. They say that both Match 5 and Match 6 of the Neo Egoist League have now finished, and with that, in addition to broadcasting the results to everyone simultaneously, they will now move on to the auction rankings, saying that currently, 29 players have received bids from various clubs, and with that, the players who are ranked in the 24th to the 29th place, on the 29th spot, and barely making it in, we have the man and the sweetheart himself Nanas on a mega steal for only 3 million yen. Above him we have Wanima on 4 million, then Fukaku on 5 million, Hiragi on 5 million, Niu on a small step up with 6 million, and on the 24th place, we have Zantetsu on 8 million, which he really isn't happy with, which I fully get when his former teammates are getting bids like 88 million. Moving on to the top 23 players, and here is where it gets interesting, as the top 23 players will be selected to represent Japan in the U20 World Cup, which I can't wait for. Anyway, the rankings here are pretty interesting, so let's get going. Tokimitsu just managed to squeeze in on the 23rd place with a 10 million offer. Reichi is on this list sitting on 18 million with just this single game, which is pretty solid. Above him, however, we have Hiyori with a 20 million offer, and now I think that's a bit low. However, it's also understandable as he only came in during the last stage of the game and even he is satisfied with it. After him, we have 3 of the former top 6 players of Bluelock, referring to Otoya, Karasu, and Ryusei of course. And I'm not gonna lie, but I'm disappointed in all of them. Like at one point, they were considered the top 6 in the whole of Bluelock, and now they are not even in the top 10. Anyway, we also have Corona coming in at the number 12 spot, with only 1 million more than his last offer. Anyway, now it's getting spicy as we move to the current top 11. And first up is Ryu, which he definitely deserves as he comes in on a crazy 35 million offer. Above him, we have a shared place with Ryo and Yukimiya, who both got 36 million. After that, Aiku comes in with 38 million, and then on the number 7 spot, we have to everyone's surprise Nagi with a 43 million offer, which is crazy. Ryo is even surprised that their value has lowered since the last game with Ryo losing 4 million and Nagi losing 45 million. However, Nagi says that it can't be helped as they played trash in their latest game. Ryo is determined and says that they need goals to increase their value, and tells Nagi that they will have to switch up their gears in the next game, which Nagi is on board with. After that, we again have a shared space with both Kunigami and Chigiri achieving 50 million offers, and Chigiri even tells Kunigami to stop following him, which I found quite funny, but honestly, I'm super happy for Chigiri. The author didn't feel like showing off Bachira, which might be for some reason, or I'm just reading too much into it. However, he still has his 66 million offer and is sitting in 4th place. Now moving on to the number 3 spot, we have the king of the field Baru with an offer of 130 million, which he really isn't happy with as he looks pissed. But anyway, let's get away from that gorilla and move on to the number 2 spot where Bluelock's ace is. And I'm of course talking about Isagi sitting on a 150 million offer, which is insane, as it means that he went up with a total of 100 million. And then the current number 1 superstar who recently scored a hat-trick and is none other than Itoshi Sei's younger brother. It's of course Itoshi Rin who is in the first place with a 180 million offer, and bro doesn't even look bothered. Tokimitsu is more happy for him than he is himself. As Isagi sees Rin at the top, he thinks that he's always one step ahead of him and that he's always in the way for him. But wait a minute, because this is not over, as some new news has just come in and it's Kaiser who's got an offer. His offer is by none other than the Spanish giants Real Madrid, who's offered him a crazy 320 million offer. Now this is crazy, as that's the same club that Itoshi Sei is in, and also not to mention the strongest club in the whole world, and they are more than ready to steal him away. NESS is over the moon for Kaiser as he rushes over to him saying that he did it. He gets to Kaiser and says that he's now one step closer to becoming the best striker in the world, and that it was worth playing in the Neo Egoist League after all. He has a smug face on his as he says that Kaiser will become Real Madrid's ace, but Kaiser tells him to shut up and calls him an idiot. NESS is shocked, but Kaiser continues saying that he doesn't care about that 320 million offer, or Real Madrid, as right now, he's a trash player who is inferior to Isagi, saying that there's no way in hell he's gonna let it end like this, and that he will destroy Isagi. And look at that, we also get to Isagi, who's kind of shocked by all of this. However, he says that he's still only worth half as much as Kaiser is, and on top of that, he couldn't even surpass Rin, which means that to them, he's still only second. But it's not over yet, as the match against Paris is his last match, and also his last chance to surpass those two. Isagi, Rin, and Kaiser all have burning eyes and an insane lust for the throne, as the only thing they want is to become the best player in the world. And this panel is just so goddamn cool. The text kinda ruins it, but it's still really awesome. After that, we get to see which teams are facing which, and we see that Spain is up against Paris, and England is facing the mighty Ubers. Now what does this mean for Bastard Munchen? Well, it means that it's finally their turn to sit this round out. Everyone is in the training field, and Hiyori is sitting down on the ground. He says that while the other teams battle each other, they can instead use the time to train and level up. And since their final match is against PXG, and will also be the last match of the Neo Egoist League, it means that it's their last opportunity to showcase their worth. We see Igarashi looking frightened as Hiyori says it, while Raichi on the other hand is laughing like a maniac. He wonders why his value is lower than Hiyori's, but ensures them that he's definitely not pissed. Hiyori comments that despite what he is saying, he looks oddly satisfied with himself, and our Shark Boy tags on by saying that Raichi can't hide the fact that he's super hyped to have got his own offer. They all laugh, before Yukimiya says that Hiyori's assist to Isagi was absolutely sick and wonders if anything happened. Hiyori tells him that he finally bought into the Bluelock mentality, saying that he wants to produce the world's strongest striker and that he wants to play football alongside players who can understand his passes. With Hiyori's new mentality, he looks at them and says that he is ready to discard any player who is too stupid to understand his passes. They are all caught off guard, and Yukimiya says that this new Hiyori reminds him of Itoshi Sai, and Raichi says that it means that Hiyori has given up on his goal of becoming a striker and is now set on settling as a playmaker. After that, Hiyori changes the conversation and says that he's at least not getting roasted on social media like Isagi is. Isagi is taken aback by this, as he's never heard about that. Hiyori then reads out some of the comments from their latest game against the Ubers. The first one saying that Isagi Yoichi is the future of Bastard Munchen, and Bastard's best future frontline is Isagi Yoichi and Michael Kaiser, the top two duos. Even though they're still immature and constantly fighting and getting in each other's way, if those two manage to understand and sync up with each other, then they hold the ability to potentially become the most lethal striker duo in the world. Isagi has a disgusted look on his face until he breaks out in total anger. It looks like he's powering up to go into full rage mode as he screams that there's absolutely no way of that happening. Everyone starts to laugh, and Reichi says that the comments got a point and that the two of them are extremely buddy-buddies with each other. This just fuels Isagi's rage as he says that he would rather die than team up with that piece of shit. Hiyori adds in saying that Isagi is a bit too harsh and that Kasagi is the trendiest Bluelock topic currently and even the Bluelock's best couple. Isagi at this point has had enough and tells them to cut it out, but Reichi comments saying that it's like where he pretends he hates it but is secretly totally into it, which I found really funny. Anyway, in the middle of their silliness, Corona suddenly starts to walk away, saying that he needs to work on some individual training. Raichi says that he's got a point, and that all of them have to level up and move up in the rankings. Even Hiyori, who is higher than Raichi, admits that his auction value isn't at a level where he can just kick back and relax, as if they don't finish in the top 23. All of their hard work would have been for nothing, and with that all of them leave, or at least all except one, and that person is Igarashi, who comes up and asks if Isagi's got a moment. Isagi sees that Igarashi is looking really tense and asks him what's up. Igarashi says that he hasn't yet played in a match and that his total value is still 0. He looks like a lost puppy as he asks Isagi what he needs to do to survive. Isagi, shocked by this, doesn't know what to say. Igarashi starts going off saying that if he can't play in the next game, then he's finished, and even though he's trying his best, he just can't catch up to the rest of them. He knows that he's got to force his way into the lineup, but everyone keeps getting bigger and bigger offers. He begs Isagi for any advice that he can give him, and even calls him the great Isagi Yoichi-sama. Isagi thinks for a bit before telling Igarashi that he's sorry, but that he's got nothing. Igarashi is furious, asking him how that is the best he can come up with. Igarashi starts swinging Isagi back and forth and tells him to use his brain and think. After some time, Isagi asks Igarashi what his reason is for playing football. Igarashi tells him that it's to get out of taking over his family's temple. However, Igarashi is worried that his reason isn't enough as the other reasons are much larger, and that they are aiming to be the best player in the world, and wonders if he needs to change his target to becoming the world's best player. Before Igarashi can go on any longer, Isagi asks if his reason isn't already enough. He says that he and almost everyone can only focus on and pursue achievable, realistic short-term goals. Isagi explains that you can't compare your goals with other people, and that he's got to pursue his goals to the fullest, which is the foundation of his ego, an ego that is totally unique to Igarashi. He gently punches Igarashi in his chest and tells him that not wanting to take over his family's temple, that's one heck of an ego Igarashi's got there, telling him not to lose it. Igarashi looks a bit lost for words before looking determined and says that now he kinda knows what to do. Isagi is surprised and says that he hasn't even told Igarashi about his suggestions regarding training and stuff like that. However, Igarashi says that he's good and that he can think about that himself and thanks Isagi. Isagi smiles, and then suddenly Igarashi tells him that, to be honest, when they met before in the survival game of tag, he would have never been able to think of Isagi as a player becoming worth a mind-blowing 100 million yen. Igarashi, with a newfound motivation, says that he will admit that Isagi is freaking amazing. Isagi is shocked at where all of this is coming from, but Igarashi says that he knows because the two of them started at the bottom as the two worst players of Bluelock, and that even though he hates to admit it, Isagi is definitely on the path to becoming the best player in the world, and after that, they walk off laughing. However, not everyone is in such a cheerful and happy mood as we see Michael Kaiser, who is valued at a crazy 320 million yen. He's in the Bluelock man system field training against the Bluelock goalkeeper. He stops the ball and says that he came to the Neo Egoist League to surpass Noah, stating that Bastard Munchen's first team is a squad designed to maximize Noah's strengths, and with Noah crowned as the world's strongest forward, the chances of Kaiser stealing his spot as the Bastard's ace striker was 100% impossible. This is why he wanted to use this league to secure a bigger offer from another club, and then force his way out of Bastard Munchen, which is his plan to become the best player in the world. And he has currently achieved step 1 of his plan, but even so, there's no way in hell that he can go home after losing to Isagi. He says this as he violently kicks the ball against the net. By the entrance, we can see Alexis NESS watching Kaiser closely. He thinks to himself that he knows that Kaiser can do it, and that ever since that day, and ever since that moment as he wallowed in that familiar sense of despair, Kaiser showed up and taught him that there was no such thing as impossible. NESS explains that both of his parents are scientists, and that ever since he was born, his parents drilled into him that everything in the world can be explained through logic. Sometime when he was younger, he had gotten a wound on his hand, and went to his father and asked if he could heal it with a healing spell. Unfortunately for NESS, his father told him no, and that he needed to quickly clean the wound and disinfect it. However, it doesn't stop there, as he tells NESS that if they don't clean the wound, there's a chance that it would get infected and slow down the healing process, and if that were to happen, then it would become necrotic, and in the worst case scenario, NESS could die, which is a lot to tell a kid. However, he soon after went to his mom to ask if that's true, however she denied it, and overhearing it, his brother and sister started calling him stupid. He later asked his siblings if it were possible to summon a monster and bring it to life. However, they had enough of his imagination, and told him that it was impossible, and told him to stop reading such garbage, explaining that there was no magic in his house. But NESS wasn't going to let that stop him, because on a winter day, he built a snowman, made a magic wand, and also a summoning circle around it. He told the snowman to give him all of his strengths and to come to life. But during the spell, his siblings came out to him telling him to shut up and that they couldn't focus on their experiments due to his noisiness. NESS looks confused and only explains that he was practicing magic as he wanted a pet for himself. This makes them extremely angry for no reason and destroys NESS's wand and his snowman. You can even see that the snowman was shedding a tear as he got destroyed. Later, they told their parents about NESS's magic practice and asked if he's even related to them. His parents come out and explain that snow is composed of frozen water crystals, but they also contain dirt particles that were circulating in the air, and asked him to wash his hands on the way in. His father tells NESS that they are scientists and that it's their duty to observe, research, and explain natural phenomena. However, that wasn't enough for their father, as he also told him straight up that people who foolishly believe in the impossible are not wanted in their house. His father's harsh words make NESS fall down to his knees and start crying, while his siblings don't go to comfort him, but instead go back in saying that NESS definitely got the short end of the gene pool. NESS is so furious at them and says that they reject magic because they can't explain it in a scientific manner, and that they are all unable to understand the sadness within his heart. NESS explains that he truly believes that magic does exist, and that ever since he read a book about it, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the entire night. He says that none of them is able to explain what he felt in that moment, and since that day, he searched for magic every day. Unlike the rest of his family, NESS liked dealing with fiction rather than fact, and if his family likes to brush off fiction as magic, then he believed that the world is filled with magic and adventure. Ness felt both a lot of indescribable and happy feelings, but also a ton of indescribable sadness in his younger years. But that was about to change, as somehow when he was watching a football match, he felt something he was unable to explain. A player scored a goal, and it was like magic flowing all around the pitch and striking Ness. He looks at the player celebrating and says that football is true magic. A single goal or a single player can ignite the crowd, whip the entire stadium into a frenzy, and provide a sense of euphoria that transcends all logic. And just at that time, Ness was happier than ever as he found it. He finally realized that football players are magicians. After that day, he started training like a madman, as he knew that it was what he wanted to do. His siblings wondered if he was an idiot, and their father told them to forget about him, and that he would come back crying to them in no time. But he was looked in, knowing that one day he would go pro and show them. He would get called up to die Mannschaft and the national team. When they see Ness playing a game, he is in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper and shoots an incredible goal while saying that one day he will become a player that will enter the world with his magic. After that, Ness goes to celebrate with his teammates when suddenly someone new comes forward. He tells Ness that if he's interested in turning pro, he should definitely try out for their club, which is what he did as he went to Bastard Academy tryouts. He was met by a lot of older and more experienced players. Ness said that they were huge and looked strong, but even then, he would show them. He knew that if he showed results in this intra-squad scrimmage, the chances of him scoring a pro contract with Bastard MUNCHEN, the strongest club in Germany, would skyrocket, and his dream of becoming a magician would come true. And that was put to the test as kickoff began, and Ness started with the ball. The dribbled across two players flawlessly, with such a sharp execution. Someone else in the box told Ness that he was open. Ness thought that he was too slow, but that it couldn't be helped and decided to pass. But out of nowhere, someone came and stole the ball. Ness is confused as he has already got past this guy, but he's already back. And after that, the other team managed to score. Ness notes that these guys are totally different from the players he's used to facing. He wonders if this is the level of those who are seriously trying to turn pro, and even though he can just keep up with them, with his technique and creativity, he falls short when it comes to tactics, coordination play, and transition, saying once again that they are on a totally new level to Ness. Two players go and block his path, making him fall to the ground and making Ness realize that his magic is powerless against the world. His teammates start screaming at him, asking him what he's doing, and that he's too slow. Someone else says that he needs to get rid of the ball quicker, and even calls him a slowpoke. Ness, falling to the ground, starts to hear the words of his family again, saying that there's no such thing as magic, and that everyone who foolishly believes in magic isn't wanted in their house. He starts seeing dark silhouettes of them before him. He starts to cry, saying that he hates his magic. But suddenly, when looking up, he sees someone else with extremely long hair. He calls him a loser, and asks if Ness believes in the impossible, turning around and looking into Ness's crying eyes. Kaiser tells him that just now the thought of giving up flashed in Ness's mind. He tells Ness that thinking like that is a curse, and also calls him a stupid scrub. Kaiser points to his chest and says that the moment people believe things are impossible, they are programmed to give up like some kind of useless survival mechanism. However, that's the thought process of the weak. While you protect your pathetic hide, you kill and seal off your potential. He looks disgusted and disappointed as he says that you sacrifice your talent in exchange for living a long and tedious life. Those trash who do that are the ones he hates the most. Ness still trying to process this and has nothing to say back. So Kaiser just keeps on talking. He admits that their opponents are good, but they're only executing what is possible at a very high level, and that Kaiser doesn't see a truly strong player among them, but he looks back at Ness and says that he's different. Kaiser tells Ness that his dribbling and the timing of his passes, it was like he was imagining plays one step ahead. However, it failed because Ness didn't have a partner that understood his ideas. But with Kaiser, all of Ness's ideas will become possible. Kaiser, looking more majestic than ever, puts out his hand and tells Ness to get up and to crush them. Ness is hesitant and confused, but still takes Kaiser's hand, and he says that in that moment, he decided to gamble and put his trust in Kaiser. The game restarts with Kaiser on Ness's side. Ness, thinking to himself, says that if this is how he's going to go out, then he will use all his creativity, magic, and everything he's got to team up with Kaiser. Which is exactly what he does as he dribbles behind an opponent. After that, the perfect timing has come, and he looks over to Kaiser, who's fully immersed in this game. Ness passes the ball and says that thanks to Kaiser, he's got more options to work with. However, he sees that with Kaiser's position and the number of players around him, they will shut down his shot angle in no time, and says that Kaiser has nowhere to shoot. But thinking like that doesn't work for Kaiser, as he shoots an outstanding shot against the goal, while saying that they are full of holes, and to everyone's surprise, the ball actually goes into the net, making it 1-2, and it even leaves the scout and NESS mind-blown. NESS is in shock, wondering what just happened, and says that Kaiser's shooting motion is out of this world. Kaiser lands on the ground looking cooler than ever as he tells NESS or loser to give him the next one as well, and NESS with big eyes just has to take him up on that offer. Their unstoppable teamwork leads to another and even another goal, with Kaiser scoring every goal and ending the match with a 3-2 win. After the match, the scout comes forward and congratulates both Alexis NESS and Michael Kaiser on joining Bastard MUNCHEN. It was in that tryout that Kaiser and NESS showed them the impossible and also met for the very first time. After that, we get into the Bastard MUNCHEN clubhouse where they are eating their lunch. NESS asks if Kaiser isn't going to drink his milk, and Kaiser explains that he hates milk, or in fact any white-colored drinks overall, which I thought was quite funny. If that wasn't bad enough, we also saw them coming late for training. Kaiser tries to get out of the trouble and blame NESS. However, I think we can all see whose fault it really was. Like bro looks like he woke up 5 minutes ago. And if that wasn't wholesome enough, we also see them laughing and looking happy while showering. After that, NESS cuts Kaiser's hair, and Kaiser tells NESS something personally. He explains that originally he was a mentally weak person, which really caught NESS off guard. Kaiser says that he constantly gave up when he faced things he believed to be impossible, which is why he reminded himself to never ever again fall into that weak mindset, which is the reason for the blue rose tattoo on his neck. As a blue rose symbolizes the achievement of the impossible, artificially created, its unique blue color was not initially seen in nature, meaning an impossibility turned to reality. And when Kaiser first saw the blue rose, he saw it as an example of turning the impossible into reality, a symbol of defiance and a sign of defying the natural order of things. And that was just what Kaiser was searching for, as he wanted to become someone who couldn't be defined by the impossible. NESS is looking with bright eyes and says that the story is incredible. In his head, he thought that seeing how Kaiser was willing to open up to him made NESS happy. After that, Kaiser announced that he would win the Champions League and the World Cup, then cast down the rest of the football world into despair. NESS laughs and says that it sounds just like him. He also asks Kaiser what he thinks of his new haircut. Kaiser says that it's good and that he just wanted to cut it short because it was starting to get in the way. He then asks how the dye is coming into the hair. NESS releases Kaiser's hair and says that it looks really good and that it's a beautiful shade of blue. While thinking that one day, Kaiser's dream also became his dream, as it's because Kaiser, NESS, still believes in magic. After that, we get back into real time, and NESS walks into Kaiser's room and is shocked to see him on the floor while having his hands around his neck. NESS, in a panic, runs the fastest he can over to Kaiser and asks what he is doing. As he gets close, he sees that it's Kaiser, who's deliberately choking himself, and screams at him to stop it. Kaiser takes his hands away from his neck and sees that he finally sees it and that he finally found it. He has a maniac look on his face as he says that he found a way to destroy Isagi once and for all, and a way to turn the tables with his new weapon. And while Kaiser is looking furious and scary, NESS is looking at him with big and happy eyes. After that, we get into the German stratum and into the four-man room, where we see Yukimiya, Isagi, Corona, and Hiyori. Corona says that if his math is correct, then scoring a goal is worth anywhere between 30 and 50 million. He looks over and asks if it sounds about right. Yukimiya assures him that it sounds about right, and that Isagi's value increased by 100 million since he got 2 goals and an assist. Even if they take other factors like chances created into account, it probably adds up to Corona's total amount. Hiyori adds on by saying that he got valued at 20 million thanks to his assist, and says that to put it simply, your value increases if you contribute to scoring goals. Corona, really embracing his inner shark, says that he will put on a show in the next match while bidding something. However, Hiyori says that he will be the star, and Yukimiya, standing in the corner while burning up, says that it will be him this time as he's sick and tired of everyone calling him a mudboat. Isagi is quietly lying in his bed as he looks at his iPad. He looks at their values and thinks that right now, the difference between Rin's value and his is 30 million. He wonders if it means that if they beat PXG and Isagi outscores Rin, he will overtake him in the rankings and finally be given the title of Bluelock's #1 player. He looks at Rin's name, saying that he wants to defeat and surpass him. But that's not enough for our blood-hungry Isagi, as we can see him imagining himself standing on top of all the players while saying that he wants to see the scenery from the top. Suddenly, he gets dragged out of his imagination by Yukimiya, who tells him to get up and that Rin's match is just about to start. Match 7, the Barcha vs PXG match. They go into the monitor room and sit next to Reichi and Gagamaru, who are already in there. Gagamaru says that he's curious as to what kind of team PXG is, Isagi, however, says that to win and become number 1, he needs to analyze Rin and PXG. The match starts with Rin at the top and with the ball at his feet. Isagi is surprised to see that Rin's playing as a lone striker while Shido is sitting quietly on the bench. Not before long, both Otoya and Bachira go in front of Rin. Bachira tells Rin to just try and get behind them, while Otoya is saying some random word over and over. Both Nanase and Tokimitsu quickly come to Rin's help as they say that they are open. Isagi, looking at this, is amazed that they are providing Rin with support, while simultaneously creating a 3 versus 2 situation, and calls them good. Rin passes to Nanas, who passes it over to Tokimitsu, who is handling Bachira. But not before long, he passes it back to Rin. However, Rin lets the ball go by, and it instead goes to number 6, who without hesitation passes it to Rin, who is now in range. Isagi is looking with big eyes on the monitor, saying that it's about to come out. Rin's trump card is a highly accurate curve shot. Rin shoots the ball, but something isn't right. Even though the ball goes in, Isagi notes that this wasn't Rin's trump card, but instead a devilish spinning mid-range shot. Everyone is a bit caught off guard, and Gagamaru wonders when Rin learned to shoot a shot like that. Isagi thinks that by adding different spins to his shot, his scoring options have increased drastically, and he finally understands that this is the new and powerful Itoshi Rin. But just then, Loki claps his hands and requests a substitution change, and behind him, we see both Zantetsu and Karasu get ready to go in. And to everyone's surprise, Rin, after just scoring the first goal, is leaving the field for Shido, while Zantetsu and Karasu change for both Nanase and Tokimitsu. The game restarts, and Isagi says that they did a wholesale change, and that the PXG playing right now is a completely different system from when Rin was on the field. Otoya has the ball, but Karasu quickly goes and tackles the ball away, and gives it to Zantetsu, who is sprinting up on the field. Isagi thinks that unlike before, this team's playing a very counter-attacking style, and that they immediately go on the counter once they gain possession. Zantetsu, who just got the ball, gives it to number 6, who again without hesitation just fears it off, a high-reaching pass. But Gagamaru is confused as it's too fast, and says that there's no way for Shido to get to it. Shido, I don't know what he is saying, but bro just said a skull emoji, I guess. However, after that, Shido decided to prove Gagamaru wrong by just right away shooting the ball away, which goes into the net and gives PXG a 2-goal lead. Everyone is shocked by Shido's goal, and Isagi thinks that Shido is an otherworldly bad shot taker and maker, but still to pull this genius level off is insane. Yukimiya calls him a freak and Reichi calls it bullshit, and says that there's absolutely no way to game plan against this. Gagamaru adds that PXG relies heavily on the striker's talents to score. Yukimiya says that Rin's centered system and Shido's centered system create a dangerous team with 2 distinct styles with which they can win. While everyone is curious as to whether that pass was intentional or not, Isagi and Hiyori come in saying that it was, and that number 6 knew Shido's tendencies and intentionally sent that pass. This leaves the whole bastard Munchen mind blown, except Isagi and Hiyori of course. Isagi says that number 6 was able to deliver a pinpoint pass with some backspin, so Rin had more scoring options. Hiyori says that not only does he have a good understanding of Shido's instinctive playstyle, but he can also sync and match up with Rin's vision and playmaking. Coming to the conclusion that the reason PXG can win with 2 polar opposite playing styles is because of the beautiful passes number 6 dishes out. And then finally we see the powerful and mysterious number 6, who is none other than Charles Chevalier, the beating heart of PXG. But just quickly, why does everyone in Bluelock need to have shark teeth sticking out? He's definitely a distant cousin to Corona. After that, we jump right into the Manshine City versus Ubers match, with the current scores being 1 to Manshine City and 2 to the Ubers. Agi is up in the air as he's just gotten the ball passed to him. Chris on the sideline screams at him to pass to Nagi, which makes Agi a bit annoyed, but he still does as Chris says and sends it over to the genius, who actually traps it flawlessly, which is one of my favorite things about Nagi, his incredible traps. Anyway, Nico and Ryu are standing before him, and Ryu says to activate the anti-genius defense. However, Nagi tells them to just try and stop him, and does as he said, as he got over them pretty easily by kicking the ball over. But just as he's gotten past them, and the ball is still in the air, Lorenzo comes by, really embracing his zombie persona. Lorenzo, with his tongue sticking out, says that it's too bad, as he isn't the only one who's special. But just then, behind Nagi comes Ryo running. Ryo screams at Nagi, who is getting hesitant by Lorenzo. He tells Nagi to just shoot the ball, and to not hesitate, and that the only thing that he needs to be focusing on is the goal. And with Ryo's encouraging words, Nagi decides to trust him, and he shoots the ball, only for it to get blocked by Aiku's face. Aiku, just seconds after getting hit by the ball, says that Nagi was too slow. He asks if this really is all Nagi's got, and wonders what happened to all that passion he showed when he faced Isagi. And Lorenzo, once again comparing everything to money, says that Aiku's block was definitely worth 80 million. Anyway, the ball is soaring in the sky from Aiku's block, and you might wonder who the lucky player that catches the ball will be. Well, you don't have to wait any longer, as it's Baru, who is looking more feared than ever as he takes the ball and tells everyone to move and that the last goal is his. He gets behind two of the Manshine City players, like it's kindergarten football, and then makes his tyrant charge to link up with Nico and get behind Rio. After that, he's all alone with the goalkeeper and says that he's about to finish this match once and for all. So he shoots the ball, however someone comes between the goal, and who else in the world could it be if not the pink jaguar, the child prodigy, the GOAT, the player who deserves to be number one, and lastly the princess, and who else could it be that I'm talking about if not Chigiri Hayoma, who comes and effortlessly gets the ball away from the goal. And look, before we go any further, can we talk about how crazy this panel is? If you take away Baru at the top, then we have just pure perfection. And on top of that, Chigiri even turns into a cat as he meows. However, in the end, it was all for nothing as the ball fell to Sendo, who even though he's got two Manshine City players on his tail managed to get away a shot that went into the goal. And with that, the Uber's players started to celebrate with each other as they have just won the game and defeated Manshine City with ease. Nagi is on the field taking a breather as Agi walks up to Rio. He tells Rio that as things stand, the two of them won't be able to level up anymore, saying that the next match is Rio's last chance before both of them become insignificant randoms, and Agi even goes as far to tell Rio straight up to break their partnership. But Rio is having none of that as he looks back and tells him to shut up and leave Rio alone. But Agi really wants the best for them, so he doesn't stop as he tells Rio that they are too codependent, and that if he genuinely wishes to become stronger and to grow and evolve into a world-class player, then sometimes it's necessary to have the guts to cast aside those precious to you. However, we don't see what Rio says back as we get right to Nagi and Baru. Nagi asks Baru what his goal is, and what it is that drives Baru to play football so intensely while having his notebook out ready to learn. Baru is confused for a second, saying that it's pretty obvious, and that it's to become the best player in the world, of course. But Nagi isn't quite satisfied yet, as he asks Baru what happens after he's accomplished it. Baru then calls out his inner lion, and confidently says that he will define an era of football as its king, and that he won't stop there, but also destroy all those who dare challenge him for the throne. After that, Nagi finally understands that everything that Baru thinks about is becoming the king of the footballing world. But now it's Baru's turn with the questions, as he asks Nagi what's up with his half-assed and weak-willed questions all of a sudden. And if that wasn't bad enough already, then he also says that Nagi isn't even annoying in the slightest, and asks what is up with that, which puts a crushed facial expression on Nagi's face. Baru continuing says that it's like Nagi's hunger to become stronger is gone, and that Baru can't even feel his usual pain-in-the-ass competitive fervor anymore, and that all he sees right now is a loser pretending to fight because he's lost his edge, looking Nagi in the eyes, and tells him to go hit rock bottom, despair, and then die. Unless Nagi actually plans to do something serious with his soul-searching ego, he won't stand a chance on the world stage. After that, we leave the game and go into another game, which is the game between PXG and FC Barcha, which has just finished, with Shidu scoring the final goal and giving the win to PXG with a close 3-2 win. We then get into the German Stratum monitor room, where we see the bastard MUNCHEN players glued to the screen, and everyone is as ecstatic as the other one by Shidu's header. Hiyori says that even though Lavinho came on and together with Otoya and Bachira helped Barcha draw level, but in the end, it seems like it wasn't good enough as we saw Shidu's finishing goal. Isagi also notes that because PXG won this match then, it means that bastard MUNCHEN and PXG are the only undefeated teams left, which means that the match against PXG is an all-out battle to determine the champion of the Neo Egoist League. Shidu jumps up in the air and makes his victory pose, while of course having his tongue out. And Isagi is looking at him with flames in his eyes as he says that the stage is set for the best of the best. However, we quickly leave him as we instead go to the mysterious player Kiora Jin, who is training with the help of Igarashi. However, I'm not too sure how good of a training buddy Igarashi is, as Kiora gets behind him with ease. Igarashi falls to the ground, but he isn't done just yet as he tells Kiora to run it again, which I'm actually happy to hear, as we saw in a couple of chapters ago that Igarashi was determined to train and get into the final 11 for the PXG versus Bastard MUNCHEN match. And oh yeah, we also got Noah standing against the wall and highly spectating and evaluating them. After that, we go straight into Germany's monitoring room. Everyone from Bastard Munchen is sitting on the floor while highly anticipating to see the new Neo Egoist League auction rankings after the 7th and 8th matches. Yukimiya notes that this was Uber's last game, which also means that it was Baru's last bidding. And after that, we see the players ranked between the 35 and 5th spot. However, as we know, the U20 Japan members will be above the 23rd place, so I'm thinking that it would be a good idea to go over everyone who is ranked in the 23rd spot to the 5th spot, and if you already know them, then you can just skip ahead a bit. Anyway, starting off with the last place, which is a really scary place to be. Anyway, we have Reichi with an 18 million yen offer. Following him comes Hiyori with a 20 million offer. Then for the 21 and 20 spots, we have a shared space between Tokimitsu and Zantetsu, who both have a 23 million offer. Following them, we have Fukaku coming in at a 28 million offer, then Gagamaru with a 32 million offer. After him, we have yet again a shared spot between Corona and Rio, who both falls onto a 34 million offer. And above them, we see the Crow himself, Karasu, on a 35 million offer, and with just 1 million above him, we have Yukimiya. Above Yukimiya, we've got Sendu, and then once again, a shared spot between Nico and Nagi, who both luckily got a 40 million offer. However, I doubt that Nagi is so satisfied with his offer. Anyway, following them, we have Otoya on a 42 million offer, and then the beauty himself, Aryu, who comes in with a 45 million offer. Then there's Kunigami, who's still on 50 million, but someone who has just himself a higher bid is Chigiri, who's now on 55 million, which puts him above Kunigami. Above Chigiri, we have the guard dog Aiku with a mighty 60 million offer, and then for the 5th spot, we have Bachira, who's got himself a nice 79 million offer. After that, we see Sendao being extremely happy to have gotten himself the 13th spot, while Nanas is looking with a stressed look at the scoreboard, and he isn't alone, as Raichi is surprised that he just barely managed to squeeze himself in. Nagi and Rio aren't satisfied at all either, as they are just falling lower and lower down, and Rio knows that this can't continue and that they need to do something quick. Moving on, we now see who is in the 4th spot, and it's none other than Shidu himself, with a mind-blowing 100 million offer, and he even says that number 1 is within his range. After him comes another shared spot, but this time between Baru and Isagi, who both got a 150 million offer. However, something that we have to remember is that this was Uber's last offering, which means that this is Baru's final offer. And then, to absolutely no one's surprise, we have Rin, who's comfortably sitting at the top with a 198 million offer, and we have Isagi looking at him with big eyes, looking to throne him. When all of the rankings are over, Noah comes into the room saying that the ones on the line are the ones going for a one-shot comeback in the next match. He says that the purposes are all different for each individual, but the ones going for the top will have to prove themselves. Noah tells them to be calm and rational, and to show their ability to win, as it's now time to plan for the last game. After that, we go into the PXG's locker room, where Loki tells everyone that they did a good job, and that as their head coach, he will now give them some feedback. He starts with Rin and says that 3 of the 4 shots were in the goal, and that the likelihood is favorable. However, he wants Rin to make additional tries. After that is Shidu, who's taking 12 shots, while only making 3 of them on goal, which is excessive even for him. So he tells him to broaden his horizons and work to improve the quality. Karasu should focus on winning the percentage of his duels, while Zantetsu should focus on winning the percentage of his sprints. And then Tokimitsu needs to make sure to work more with the backline. And then for Nanase, he says that he's gotten better at handling the ball handles. As he says that we can see Charles in the background trying his best to sneak away, but Loki spots him and shoots a football in his face, telling him that he's still not received his homework. Charles, talking back, complains that Loki's meetings are always so long and asks why he doesn't just take it easy. Loki asks how many times he needs to tell Charles over and over again that the reason why he came here is to make Charles grow, saying that he needs a passer to make him the best player on the planet, and Charles has that talent. On top of that, he's only a mind-blowing 15 years old, which makes him younger than Loki, telling Charles that he's going to represent France and be the best in the world with Loki, but that he absolutely lacks the experience, which is why he's there to learn. However, Charles just goes to Tokimitsu and asks him to tell him when Loki's done, and when Loki goes forward to him, he just starts talking over him and then asks if he's done. We see that Loki is starting to get annoyed and asks when Charles got that attitude of his, but Charles says that he isn't interested in following instructions because he's got a devious mind. After that, Loki tries to act nonchalant and tells him to not listen then, but that makes Charles fold right away as he says that he will listen. Loki then asks everyone to listen, saying that they have tried out and fought with 2 systems built for Shidu and Rin, which was to give a pass to a striker, that has the talent to experiment with Charles's ability. Other members then adapted to it and had them choose the way to appeal their existence from it so that they all could elevate to the next level. But the last opponent is led by none other than Noah and is a team that was won all their games just like them. The format he uses is using Kaiser and ISAGI together, having two systems exist and compete, which he calls a gear shift weirdo system, and he isn't far off at all. Anyway, they did the opposite by using two systems by exchanging the members every 15 minutes. But he's done with that, as it's more interesting to be weirder, which leads to his new plan to have both Rin and Shido coexist on the field, while fighting both Kaiser and ISAGI, which both Rin and Shido looks somewhat excited about. Loki then tells them that the goal is to win against Bastard MUNCHEN, and that this will be their last homework. But Charles, as always, says that he isn't listening. After that, we see Rio reading some of the comments about him and Nagi. Someone saying Nagi and Rio are dragging their feet too much and that it's no wonder their salaries are down. A lot of people are calling Nagi a one-hit wonder and even says that his goal must have been a fluke or something. Rio looks concerned and looks over to Nagi, asking him to talk for a minute. Rio says that now that he's down to the 16th place with a 34 million offer, it's starting to feel really dicey with the cutoff point at 23rd with 18 million, and while Nagi is still in the safe zone with 40 million. If they mess up in the next game and go down again, they could end up at 24th or even lower, which is the real danger zone. Telling Nagi that they need to put up results in the final round and that they will have to keep. But before Rio can finish his sentence, Nagi agrees, saying that he was thinking the same thing, which shocks Rio. Nagi has a serious and determined look on his face as he tells Rio that the two of them need to change. He thinks about the comments and says that he's been feeling a bit off ever since they won the first round, and that the fervor he had is now gone, and whatever he tries to do, he can't get it back. He's simply been feeling lost. After that, we see a couple of nice comments towards Nagi, with some of them saying that Nagi is back, and that they all trust and believe in him. With that, Nagi continues saying that the moment he had didn't wait for him, and that made his nemesis further and further ahead of him. Nagi has an aura that we have never seen before, as it's like he's been completely obsessed. He looks like he's ready to give it his all, which turns out to be true, as he says that if they don't start to change, then they will never reach the world's #1 spot. Rio doesn't quite know what to say, as this completely caught him by surprise. However, Nagi's eyes just keep on burning more and more as he tells Rio that they need to change and asks him to give him some new heat, and after that, Rio is also on board with this, as his eyes turn from nothingness into determination, and he tells Nagi that if that's the case, then he's got an idea. After that, we leave those two and move on to Bastard MUNCHEN's monitor room, where we see Noah talking to the team. Noah says that for the PXG game, they will go with a style that has a number of options to stack up both the offensive and the defense. Noah tells them that whoever comes in second will not be remembered, and if they're not #1, then they won't leave their mark on this world. He starts to walk away and says that Bastard MUNCHEN will win and make their mark in history, which ISAGI agrees on. Noah is by the door and says that he is going to bed, but that he will pass the baton to a special guest, and that guest is none other than the man himself, Jinpachi Ego, who greets Noah with a warm thank you as he tells him to shut up and to get to bed already, which is what he does. The Bastard MUNCHEN players are a bit surprised to see Ego, but he just casually walks in and calls them diamonds in the rough, and explains that he's got a few words he personally wanted to say before the final round. He starts off by saying that when the Neo Egoist League started, he gave them the key to win and asks them if they remember what it was. Igarashi, as dumb as he is, doesn't have a clue what it is that Ego is looking for. However, someone who actually listens is Hiyori, as he says that the key was proof of originality. Ego explains that hitting the barrier of the real world as they continue to fight through the salary bidding system, and then asks them what originality means to them. Everyone is caught off guard by the question and doesn't have an answer, so Ego continues, saying that it might be their own personal playstyle, or maybe how much money they are worth. However, all of those are just superficial answers, as he tells them that originality equals hunger. The Bluelock players look shocked, and Ego says that they weren't born with it, and it wasn't something taught to them, meaning that what someone hungers for is what makes a person's originality. In order for them to win the Neo Egoist League, they had to rationally commit to a required role, but also continue to follow their own ideals, and voluntarily destroy and recreate themselves countless times over and over again. They have all been forced to ask themselves what it is that they really want to be. Everything from, do I want to desperately survive? Do I want to be a regular? Do I want to beat a specific person? And of course, do I want to be the #1 player? Whatever it may be that their hunger has been revealed here, it is now their own originality. We then get this magnificent panel with both Bastard Munchen and PXG playing their game in front of a huge crowd, and Ego saying that the world is waiting for them, and for that, they need to challenge their focus and the radiance of a true footballer, as it is only the ones that keep on fighting through this crazy, continuous frenzy that Ego will call professionals. He has a hungry and almost sinister look on himself as he asks his hungry egoists if they are ready to shine. We then get a quick overview of the Bluelock Stadium, and the commentators thanking all of the fans of Bluelock TV for tuning in today. He tells them to get ready for the moment that they have all been waiting for, the climax of the Neo Egoist League, and for today's matches, they've got FC Barcha, who is facing off against the mighty Manshine City, but that's not the only one, as he also got the battle of the undefeated, which is, of course, Bastard Munchen versus PXG. Just who might it be that emerges as the Neo Egoist League champion? After that, we see Hirotoshi, who is in the World Football Association conference room. He shows off something on his phone and says that the ratings are off the charts and asks them what they think, before saying that right now, Bluelock TV has 100 million subscribers worldwide. And not only that, but that it's now one of the biggest and hottest sports entertainment platforms on the entire planet. He looks hyped to the max as he announces that the entire football world is tuning in to witness the emergence of its newest superstar. He then tells the mysterious figures that they need to take full advantage of the immense popularity wave that Bluelock TV is generating. This is why, regarding the upcoming U20 World Cup, he humbly asks for them to consider his ideas. We then see a mysterious and dark figure who is holding a cane. We get to see some of his faces as he tells Hirotoshi that if it increases their revenue, then they will definitely consider it. After that, we go to the Bluelock medical check room where we see a player getting measured in his cardiopulmonary functions, muscle mass, and just overall fitness. Henri is there and she says that his numbers are slowly but surely reaching Noah's numbers, and to achieve these numbers at his age is astounding. Ego, who is sitting a bit away eating his noodles, tells the test subject, who we now know is Kunigami in the machine, not to forget that he was designed to raise the level of the rest of the unpolished gems in Ego's quest to create the world's best player. After that, we see Kunigami lying down with a number of cords connected to him as Ego tells him to throw away his ego and to achieve a blank state of mind, which Kunigami, not even a bit hesitant, agrees to. After that, we change location once again and go into the German Stratum's locker room where we finally see the starting 11 for this match. The ones who are starting are Gagamaru, Mensa, Birkenstock, Hiyori, Kiora, Reichi, NESS, Grimm, Isagi, Kunigami, and Kaiser, of course. Noah says that even though they are starting with this formation, he explains that he plans on aggressively substituting players depending on the situation, and that he wants to see the full extent of this team's ability, telling the ones on the bench to be ready to fight at any given moment and to not miss their opportunity. Noah has an intense look on his stone face as he tells them to go out and win, as he won't accept anything less than that. After that, we see all of the players beginning to walk out, and Igarashi is even saying "Yes, master," which I have no idea why he's saying, as he isn't even starting, but whatever. As Isagi is walking out, he thinks to himself for a bit. He thinks that winning is the only thing that matters. Thinking back to times before when he provided assistance and even used himself as a decoy, bit by bit he overcame the obstacles standing in his way, and as he fought, he evolved and gained some new very powerful weapons. And just maybe that is why the current Huim can think about becoming the world's #1 player, saying that becoming the best player in the world, before it was always a vague, obscure desire, but right now he can already start to visualize the way he wants to play as a striker. He thinks that he will defeat Rin and then carry Bastard Munchen to victory in this game, and then prove that the image of him becoming the best player in the world is real. Isagi has puzzle pieces flying around him like crazy, as he says that this is his originality and his own hunger. He walks out on the pitch and sees all of the PXG players in front of him, looking mightier than ever. We then see their starting 11 as well, so I'm thinking that we quickly go over it as well. We've got Renoir, Michelin, Gabon, Chapa, Karasu, Tokimitsu, Charles, Zantetsu, Nanase, Shidu, and of course the current #1 player, Itoshi Rin. As Shidu sees Kaiser walking onto the pitch, he calls him the Blue Rose Emperor and asks when he beats him, then that must mean that the world will know who he is. However, Kaiser is having none of that, as he tells him to get lost and calls him a vulgar pink-haired Philistine, and Shidu just laughs and says that this will be fun. After that, we get another interaction. As Isagi walks up to Rin, he tells Rin to put the title of the #1 on the line and see who's the strongest once and for all. Rin is confused and wonders what he means by number 1. He begins to walk toward Isagi and says that he doesn't give a shit about being number 1, and that what he desires the most is the moment he destroys Isagi. And then we get this awesome panel with both Rin and Isagi facing each other and both looking more menacing than ever. Nanase says that it's time to put everything on the line. Raichi is just screaming like always. Gagamaru is telling them to do it and calls them all champions. And when we get to Kunigami, he's just quiet. We then see the ball and hear Isagi say that his challenge and his goal is to beat and surpass Rin, his rival. And just like that, the kickoff begins for the Neo Egoist League Game 10. And right off the bat, Isagi is looking over the PXG team. He says that Loki decided to play Rin and Shido at the same time, which we know will create absolute chaos. And Isagi agrees, saying that it looks like they have decided to go all in on a high-risk, high-reward formation to take down the undefeated bastard MUNCHEN. Normal players would be scared to see both Rin and Shido on the same pitch. However, we know that our poster boy ain't normal, and we see that as he's more excited than ever. His eyes are burning up with excitement, and he's got pieces flying around him crazy, while he calls it interesting, and says that this is what a battle for the top spot looks like. We then see both Noah and Loki sitting comfortably in their master chairs, and personally, I really hope that we will get to see Loki play in this game, as I feel like Isagi needs a rematch on him since he crushed Isagi last time. Anyway, NESS and Kaiser are on the starting line, and both he and Isagi in sync say that it's time to go all in and that it's time to become the number 1. Anyway, with that, the highly anticipated kickoff starts with NESS passing the ball to Kaiser. Now right off the bat, Shido decides to stop Kaiser as he slams his body into his. Shido tries to take the ball from him, but Kaiser drags it behind him and finds a passing passage to NESS on the side. The ball is flying to NESS, and Kaiser uses that to honestly beautifully get behind Shido, who has no idea what is going on. NESS gets the ball, but he passes it away right away to Kaiser, who's behind Shido. The pass is perfect, and this will be Kaiser's chance. However, a special crow decides to interrupt, and it's none other than Karasu who comes in and swipes away the ball from Kaiser. Karasu has a smug face on him as it's time to go on the offense. Or that's what he thought, as someone else comes to ruin his plans. That person is of course the dark horse of Bluelock, Kunigami Rensuke. He kicks the ball up in the air and makes it soar through the sky. The ball is quickly going down, and 2 players are going for it. It's none other than Raichi and Zantetsu who are in a furious battle to get the ball. But in the end, it turns out that it was all for waste, as both of them arrive at the same time and together kicks away the ball. This time the ball is going towards Hiyori and Tokimitsu, who are fighting with each other. Hiyori with his quick thinking, and Tokimitsu with his unlimited stamina. But in the end, it's none of them that gets the ball, as Nanase had been eyeing the ball from a distance and manages to get to the ball before both Hiyori and Tokimitsu. Nanase passes away the ball to PXG's ace player Itoshi Rin, who's all by himself, but it's not staying like that for long, as just as the ball is going towards Rin, Isagi comes in his way and heads away the ball. As he falls to floor, he says that Rin is too lukewarm, and Rin just tells him to keep talking while he still can. The crowd and the commentators love this high-intensity brawl that is going on. The commentators are saying that it has been such a high-level exchange of offense and defense, and to forget feeling each other out, as these 2 teams are going for the kill right from the start, and tells them all to keep their eyes peeled on their screens to witness the fight which will decide the Neo Egoist League champions. The ball that was headed away by Isagi is now in the middle of the pitch and is up for grabs by anyone, but from this panel, it looks like either Rin or Kiora is the closest. After that, we get the finishing panel with all of the star players showing themselves and looking mightier than ever. Everyone is looking super cool, but I have no idea why Kaiser seems so confused and Kunigami looks like he doesn't even want to be there anymore, but I digress. Anyway, after that, we get into Isagi's mind for a quick second. He looks at the PXG team and says that they both have an offense built around Shido and also an offense built around Rin. With Karasu and Zantetsu helping Shido and Nanase and Tokimitsu helping Rin, Isagi is looking more serious than ever as he says that even though they prepared countermeasures against both systems, they couldn't predict that they would deploy both systems simultaneously. Comparing it to playing a new video game whose degree of difficulty is entirely unknown, therefore the title of this chapter is unknown. Anyway, PXG has a throw-in and it's Choppa who does it. He throws it so that it lands with Tokimitsu, who's already in a battle with Grim. Raichi tells the bastard MUNCHEN team that they better not slack off on the defense, or he will personally kick their ass. Hiyori adds in by telling them to not lower the backline, but instead lower PXG's options. Isagi is looking at this from afar, saying that everyone understands the situation and is adjusting on the fly, but at the same, they are barely hanging on. Tokimitsu, Nanase and Karasu pass each other, which ensures that the ball stays with them. After that, we go back to Isagi again, who thinks that on top of adjusting to their formation, the most important thing for them is not to let Charles get his chance to roam around and play freely. And it's crazy to think that Charles is the league's youngest playmaker and maybe even player. Charles is up against Raichi, and we can see in his eyes that he is planning something devious. Isagi is looking at the other players on the team, saying that the others also know that as soon as Charles has the ball, PXG's offense shifts to an entirely different level, which is why Raichi, Kiora, and Hiroi is constantly keeping their eyes on Charles. But suddenly, Isagi notices that something is off. He sees that Charles is actively looking for the ball, but realizes that the timing is off, and that Raichi isn't looking at the ball right now, which means that Charles will soon try to get the upper hand. Isagi says that he knows this for a certain, as he thinks that Charles without a doubt also has meta vision. And just look at that, Isagi was spot on, as when Raichi went to look at the ball, Charles took his chance to get behind him and to get himself free. Shiguma saw this and was able to get off a pass towards Charles. Isagi knows that if the pass goes to Charles, then they will be in big trouble, as it will open up tons of attacking opportunities for PXG. And just therefore, he is determined to not let that happen, as he looks at the timing of both the ball and Charles to then get right in between them and stop the pass from reaching Charles. Isagi thinks that he was right on the money and is really to go back out there, however Charles is just looking at him from the side, making such a silly face which just makes me smile for some reason. Anyway, Charles is impressed by Isagi and says that he is terrific, and also says something in France which I translated to Mr. Ahoge, but I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean. And Isagi isn't too sure either, as he looks really confused and lost. Isagi then thinks that he's actually rather fond of Charles's hairstyle, which is a bit random to think about in the middle of a football game, but sure. Charles then asks Isagi if he has those eyes, which makes him see the same thing that Charles does, basically just confirming to use that Charles has meta vision, which was to be expected to be fair. We then see Grim and NESS trading passes with each other, and as that is going on, Charles tells Isagi that he likes to play a tactician over a physical brute, and tells Isagi to do it, and to see which one of them is able to control this match. Isagi seems a bit frustrated as he just calls Charles a cheeky, arrogant little brat, which is spot on. Anyway, NESS shoots a long pass over to his master Kaiser, who controls it flawlessly. NESS is a bit behind, but he thinks that it's finally time to initiate their plan. NESS then thankfully explains the plan to us, as he says that after simulating PXG's attack, they predicted that Isagi is going to drop back more to help out on the defense, and while he deals with their attacks, Kaiser, Grim, and himself will pick up any loose balls and instantly hit them on the counter. They will swiftly break through the midfield, and NESS will then provide the final pass with a little bit of extra magic, of course. Anyway, as NESS, Grim, and Kaiser get closer to the goal, Tokimitsu comes in his way and looks extremely scared, which I always find really funny. Tokimitsu tells NESS that he has already managed to catch up to him. NESS is shocked, thinking that he blocked of the passing lane and thinks if he should take him on and blow right past him, but he throws that idea to the side as he knows that he can't waste time on him, as if he does, then Isagi will read them. Before he can finish his thought, he sees Zantetsu sprinting with everything that he possibly can towards him. Zantetsu is just about to reach him, and NESS knows that he has to act quickly. He calls Tokimitsu and Zantetsu imbeciles before he somehow manages to get off the pass to Kaiser. Kaiser traps it with his chest and says that it was perfect, and tells them to leave the rest to him. But just then, both Nanas and Karasu comes in his way. Both is as determined as the other to stop Kaiser. Karasu asks Kaiser to show him what he's got, and calls him a mediocre royal highness, but Nanasi just tells Karasu to back off, and that Kaiser is his. However, for some reason, Kaiser doesn't look too worried about it. He says that two defenders quickly move in to block his shot and calls it a textbook move. After that, he spots Shiguma in the back and says that another defender is hanging back just in case he breaks through, and with that says that he has seen through their little plan and that it's finally time to destroy them all. He starts to run towards them, and Karasu tries to take his hand to stop Kaiser, but Kaiser just kind of deflects Karasu's hand, which looks so silly. In the meantime, Nanasi tries to snatch away the ball from Kaiser, but then Kaiser drags it behind him. And just as he is battling with both of them, he sees a small opening in the goal. He finally says that it's his win, and starts to do his Kaiser impact point. However, he suddenly realizes that he didn't shot the ball, and that Rin had instead grabbed it when Kaiser was unaware. Rin calls Kaiser a lukewarm blue rose, and Kaiser, NESS, and Isagi is just as confused to what has happened. But Rin says that if he can destroy that precious shot of Kaiser, then he's nothing. Rin now has the ball, and is actually looking cooler than I've ever seen him. He's got some kind of aura around him, which makes him look invincible. And with Rin having control of the ball, Isagi says that he's coming. Kaiser looks furious as Rin thinks that Kaiser's shooting point is way too obvious. Rin calls Kaiser a blue rose before saying that this field belongs to none other than Rin himself, as he says that he starts going at full speed against the bastard MUNCHEN team and says that he will smash apart all of them. The bastard MUNCHEN players are getting ready to defend the incoming Itoshi Rin, and both Hiyori and Kunigami are set on crushing him. However, Rin thinks that it's hilarious as he tells them to just try, and when they do, he decides to completely embarrass them. He uses his occlusion break and gets behind Kunigami, Raichi, and even the magician himself, NESS, and he does that without dropping a single sweat. Raichi is shocked to the max and says that he's good, like we don't already know that. NESS, looking at Rin with fear in his eyes, says that his touch, speed, technique, reading, and just everything is out of this world, and realizes that he's facing Bluelock's #1 Itoshi Rin right now. But even then, he is still trying to get the ball back from Rin. We then see Charles telling Rin that he is open, and if that wasn't enough, then he's also got Tokimitsu on the other side who says that he is open as well. However, the two of them aren't going to get the ball, as Nanase comes by Rin's side and says that he will follow Rin all the way. After that, we get into a flashback and get to 15 days prior in the French team training field. We see Rin and Nanas on the pitch. Nanas bows down and says that he doesn't care if he is just a pawn, but that he wants Rin to make him his disciple. Rin looks disgusted and says that there's no way in hell that he would do that, and also calls Nanase a loser. However, he doesn't give up yet, as he throws himself onto the pitch and locks onto Rin's leg and tells him to wait up. He explains that if it continues like this, then it's going to end with Nanase not playing in a single game, and he begs Rin to please teach him. At this point, Rin is starting to get a bit annoyed, so he says that Nanase's ball touch, passing, and shooting all basically sucks, and asks him what he is supposed to gain from helping a loser like him, and tells him once again to get lost. Nanase gets down on all fours and bows to Rin, saying that he will do everything and that he will even become anything, and that he just want to survive the Neo Egoist League, and ends it by saying that he will offer everything to Rin. Something about that caught Rin's attention, as he says that he will throw him away if he's not useful. On top of that, he tells Nance to run 3 times more than the others, and that he needs to train himself exactly as Rin tells him to. Nanas looks happy as he agrees to it, but Rin then says that from now on he is Rin's own property. After that, we see Nanas enduring an extreme training schedule from what he is used to, as he is trained more than the others, just so that he can live up to Rin's standards. As they are training passes, Nanas passes Rin, and Rin asks him which leg is his dominant one. Nanas is a bit confused, but says that it's his right like normal. Rin looks disappointed and asks him who told him that, and Nanase says that no one did, but that he holds his chopsticks with his right, so that's why he figured it. Rin then explains that when it comes to Nanase's left leg kicks and how he uses his body, it's gotten to the same level as his right leg. In this short time, Nanase looks blown away by this information, and Rin says that his naturally favored leg is his left. However, he says that it might even be more than that, and says that he didn't notice it until now because how much Nanas sucks, but he tells him that it could be that his body is actually ambidextrous, meaning that he can use both of his legs like Kunigami and Noah. After that, we get back into the game and see Nanas running at full speed. He's got flames in his eyes and says that Rin discovered his buried ability and that he doesn't care if he sucks or if he is unpolished. Rin passes the ball to Nanas and he says that he will use his right and left leg equally to become a linchpin from every direction with this physical ability. He has the ball but is getting blocked by Kiora and someone else. He holds the ball and waits for the perfect moment and says that he is fine with getting crushed as many times as it takes to help Rin score goals and that he will survive as a post player. After that, Rin has gotten a bit of distance and Nanas gets away a pass to him but also falls in the process. Rin has an outstanding aura around him as he calls Nanase a naturally gifted hick and that it looks like he was useful after all. But as he was just about to shoot, Kaiser comes in his way and tells him that it's not going to happen #1 as he blocks of Rin's course. But that's not all, as Isagi is coming from Rin's other side. He has puzzle pieces coming from every direction as he says that if he can't shoot, then is not worth a damn thing either. Basically just saying the same thing which Rin said to Kaiser when he stole the ball from him. Rin quickly drags the ball towards him while being surrounded by both Isagi and Kaiser. Rin starts to smile and says that he is going to shoot and that he has been waiting for this moment. Isagi is shocked as he can't understand what he is talking about. Rin gets the ball in the air and also grabs Isagi by his shirt so that he can clearly see the ball. As he is doing this, he asks if he didn't tell Isagi that he was going to watch from the closest view as Rin became the world's best. And now that he's got Isagi right by the ball, he tells him that he's got a box seat, just casual Bluelock stuff. Anyway, Rin shoots an incredible shot towards the goal, and Isagi thinks that Rin is totally nuts. But luckily it's not over just yet, as Hiyori is there and kicks away the ball and tells both Rin and Isagi to stop flirting around with each other. Rin, Isagi, and Kaiser are all equally shocked to what has just happened, and none of them expected Hiyori to be there. And quickly just look at Hiyori's eyes. They look so goddamn cool, like bro was fully locked in. Anyway, Hiyori gets down on the ground and says that Rin's setup was pretty obvious and that he could predict his punchline, which was to of course intentionally lure in Isagi like that, just to show off his shot to him. Hiyori looks back towards them, and is looking cooler than I've almost ever seen him, as he points to Rin and says that if he wants a goal, then he should come at Hiyori with an unpredictable script. Rin looks annoyed to the fullest. Meanwhile, Isagi has stars in his eyes as he is looking at Hiyori, with the ball still high up in the air from Hiyori's save. And look at that. Even in the sky, Rin and Isagi can't just seem to let go of each other. Reichi screams at the team to get to the ball before PXG does, and Nanase doesn't really know what he is doing, but we will let it slide as he had an amazing performance in the last chapter. Isagi is getting on his feet and says that Hiyori is amazing and that he actually managed to read Rin's plan. Hiyori saw that Isagi was most likely going to lose to Rin, and without any wasted moves, he moved to block the shot course. Isagi thinks that it's because he understands his playstyle that they are able to move and act so effectively. Isagi says that ever since the match started, everyone has hit their top gear. As a result, all of their plays are super high level, and everyone has actually managed to play exactly how they imagined that they would. It looks like Isagi has stars in his eyes as he says that it's amazing, and that this is without a doubt the greatest match that he has ever played in. Anyway, let's get away from Isagi and see who actually managed to pick up the second ball. It's none other than the crow himself, Karasu Tabito, who despite having Ness and Hiyori on his tail, and manages to trap the ball with his chest flawlessly. Karasu smiles as he looks at Hiyori and tells him that he's gotten more aggressive since the last time the two of them met. Hiyori, who is trying to focus on getting the ball back, asks if Karasu hates it. However, he says that he doesn't hate it at all, but instead tells Hiyori that he sure took his time getting to this point and calls him a slowpoke, a real backhanded compliment. Anyway, now that they have stopped flirting with each other, we see Reichi, who says that PXG is coming towards them and tells Bastard MUNCHEN to stay alert for which system they are attacking them with. Isagi is looking at Karasu and says that he needs to predict it and quickly figure out the best possible football that everyone can produce at this moment. He basically wants to see where everyone would position themselves and play if they were at their peak. Hiyori is closing in on Karasu, but just then he passes the ball backward, which no one saw is coming. We then see Loki sitting comfortably in his master chair as he says that right now everyone's hyper-focused on the situation in front of the goal, and that this is the perfect moment for a trickster like Charles to come into play, which is exactly what is happening. The back pass from Karasu was directed for no one else than Charles, who was right behind Hiyori and Karasu. Charles has this immense and intense aura around him, as he of course has one of his teeth sticking out like everyone in Bluelock has. But I would like to say that Corona started that trend. Anyway, Charles says that it's time to wreak havoc on his devilish content, and we can clearly see in Isagi's face that he knows that they are doomed, as he says that they were so focused on themselves and reading the situation that they totally lost track of the playmaker of PXG Charles. And now, with him loose, he is beginning to load up a pass. We can even see that his eyes begin to almost spin. A quick side note, but why do his eyes look so insanely cool right now? They honestly look like they are spinning. Anyway, Charles finally passes, and it goes through 4 Bastard MUNCHEN players, and it's headed to Rin, who is still in his battle with Isagi. But just as the pass is right by them, the ball suddenly starts to float over them. Both Rin and Isagi are shocked, and Isagi says that Charles passed a lob pass with the perfect amount of backspin, and that he wasn't aiming for Rin at all. The ball is still soaring through the air, and Isagi says that he could have never expected a 30-meter long pass. But if it's not Rin, he wonders what it's for, and it seems like he forgot the literal demon of Bluelock, who is running for his life towards the ball. Isagi still can't believe it as he says that Shido is the only one who reacted to Charles's pass, and wonders if they practiced this beforehand. But then he notices something important, which he himself can't believe at first, but he sees that Shido isn't even looking at the ball, meaning that Charles and Shido basically did what Isagi and Hiyori did for the last goal in the Ubers game. Even Charles himself is a bit surprised, as he says that someone actually caught up to his pass. After that, Shido looks back for the first time, and is also surprised that it actually came exactly as he wanted it to. As this is going down, Isagi wants to have a timeout to process all of this, as he wonders how they managed to do this, saying that they didn't even make eye contact. He thinks that it might be improvised, and that it might be the result of both of them being able to bring out their best simultaneously. After that, he compares it to what Hiyori and himself did and says that they did the same thing and that they also clashed and crossed their winning vision. After that, we finally leave Isagi, who talked a bit too much about this chapter, and instead go over to the demon, who was able to just in time jump and get in a header. Real quick, why does Shido look so majestic when he is literally in the sky? Just look at him. Bro even got his own wings on his back. Anyway, Shiodu's header goes into the goal flawlessly, as Gagamaru tried but understandably couldn't save that sort of goal. And with that, Shido has just managed to get PXG's first goal of the game, which puts them in the lead. And I know that I said that Shido looked really majestic in the chapter before, but why does he look so goofy here? Like, it looks like he is just going to splat down onto the ground after this. Anyway, it looks like Isagi has realized something, as he says. So that's the key to winning this match. And the key is that they are going to have to consistently clash and cross their visions of themselves as the best players in the world. After that, we see both Shido and Charles celebrating their spectacular goal, with both of them speaking in emojis for some really weird reason. With Charles saying a demon face emoji, and Shido a heart I guess, that sounded so goddamn weird saying. But we move. And I forgot to say, but both of them of course have their tongues out. You know, just normal Bluelock stuff over here. After that, the match commentators screamed goal, saying that it was an absolute rocket into the top left corner, and that Charles Chevalier obliterated the defense with a pinpoint killer pass. And on the receiving end was Bluelock's pink-haired demon, with Shido Ryusei's ultra goal. PXG draws first blood, and as this is going on, Shido gets up from the ground, and he and Charles goes right into hugging each other, as they are ecstatic, and not only them, but also all of the spectators watching from home. Shido is over the moon and says that Charles is awesome, and tells him to keep feeding Shido. Charles, while having a rather weird facial expression, says right back to Shido, and calls him a pink-haired weirdo, telling him that he's amazing and that he was the only one who reacted to his pass. After that, they start goofing around, and Shido says that he just followed his desire and instincts, and Charles' pass found him perfectly. As Shido is messing up Charles' hair, Charles says that this really might be the first time that someone caught up perfectly to his impish passes. Shido, still looking like a maniac, says that it's the first of many, and that in this match the devilish weirdo combo is gonna go on an explosive rampage, and then they go off and starts basically speaking nonsense. However, you can really see how happy the two of them are to finally have found someone that sees the game as they do. After that, we go to Loki, who is sitting comfortably in his master chair and says that a contrarian, impish, maverick personality that lies contradictory to his genius passing and playmaking skills. Noah looks over, but stays quiet as Loki continues and says that to unlock Charles's full abilities, he experimented with many different things in the previous few matches, but this time it finally happened. The high-level chemical reaction needed to awaken him. Loki's face is filled with excitement as he says that the Neo Egoist League has finally gotten much more interesting, and an out-of-this-world striker will help a playmaker reach even greater heights, and that the faster Charles develops, it won't be long before he surpasses Noah. He says this directly to Noah himself as he looks at him. However, Noah still has his stone-cold expression and doesn't say anything. After that, we get to Isagi and Reichi is furious, asking the VAR if they are blind and that the goal should be disallowed, explaining that Rin grabbed Isagi and prevented Isagi from playing defense. However, we also have Isagi, who thinks that they probably won't overturn it because, to tell the truth, then he fouled Rin first when he went for the steal, but since Rin managed to keep possession and got off a quality shot, VAR will probably determine it as advantage played. And it is as Isagi predicts, as the VAR says, that the call still stands, which Reichi isn't happy with, as he says that he will go up and kick them. However, luckily, Isagi stops him and says that it isn't worth getting a card over. After that, he thinks that more importantly, he has to analyze and understand the mechanism behind Shido's goal, thinking that first, without a doubt, everyone on the field was playing at their absolute best. But the fact that no one could react to those two's outrageous combination means that simply playing according to the perfect scenario they envisioned isn't enough to score goals, saying that before they managed to produce their perfect scenarios, and that they could easily score 1 or 2 goals, but with both teams playing at such a high level, simply enacting their scenarios isn't good enough. Isagi thinks that from watching Charles play, he knew that he was a dangerous player, but the fact that he's still developing makes him even scarier. And his pass just now, it felt like he was simply laughing down at them, which really isn't something you want. He explains it as an impish pass that screamed otherworldly, and then Shido's pursuit of ecstasy responded and crossed with Charles's pass. And looking at those two just now, they didn't plan or practice that play beforehand, and that they rather clashed and crossed their best performance to produce that goal. But if that's the case, then it's similar to the goal that Hiyori and he teamed up on. And at that time they produced a chemical reaction where they synced and crossed their individual winning vision with one another, which means that to win the league, they are going to have to enter the demon's lair and come up with goals that equal or surpasses that chemical reaction. Isagi has pieces flying around him as he says that it's seriously fucked up. But just then, Hiyori comes walking by and says that if that's the standard, then they are gonna have real hell on their hands, and since they have to change their entire thought process, Hiyori wants to use the time to reorganize quickly and asks if Isagi wants to join. Isagi agrees and says that it looks like they have to consistently clash their winning visions to win this. Hiyori just agrees and says that they should do a quick recap. He thinks back to Ego and says that the bowl cut himself told him that the most important thing is hunger, and that what they currently desire the most is the key to their own originality, thinking that hunger provides hints that allow them to formulate an achievable challenge, and that if they fully immerse themselves in their challenge, it produces the chemical reaction, also known as flow. And then if they manage to recreate the perfect scenario that they can envision, you can then play at your absolute peak, your top performance. So basically, if we should make it easier to understand, it is hunger that leads to an original achievable challenge, and with egocentrism and focus leads to flow. Flow then leads to the challenge to winning vision, which leads to the final step, which is their top performance. After that, Isagi says that what they currently desire the most is the key to their originality, but he also says that Shido's goal wasn't the work of just his winning vision. Hiyori agrees and says that they must cross their winning vision with someone else's to pull this off, and Hiyori is just about to say something more when Noah rudely cuts him off and tells them to recreate it. Both of them looks over shocked and sees Noah with this immense aura as he tells them to score a goal that surpasses the goal the two of them scored in the last match, asking them if they can do it. Isagi doesn't know what to say, but Hiyori, just without hesitation, says yes with a smile on his face. But Noah isn't quite done with just that, as he says that if they don't keep Charles and Shido under control, they will keep getting more uncontrollable and they will lose, and because of that, he says that they are tweaking the game plan a little, looking at someone and telling him to man-mark Shido. And who else could it be that he is thinking of, if not the dark horse Kunigami Rensuke, which comes as a shock to Kunigami. But Noah tells him to restrict and steal Shido Ryusei's freedom. Shido overhears this and gets a smile on his face as both him and Kunigami thinks back to their shared past with each other, which led Kunigami to the wild card. But this makes Kunigami's blood boil as his eyes starts to light up and he says, "Yes, sir." After that, we get this awesome looking chapter with Isagi, Kunigami, and Hiyori all walking side by side. Isagi says that he is counting on Kunigami, but he just tells him to piss off, and Hiyori says that it's time for an eye and that it's time to counterattack. Reichi is by the side and screaming like always, as he says that it's still just 1 point which PXG leads with, and tells everyone in Bastard Munchen that it's their time for a counter. Gagamaru is also fired up, as he says that he will stop the next one, and Kiora is adding close to nothing by saying yeah. After that, we switch teams for a quick second, as we go over to PXG and see both Nanase and Tokimitsu. Tokimitsu says that even if they are on the same team, they can't be genuinely happy for Shido's goal, saying that they want to help Rin score and that they need to make Rin the hero or else their ranking won't go up. Nanase is looking really determined as he says that Tokimitsu is right and that if Rin sinks, then they are going to end up sinking with him as well, saying that their fates are linked after all. And then we have Charles over here who's speaking in emojis like a weirdo. After that, we get to see the 4 big players of the match, which of course are Rin, Shido, Isagi, and lastly, the Emperor Kaiser. Rin calls Shido a pink bug eyesore. Shido takes it as a somewhat compliment and asks if Rin is jealous of his explosion. Isagi jumps into the mix and says that Shido definitely is an eyesore. And lastly, Kaiser says that he can't stand Shido, or as he calls him, pink trash. With that, the game restarts and Kaiser passes NESS while telling Shido that he will turn him into dust. Shido only finds this amusing and laughs while saying that he has become so popular now and that it's time for the trashy pink bug to have a party time. A bit weird that he calls himself trashy pink bug, but sure. Ness and Grim are having their regular passing drill with each other, which is just boring, so we instead move on to Isagi, who is running at full speed while thinking that he needs to recreate his ultimate goal with Hiyori. He says that he understands it logically, but reaching his own peak performance isn't that simple on paper, because what's most necessary is enough information to predict the field's future, and it's not a matter of pursuing his own pleasure like Shido is occupied doing, that selfish bastard. As Isagi is running, something finally clicks for him, and he gets an idea. He thinks that he needs to know more about the world beyond him than about himself. But then he pulls a fast one on himself, as he gets another thought. This time he takes a minute and says that he thought that it was enough to simply want his own ultimate state, but each of them has a different process and way of concentrating. As this is going on, Kaiser has just gotten the ball and has the mighty Rin in front of him. Do we get to see what happens? Of course not, because we go back to Isagi, who says that peak performance can be split into two categories. One is the type which Shido is. This type ignores one's surroundings in pursuit of personal pleasure, and the other is Isagi's way of understanding his environment and calculation to determine the world's essence. But that wasn't good enough for Professor Isagi, as he phrases it in another way, calling one of them self-style ego and the other world-style ego, saying that it isn't a matter of which is good or bad, but instead a question of which mentality lets you most easily make use of one's abilities. This is his own theory of personality and character types. Firstly, the self-style ego type most highly regards value to himself. The world's rules are of secondary importance, and these spontaneous types can best use their abilities by immersing themselves in their own feelings and fixations. However, on the other hand, the world-style ego type prioritizes value to the world. This style thrives in relation, and their own feelings and sensitivity are less important than using their abilities in service of meanings and achievements valued by the rest of the world. So to them, put that into perspective. He says that Bachira and Baru probably have self-style egos. Nagi and Zantetsu also share that trait, while Karasu, Hiyori, Ryo, and lastly Isagi are absolutely world-style. Isagi's eyes and just face in general look more fired up than we have seen him in a long time. He then thinks that Kaiser is a world-style who's fixated on trophies. After that he starts thinking about Charles, Kunigami, and even Rin, but he can't really determine which one they are yet, and says that he needs to keep on analyzing them, concluding that in order to reach the field and reach his own peak performance, he needs to determine everyone's type so that he can gather more pieces and learn about them, to then input the world's data to reach his own ultimate form. After that, we leave our little egoist and go over to NESS, who has just lost the ball to Zantetsu, who for some reason calls him Sir NESS. I mean, it sounds cool, but just why? However, as the ball from Zantetsu was on its way to Tokimitsu, Hiyori came sweeping by and stole it, and then cockingly thanking Zantetsu for the ball. Zantetsu is shocked and wonders if Hiyori aimed for that. But Hiyori doesn't care about Zantetsu anymore, as he sees Isagi running on the field and telling him to go. However, he thinks that in order to recreate their last wonder goal, he can't pass to Isagi, but that he instead needs to think of the world's best and smash them together. However, his plan quickly goes to ruin as Charles comes from behind and completely steals the ball from Hiyori. Charles compliments Hiyori before weirdly enough starts squeezing his cheek while telling him that he has good eyes. And of course, he adds in a devil emoji just because he can. However, I would like to claim that this was sexual harassment by Charles and that he should get sent out. But that's not the case, as he takes the ball and starts running. Hiyori is a bit taken back by what has just happened, as he says that Charles perfectly anticipated his pass interception. Isagi is also in shock, and Reichi is on the side telling them to not let Charles pass. Hiyori is desperately running behind him, and tries to catch up as he thinks that Charles also can use metavision, and that before he can recreate his goal with Isagi, they need to beat this contrarian. Anyway, Charles locks in and sends away a pass to Shido, who looks really excited, as he has even come up with a nickname for Charles, that being Charboy, sounding a bit too close to Shark Boy, which Corona already has ownership of. Anyway, it's not all rainbows from on here, as Kunigami comes by Shido's side and says that it's been a while, Explosion Demon, while having a cup of total emptiness in his eyes. Shido tries to play it cool and asks who he is again, but Kunigami coldly tells him that he is the pathetic loser hero whose life Shido ruined. But that's far from all, as while he says that he turns around and heads away the ball from Shido, which even shocks him. Reichi is over the moon and compliments him while Charles can't really believe what has just happened. Kunigami falls to the ground, but then he and Hiyori in sync says that their ultimate lies in the challenge of surpassing both Charles and Shido. The ball is high up in the sky from Kunigami's save. And then we see Isagi, Hiyori, and Kunigami all going for the ball, but none of them actually get it as it is, instead NESS who traps the ball right between Tokimitsu and Zantetsu. So he has to think quick, and think quick he does as he takes one look to the side and sees Grim, and passes right before Tokimitsu was able to come in and interfere. Grim gets the ball, but it doesn't stay there for long, as he spots Kaiser on the other side and makes a pass to him. The ball is advancing to Kaiser. However, it will be difficult as Karasu is right behind him and is trying to get ahead of him. But imagine the shock both of them get when suddenly both Shido and Kunigami squeeze in between them and create a revenge matchup. Their clash becomes wild, but they manage to get away with the ball. Why does it kind of look funny when Kaiser's got his hand in front of Karasu's eyes? It's like he wants to save him the trouble of seeing these two meatheads go at each other. Anyway, the ball goes high up in the air, but it comes down to Raichi, who traps it with his chest. Nanas isn't too far away, and Raichi knows this, so he has to act quickly. However, before that, he of course has to say his slogan, so he says sexy chance. But before he can finish it, someone steals the ball. It's none other than Charles, who comes in with his devilish aura. He asks what he means by sexy, and says that he's just a meathead who constantly sacrifices himself for others. But that's not all, as the disrespect doesn't stop, as Charles thanks him for doing all the heavy lifting while calling him a sweaty, non-sexy meathead. And being called not sexy really makes Raichi mad as he looks at Charles in shock. Hiyori is right behind Charles, and he knows that he screwed up. He thinks that just now, if he had just backed up Raichi, he would have gotten the ball. While Hiyori is trying to chase Charles, he says that to outread Charles, he's got to be more attentive to the finer details. Otherwise, he won't be able to catch up to his creativity and playmaking. Hiyori thinks that this is a whole new level, and says that it's a lot harder and almost impossible to figure this out on the first attempt. And if that wasn't enough, then it's like getting killed on the first try. It's like figuring out how to beat the final boss level after getting killed multiple times. And normally, with this realization, players would feel destroyed and give up hope. However, that's not Hiyori's, as he says that it sounds interesting, and that he will defeat Charles and clear this game once and for all. But seriously, let's take a quick moment to just look at Charles's aura. His aura is unlike anything we have ever seen before. Bro has gotten a whole boss as his aura, and honestly, because of that, it's gotta be up there with my top 3 favorite auras. But how do you feel about Charles's aura? Please let me know down below. Anyway, Charles still has control of the ball, and is going up against Isagi with Rin by his side. Rin looks at Charles and tells him to pass him while calling him a contrarian, which kind of sounds cool. After that, Charles looks over at Rin and straight up laughs in his face. He starts to dribble with the ball while telling Rin that his run was super boring, and of course our little contrarian has to add in a demon face emoji for some obscure reason. Anyway, Charles uses Rin as a decoy to easily get behind Isagi, which shocks both of them. But it's far from over, as Hiyori comes to Charles's side, telling him that it's not over yet, and that he saw that coming from a mile away. Charles compliments Hiyori, but says that he was still one tempo too slow as he shot across into the goal zone. Hiyori is watching the ball fly right beside him, as he says that Charles was able to deliver a cross with the outside of his foot from that position, which he can't even understand. Isagi, who is also watching from the side, says that Charles is just toying with them, and that they can't manage to outread him, saying that right now, Charles is ultimately dictating everything on the field. However, that's not exactly right, as the pass from Charles surprisingly gets blocked, and who else could it be than the man who is absolutely shutting Shido down at the moment. I'm of course talking about the dark horse Kunigami, who comes between Shido and the ball and shoots it away. Isagi thinks that it was a lifesaver, and says that he is amazing before calling him a cyborg. Kunigami falls down on the ground, but says that ever since he matched up against Shido, his performance is getting better and better, even though he's skillfully using his supreme physical ability to contain Shido. It's probably because he's been waiting so long to get his revenge on Shido. His emotions allowed him to reach his top performance, and while possessing a solid moral code, Kunigami Rensuke is actually a rather passionate person, which means that he's got an individualistic ego mentality. We see Isagi, who's just hit the nail on the coffin, as he has pieces flying around him like crazy, and he says that he finally gets it, saying that Kunigami hasn't changed that much after all, and that he is still that passionate and hot-blooded guy that he was in the first selection. When the two of them share the stake in the beginning, Kunigami gets up from the ground, and Isagi says that Kunigami's ego is still burning inside of him. After that, we get some more thoughts, but this time Hiyori says that Kunigami is keeping Shido in check, and with that, Charles's options should decrease, and because of that, the game's momentum will change. Shiodu tells Kunigami to get out of his way and calls him an annoying trash hero. But Kunigami isn't going to let that slide, as he asks if that's all that Shido's got, and asks him not to tell him that he used up all of his explosives on that one goal. Shido's eyes are beginning to itch as he gets furious at Kunigami's harsh and disrespectful words. But just then, someone else joins their conversation. It's Isagi who tells Kunigami to look who's talking, and says that if it weren't for his assistance, Kunigami would just be a useless dude. Kunigami is confused and asks Isagi what it is that he wants. But Isagi comes closer and closer and asks Kunigami to lend him a hand for his own explosion. Isagi gets close and runs past him while telling him that they should get some steak after this, like old times. As he says that his eyes and aura completely change, Kunigami is looking at him in shock. But Isagi thinks that if PXG is using a top performance and top performance chemical reaction, then all they have to do is one-up them and use a top performance and another top performance. And lastly, one more, making a triplicate chemical reaction, which he calls the triflow chemistry reaction. After that, we get this amazing last panel with Hiyori, Kunigami, and Isagi all locking in to make their chemical reactions together, while there is an intense aura around all three of them. Kiora and Karasu is furiously fighting for control of the ball. Raichi is trying his best to motivate Kiora by telling him to steal it, while Zantetsu is doing the same thing, but for Karasu. Anyway, their clash is getting more and more intense, and they quickly realize that they can't keep doing this forever. That's when Charles decides to weigh in as he starts running to help Karasu. However, he looks behind himself and sees Hiyori right on his tail. As Hiyori is trying to catch up, he thinks that if he is going to outwit Charles, then he will need to effectively use this moment while Kunigami is blocking Shidu. Because as we know, Charles likes passing to Shidu as they are very like-minded, but now that he has lost that option, Hiyori is certain that he will need to look for someone else to pass to. He tries to look around and starts to wonder who the lucky man will be. Maybe it's going to be Rin, or maybe he will go through Nanase, but that doesn't quite seem right. He says no and calls himself a dumbass. Hiyori looks destroyed as he says that he can't beat Charles with such surface-level thinking, saying that Charles isn't just a normal player, but that he is a contrarian, and because of that, he needs to contradict his contrarian thinking. Charles is getting closer to Karasu, but then suddenly Grim comes into the mix and barrages into Karasu's back. Karasu can't hold on anymore and tells Charles to go as he sends over a pass to him. Charles starts to smile as he compliments Karasu's pass and says that it's good. He looks ahead of himself and sees Shidu, who is still getting blocked by the rebirthed Kunigami. But that's not all, as he also sees both Kaiser and NESS, who are determined to stop Charles in his tracks. Even though Shidu is already blocked off by Kunigami, the two of them get in front of them to completely destroy any chance for Charles to pass Shidu. Saying that his pass course is as good as dead, Charles is noticeably annoyed by this and also calls them the Nuisance Rose Duo. Just then, someone comes to his rescue, and it's none other than the current #1 Neo Egoist League player, Itoshi Rin. They look at each other, and Charles says that Rin is just where Charles wants him to be. However, this turns out to be a straight-out lie, as he says, "Just kidding," with a skull emoji, as he instead shoots the ball forward, even though NESS and Kaiser are ahead of him. Kaiser and NESS are in shock, and Kaiser can't believe it as they manage to close off Charles's pass course by 99%, but somehow Charles managed to find that 1% spot where he could pass too. We also get a bit of a better understanding of Charles, as he looks devilish while saying that aiming for something that was thought to be impossible is the real way for a contrarian like himself. However, you know that devilish smile he had, it's going to be wiped off his face real quick as his pass to Shidu suddenly stopped on its way. And it's none other than Charles's new nemesis, Hiyori, who came to contrarian like he said he would. And the block wasn't just any block, as it was stylish as hell as well, which I would like to give him so many points for. Anyway, everyone is looking at Hiyori, amazed, and even Isagi is looking at him in total shock. Hiyori lands on the ground and says that he cracked the contrarian's thinking, saying that normally nobody would take that shot, but Charles's rotten personality loves such a tight course, and ending it by saying that he figured out how to beat Charles while looking straight at him. This leaves Charles in shock, as he just calls Hiyori creepy while looking demoralized but also disgusted. But that's what you get when you go up against an ultra sadist. We also see Shidu, who is a bit annoyed that another one of his chances got blocked. After that, we leave them and get to Isagi, who, like always, has pieces flying around him like crazy, and says that Hiyori's winning the field and that it's about to overturn. While it's looking like the ball and the pieces are forming a black hole on the pitch, you know, just normal Bluelock stuff, right? Anyway, Hiyori is fired up after this and tells Isagi that it's time to go, and Raichi agrees by being the first one on the ball. However, he isn't all alone, as he has Tokimitsu right behind him, but that doesn't stop Raichi, who says that it's time for them to get a counterattack. But there's another duo who is getting excited by this, and that's Shidu and Kunigami, who are running side by side to try and help their respective teams. Anyway, Tokimitsu is starting to get some ground on Raichi, and he knows that he can't hold on forever, but before he can, he has to trash talk a bit, so he calls Tokimitsu a meat shield who's only meant for shoving duels, but after that, he decides that he's done with Tokimitsu, and says an utter victory sexy pass as he sends away a pass to Hiyori and tells him to go. Hiyori gets the ball, but suddenly someone decides to join him. We can see a couple of feathers popping up, as someone tells Hiyori not to celebrate just yet, and calls him a dumbass. It's Karasu who honestly looks possessed, and we can see that he means business, but he tells Hiyori to watch where he is going, and really decides to lower his self-esteem by calling him a mediocre gamer. he gets a smile on his face and tells him to try and beat this boss rush. It's Nanase who says that he won't let Hiyori pass him, but also Zantetsu, who tells them all to smash him. But I doubt that Hiyori swings that way. Anyway, the three of them form a triple press in order to try and steal away the ball from Hiyori. But do you really think that it's enough to stop Hiyori, who's now in the zone? Of course not, and we see that as Hiyori locks in and says that he can get past the three wimps without watching where he is going. This even catches Karasu off guard, who is wondering what Hiyori is on about. He smashes a pass without even looking at where it is going, calling it a no-look rapid cross. Zantetsu and Nanase can't understand it and wonder how he is able to play such a gamble at this distance. But Hiyori is certain as he says that this is peak performance, and as the ball is beginning to land, he wonders if the egoist himself is there, which of course he is, as he is running to meet up with the pass, saying that it's time to continue their ultimate play. But it will be anything but easy, as we can clearly see the pit where the ball will land. In the pit, we see of course Isagi, but also Kaiser, Rin, Kunigami, and lastly Shido. The ball is coming, but Isagi has Choppa close to him. But I don't think Isagi cares about that so much as he looks at Hiyori and says that this is his top performance and that Isagi will take it from here. After that, we get an overview of the Isagi position, where we can see that he is in the midst of 3 PXG players. Normally you would get shut down here, but Isagi has locked in and is determined to deliver his own top performance. Does he have a plan to do that? Of course he has. He knows that it is 2 defenders who are in front of him. To get behind them, he does a sidestep into a diagonal sidestep to kind of throw them out of balance. This works because they aren't able to predict what Isagi is going to do, which lets him use his speed to slip in between the 2 defenders. You would think that Isagi gets a breather after that, but he really doesn't, as Shido is right by his side and he is looking at Isagi as if Isagi were his prayer, even going as far as speaking in his and Charles's emoji language and saying a skull emoji. But just as Shido thinks that he's got Isagi where he wants him to be, Isagi slips away from the ball and tells Shido that he's got to do better than that if he wants to stop him. This of course throws Shido off guard, because why would you willingly move away from the ball? Shido's face turns into panic as he wonders what it is that he is up to, but it doesn't take long for him to find out, as he can feel someone behind him. It's Kunigami, who uses his majestic legs to jump up into the sky and meet the ball in the air. He tells Isagi that this is for the stake that he owed Isagi and tells him to consider them even now, before deciding to just call him a piece of shit, just normal sportsmanship between the Bluelock cast. Isagi is looking at Kunigami and says that it's right and that this is the ego that he wants to see from Kunigami, as he heads the ball into the ground and makes it bounce over to Isagi, who's going all in now. His black eyes are out and he has his iconic piece flying around him like a tornado. After Kunigami's header, he falls down on the ground and leaves it up to Isagi to finish. Isagi says that until now, Kunigami had refused to pass and only tried to score by himself, which is why no one will predict that he will pass in this situation, where he could have simply stolen the ball instead, making it a top performance combo that only they could have created. Now Isagi's light is beginning to shine, as he says that he's managed to break through their defenses, and says that the only thing left is the finish. But I think that we both know that this is Bluelock, and that it isn't going to go that smoothly, and it turns out that it's true, as a familiar face decides to pay Isagi a visit. It's Rin who comes behind him, looking like he has been devoured by total darkness as he tells Isagi that it's too lukewarm. Isagi is in total shock as he couldn't have predicted that, and Rin then, with an angry face, tells Isagi not to forget about him. As I said before, Isagi is in shock and wonders how it was possible for Rin to catch up to him. But then, suddenly someone else comes into the picture, because of course, Isagi should have more trouble. However, this time it's his own teammate Kaiser who comes by. Kaiser has an immense aura around him and says that this is part 3 and calls it the Raider Edition. After that, Isagi realizes that he really is fucked and that he wasn't even expecting Rin, but now that Kaiser is on top of that, he can't understand how it happened, but then he says that both of them only focused on Isagi's movements and nothing more. Kind of like what Baru did in the U20 match, where he became Isagi's shadow. Anyway, Isagi says that this explains how they were able to react to him so quickly, concluding that instead of reading the game's flow and situation, they solely focused on plays that would allow them to destroy Isagi, calling it their top performance and saying that it is messed up and that there was no way that Isagi could have known that and predicted it. However, he has to throw those thoughts to the side, get back into the game, and make up a game plan. He desperately wonders what it is that he should do. He knows that he will reach the ball first, but then what? After that, we see what Rin and Kaiser are thinking. Rin wants Isagi to shoot the ball, and if he does, then Rin will destroy every single direct shot course Isagi comes up with. A bit rude if I'm honest. Kaiser, on the other hand, wants Isagi to trap it, and if he does, Kaiser will steal it and score for himself. Isagi's pieces are working at full potential to figure out what to do. Should he just go for the shot and try to come up with a solution where Rin doesn't block it? Or should he trap it and try to fool Kaiser somehow? But in the end, as the ball falls down on his foot, he realizes that none of that is good enough, and that he needs to, in this extremely stressful moment, come up with a totally new attack pattern. The ball falls down to his foot, and just then, Isagi does a fake with his left foot, which puts Rin out of the picture, as he has no way of interfering. But that can't be said for Kaiser, as he says that Isagi will now trap it with his right, and that he has got him. But he couldn't be more wrong, as in mid-air, Isagi doesn't trap the ball, but instead decides to just gamble and shoot it with his right foot. He makes such an unpredictable and powerful shot that even two Glocks decide to show up around him. Anyway, as he shot the ball, he said that this was his new top performance. Kaiser can't believe his eyes, and is amazed at how Isagi did a mid-air quick draw, and Rin is just as blown away as he can't believe Isagi's new ambidextrous direct shot. The shot from Isagi goes into the goal with ease, as there's nothing that could have stopped that shot. And then, as Isagi Yoichi has just given Bastard MUNCHEN their first goal of this match, his pieces connect with each other, and he has just formed a new attacking pattern. By connecting the left direct shot with his right direct shot pieces, he's now formed the two-gun volley, and just look at him. His face has a determination which I have never seen before, and he's even got himself smoke coming off himself, as he has just scored what might be the best goal in this series so far. Everyone is blown away, and the commentators are screaming goal over and over again. We also see the live reaction to Isagi's goal, and we then see that everyone is jumping out of their seats to celebrate with our poster boy. Even Isagi's first true fan was shown, and we can see how his eyes absolutely lit up when he saw this goal. Anyway, the commentators call the Isagi goal amazing, and say that he was able to pull off an amazing mid-air direct shot, and with that shot, he also brings back Bastard MUNCHEN into the game as the scores become even. And please just look at Isagi. He is understandably over the moon, and he looks so happy, which just makes me happy as well. However, the players who are everything but happy are both Rin and Kaiser, as we can see here as they burst out screaming out of anger for Isagi. But you know what this panel means. It means that Rin and Kaiser will probably give it their all after this, and try their hardest to ruin everything for Isagi. We also see more of the players' reactions to the goal. Karasu's voice is stuttering as he wonders what the hell that was, and can't believe that he switched his shooting foot in mid-air, while Tokimitsu just has fear in his eyes as he calls Isagi a monster. Raichi, on the other hand, is just as ecstatic as Isagi is as he starts screaming. Nanase looks honestly really scared as he says that Isagi is still evolving. And then we see Shidu, who is the first PXG player, who seems ecstatic over Isagi's goal as he says that it was a fantastic explosion. Anyway, Isagi comes down on the ground and is right away faced with Kunigami, who tells him not to expect any more passes from him. He looks into Isagi's eyes and calls him an overly dependent egoist. However, Isagi feels the same way and says that they should keep devouring each other like always, and calls Kunigami the Mr. Fair and Square stickler, which I don't really get. Or maybe it's supposed to say striker because I don't even know what a stickler means, but it does sound funny. Suddenly, Isagi, out of nowhere, feels something heavy on his back, and it's none other than Hiyori, who comes and jumps up on him. He looks happier than ever as he asks what the hell that shot was, and calls it amazing while having a big smile on him. Isagi is happy to see him and says that Hiyori's pass was epic, but Hiyori just coldly tells him that of course it was, while they high-five each other. Anyway, Hiyori isn't done, as he asks Isagi how he was able to visualize everything, from Hiyori's alley cross to Kunigami's assist, and lastly, his goal. Isagi has a smug face on him, as he says that he believed that Hiyori would send a perfect pass. And as for Kunigami's assist, he thought that since Kunigami was running up and down the field to contain Shidu, his chances of being in clutch situations were very high. On top of that, Isagi was probably the only one who believed that he would win that duel against Shidu. Hiyori understands and says that it was a combination that only Isagi could pull off, and he asks if he then decided to finish it off with Isagi's ultimate trump card. However, Isagi looks confused before saying that Hiyori is wrong and that he actually didn't plan on scoring that way, which completely takes Hiyori off guard. Isagi says that he saw himself being wide open after he managed to break through their defense, and that he definitely didn't expect Rin and Kaiser that close to him. However, it was due to them that he was able to improvise, and the attack that gave Isagi a hint to pull off that move was undoubtedly Nagi's amazing juggling shot. Hiyori remembers it, and says that it was the same one he used against them. Isagi explains that he probably had the image of Nagi's shot stored in his mind, which is why even though he had to improvise after those two killed his options, he was still able to subconsciously recall and recreate it. Hiyori smiles and says that it means that the shot was a combo of Nagi's creativity and Isagi's direct shot. Isagi is a bit more humble and says that he stole it from Nagi, but that it's true and that he wouldn't have been able to pull it off if he hadn't seen Nagi do it firsthand, which helped him create his ambidextrous mid-air quick draw, or as he calls it, his two-gun volley. Hiyori then thinks for a bit and says that his shot was epic and is implying something more, so Isagi asks him what he means. Hiyori explains that no matter which direction a defender comes in to block Isagi's shot, he can then fake them in mid-air and shoot after successfully destroying their timing, not to mention that the goalkeeper is going to have a hard time timing his shot as well. Hiyori looks super excited as he says that if Isagi can recreate that shot consistently, he will then become unstoppable. This makes Isagi's brain tick as he thinks that Hiyori is right, and that this means that he just came up with an incredible weapon now, while he says that he has an immense aura all around him, showing how on fire he currently is. After that, Noah also joins in and compliments Isagi while saying that they will be switching things up in Bastard Munchen because now that the attacks centering around Isagi are succeeding, they are going to lean more towards an Isagi-centric system. And with that, he sends Grim into the Shadow Realm as he goes out, and Grim doesn't take this well as he looks destroyed. However, can you guess who will be replacing him? It's none other than my favorite Bastard Munchen player and the Shark Boy himself, Kurona Ranse, who looks ecstatic to be on the pitch again. Isagi thinks that now that Grim is out, it means that Kaiser only has NESS to support him, which is going to be really tough for him. Just look how crushed Grim looks as he is walking out. Honestly, he hasn't done anything, but he deserves it. Anyway, Isagi thinks that with his goal just now, he managed to shift the entire team's dynamic, saying that Noah trusts Isagi's goals to lead them to victory, not to mention that now that Corona's in the game, he's going to have a much easier time controlling the game. And Corona comes in and right away tells Isagi that they should go for the second goal and that they can do it. And I'm just so happy to see Corona back on the pitch, as it has been a really long time since the last time he was out here helping Isagi. Isagi thinks that if he scores another goal, he will then be able to crush Kaiser completely, and then Bastard Munchen will firmly become Isagi's team. But that's not all, because if he can manage to score another goal after that and make a hat-trick, then he will surpass Rin. And not only that, but also become the best player in the Neo Egoist League. Although this isn't an easy feat, that doesn't matter to Isagi, who says that he can do it, and that he can see it. He can visualize the image of becoming the best player in the world now. Isagi has two guns behind him as he walks with determination. We then zoom into his eyes, which are burning with excitement as he asks them to hurry up and restart the game already. Kaiser grabs his shoulder hard and says that as annoying as it is, Isagi is evolving. And if he learns to master that outrageous and insane shot, then his value as a striker will skyrocket. If that wasn't bad enough already, Kaiser says that Isagi is on the very verge of taking over his team, thinking that he's going to become a second fiddle, but also be defeated by none other than his rival Isagi. Suddenly, someone screams his name. It's NESS who says that, with this new formation, he is Kaiser's only ally. But while NESS is coming here being concerned, Kaiser just tells him to shut up and to go, saying that the only objective is to show Isagi that no matter how much he tries, he will never surpass Kaiser, ending it by saying that it's now or never, and that it's time to unleash his impossible weapon before Isagi manages to steal everything from him. And with that, the match restarts with the scores being 1-1 and PXG starting with the ball. Nanase, right off the bat, passes the ball to the flying Rin, who is right away faced with Reichi and Hiyori. He takes a deep breath and looks over to Charles, but what he sees shocks him. Rin actually stops for a second as he looks over to Charles, who tells Loki to sub him out. He explains that Shido is getting pocketed by Kunigami, or Muscle Freak, as Charles calls him, and that none of his passes are going through, calling him boring and asking if he can quit. We can see that Loki is starting to get annoyed with him and says that there it is, Charles's irritating lack of motivation. However, we don't stay there for long as the match starts heating up because both Reichi and Hiyori go to steal the ball from Rin. Reichi says that it looks like his playmaker betrayed him, and Hiyori says that Rin stopped moving and that this is their chance with the two of them creating a double press. We can see that Rin isn't pleased at all with it. Even Karasu can't believe it and tells them to go for the second ball, but that won't work as the player who's finally back on the pitch and ready to strike says that it's time to counter. It's of course Corona who says that the ball is his, as he easily steals it from Zantetsu. As Corona has gotten the ball, he looks right away for Isagi, whom he finds just above him. They make eye contact, and Corona says that Isagi is his target. However, as he passes the ball, something unexpected happens, as the ball doesn't reach Isagi, but instead, Kaiser comes in and steals it right in front of their eyes. As Kaiser's got the ball and is looking more determined than ever, he asks NESS if he is ready, and NESS, who is behind him, says that he is, while trying his best to stay on speed. After that, we get into a quick flashback into the German Stratum training field 10 days prior. There we see Kaiser and NESS asks what the Magnus effect is. Kaiser explains that when a player kicks the ball, the air will naturally exert an equal and opposite force back onto the ball. Now this part might get a bit confusing, so I will first explain the 3 different steps, and then read what they are saying. Feel free to pause and be ready if you aren't able to follow. Anyway, the first step is the mechanism behind a spinning ball, which explains that the shot's power will increase if the airflow and the ball's spin face the same direction. Conversely, the shot's power will decrease if the airflow and the ball's spin face opposite directions. After that, we got to the second step, which is the creation of the aerodynamic force. This means that as the ball spins, some areas experience lower air pressure than others, which creates a pressure gradient. And the third step is the result, which is the Magnus effect. As a result, the ball will naturally curve towards the side with lower air pressure. After that, Kaiser says that the reason why a spinning ball will curve, dip, or rise is because of the difference in air resistance between different sides of the ball. NESS, who isn't familiar with this concept, says that it's pretty cool. Kaiser then explains that, up until now, he prioritized shooting straight while increasing the Kaiser's impact's velocity and power. He puts the ball down on the ground intensely, as he says that his new weapon is where he put some spin on the Kaiser impact and intentionally made it curve. However, for this to work, he needs to determine exactly where to strike the ball and raise its accuracy to a level on par with the Kaiser impact by using the air valve as the central reference point. He looks at the ball and determines that the meet point is on the lower left side. After that, he looks at it before shooting the ball. Firstly, it looks like a mishit, and NESS is confused and mostly shocked, but then he realizes something as the ball starts to curve. Lastly, he goes into the goal, which is honestly a really impressive goal, and Kaiser did that without sacrificing its speed or power, and managed to add a devilish spin to his Kaiser impact. NESS has never seen something like this before and is ecstatic for Kaiser, as he calls it amazing, and says that this means that he can freely control the direction of the Kaiser impact and no one will be able to stop it. Kaiser breathes for a second before agreeing, but admits that currently it only works if the ball is stationary, which means that it won't fully work during the game, as the ball will be moving around constantly. Anyway, after that, we get into the game again, and we see Kaiser and NESS passing around the ball. Kaiser compliments NESS's passes and says that currently they are raising the difficulty level astronomically. As they are going at it, Kaiser admits that he hasn't yet succeeded when the ball is still moving. However, that doesn't matter to NESS, as he puts his full trust in Kaiser and says that they will complete Kaiser's weapon right here and now. As he passes over the ball, Kaiser gets the ball and says that it's 3 defenders in front and 2 more defenders right next to me, also saying that he is a bit off balance, but that the conditions are now all set. He looks over to the goal and spots the perfect shooting point. Even though the ball is still moving, he says that it doesn't matter and that this is the thing he needs to overcome, an impossible challenge, and with that, he shoots the ball with his new weapon, which he calls the Kaiser Impact Magnus. He shoots the ball over all of the PXG players. However, they are confused as it looks like it's going to miss. Raichi screams out and asks where it's going, and Nanase is wondering if he actually mishit it. Kaiser's look is intense as he tells the ball to curve. He follows the ball closely as it approaches the goal, but sadly, it's far from the goal and goes out. NESS is shocked to his core and says that it didn't have enough spin on it. Even Isagi can't believe his eyes, as he wonders if Kaiser mishit it, but there's no way that it could be the case, saying that he has never seen him like this. Kaiser falls to the floor from the goal, but quickly gets up on his feet and starts to actually scream his heart out. His scream is so loud that it starts to echo, and everyone in the stadium is able to hear his frustration. Isagi is looking at him while his pieces fly around and says that Kaiser's unraveling. And then for the final panel, we see Kaiser's eyes, which look so dead and lost, and also his teeth, which he is scratching against each other, showing off his incredible frustration. After that, we get right into a flashback, and we can see someone who can assume to be Kaiser's father. He has some kind of beer in his hand, while his other hand is wrapped around Kaiser's face, and we then see Kaiser, who can't do anything but cry as he looks at his abusive father. After that, we get a deeper explanation of what has happened, as the text says that Kaiser's childhood was something no child should want or ever have to endure. Kaiser's father was a small-time theater director, and his mother was his father's lead actress. whether the romance between them just fizzled out or the unintended consequences of one lustful and passionate night. Anyway, shortly after giving birth to Kaiser, the mother abandoned Kaiser and the father, and not long after, the mother became a star actress. On the other hand, cast into the shadow of the mother's success, the broken-hearted father entered an endless spiral of self-destruction, with an alcoholic gambling addict father beating the crap out of Kaiser every chance he got. That was the unfortunate reality of how Kaiser grew up, and it wasn't as if Kaiser could just go somewhere else as he had no other place to turn to. After that, we see that the father had ordered Kaiser to work. However, Kaiser is just a kid at this time, so what kind of work could he have? Well, he was ordered to steal different things. Kaiser made his way to the neighborhood store and stole everything from food to everyday appliances. If he managed to fail to bring anything, the father would yell at him and beat him up, and because of that, Kaiser quickly became an expert thief. However, when he came home with the things he had stolen that day, there was a problem. His father told him that he had forgotten the milk, which made him extremely angry as his fat ass was too lazy to go and get it himself. So he kicked Kaiser right in the face, telling Kaiser that if he forgets the milk one more time, then he will seriously kill him. So even if Kaiser did his job, the daily beatings and abuse wouldn't stop. Far from it. Michael was the name that the mother gave Kaiser shortly before she left. However, that name was never uttered by the father, not even once, as it was evident that the father deeply resented and hated the mother. Yet the father had treasured a rose the mother had once given him, and Kaiser couldn't believe why his father had kept it this time, as it was something from someone who had ruined his father's life. After that, Kaiser's father starts to choke Kaiser. He says that he is a piece of garbage and that the woman he loves discarded him. However, while still choking Kaiser, he says that he is below that and that he is the scum that he and Kaiser's mother had spawned, telling Kaiser that he is incompetent, worthless, and a piece of worthless trash. He says all of that while looking into Kaiser's eyes, which are filled with fear as he doesn't know how this is going to end. And Kaiser had to endure things like this multiple times every day. After that, we see him walking in the street, saying that one beautiful day he will leave this place, and as Kaiser got older, his desire only grew stronger. Among the things he stole, the boy secretly sold off the more valuable items and kept the money for himself, and for someone like him, it was his first moment of defiance. After that, we got to Kaiser's 12th birthday, and he decided to buy something for himself, which was probably when his life actually started. He thought about buying food, but threw that idea to the side as he wanted something that would last. And honestly, he didn't care what he bought, but after being abused and mistreated for so long, he wanted to find something which could give him a will to live for, and that's when he came across it. He was looking at a brand new football in the window, and knew that it was what he wanted. He bought it, and went to a nearby park and sat on the ground. He said that when he throws the ball, it flies away, but when it hits the wall, it bounces back to Kaiser, even when he gets angry and punches it, or when he kicks it. With all his strength, it never cries or gets angry at him. And when things got rough with his father, his football was always silently by his side. When his father was done with him, he found somewhere to rest and put the football close to his chest, saying that both him and the ball were pieces of trash. Kaiser started to shed a tear as he dreamed of getting out of this hellish nightmare he was in. However, one day, some thieves robbed the neighborhood jewelry store, and among the captured thieves, one of them gave the police the name Michael Kaiser as an accomplice, as Kaiser and the thief knew each other. However, the saddest part is that Kaiser was completely innocent, and that it was a completely unfounded accusation that framed Kaiser for it. His father hears this and takes a beer bottle and smashes it at Kaiser, which could have ended extremely badly. His father asks him how many times he's told him not to steal things that aren't his and to get lost and die, and that just made my blood boil, that he just straight up lied about everything. Kaiser can't believe his ears and thinks that his father really isn't one to talk, and he calls him a deadbeat. After that, the police found a safe where Kaiser slept that had tons of money in it. His father is only getting angrier and asks Kaiser to explain before trying to hit him again, but lucky for him, the policeman stops him. His father screams at him that he wasn't allowed to hide money from him, but says that now that Kaiser is going to jail, the money is his. Kaiser sees this as he is getting handcuffed and is a bit irritated, but there's nothing he can do about it. He says that he could recoup that cash some other time and that he can just start over. As Kaiser is getting escorted out, another policeman comes to his father with Kaiser's football and says that it was lying near his bed. His father is confused but gets angry as he tells Kaiser that he better not have stashed some money inside this football. He takes his broken beer bottle and is about to destroy the football, but at this point, Kaiser isn't having any more of his shit. He breaks free from the policeman and jumps high up in the air. His eyes have a sense of anger that can't be explained in them, and with that, Kaiser finally gives back to his father by kicking him right in the face, which makes him bleed and fall right to the ground. Kaiser says that at that moment, something snapped for him, or rather, it was as though something new got born to life. The policemen see this and try to get Kaiser to stop, but Kaiser can't think clearly anymore. He has tears in his eyes as he sees the ball bouncing on the floor and manages to actually make a volley right into the policeman's face. Anyway, one of the policemen takes out a gun, still on a child by the way, but that doesn't matter to Kaiser as he also gives him a kick right to his face. The thing that got born inside Kaiser was nothing else but an identity, which he hadn't had before. And just like that, Kaiser, while screaming his heart out, had just taken down 3 policemen while being handcuffed. However, he sadly got caught in the end, and as he was in his cell, and as the night came closer, someone came to visit him. He has a serious aura around him as he asks Kaiser if he loves football. Kaiser is confused by this question, but he tells Kaiser that if he does, then he can get Kaiser out of there. The man was revealed to be Ray Dark, who is none other than the World Football Association agent, or scout, who's come to probably take Kaiser under his wing. After that, we see Kaiser, who is getting neck tattooed with his infamous blue rose. In the background, you can hear someone talking to him. He says that he heard that Kaiser took down 7 police officers with just a soccer ball. Kaiser tries to defend himself and says that he just ended the fight that they started. We then see that it's Ray Dark whom he is talking to, and he compliments Kaiser and says that it's good, explaining that he's traveling the world to scout untapped lumps of soccer talent like Kaiser himself. After that, we get to the bastard MUNCHEN training clubhouse, where Ray and Kaiser stand side by side, and Ray tells Kaiser that from now on, this is where he belongs, but that he has to pass the pro exam first. However, Kaiser thinks that it won't be a problem, as he is really willing to do whatever it takes to escape from his house. Anyway, he goes into the clubhouse and is greeted very welcomingly by everyone there, who even says that they have heard lots about him. Kaiser takes a quick glance at them and says that these are people who, unlike himself, people wanted them to be born. Anyway, they decided to eat together, and they even complimented Kaiser's blue rose tattoo. However, as he looks down at his food, something strange happens. He feels kindness, but Kaiser hasn't felt that before and doesn't know how to receive goodwill, so he just throws his food onto one of the players' faces, who rightfully gets angry at him and asks him what he is doing. But Kaiser explains that it's way easier for him to live as the target of malice, and with that, he starts to go wild at them while they try to de-escalate the fight. However, in the end, soccer is a sport played by 11 players, and guys who are hated don't get passes. We can clearly see that as they are playing, but Kaiser isn't getting the ball. He knows that if he's going to succeed in this environment, he needs the ability to fight on his own. He needs his own overwhelming weapon, and because of that, he starts to train like crazy as he tries to find something that would clearly prove his existence to everyone. He needed to make an impact. This is really cool to hear, as we know that his weapon is called Kaiser Impact. He says that rather than a conspiracy of goodwill, he needs a dog who will submit to his malice. After that, we got to the bastard MUNCHEN tryouts, and we saw NESS, who got run over by 2 of the bastard MUNCHEN players. However, Kaiser doesn't care about that and just says that he seems like a good test subject. He looks at NESS, who's lying on the floor, and says that his dribbling, passing imagination, and all of his abilities are above criticism. And if that wasn't good enough, then he is also isolated, which made Kaiser really take his eyes on him. After that, we see Kaiser asking NESS if he believes in the impossible. However, he didn't want to help NESS to be nice, but instead knew that this was the perfect time to erode his heart. And with that, Kaiser gradually started to understand his disposition. He scored more and more goals, and the other players started to fear him. But Kaiser only said that the feeling he got felt so good. By using victory to hurt people and warp them, he's basically using malice to prove his existence. It then says that the being known as Michael Kaiser took great pleasure in eroding others' hearts and living on inside them as a scar. After that, we also see Kaiser undergoing some kind of transformation, while the players he's beaten are seen crying on the ground. However, after that, things only got worse, as destroying people's dreams and rewriting their sense of values become a symbol of impossibility that taught them true despair. And because of that, Kaiser believed that it was the ultimate destination of the impulse that gave its first cry at that moment. By doing so, he felt that bit by bit, and every time he harvested new despair, he became a little more human, which sounds so fucked, but also so incredibly cool. At the same time as he was doing all of that, he would picture his father, whom he'd hated so much, understanding that he hurt Kaiser just so he could maintain the feeling that he was alive. This was why, instead of saying thank you, he instead hit Kaiser every day, and instead of saying I love you, he instead called Kaiser a piece of shit. After that, Kaiser realized that he was doing the same thing as his shitty father did, except that he was trying to do it to the world's soccer players, and that's why he started dreaming about becoming the world's best. But quickly, let's just look at this panel. Kaiser looks so incredibly cool right here, with his flowers all around his body, and his insanely cool tattoo, which goes down to his arm. Anyway, after that, we get into the match again, and we see that PXG is starting with the ball, the goalkeeper kicks out the ball, and the game is on again. The ball is going toward Nanas and NESS, but NESS manages to just in time block Nanas and jump up to head the ball, and the ball lands on Kaiser, who's already in a heated battle with Karasu. NESS told Kaiser to go and get the next goal, and with that, Kaiser was locked in. He says that he won't miss again, but that he's currently 35 meters from the goal and is too far to shoot. However, he knows that if he waits for 5 more meters, he will stop the ball and be in the perfect situation. However, just then, something unexpected happens as both Isagi and Rin go up towards Kaiser. Rin calls Kaiser tepid, and Isagi is wondering why the hell he is stopping, screaming at him to continue going and that Rin is coming. However, Rin says that it's already too late, and then all of them clash with each other and the ball goes high up into the sky and Kaiser loses his attack. Nanas compliments Rin's defenses and Raichi tells them to grab the second ball. Kaiser falls down onto the ground and says that everything he gained by winning is now slowly but surely being stolen and destroyed. As Kaiser is beginning to get back on his feet, Isagi starts talking to him, which shocks Kaiser a bit. Isagi has his back towards him and asks Kaiser if he finally gets it, telling him that this team isn't his anymore. And with that, he looks back right at Kaiser, and Isagi's eyes are burning while he tells Kaiser to kneel to him and calls him a shitty clown. Kaiser's eyes begin to melt by that, but we then see Noah from the sidelines, who is looking at this extremely closely and says that this is it, Kaiser, and that it's finally time for him to fight with his ego. Isagi begins to run away, but Kaiser is still down on the ground and is beginning to lose it as he says that evolution only happens in adversity, while looking like he is about to kill someone soon, probably Isagi, if I'm honest. The commentators say that the ball is evenly matched, however, the one dominating the aerial battle is none other than Kunigami Rensuke. Kunigami heads the ball right over Shido's head and gives it to Corona. After that, we get to Isagi, who, while running, says that he can crush him and even destroy him now. He's determined that he can take that step further and devour the Emperor, as the team is almost all his, and Kaiser is thrown off balance. As we know due to his latest miss and his awful play against Isagi and Rin, Isagi thinks back to when he told Kaiser to kneel before him and even called him a clown. He says that if he hurls such abuse at Kaiser now, he won't be able to escape his obsession with Isagi, which will then in turn make his movements predictable, and if Isagi is able to take advantage of that and aim for the back with Corona and Hiroi, he can then win with 100% certainty. After that, we get this amazing panel with Kaiser still on the floor while Isagi is running far ahead of him into what looks like an explosion or a black hole. As he is running, he asks Kaiser if he doesn't want to devour him, and that Kaiser always thinks of himself as the main character. After that, we switch sides as we instead go over to Kaiser, who says that he recognizes this feeling he is getting from Isagi. He thinks that every day his father used to put Kaiser through that, all that same sense of irrationality and suffocating constraint. However, after that, Kaiser finally gets up on his feet and says fuck it, saying that he has already surpassed his father a long time ago. However, because of Isagi, Kaiser's very existence is shaking again, and if he doesn't win and doesn't surpass him, then everything that Kaiser has worked so hard for will just disappear. Suddenly, NESS comes out of nowhere and screams Kaiser's name and tells him to calm down. He says that they have already achieved enough results and that Kaiser has already scored so many goals up until the previous match. Not to mention that Kaiser already has his offer from Real Madrid, and because of that, NESS advises him not to make any reckless plays and instead wait for a chance where he can fire off his new weapon. Kaiser looks back with some sort of scared but also dissuaded facial expression as NESS with big eyes says that he is here for Kaiser. However, Kaiser couldn't care less about that if he asked if NESS was out of his mind and said that if he lost now, then everything would disappear. NESS's happy facial expression quickly turns to a sad one as Kaiser says that the whole world is watching this match and that a defeat here isn't just a simple loss, but that the offer from the Real Madrid and his throne in this team, all the glory he's gained through football, will be crushed by Isagi in an instant, saying that if he loses now, then he will return to the time when he wasn't even considered human. Just then, he sees his chances and tries to slide tackle Isagi to get the ball back. However, Isagi avoids it easily. Kaiser quickly starts to wonder if he is afraid of losing, and if the reality of the current him and returning to the worthless thing he was before might scare him. Kaiser's life wasn't even born out of desire. Isagi is still above him, but now he's got a menacing and intense aura around him, as it looks like Isagi is almost looking down at Kaiser. While this is still going on, Kaiser says that having gained status, honor, and money made him feel like he had become a human desired by others. But now suddenly, he is afraid of losing what he's paid for, calling it the pitfall of an achiever's heart. Kaiser's eyes start to twitch as he looks at Isagi in front of him. NESS tries to help him and screams his name, but Kaiser is too far gone and can't hear him. Kaiser starts to get up and thinks that he's now fighting to take, but before he knows it, he has started fighting to protect himself by only choosing easy opponents that he could win against. He did that to be able to settle in places where he could remain king without getting hurt and living indefinitely without injury, saying that there's nothing wrong with that as he fought for that position and that there was no need to do anything after that, which could potentially shake the proof of his existence. But even then, the place that Kaiser is currently in doesn't have the best view in the world yet. He says that as he sees Noah standing beside Isagi in front of a throne, they are looking down at Kaiser's petty little throne, which he has been sitting comfortably on. Kaiser finally realizes it and says that fighting to protect his current glory won't allow him to prove his existence any further. He finally gives in by saying that he has no choice but to slowly close his eyes. However, it seems like that was just to throw us off, as we can see his arm down on the grass as it begins to evaporate into flower leaves. As that is going on, he says that he has to throw it all away, the glory, the title, and even his own pride. Everything that made him feel like he had become human, he has to now strip it all away in order to reset totally and become zero. Kaiser is now covered in total darkness as he thinks about this sensation and if this is something that he truly wants. And he starts to ask himself about the dignity that he truly desires, thinking that it isn't a life that he desired, but what he has found and wanted is his own ego, or his own zero as he calls it. We get back to when he was looking at his football for the first time, and it made his eyes glow up. After that, we see when he is sad, and sleeps with the ball close to his heart. Behind it, we can see his hand, and in the next panel, he completely destroyed that picture. He's looking more furious than ever, as he says "you shitheads," and is ready to go at it again, and it even makes Isagi turn around in shock. And then we see Isagi, who still has his eyes looking at Kaiser. He has a bit of a shocked facial expression as he says that Kaiser's movements changed all of a sudden, and then we see Kaiser, who is looking insane as he's hunting for Isagi. Suddenly, Corona, who is next to Isagi, tells him to speed it up. He tells Isagi to keep on attacking and for them to combo. Isagi is on board with the plan, but suddenly someone says, "Right now," and a hand comes across Isagi's face. It's Karasu who manages to get his hand around Isagi's body, making it harder for him to move. Karasu tells Isagi that right now he is the game's protagonist. He continues and says that if they let Isagi get in range, then he will hit them with his crazy shot again. But Karasu is here to stop that from happening, as he is set on crushing Isagi before he gets that chance. However, Isagi is so cold, so he doesn't even care for Karasu, as he tells him that he would like to see him try and calls him a baby crow, which goes so incredibly hard. Isagi thinks that he saw PXG shifting all of their defensive focus towards him from a mile away. Even though Karasu has him on lockdown, he still manages to get off a pass to Corona, or Planet as he calls him. Corona gets the ball and starts to just say ad-libs for no reason, which I think was quite funny. He says interlock connect as he passes the ball away. It looks like the ball is heading for Isagi, but he jumps over it in the last second and lets the ball continue its path. After that, Isagi tells Hiyori to show him the best production that he can come up with. The ball is going closer to Hiyori, and his facial expression totally changes as he's ecstatic that he gets to play with both Corona and Isagi, who both have such great ideas. However, just as the ball is supposed to meet up with Hiyori, something unexpected happens, as instead of Hiyori getting the ball, Kaiser comes in his way, blocks off the pass, and grabs it himself. Kaiser now has the ball and is looking cooler than ever, and he also has flower leaves flowing behind him. Isagi is watching from afar and is frustrated. Isagi says that, as he suspected, Kaiser changed his attaching patterns, and instead of being overly fixated on Isagi and forcibly pressing him, he's instead scanning the entire field and predicting their combination attacks, calling it a calm meta-press. After that, we see Raichi, who's super pissed that Kaiser once again stole the ball from his teammate. But then we have NESS over here, who's praising Kaiser over and over again and telling him to try again. We see Kaiser looking over and then passing the ball. However, the pass isn't to NESS this time, but surprisingly to Raichi, who's just as shocked as we are. After that, Kaiser starts sprinting on the pitch all that he can. While Raichi is confused and wonders what the hell it is that Kaiser is planning, we also see NESS, who honestly looks crushed that Kaiser didn't pass to him. It definitely destroyed his heart. But Kaiser says that if he's going to climb even higher, then he has to discard everything that defines who he currently is. He needs to get rid of all of it to then reset himself to when he was a simple nobody and to the time when all he wanted was to live, back to when he was just 0. After that, we see Kaiser, who tells Raichi to please pass him. Raichi puts a smug face on himself as he passes. Raichi says that it looks like Kaiser has some redeeming qualities after all, and screams at him to score with his assist. Igarashi on the bench wonders why the hell Raichi is passing Kaiser, but personally, I don't think you get a say if you're not even good enough to play in the game. After that, we get into ISAGI'S brain as he thinks that now that he's currently the game's protagonist, their best option is to attack through Kaiser since he doesn't need Isagi to score, which annoys him. But after that, we see that he gets all fired up as he looks really menacing and says that he can't believe that Kaiser would actually throw away his pride, still calling him a shitty clown. But suddenly, another one enters the picture, and it's Rin who comes and tells Kaiser that he was too forceful, telling him that it's over as he gracefully steals the ball from Kaiser, who falls to the ground. Raichi is furious and asks Kaiser how he dares to waste his beautiful assist and screams at him to get up and get back on it. Kaiser takes his around his mouth and says that it's getting interesting, explaining that this isn't some simple impulsive train of thought, but that this only occurs to those greedy enough to achieve even further success. He calls it the turning point of one's identity, while simultaneously being destroyed and rebuilt. He says that while chasing after Rin. However, he continues and says that he shouldn't waste his energy playing defensively, and instead keep searching for ways that will spur him to greater heights, admitting that the reason that he is able to get into this mindset is because of Isagi and the hardship that he gave Kaiser. After that, we see that Raichi and Corona teamed up to take the ball from Rin. Karasu is watching from the sidelines, wondering what is going on, saying that on top of Shiodu getting shut down and Isagi suddenly evolving exponentially, even Kaiser's beginning to move unpredictably, and ending it by saying that he can't manage to get a read on the team. After that, we get into Hiyori's brain as he thinks that a formation where Isagi operates as the main striker and his two-gun volley forms the base of their attacks, while simultaneously allowing Kaiser the freedom to score goals by himself as the second striker. Hiyori gets big eyes as he calls it awesome, continuing by saying that now that Kaiser isn't solely passing to NESS, their opponents are having a more challenging time tracking his movements. On top of that, with Isagi's two-gun volley and Kaiser's Kaiser impact, they have two different nuclear weapons that they can destroy them with, saying that the destruction those two create individually is finally starting to resonate with each other. After that, we get this amazing panel with Isagi and Kaiser being almost side by side, and Isagi getting the ball from a pass by Corona. After that, we can see everyone's reaction to this, and Noah has a stone face as always. However, the text says that despite all the expectations and chaos, only one was calm, quiet, and yet still fired up. It's none other than the mysterious player Kiora Jin, who's patiently waiting for his moment to strike as he's starting to define the borderline moment to mark his impact on the game. We then see his eyes, which are looking more determined than ever. After that, we see the most mysterious player in Bluelock, Kiora Jin. However, that's not all as we finally get an insight into his life. The text says that Kiora Jin is always destined to stand at the boundary line. The first boundary was when Kiora was in his mother's womb. His mother suffered a serious illness and was told by the doctors that her survival rate after giving birth was 50%. However, despite knowing that Kiora was able to draw the change of life and was born into this world strongly, after that, we fast forward a bit, and we get to know that Kiora has two siblings. He got caught between a short-tempered older brother and a rowdy younger brother, and because of that, the Kiora household was constantly embroiled in siblings' quarrels. But even then, as small as a child, Kiora thought about which side, or rather which brother would be more advantageous for him, thinking that whichever side he allies himself with will win, and that his presence determines the victor, which was Kiora's own way of fighting and way of life. And even in Bluelock, this nature bears its fangs as Kiora survives the boundaries of battle and finds his way to this point. But right now, his destiny comes around again. It's his first and last opportunity to participate. He looks at both Isagi and Kaiser and wonders which side he should take to survive. This wasn't an easy decision either, as this choice would be dead or life for him. After that, we leave him and get to both Kaiser and Isagi, who's going crazy on the pitch. Isagi is fully locked in, and as he's running, he thinks that the field is completely revolving around him. He says that all of the movements of his allies are centered on Isagi, and even the enemy's vigilance is at its max. However, it isn't just Isagi who's using that to his advantage, as Kaiser is starting to aim for the goal on his own, and has now abandoned the cooperation with NESS he had been using until now. And the most shocking part was that he even was ready to pass to Bluelock members for the sake of his own goal. Isagi thinks that it's a wise decision to ride on the changed Kaiser for his evaluation like Raichi did, and because of that, Isagi is a bit afraid as he says that the Emperor is trying to invade his stronghold using that psychology. He clenches his teeth and says, not bad, but still determined to absolutely crush him. Because Isagi knows that if he scores, then Kaiser's evaluation will plummet. He looks over at Kaiser and tells him to do it, and to see if Kaiser's awakening or Isagi's monarchy will win this game. After that, Isagi passes the ball over to our favorite Shark Boy, who traps it flawlessly. However, Tokimitsu comes in his way right away. He tries to block off Kurona and says that he won't let him and Isagi do that combo again. Kurona tells him to get out of the way and tries to get free, calling him the meatball boss for some weird reason. However, Kurona will face more trouble, as it isn't just Tokimitsu who has his eyes set on stopping Kurona. Nanase also comes and joins the party. He takes advantage of the fact that Tokimitsu is holding down Kurona to come and sweep away the ball, calling it an opportunistic press. We can clearly see that Kurona got mad at this, while Tokimitsu is mad that Nanase came in and took away his credit. Now that Nanase has the ball, he wants to get out of there right away, but as he turns around, he sees that Kaiser is approaching in full force against him. Nanase freezes for a second, and Kaiser uses that to steal the ball from him. Isagi, who watched from the sidelines, finally understands what is going on. He says that Kaiser isn't directly targeting him, but instead aiming at the flaws in others through Isagi. It really shouldn't be this confusing in a football series, but we move on. Isagi thinks that if what he thinks is true, then Kaiser's next target will be Kunigami. And Isagi turns out to be spot on, as Kaiser asks Kunigami, or Orange as he calls. Kunigami doesn't really understand what is going on, but he sees that he's getting a pass towards himself. He's anything but happy because of this, but still passes the ball back to Kaiser. After that, Isagi calls it clever, as he thinks that Kunigami can't move freely now because he's broken with Shido, and by using that, Kaiser is forcing a post-play 1-2 with Kunigami. Accurately understanding the situation of this team, and using that to manipulate of other players' psychology, Kaiser is willing to abandon everything and change for the sake of his own results. Isagi thinks that Kaiser for sure is like him, and that he is a world-type egoist instead of a self-type egoist. Suddenly in the game, as Kaiser is running with the ball, he gets into some trouble as both Karasu and Rin go to stop him. Rin even says that he is going to kill him. All three of them collide with each other, and the ball goes up into the sky and falls into the hands of the ultra-sadist himself, Hiyori. He traps it and says to Kaiser that his luck has descended. Right after getting the ball, Hiyori wants to give it away, so he passes toward Isagi and tells him to resonate. The ball goes to Isagi, but in the last second, he decides to step away from it, which shocks everyone. However, it wasn't for nothing, as the ball instead rolled over to Kurona, who, alongside Isagi and Hiyori, created the ultimate triangle. After Kurona has gotten the ball, he passes it over to Isagi to finally finish it off. Isagi looks at the ball, which is slowly approaching, and thinks that he's won as he's going to score his second goal, but that's not really the case as Charles instead comes in his way and stops the ball from ever reaching Isagi. Charles says that it's the imp's super arrival. He looks into Isagi's eyes and asks if he's surprised or even annoyed. We can definitely see that Isagi is annoyed after that, as he wonders if Charles wasn't super unmotivated just a minute ago, and wonders what happened. The ball goes high up into the sky, but it lands in the hands of a bastard MUNCHEN player. That player is none other than NESS, who tells Kaiser that it isn't over yet, as NESS is here and by his side. NESS's eyes are beginning to fire up as he follows the ball closely and is ready to fire off an amazing pass. Kaiser, Isagi, and Kiora, all three of them, look over to NESS and wonder what is going to happen next. The ball is approaching NESS, and everyone has their eyes on him. NESS thinks back to Kaiser's training and his new weapon. He knows that he has to pass to Kaiser in a position where he can shoot. He says it over and over again to really get it into his brain. After that, he thinks that assisting Kaiser's new weapon is his role and no one else's, and after that, he fires off his pass toward Kaiser. The pass goes past both Nanase and Karasu, who are unable to stop it. Kaiser's eyes are glowing like never before as he sees the ball coming closer to him. But he says, "You mutt," which basically means dog. The ball is almost right by Kaiser, but as he looks ahead of himself, he sees a ton of players, and because of that, he thinks that he doesn't have a single chance to shoot it right there. So he instead lets the ball continue to roll, ignoring NESS's amazing pass. NESS sees this and is in total shock, as he can't understand what happened and why Kaiser decided to ignore the pass. After that, we see both ISAGI and Kaiser, who, in sync, look behind them and watch who the ball falls to. And look at that, the ball falls to the most mysterious player on the pitch, which is of course Kiora Jin, who, I must say, traps it flawlessly. Just look at that trap, it looks so cool. Anyway, as Kiora gets the ball, he says that he's got it. After that, we see Hiyori, who's a bit shocked that Kiora has the ball. Charles is just annoyed and a bit tired of this game, I think. However, Reichi is super hyped over this. However, after that, we see Isagi, who has his pieces flying all over the place, as an unexpected ball holder has now come into play and he must adapt it to his puzzle. He sees that because of this, the enemy formation is in chaos due to the continuous attacks and thinks that this is the moment to go for it. He steps on the ground determined, and we can see that he's absolutely locking in right now, as his eyes have turned into total darkness while his piece can't keep up with his thinking. As he continues to run, he thinks that he needs to call for the pass from Kiora. Kaiser sees this and is determined not to let this happen, and he is looking to steal the pass himself, as it's his survival instinct. So instead of running up on the field, he runs back towards Kiora. When he arrives, he makes a turn around him, letting him know that he's there, which we can see confuses Kiora a bit, as he doesn't know what to do. Anyway, now that Kaiser is in Kiora's vision, he starts running up on the field again, and says that the element he needs is his constraint energy, which only he can breathe in. He then admits that he is a piece of shit, and that he will keep throwing himself into constraint as many times as it takes until death. Tokimitsu is approaching Kiora at a rapid speed, which makes it even more stressful for Kiora as he will soon have to send out his pass. As Kaiser continues on his path, he says that the field is the greatest thing in the world and that he must emerge from its absurd reality, and he can only do that by breaking through the crowd in front of him. He has to dive right into his dense constraint by breaking free and charge towards his constraint, which is exactly what he does, as we can see him getting through the PXG players with ease. We see him sneaking in between Nanas and Karasu like they were just out of thin air. But it isn't only Kaiser who is trying to break free, as Isagi has the same idea, and knows that to get the pass, he has to be in the perfect spot, so he gets past one of the PXG players and runs as fast as he possibly can. Both Isagi and Kaiser are running at full speed and are awaiting the pass. They look absolutely furious as they tell Kiora to pass the ball and to choose them. After that, Kiora finally spots the perfect spot to pass, and we can see how fired up he looks. Just look at him, even his hair changed color. But anyway, Tokimitsu tries his best to block the pass, but it's too late as Kiora has found the boundary line as he calls it, and passes the ball. However, something unexpected happens as the ball goes past Kaiser and sees that the ball is going toward Isagi, and he can't do anything but just watch. Isagi, on the other hand, is pleased as he says that it's coming. A high-speed ground trajectory that surpasses Kaiser. He knows that with this pass, he will finally beat Kaiser for good and take over the bastard MUNCHEN team, which will lead to Kaiser ultimately falling into darkness. But suddenly he comes back to reality as he notices something weird with the ball, as out of nowhere it stops going forward and instead goes backward. Isagi can't believe his eyes as he understands that the ball had a backspin to it and sees how the ball slowly goes back towards Kaiser. Kaiser manages to break free from Karasu's defense and is rushing towards the ball. Kiora, who can't take his eyes away, tells Kaiser to get it and to score. Kaiser is honestly looking demonic as he has some sort of aura coming off his face as he says that he did it. He stole it from Isagi. But the twists and turns aren't done just yet, as Kaiser will face more trouble as both Charles and Rin are going at full speed toward the ball. Charles says to Rin that if he's feeling down, then here's a thorny rose, even calling him brother, which I know Rin isn't liking as he has enough brother issues as it is. Rin tells Charles that he won't let him take it and that he will stop him. Just reminding you guys that these guys are on the same team. But whatever, even though Kaiser is facing major trouble with both Charles and Rin, he realizes something as he sees that the ball has stopped exactly how it was in practice and knows that this is the perfect chance for him to score as everything is aligned. He gets close to the ball and says that the last thing that will come down to is luck. After that, we can see him loading up an insane shot as he is looking absolutely crazy, and he even has the luck puzzle piece beside him like Isagi had in the U20 game. Anyway, Kaiser gets ready to fire his shot, but sadly we don't see any more of that right now as this is where it ends. Anyway, the next panel is crazy because we see Kaiser making contact with the ball and getting ready to fire off a hell of a shot. And if that wasn't cool enough, then his face is determined so that it almost looks scary. In the next panel, he finally fires off the long-awaited shot, his Kaiser Impact Magnus. Both Rin and Charles didn't see this coming, as they probably expect just his normal insane Kaiser impact, so they had no way of stopping this ball. In the chapter before, I was scared that Isagi was going to take the ball when Kaiser finally shot it. However, with the angle that the ball is in now, it's extremely unlikely for that to happen. By the way, just a side note, but I'm amazed at how the mangaka constantly comes up with new ways to make the manga look absolutely stunning. Just look at the target circle where Kaiser shot the ball. I don't think we have ever seen anything like this, but it should definitely come back because it looks so cool. The ball is going right by Isagi's head. Raichi is angry as he wonders what it is that Kaiser is doing, as this once again looks like a failed shot. Tokumitsu as well can't really understand how Kaiser would make another miss kick. However, as Isagi is closely analyzing it, he sees that this one is different. He says that since the ball stopped for a split second, he cleanly struck the ball the way he wanted to. He looks at the ball and sees that wind is beginning to emerge around it, and he says that the amount of spin he generated on the ball, he managed to even make the air his ally, which just sounds so incredibly cool, making the literal air come on his side. And once again, this panel is out of this world, and I can see that the break last week was definitely necessary because this is just wild. After that, we see NESS, who is intensely looking at the ball. He tells it to just bend already, as he knows that if Kaiser misses another shot, then it's probably bye-bye for him. But just then, as NESS told it to bend, it actually bended, going around Isagi perfectly. After that, we see some sort of hologram or silhouette of Kaiser from when he was younger, as he tells the ball to go. After that, we get into a short flashback, and we see Kaiser attempting some kick-ups, but ending up failing, and this makes him extremely mad and kicks the ball into the wall, which funny enough ends up landing right back in his face and making him fall to the floor. This only makes the young Kaiser more furious, as he instead just kicks away the ball and starts to leave. However, there's no way that he could just turn his back on his precious football, so he quickly runs back to it. He finds it and looks at it with sad eyes before he lays on the grass and takes the ball close to his chest. After that, he goes home and we get into another extremely tragic panel, as we see his father literally stomping on Kaiser, who is lying helplessly on the floor. He looks back up, and we can see that his eyes are just filled with eternal sadness, as this is his regular day-to-day. However, as he is getting stomped on, he looks at his precious football. After that, when the night comes around and his father has probably gotten tired of stomping Kaiser, Kaiser takes his ball and holds it close to his heart. He calls the ball a piece of trash and says that someday they will get out of this shithole and finally become free. And as soon as they are free, they will then earn a lot of money, eat tons of good food, and finally after all of these hard years become human for the first time ever. But why stop there, as he says that if they are super lucky, then they will also become loved. Kaiser has bruises all over his body as he takes his hand towards the sky and says that he wants to be loved. After that, we leave him and go back into the match, where we see Kaiser's outstanding shot, which is growing closer and closer to the goal. The goalkeeper tries his best, but the ball ends up going right into the net. The spectators are amazed as they jump out of their seats and celebrate Kaiser's spectacular goal. After that, we see Isagi, who has an immense aura around him with what looks like to be Kaiser's flower petals and wines. Anyway, Isagi felt the power of Kaiser's immense goal as he calls Kaiser a real superstar. While his eyes turn into darkness, however, that are typically a good sign in the Bluelock series. Anyway, Kaiser, who's finally gotten his goal after getting run over by Isagi time and time again. He screams out of excitement and pure happiness, I think. After that, just like in the flashback, he takes his hand up towards the sky while he has tons of flower petals falling down on him. And this goal celebration is just amazing. It legit looks like he's aiming to grab hold of the sky or heavens. And I think that it's a clear sign that he isn't stopping anytime soon, as he gave Bastard Munchen their second goal of the match, and also the lead. The commentators screamed that it was a super golazo. After that, they say that despite struggling earlier in the match with a single strike, and with the entire football world tuned into this match, Michael Kaiser shows why he's considered one of the best strikers of his generation. And then we see Kaiser, who makes his awesome goal celebration by lifting his hand towards the sky. Nanas can't believe his eyes, and wonders what that shot's trajectory was. Karasu, who's also in shock, realizes that it was what Kaiser was going for the entire time. And then we also see Tokimitsu, who's honestly a bit afraid as he says that it's impossible, and that there's no way to stop a shot like that. Isagi is looking at Kaiser, and his eyes are filled with total darkness, as he thinks that Kaiser is an emperor who's willing to sacrifice everything for his evolution. After that, we have Charles, who says damn and also calls him a show-off. Hiyori, on the other hand, goes straight to Kiora and asks him why he passed to Kaiser. Kiora is a bit taken off guard and says that there was no specific reason, looking back at Hiyori and saying that both of them were going to score regardless and that he could have easily passed to Isagi instead of Kaiser. However, Kiora admits that he tends to ally himself with the underdog, which shocks Hiyori as it was not what he expected to hear. Kiora continues and says that if the underdog wins, then it's all because of him. He starts to walk away while saying that with his borderline decisions, he can constantly shift the scales of power to whomever he chooses. Hiyori doesn't really know what to say and just calls him a weirdo while Isagi asks him to wait up. Kiora stops, and Isagi asks him if this means that he will side with Kaiser from now on. However, Kiora says that it's not the case at all, saying that this time it just so happened that his interests aligned with his, but next time, who knows? Starting to walk off once again while saying that until the last minute, not even the gods know who he chooses to side with, which, I'm not going to lie, sounds extremely cool. Isagi says that he will remember that, and Kiora just says alright, showing that he really doesn't give a shit about it. But with that, Isagi now understands Kiora-jin's philosophy. He thinks to himself, and says that there's no doubt that Kiora played a massive role in Kaiser's goal, but it all started when Kaiser changed his approach, thinking back and saying that he abandoned his obsession with Isagi, and by passing to Reichi instead of NESS, he showed that he was willing to work with everyone else, even going as far as forcing Kunigami to work with him, and then, for the finishing touch, got Kiora to deliver the crucial final pass. By throwing away Kaiser's pride and logically pursuing results, he propelled himself into his top performance, finally coming to the conclusion that without a doubt, Kaiser's 100% a holistic ego type. However, that kind of superficial analysis wasn't enough for Isagi to stop him, and he thinks that there's something that he still doesn't understand about Kaiser and his overall mindset. Thinking that to defeat Kaiser, he needs to gather more information. After that, we see Kaiser, who's walking, and NESS behind him. NESS stops him and calls out his name, and Kaiser looks at NESS. NESS is looking extremely happy, as he has stars in his eyes, as he says that Kaiser is incredible, saying that even though NESS couldn't deliver that final pass, he was still able to shoot it as he did during training. But not only that, as this shot was even greater than any of the shots he scored during training, and the way everything fell in place, it was almost as if God was on Kaiser's side. Kaiser just glanced at NESS with an uninterested look. But NESS continues as he says that his work ethic and perseverance helped turn an impossibility into a reality, saying that Kaiser truly is a player destined to become the best striker in the world. As he's saying, he looks so proud and happy for Kaiser, but after that, Kaiser speaks up. Kaiser thanks NESS, as it was thanks to him that Kaiser was able to come this far. Thanks to the freedom NESS's football gave him, he has become stronger since joining Bastard MUNCHEN. These words mean so much to NESS that he starts to cry, but as he's crying, Kaiser says that he doesn't need NESS anymore. As NESS hears that, his expression changes drastically. Kaiser says that this match showed him what he needs to become even stronger, and says that he doesn't need the freedom that NESS brings anymore. NESS looks crushed as his tears keep on flowing down his face. Kaiser tells NESS not to follow him anymore and to find a new king instead. While walking away, he says that he thrives best in discomfort, and just like that, he leaves NESS. Isagi was able to overhear their conversation and hear what Kaiser said about discomfort. His pieces start to fly around again as he says freedom or restriction before saying that he gets it now, saying that depending on the environment, people's performance can change, regardless of whether we want it or not. He says that there are people like him who are freedom ego types, people who thrive in conditions where they are allowed the freedom to change their winning formulas. Conversely, there's the restrictive ego type. Those are people who thrive in conditions with clearly defined rules and objectives and faithfully accomplish those objectives to achieve success, or those who thrive in conditions where they rebel against those rules and objectives, saying that if they combine these two ego types with the individualistic and holistic ego types, then they can categorize each egoist into one of these four ego types. Here we have Isagi and Hiyori, who are both holistic and freedom ego types, while Shido and Bachira are individualistic freedom ego types. Kunigami is an individualistic and restrictive ego type, while Kaiser is a holistic and restrictive ego type. Isagi can't believe what he's just figured out, as he says that the quality of his analysis is increasing, and with this, he can understand more about each egoist. If he's then able to pinpoint Kaiser's weaknesses with this, then he will be able to, before he can finish his sentence. Kaiser calls out his name. Kaiser takes his hand through his hair and says that he's on fire right now, and that this is the most excited he's ever been, saying that thanks to Isagi, he's been reborn or metamorphized, and because of that, he says that the two of them should settle this once and for all. With this, they should determine who's the king of their generation and see which one devours who. Isagi isn't one to back down, so he looks straight into Kaiser's eyes and tells him to bring it on. Both of them have an immense aura around them, and their eyes are literally burning with excitement. Isagi thinks that if he can crush Kaiser, then he will be able to grab the golden ticket that will lead him to become the world's best player, and after that, they both leave. However, we can see Rin, who was watching them closely. We get a close-up of his face as he just says kill after looking at Kaiser and Isagi. The text at the bottom says, overshadowed by 3 of his rivals, Itoshi Rin seethes with rage. As both teams wait for the game to restart, the aloof genius prepares to assert his dominance and announce himself as the world's best player. The next chapter is going to be called Pressure, and with the last panel being Rin and the bottom text being about him, I think that the next chapter will focus on him, and maybe about the pressure he's feeling right now, as it feels like every one of his rivals is going ahead of him while he hasn't done anything in this match yet. Alright, let's go over this chapter. First, let's talk about Kiora. I'm going to be real and say that I love how they have done his character. Until now, he was always a mystery, and still is to be honest, but I like how he isn't necessarily allying himself with anyone, just going with the flow and passing who he wants to. It makes the situations when he has to ball to be unexpected and mysterious. It makes him somewhat of a wild card because you never know what's going to happen. Now I feel like we have to go over NESS. I do feel extremely bad for NESS, but it was kind of a given after Kaiser started playing with the Bluelock players. However, now I'm left wondering what NESS's next step will be. The most obvious play for him would be to try and go over to Isagi, but that would be kind of boring in my opinion. I want him to evolve on his own and find his own ego, just like Hiyori did. But I definitely see NESS working together with Isagi in the future, as it's either Isagi or Kaiser he can choose from, and Kaiser doesn't want him. It would be cool if he just went into savage mode and tried to score on his own, but that would never work for a player like NESS. What do you think will happen to NESS in the future? Please let me know in the comments. Lastly, this panel is just amazing. Finally, being able to see the competition between Kaiser and Isagi now that both of them are at 100% is amazing, and I think that the next few chapters are going to be wild, especially when we've gotten hints about Rin's potential starting to absolutely do something in this game instead of just backseating. However, I wonder how he will be able to get into the game right now. It's probably going to be some sort of chemical reaction with Charles or Loki if he enters. However, I still have big hopes for Nanase, as I'm confident that he will make some sort of big play in this game. After that, we see the whole Ubers spectating the match closely. Sendo scratches his head and says that it was an amazing goal and that it was expected by the Emperor, but even then, Sendo is determined not to lose to Kaiser. However, this feels more like a one-sided rivalry, if I'm honest. Anyway, after that, Ryu says that even Kaiser's pose after scoring the goal was flashy, and that it was one of the favorites to win the Super Flashy Protagonist Award, basically just Ryu being Ryu. We then see Nico, who says that now that Kaiser has stopped obsessing over Isagi, Bastard Munchen's gotten much more versatile on the attack. Aiku adds in by saying that they are a hell of a lot stronger than when they faced each other, and says that even though Bastard Munchen is evolving, behind him we have Lorenzo, who's almost drowning himself in popcorn, as he says that Kaiser's goal just now was probably worth around $500 million. Lorenzo's popcorn is going all over the floor, so Sendo and Ryu try to get him to stop. While those three are arguing, Baru is sitting calmly and wonders to himself what Isagi's next move will be. After that, we leave Uber's squad and instead go back to the match and to the Masters. Loki asks Noah if this is the evolution that he wants Kaiser to achieve. Noah says that it was, but asks if it's really okay for Loki to be interested in his players while his own players are falling apart. Loki has a smirk on himself as he says that it's fine if they lose, as he doesn't care about the result. However, he tells Noah to rest assured as his prized impish trickster will undergo another evolution soon enough, which I'm dying to see, as Charles hasn't been able to do that much recently. After that, we see Shidu, who calls Kaiser's goal a fantastic explosion. He asks PXG what they are going to do after this incredible goal. However, Shidu is getting on Karasu's nerves a bit as he tells him to shut up and calm down, and tells him that first, they have to peel that musclehead gorilla off Shidu. Once they do that, they should be able to create more chances. He turns to Zantetsu and asks if he's good to go, and Zantetsu, as dumb as he is, responses with full course, and it doesn't take long for Karasu to say that it's of course, and calls him a dimwit. On the other side, we have Tokimitsu who is freaking out, saying that this is really bad, and that they are gonna lost at this rate over and over again. Nanase agrees and says that they need to switch things up before going to Rin and asking what the plan is. However, Rin is in a world of his own as he tells Nanase to shut up and that he is thinking. He thinks that Bastard's momentum just won't stop, and for Kaiser not to be outdone by Isagi's evolution, he evolved as well. As a result, those two brought a new style to Bastard Munchen. However, Rin knows one thing for certain, which is that their chemical reaction is still incomplete. He looks over at them and thinks that if he's going to destroy them, then it has to be right now. And with that, the game starts. Rin starts with the ball, but passes Nanase and tells him to follow him while calling him a bumpkin, who is an unsophisticated or socially awkward person from the countryside, and Nanase just agrees with it. With the ball at Nanase's feet, he is thinking about what to do. He thinks that the first thing he has to do is build up and make a link with Rin. However, something that Nanase didn't account for was that Isagi would be rushing towards him right as the match started. Nanase is caught off guard by this play and tries to defend the ball with his life, saying that he could have never predicted a frontal assault and calling it a demon press right from the start. However, it isn't only Isagi who is going on the attack, as out of nowhere Hiyori also comes by. He tells Nanase that he is too slow and that they will be taking it. With no other choice, Nanase can only pass the ball back to Rin. However, as he passes the ball and sees it going towards Rin, someone interferes. It's none other than the Emperor Kaiser, who comes in between the ball and takes it for himself. Nanase is left speechless as he can't figure out how the hell Kaiser got the read on that, and Rin isn't so pleased either as Kaiser starts to sprint up on their field. Rin starts to wonder if Isagi and Kaiser are actually working together. However, as he looks over to Isagi and Hiyori, he overhears them saying that Kaiser stole the ball and that they need to get it back. This clears things for Rin, as he knows that he was wrong and that the two of them aren't working together. Instead of saying that Isagi and Kaiser aren't even considering working together, compare them to a dragon and a tiger, as those two are battling each other for supremacy, and by clashing their top performances against each other, those two are dominating them to the point of being obliterated. Zantetsu says that there's no end to Bastard's attacks. Karasu screams at everyone to get back and to not worry about getting carded and just stop them, while Tokimitsu is just saying that it's bad over and over again, kind of starting to get on my nerves if I'm honest. After them, we have Rin, who is a bit behind. He thinks to himself that he came here to destroy Isagi, and that ever since he lost to him in the U20 match, he has devoted all his time and energy to getting ready for this match, so that he could finally defeat him. However, in this match, Rin realizes that he's nowhere near attaining that, saying that the state he was in during the U20 match, that level of concentration, and that level of bloodlust, if he can be able to get to the point where he can enter that berserker state at will, he knows for certain that he can destroy Isagi and even Sei. But still, at this rate, he's just going to lose to Isagi once again. He starts to wonder if it's because of Isagi's rate of growth is way faster than his, and says that right now he can't see a path to victory. While this is happening, we see that Zantetsu and Karasu were able to steal the ball from Kaiser. Zantetsu shot away the ball, which landed in the hands of Hiyori, who later passed it to Isagi. Rin sees this, and says that his feelings for revenge are getting crushed, and his obsession is somehow being obliterated by Isagi. The screen goes black and he says that everything is soon going to be destroyed. But then, something happens. Rin starts to transform, and a strange aura with darkness and eyes starts to go around him. Rin has finally entered the same state that he was in the U20 match, and has gotten close to Isagi, and says that this is it, saying that he needed the pressure that Isagi emanate to enter this state. And then Isagi looks at him, and says that he saw him coming from a mile away. And just like that, the duel which we've been most looking forward to is finally here. Isagi versus Rin is finally going to go down, and I've been waiting for this since all the way back in the U20 match. Isagi has the ball, and Rin tries to go for it, but just in time, Isagi drags the ball back. But Rin isn't stopping his attacks, as he once again goes for the ball. But Isagi handles this situation flawlessly, as he passes the ball to his left foot to keep it. We can clearly see in Rin's face that he's beginning to get furious because of this. Rin tries to take his hand and get Isagi off balance, but Isagi isn't having any of it as he just slaps away Rin's hand. However, there's more trouble coming Isagi's way, as behind him, the left wing of PXG Nanase Nijiro comes to help Rin. Isagi is able to quickly see this, and looks for options that he can use. Just then, he spots Corona running on his right side, and makes a smooth pass to him. Corona gets the ball, and tells Isagi to do a 1-2 with him, so Isagi escapes from Nanase and Rin, and runs up while they are caught off guard by Corona. After Isagi is free, Corona passes Isagi, and Isagi gets the ball flawlessly, which we can clearly see really upset both Rin and Nanase. As Isagi has the ball, he says bye-bye to Rin and thinks to himself that he's now broken through completely and that he has a complete grasp of Rin's movements, further explaining that right now the whole field revolves around Isagi, saying that since Kunigami is keeping Shido in check, the Karasu, Zantetsu, and Shido combo is pretty much useless, and even though Rin remains a dangerous threat, Isagi is good if he can bypass him and his two lackeys like he just did now, talking about Nanase and Tokimitsu. But that's not all, because as long as he keeps an eye out for Charles and his unpredictable movements, he can destroy PXG's attacks. However, this also means that the only player who even has a chance of scoring a goal right now is none other than Kaiser, who is seen running behind Isagi. Isagi thinks that even though it's highly unlikely that he can recreate that super goal, since he's constantly positioning himself in a way that he can score at any moment, to deal with Isagi and Kaiser simultaneously, their opponent has no choice, and if they go all in to stop Isagi, then Kaiser will score. Conversely, if they go all in to stop Kaiser, Isagi will be the one to score, concluding that right now Bastard MUNCHEN is burning the brightest and evolving the strongest, which we can clearly see as both Kaiser and Isagi are fully immersed in this game right now. After that, we switch over to Rin, who says that it's not over yet, and calls Isagi an asshole while almost being fully immersed by his rage and darkness aura, not to mention how mad he looks. Rin thinks that he doesn't deny that he became stronger playing in the Neo Egoist League, but that's only from a technique standpoint. What he truly was lacking, and what he desperately needed, was the intense mental pressure, which for him is a player that brings him torment and suffering. As he says, we see his aura getting bigger and bigger, almost covering all of Rin, as well as two silhouettes of Sei and Isagi behind him. Continuing with what he said before, and saying that he needed someone stronger than everybody, and one who rightly stands in his way, which he calls the ultimate egoist. Once again, his aura is just getting more and more intense, as he says that the urge to destroy that sort of egoist is the trigger to enter this state. And lastly, while almost being consumed by total rage and darkness, he says that this is it. This is the feeling he's been looking for. After that, we once again switch over to Isagi, who has puzzle pieces flying around him like crazy, as he says that this is his game and his only, saying that if he can't succeed in this situation, and if he can't finish first, then all of this hard work would have been for nothing. He tells himself to think, and says that there's got to be a way to win, while simultaneously shutting down Kaiser, saying that for the top performance that Kaiser is currently seeking, he has to find an action that destroys it, which is just what Isagi has found as he finally makes his move. Isagi decided to move towards Kaiser, which caught everyone off guard. Kaiser can't believe his eyes and is extremely confused. The same could be said for Karasu, Hiyori, and Nanase, who are just watching this go down. Isagi thinks that since Kaiser loves playing in Isagi's shadow so much and taking advantage of any blind spots that may occur due to Isagi's presence, he's now instead made a run that forces Kaiser into the spotlight. And we can see on Kaiser's face that this was a smart move by Isagi, as Kaiser is furious at Isagi. After that, Isagi, Hiyori, and Corona start trading passes, while Isagi admits that, from an individual skills standpoint, Kaiser outclasses him. But what he has over Kaiser is the support he gets from Corona and Hiyori. Since Kaiser is all alone inside this cage Isagi created, he is now powerless. They trade glances for a moment, as Isagi asks Kaiser to show him the answer Kaiser is able to create from his restrictive environment. And just then, Kaiser makes his move, as instead of watching, he runs up on the field. However, this was exactly what Isagi wanted, as he says bingo, and says that he fell for it, you shitty clown. Explaining that since Kaiser made the first move, the defense has no choice but to deal with him first, and that Isagi's aim is the run he will make within Kaiser's shadow, which is just what he did now, as he did an opposite run that kickstarts his freedom, as Isagi has broken through everyone and is free. Corona from the side tells Isagi to be ready as he will pass the pass now. However, that's not exactly what happens, as instead of Corona passing the ball, he instead gets a one-way ticket right down to the ground as Rin, fully immersed in rage, comes in and pushes him off balance, making him fall to the floor, saying that he figured that he would do that, and calls Corona Isagi's pigtailed sea anemone, which is actually a bit funny. Anyway, Isagi is extremely shocked by this, as he didn't expect Rin to be there. Rin gets the ball, and Isagi realizes that Kaiser wasn't the only one who evolved when he's feeding off the restriction Isagi creates. We see Rin, who looks furious and even has his tongue out, which we know from the U20 match that he only does when he's extremely locked in the game, and then it begins the battle between Isagi, Rin, and Kaiser, even though I feel like it will be more directed between Isagi and Rin. We get right into the chapter where we see a shocked Noah and Loki, who's looking at the monster like Rin, who currently has the ball, as well as a dark aura around him. Not to mention that he has his tongue out, meaning that he's extremely concentrated. Raichi is furious and asks how Rin didn't get a foul for pushing over Corona in the last chapter. However, Isagi thinks that Rin touched the ball first, so there will be no foul. He then says that Rin is bringing out his prey's best and destroying it, just like he did in the U20 match. With this, Isagi knows that Itoshi Rin is about to go all out now. We can see in Rin's eyes that he's extremely determined, and just then he starts rushing over to Raichi. Raichi is a bit taken aback and says shit before taking out his arm and trying to block Rin. However, Rin just slaps Raichi's arm to the side and instead takes his arm on Raichi's stomach to push him away. However, another bastard Munchen player has been lurking in the shadows, and it's none other than Kiora Jin, who tries to sneak up on Rin and take the ball. But Rin somehow predicted it, so he makes the ball float and avoids Kiora. With the ball now in the air, he turns around and passes it. Nanas gets the pass and traps it amazingly. After that, Rin starts to sprint all that he can up on the field. He breaks free from Raichi, and because of that, Nanas passes back the ball to Rin. But just then, another challenger comes in Rin's way. This time it's the ultra sadist Hiyori. However, it doesn't take long for Rin to absolutely demolish Hiyori, as he actually does a rainbow flick to get past Hiyori. And this just looks so goddamn cool, I can't even lie. We can clearly see on Rin's body that his aura is beginning to become clearer the longer he plays. Hiyori looks back in shock after getting the rainbow flicked and says that Rin is extremely good and is wondering if his concentration has increased. After that, we see Isagi, who is on Rin's left side, following Rin's steps closely. He thinks that Rin doesn't stop the movement of the ball or himself, saying that he's doing a counter that makes the most of his individual skills and passing, calling it efficient breakwork, which we can clearly see annoys Isagi. However, this makes Isagi understand that Rin was always aware of his movements. With this, Isagi thinks that the more the field becomes centered on him, the easier it becomes to read the overall movements tied to it, which means that he is more restriction-oriented to show his abilities in this situation, where they are limited and tied down to what he can do. Saying that unlike Kaiser, who let go of his obsession with Isagi, Rin fixes on Isagi more to express himself better, which makes him a self-type egoist, and with this newfound knowledge, Isagi says that he's starting to understand Rin's mental structure and also the equation of his mind. And with his puzzle pieces flying around him like crazy, he starts to wonder how he can twist Itoshi Rin into his will. If that wasn't bad enough, then he's also getting closer to the feeling that time during the U20 game, which we can clearly see as his aura has beginning to take an even larger form around Rin. Isagi thinks back to the U20 game and thinks about Rin's flow mode and says that the thrill of exposing the enemy's highest form and crushing and trampling on it is what Rin likes the most. Rin has been able to get himself to the backline of bastard Munchen, and before him are two defenders who probably won't do anything. However, before we see Rin manhandle them, Isagi wonders how he is going to stop him, as he says that this situation is different from that time at the U20 match, saying that at that time Sei was there, so he became a presence that could barely stop Rin, but now, no one can suppress Rin when he's switched on. We see Rin get behind one of the defenders without even dropping a sweat. After that, he turns to the other one and does the same thing to him, leaving them completely destroyed. And this leaves Isagi with no choice but to be the one to take Sei's place, now that he isn't here. However, as his pieces are floating like crazy, he wonders if he really has the power to do it. But then he realizes that it isn't about whether he can or not, and that he has to do it. The two of them make eye contact with each other, and we can see that both of their eyes are glowing with a burning desire to beat each other. Isagi asks Rin to bring it on, to give Isagi his best form before saying that the number one is none other than Isagi, as he slams his body into Rin's, making them side by side fight for the ball. I will talk about this panel more afterward, but please just look at this panel. It's amazing. I love how Isagi has his puzzle pieces flying around him on his side while Rin has his darkness and rage aura around him. However, we quickly leave that and instead go right into a flashback. Where do we see Rin playing with some toys? He has a dragon and a superhero in his hand, and as he plays, he breaks the superhero with the dragon. He says random words as he has drool running down his face. However, to his rescue, Sei comes and wipes it away. He puts his hand on Rin's head and asks if it's that much fun, as Rin drools when he's having fun and is concentrating, and Rin just says that it is. Sei notices the broken superhero on the floor, which makes Rin get a guilty expression on his face. Sei takes up one of the broken pieces and says that toys aren't like humans and that they don't bleed, but once they break, they won't heal. Rin says that he knows and apologizes. He looks at the broken toy and asks if he will get scolded again by mom and dad. wondering if he will once again cause trouble for them. To try and lift Rin's gloomy mood, Sei asks Rin if he wants to go grab some ice cream, which you can't refuse. As they have the ice cream, Sei asks if Rin got it, probably referring to the prize on the ice cream. Rin, with a sad face, says that he didn't, but Sei tells him not to worry about it, and that until the day he dies, his older brother will always be by Rin's side. After that, we get back in the game and see that both Rin and Isagi are out of balance just in front of the ball, but suddenly, Rin's darkness and rage just vanish after the flashback, and he's back to his regular expression. So in the last chapter, we left off with Rin and Sei going out and eating some ice cream, and as we get into this chapter, we see them coming home. Sei and Rin enter the door, and Rin yawns as both of them say that they are home. Right as they enter, their mom and dad are standing right in the doorway. With an angry and irritated voice, their mother yells Rin's name. She asks if he broke another toy again, and asks how many times it has been now. Rin, who is struggling to come up with anything, just says random words before he apologizes. However, just as he is doing so, Sei confesses that it was actually him who did it, even though it was Rin. Their parents are surprised by this, and even Rin isn't too sure what is going on. Their mom gets on the floor and takes her hands around Sei's face as she asks if it really is him. Sei explains that he got annoyed and accidentally did it. After that, their father asks Sei to come with him for a bit, and he follows along while looking back at Rin, and both of them stick their tongues out to each other. After that, we get into an intense scene where we can see a dinosaur starting to destroy and burn up an entire city. The citizens say that they can't take it anymore and that it's the end of the world, but suddenly someone sees something in the distance. They look over and see Evelyn, who is still trying to get up. They are all amazed by this and say that it's been over 3 minutes and that there shouldn't be any power left for it to turn into a giant. However, don't be so sure. As we see one of Evelyn's eyes start to light up, he then gets up on his feet once again and starts to emanate some sort of light ability. The citizens don't understand what is going on, and someone even says that he is able to feel his life energy being sucked out of him. They realize that Evelyn is about to undergo his final evolution, and he asks everyone in the world to share their lifespan with him, which they do. Even the elderly can't be stopped. We see that the energy from everyone is starting to form some sort of light ball attack in Evelyn's hand, and it doesn't take long before it fires off an incredible lightning blast as he says that life is beauty-ho. Now, I'm not sure whether this is a typo or if it's supposed to say beauty-ho, but I will continue saying beauty-ho as it's what it says. Anyway, the light beam hits the dinosaur right in its stomach, making it a critical hit. After that, we go back to the regular Bluelock and see some of Rin's classmates doing the Evolman final attack in the classroom. Rin is watching them as he plays Jenga and hears them saying that Evelyn is so cool and even asks their sensei to do the final boss attack. Their sensei scratches their heads and says that recent special effects hero shows are really well made, even saying that she cried again yesterday after watching all the episodes, and she even begins to cry just thinking about it. The kids are getting annoyed and ask her to just do the attack already, but she continues going over how sad the last episode was. Rin is watching this closely. However, suddenly his friends call his name and say that it's his turn to go. Rin looks back at the Jenga tower, but instead of placing a block, he instead falls on top of the tower, which makes his friends question what he is doing. After that, we went outside and saw some birds eating seeds on the ground. However, suddenly, superhero Rin comes attacking as he jumps down from a playground thing and goes for the birds. However, they quickly evade him as they see him going for them, and after that, they fly away, leaving Rin on the ground with a bleeding nose. After that, the school day is over, and Rin is home watching TV. He sees a tiger and what looks like a deer who's fighting for its life. However, the tiger is faster than the deer, so he catches up, and as he's gotten hold of the deer, the tiger starts to bite on its neck. I can't really make out Rin's expression for this because, at first glance, he looks shocked. But at second glance, I feel like he looks fascinated, so I can't really say, but let's go with him being shocked. After that, we go over to Rin's parents, who are sitting in the kitchen. Their mom says that today again, Rin caused trouble at the kindergarten, saying that he jumped off a high place by himself and came home injured again, saying that lately Sei seems to be acting strange because of Rin, and their mother starts to wonder if she is a good enough mother. Their father tries to comfort the mother and says that it's fine, explaining that it's just a boy's impulsive nature, and that he is sure that Rin will calm down as he gets older. As he says that, we see Rin, who's been standing quietly alongside the door and listening into their conversation. As he's listening, Sei comes down the stairs and asks if Rin wants some ice cream. Rin shakes his head and says that he doesn't. After that, we see a small panel of the superhero toy that Rin broke before, but now it has tape around it that is holding it together. Rin, who's lying on the bed, asks if Sei thinks that Rin is weird. Sei is surprised by this question and says that he is his little brother after all. After that, Rin asks if Sei thinks that it's a bother for everyone if Rin is around, and Sei just asks what that's supposed to mean. As he's stretching, he says that people often call him weird or annoying as well, asking Rin if he's unhappy that Sei is just as weird as he is. However, Rin says that if he's the same as Sei is, then it's okay if he's weird, and then Rin puts on Evelman on the TV. Sei, who is doing keep-ups up with the ball, asks if Rin is once again watching that, and says that all of his friends are also into it, and that they are saying stuff like, Evolman is so cool as well as he is fighting to protect the Earth, calling it all childish. Rin, who's still closely watching the TV, says that he, instead of liking Evolman, is a fan of the final monster boss, asking Sei to take a look at it, and explains that he is trying to beat someone who is better than himself is, explaining that even though it's at a disadvantage, it's still fighting for its life, as we see as the final monster boss runs through the light beam and crushes Evolman's head with his teeth, almost like what the tiger did to the deer earlier. Rin continues and says that even if its body is riddled with holes, or if it has to go as far as to self-destruct, it still fights to defeat the hero and calls it super cool, as he sees that the two of them self-destructs. Sei is watching Rin in shock, as Rin says that to him, even if he gets hurt and beaten, one day he wants to fight someone amazing, destroy him, and then die just like the final monster did. Rin's eyes are big as he's watching the TV while Sei still looks in shock. We also see that Rin starts to drool again as we get back in the game, and he says that his ego isn't just a destruction impulse, but instead, a destruction at the cost of life, looking like a maniac with his dead and dark eyes while having his tongue out and saying that this is his true nature. However, just then, Kaiser comes from his side and screams that it's fucking rude of Rin, calling him a foul-mouthed, tongue-wagging monk. And just then, the matchup between Kaiser and Rin starts with both of them looking more fired up than ever before. We start with a panel with a bunch of sports players, and the text says that when humans concentrate, they unconsciously open their mouths or stick out their tongues. It's often seen in childhood, but it's also said that top athletes do this in sports to release themselves from excessive tension and relax their bodies, which is exactly what Rin is doing. After that, we see Loki, who looks at Rin and says that, still, you're sticking your tongue out too much and calling Itoshi Rin quite wild. We also see Noah, who says that this is the true nature of Bluelock's #1. After that, we see Isagi on the floor, while Rin and Kaiser are beginning their matchup against each other. Their faces are filled with determination, as well as a ton of bloodlust. Rin tries to trick Kaiser away by doing some feints with the ball, but Kaiser instead tries to take his hand on Rin's shoulder. Still, it doesn't take long before Rin completely slaps Kaiser's hand, and that just looks incredible. Isagi finally realizes that he can't be chilling on the ground and gets up and compliments Kaiser's stalling before calling him a clown. Kaiser is looking furious as he tells Isagi not to interfere. He says that it's a duel between him and this fucking tongue, which was actually pretty funny. But Isagi just says that he doesn't care and that he will crush Rin. We get a close-up of Rin's eyes as he says that he now understands the psychology that leads him to the flow state. He says that it's the desire to bring out the best in his enemies and destroy them. He calls it an impulse that comes from his deep-seated desire to risk his life to destroy an amazing person. This means that Rin's flow is extremely similar to Sei's, but compared to Sei, who wants to destroy players beautifully, Rin wants to shame and embarrass them by bringing out their best. He also thinks back to the U20 game, and says that he was able to raise his performance to such a level in the U20 match because he threw everything at the strongest existence, which of course was Itoshi Sai at that moment. But now, in the Neo Egoist League, before him is the guy he wants to kill, which is of course Isagi, as well as a nuisance who's standing in his way, which is Kaiser. Rin takes a step on the ground and says that the conditions are set. With his rage and dark aura, which we haven't seen in a while, decides to peek out as Rin rushes towards the two of them and says that all that's left for him is to have the courage to burn to death in this moment. He says that as we get closer to his eye, which is getting swollen by the darkness, as Rin is rushing towards them, Kaiser looks intensely at him and says that he's not going to fall for it. While Isagi charges in without even thinking twice about it, Rin notices this and is surprised by the fact that Kaiser decided not to charge him, saying that he wanted to destroy them both all at once. Kaiser is standing back and is actually looking really cool as he tells Rin that he will get bit by Isagi as well as the stray dogs. Now you might wonder who the stray dog that Kaiser was talking about is, and it's none other than NESS, who's looking super weird as he's coming closer to Rin. He looks furious based on his facial expression, and he asks them to let him join in with a raspy voice. In the middle of it, NESS actually manages to grab the ball away from Rin when he isn't concentrating on it, which really annoys him. NESS shoots away the ball, and Rin is just left thinking that he needs to get in a thicker fight to get the calm Emperor to fall for it. NESS, right off the bat, looks over towards Kaiser after clearing out the ball and asks him how it was with a desperate tone. On the other hand, Kaiser just looks annoyed as he's running past him while saying that he doesn't care at all and that he isn't NESS's master anymore, which comes as a shock to NESS. After that, we get a close-up of Rin's eyes while he's saying that it's still too lukewarm. The ball is soaring through the sky, and Karasu screams that it's a second ball and that they need to be the ones to grab it. They actually manage to do that as Charles cuts in between both Reichi and Kiora and steals the ball from them. His aura has finally decided to come back, as he knows that he can finally show off again while saying a skull emoji because you know he's just Charles. After that, we see Shidu, who's still getting manhandled by Kunigami. Anyway, he screams at Charles to pass towards him. While this is going on, however, we get into Kaiser's thoughts as he says that he now understands that Itoshi Rin's talent is definitely the most outstanding in Bluelock in terms of an individual's skill level. While Isagi has continued to adapt and evolve to defeat this guy, as he says that, we see this incredible panel with Isagi placing his arm on Rin's chest while rushing ahead of him. He's even got some sort of steam around him. Now back to Kaiser, who thinks that if that's the case, then the center of the Bluelock is the relationship between these two rivals. Charles is getting ready to throw away his pass as he says his final skull emoji, while Reichi is right beside him and is unable to do anything. Kaiser says that Isagi and Rin stealing the seats of the main characters created by them is his own impossible challenge. As we see now, as he blocks away Charles's pass with his own head, Charles can't believe his eyes and calls him annoying, while Kaiser tells him to get lost and calls him a side character. Charles isn't the only one who's annoyed, as Rin wasn't a fan of Kaiser's move either, but Isagi, on the other hand, says that he finally got it, the current state of the field, as he's got pieces flying around him in all directions. He says that the quality of Rin's movements has improved, and now only he can keep up with him. If that's the case, then Kaiser, who is less vigilant, will be able to move more easily, but when Kaiser attacks alone, Isagi just needs to attract attention like he did before. The ball falls down to Nanase, who has Corona right behind him, but none of them are important right now as we are still in Isagi's thoughts, and he says that if it stands out, Rin will again try to target his movements from behind, creating an infinite cycle, explaining that the power balance is so finely matched that when someone stands out, someone else crushes them, saying that he, Rin, and Kaiser are currently crushing each other like rock, paper, scissors, which means that with just one mistake, one spark of inspiration, and any of the three of them could score a goal. His pieces are starting to grow back into place as he says that he knows he sees it, and that the key to the next goal is a fourth piece that aims for the main characters other than the three of them, whether it is someone who will create a fatal crack in the field or force in a new set of values. As we see a single piece of Isagi's puzzle, we hear him say that he can't afford to lose that moment, and then we see a three-way panel of Isagi, Kaiser, and Rin. Isagi says that he will win with his own goal, Kaiser says that with his own goal, he will take it, and Rin says that with his own goal, he will kill them, and all of them are looking extremely determined to be the ones to grab the next goal. We get right into the action as we see Nanase firing off a pass to Rin, who's currently on a roll right now. Rin traps it like he's Nagi or something because this looks sick. Anyway, he tells Nanase to go and also calls him a weakling. After that, we see a small panel of Hiyori, Kiora, and Reichi, who, in sync, look at Rin with a feeling of fear as they know that the egoist Itoshi Rin is on his way. And the next panel is honestly so insane because just look at Rin. Rin doesn't even look human anymore as his eyes are only focused on the goal and his tongue is fully out. He has the ball in his feet as he only has one thing in his mind, which is to annihilate. Before him, we see Corona, Hiyori, and Reichi all being in his way, not to mention the two loverbirds, Shidu and Kunigami, who are standing in the distance. After that, we see this absolutely wild panel where Rin tries to get behind both Corona and Hiyori. However, they aren't like the other background characters that you can get behind in a split second as they are keeping him in check. Or in check might be the wrong word, as they are clinging to their lives trying to hold Rin back, as they are on both sides of him. Rin thinks that it's going too slow, and that's why he decides to send off an insane backheel pass to his right side where Tokimitsu is. Even though he already has his own fight with NESS, he manages to send away the ball to Nanase on the other side. Nanase gets the ball, and after that, From nowhere, Rin decides to send himself back, breaking through the hands of Hiyori and Corona and leaving them totally confused. We see in these eyes that he has a plan in mind, as he simply says more. Now that Rin has gotten both Hiyori and Corona out of the rhythm, he uses this as his chance to try and sneak behind them as he right away moves to Hiyori's side and runs past them. While doing so, he asks everyone to come at him as he is ready for a real challenge. Nanase, of course, has kept his eyes closed on Rin, and now that he is free, he sends away the ball to the superstar. Hiyori has managed to get some ground on Rin and is extremely close to Rin. Hiyori tries to make it harder for Rin to trap the ball from Nanase, but that has no effect on the hungry Itoshi Rin, who's looking so demonic. The ball is closing in on him, and to try and stop Rin from getting away with a shot, both Corona and Raichi jump before him and try to block off his shooting angle. Rin watches the ball closely with his eyes being totally consumed by darkness and his tongue being free in the air. Just then, he stomps his foot on the ground and stops himself from moving any further, and instead of shooting the ball from Nanase, he traps it with his other foot. Corona and Raichi couldn't believe their eyes, as they were almost certain that he would shoot. Rin still has Hiyori's back towards him, but he uses this to his advantage as he somehow manages to roll over Hiyori's back, while still having the ball practically glued to his feet. He gets on top of Hiyori's back before he rolls over, basically just using Hiyori as a straight tool for him. After that, he drags back his leg and is beginning to go into shooting position. Before him are both Kaiser and Isagi, who are trying their best to read Rin's every move, but it's not going as planned, as Kaiser can't believe Rin's movements and decision-making at all. However, it isn't only Kaiser, but Bluelock's hero as well, as he says that he can't keep up with Rin, and just now he knows that Rin is in his range, and could score easily as he has a clear angle towards the top corner. Rin's eyes only got more serious, but the next thing shocked everyone, as instead of shooting a clear goal, he took the ball down to the ground. Both Isagi and Kaiser can't believe their eyes as they wonder why he didn't shoot, and that he could have scored if he had shot, so what was the reason for this? Rin, in the middle of the game, decides to crack his shoulder before saying that someone is wrong. After that, we see who he was talking to as a silhouette of his brother Itoshi Sei is standing right in front of him. Sei has his arms crossed and has the same aura that Rin has. Rin thinks that if Itoshi Sei had seen the goal he was going to make, he would still have said that it was too lukewarm. Looking at Sei right in the eyes, he says that even if he scored like that, it wouldn't lead to his evolution. Then once again shocking everyone, he passes the ball backward. He says that the act of putting your strongest self into the strongest target is what he wants to do. Charles is the lucky one to receive the ball. However, like everyone else, he's in shock, but he still traps it. Rin looks back at Charles, but this time he's really giving off some demonic vibes as his eyes and aura look terrifying as he tells Charles to gather all those who can die with Rin. That sentence alone gave Charles goosebumps, and his body started twitching. Tokimitsu can't believe what he is saying, and not even the analytic Karasu can figure out what it is that Rin wants. Raichi decides to add in by saying that he could have scored and asks if he's just going to start over because he isn't satisfied. After that, we finally see Loki, but this time he isn't his normal casual self, as he looks completely absorbed by Rin's play, and he says that if this were an official match, Rin would be banned for life. Noah decides to add in by agreeing and saying that Itoshi Rin is the worst kind of egoist. After that, the match goes back into action as Rin leaps forward. We quickly see Isagi, whose puzzle pieces are starting to break and disappear from him as he calls Rin crazy. We see that Charles isn't too pleased by all of this, but decides to play along. On the other hand, Nanase is absolutely ready to give another shot, while Raichi tells them that they are underestimating him. After that, we see a small text and someone saying that Rin is the same as he was in the U20 game. We learn that it was Isagi who says that it's even more now, explaining that this time Rin is seeking something beyond that. He says that right now, there are a few people like Nagi, Baru, or even Kaiser that he feels are complete geniuses, but the current Itoshi Rin, for the first time in Isagi's life, is something that even his brain can't analyze. And he calls Rin a beast of destruction and an incomprehensible creature, which, to be fair, is a really sick nickname. Anyway, Charles passed the ball back to Rin, and he trapped the ball while his body was consumed by what I could only call spikes from hell. But these aren't just regular spikes, as all of the spikes pierce through Isagi's puzzle pieces. And honestly, this panel is just so sick, I don't actually know if I can think of another panel that matches this level. Like, just take a look at Rin, who looks so insane, and Isagi just looks a bit lost, and then of course Rin's spikes, which pierce right through Isagi's puzzle pieces. After that, we see Rin, who asks them all if they have ever played soccer with their lives on the line. He says this as he rushes towards them with the ball, this time being almost fully consumed by his dark aura. We then see this small panel of Hiyori, Raichi, and even Tokimitsu, a player from his own team. All of them look afraid and scared as Rin comes rushing toward them. Rin continues and asks if they have ever lived, believing that they would absolutely kill someone and devote everything to it, as he says that we see him absolutely devouring both Raichi and Hiyori, who can't even react to Rin, who dribbles past them. After that, we once again see a flashback to Rin playing with his toys. We also see the silhouette of Sei. After that, Rin asks for someone to give him the strongest illusion that surpasses even Itoshi-sei. He asks them to give it to him with their lives on the line. And once again, the author absolutely went crazy with the drawing, as I can't even describe it properly. Rin just looks like a beast, straight from hell, and Isagi sees this from afar and can't believe his eyes as he's totally stunned and is left wondering what to do next. And with that, we see Rin, who's doing everything in his power to keep the ball to himself. The commentator says, again, 3 times, the ball is with PXG, Bluelock's number 1, Rin Itoshi. After that, we get a close-up of Rin's face, which is filled with a mix of determination, but also a ton of bloodlust. After that, we get a quick panel of Isagi, who says that he doesn't get Rin at all. He looks like he's lost in some alternative universe. The pieces around him start to dissolve as he wonders why Rin decided to abandon his goal in the last second, saying that he started from the beginning because the goal didn't suit him, wondering if Rin actually has gone crazy, even asking if Rin is an outright idiot or a monster. He looks at Rin and says that whatever it may be, it's for sure comprehensible. Rin passes the ball to Nanase, who has Corona right ahead of him, so he quickly sends it right back to Rin. But then again, we get back into Isagi's mind as he says that he can't read Rin for the life of him. He wonders what he's supposed to do and how he could ever manage to stop him. We can clearly see in Isagi's eyes that he's beginning to feel irritated as he can't figure out what to do. He says that Rin's plays can't be predicted by logic and that his brain isn't working at all. This new Rin is something that Isagi has never faced before. This creature in front of him is an incomprehensible being, and if Isagi is honest, then he admits that he is actually scary. I would be as well, because just look at Rin in this state. The only visible parts of him are his glowing eyes, which add a striking contrast to his dark and furious aura, which is slowly but surely consuming Rin. Rin goes with the ball towards Isagi and looks him right in the eyes while asking him if this is all that he's got. Isagi only gets more fired up by this as he scratches his teeth and looks back annoyed. After that, it really starts to get crazy as Rin decides to finally take the first step and advance, so he starts by doing some stepovers with the ball. After that, he takes his arm out to try and make it harder for Isagi to stop him. As he does that, he tells Isagi to come with a resolve to die, asking Isagi to come wanting to kill Rin because with such a lukewarm existence that Isagi has now makes him disqualified to be Rin's rival. And as he says that, he absolutely destroys Isagi as he does the same thing Sei once did towards Rin. Rin did a backheel nutmeg on Isagi, who we can see is just lost. Like bro wasn't even able to react even a fraction to Rin's play. Though on the other hand, we have Rin, who looks like a straight up demon. I love the contrast from his image where he did the nutmeg to when he gets behind Isagi and his aura and darkness start to appear again. I don't know what it's supposed to mean or anything like that, but I just think that it looks awesome, and with that we can say for certain that Rin owned Isagi here. Anyway, after that, Isagi tries to do something, but he ultimately falls down to the ground and can only watch as Rin runs away with the ball. Hiyori screams Isagi's name, while Reichi on the other hand asks him what the hell he is doing, but their words aren't able to reach the broken and damaged Isagi as he clenches his fists and looks down on the ground, saying resolve and to die for it, basically what Rin told him to get. However, after that, Isagi says shut up, probably saying it to Rin, before saying that he's got it too, and as he says that, he's left his sobby attitude and instead looks like a wild beast right now as he's gotten up from the ground and starts to run. He looks at Rin from the back and says that even though it's probably different from Rin's resolve, no matter how many times Isagi's lost, even if he were to die, he will always be able to be reborn and come back even stronger. And in this small panel, we are able to see that Isagi's puzzle pieces are slowly but surely coming back to him as he says that he's Isagi Yoichi, the genius of adaptability. And now let's just look at this insane panel where we can see that the GOAT Isagi Yoichi is finally back in action. We see his pieces starting to work overtime to come up with a new strategy, and just look at the eyes, they are filled with determined and revenge. Anyway, after that, Rin passes the ball to his side where Charles lies. He calls him an incompetent contrarian and says that he doesn't need any more of his sloppy passes and tells Charles not to adjust them and to just smash it, putting his finger up and telling Charles to give him his impulse. Charles is shocked at first and doesn't know what to say before getting a mean and villainous look on his face as he tells Rin that he's tripping, before saying that he will do as Rin said and give Rin his nastiest pass ever. After that, his aura starts to once again make its appearance around Charles, and we can also see Loki in the corner, whose eyes start to glow up with excitement as he says that this is good and that Charles is finally being guided. However, we quickly leave them and get to Raichi, who screams that PXG is coming and for everyone to get ready. But we also see Zantetsu, who uses his super acceleration to run into Kunigami and is trying to annoy him. But to Isagi, they are all just small fries, as he has to keep close eyes on Kaiser and Rin. Rin is advancing at a rapid pace as he thinks that this is it. This is what he's been looking for. He says that they are broken and that this isn't soccer anymore, but that they should kill each other instead. Personally, I would only allow killing if it were Igarashi, because he deserves the death penalty. Anyway, Rin is coming close to Kaiser, and Charles, who has the ball, gets behind Kiora with a simple sidestep, but he still thinks that this isn't it yet. He starts running scary close to the line, but as he looks into the box and sees Rin and Kaiser, who are battling for their lives, he suddenly stops and takes the ball behind his other foot with his other one, and says that just for Rin, who's gone crazy, he deserves this Rabona cross. And this is just wild. Doing a Rabona in the most intense part of the attack is wild, but I can't imagine anyone else doing it than Charles, so I guess it makes sense. Anyway, he makes the cross, and from out of nowhere, Rin takes his hand on Kaiser's back and starts to run the wrong way, which completely shocks Kaiser. Anyway, the ball is flying over all of the players, and Raichi, who is watching it closely, says that PXG drew them closer in and then crossed the ball to a distant area, admitting that they got them. Hiyori, who is also watching this, thinks that this is a top-level technique and that the only one able to read this pass and react is Itoshi Rin. But this does not turn out to be true, as Rin gets company from our favorite freak in Bluelock, Shido Ryusei, who comes in with wings behind his back and says that he's a special devil for Rin. Rin is shocked by this, but Shido, with a bright smile, says that he's come to kill Rin and even calls him an unofficial rival. Charles, watching this from the side, is ecstatic as he explains that the nastiest part of his cross is that it's a shooting point that both of them can reach, meaning they will most likely collide. He later tells them to go on and to kill each other, but that doesn't matter to them, as Shido looks super hyped up while Rin looks focused to the max. Thanks to Charles's incredible Rabona cross, it's now a death race for the goal. We also see Charles for a quick second, as he just looks ecstatic over what he's just managed to do. Hiyori looks over to Zantetsu and Kunigami, as he says that Zantetsu decided to block Kunigami's path, and also got uncomfortably close to Kunigami's body. This in turn made Kunigami's reaction a bit delayed, and because of that, for a quick moment, the demon Shido Ryusei was free on the battlefield and is once again seeking pleasure. Where we can clearly see here as he's trying to stop Rin from scoring and instead score his own goal, both Rin and Shido stare into each other as they also have their tongues out. Rin thinks that here he comes, the blonde pest. Rin starts to analyze it some more and concludes that if he waited for the ball to reach his targeted shooting point, Shido would interfere and he wouldn't be able to shoot. Because of that, Rin knows that he needs to change his shooting point and he has to do it quickly. He looks at the nasty cross Charles made, which was constructed to make havoc between them, and he realizes that to get to the ball even a moment faster, he needs to do a route change, which is exactly what he does in the most vital of moments. He turns his body the other way and starts to really sprint for it. Shido looks back in shock and can't believe what Rin is doing. He asks if Rin has finally decided to run away, but Rin thinks to himself that he would never run away from Shido and thinks that it's a challenge to a more difficult kick. Looking at the ball and saying that it's from a high point that even Shido can't reach. He is able to start to visualize his goal as he gets an image of a bounce shot which will lead to the ball smashing it in the left net. Rin has just gotten under the ball and says that this is it. He will now live his life and update his personal best by going further beyond what he thought was possible, as he will try to reach the ball from a new high, making a new unprecedented kicked ball. But just then, something comes his way, and no, it's not Isagi or Shido, but instead his own brother, as a silhouette of Sei pops up in front of Rin. He's got Rin's darkness and rage aura around him as he comes before Rin and tells him that this is too lukewarm. Rin is confused by this and can't believe that it's happening again, as he just looks at Sei, who once again, but this time with a determined face, looks straight at Rin and says that it's still too lukewarm. Rin is in shock right now, as he doesn't understand how once again he's too lukewarm. He was certain that with this shot, he would be able to surpass this guy's illusion. Sei, who's still in front of Rin, says that this is his limit, and that Rin can't become the world's best. Rin is lost. He doesn't know what to do because if he doesn't overcome this image, he can't evolve any further. Sei doesn't budge as he's still trying to get Rin to turn away, and he tells Rin that he's still just a thrashy little brother living in his shadow. As the ball is still flying in the air and with Sei in front of him, Rin realizes that he can't do anything because Sei's murderous intent towards Rin is enough to stop Rin from coming up with any ideas to overcome it. Rin's eyes seem to have lost the glow and spark they had before, as they look lost now. The silhouette is just growing larger and more fearsome as he tells Rin to just get lost and tells Rin that he does not need him in his life anymore. Rin is so close to finally scoring a super goal, but there's nothing he can do against his older brother. He asks for someone to please come forward and give Rin a new impulse. Just then, a hand cuts through Sei's head, and he later sweeps away the whole silhouette. It's none other than Bluelock's hero and Rin's destined rival, Isagi Yoichi, who comes forward to try and stop Rin in his ways. We get a close-up of Isagi's face, and his eyes are bigger and shinier than ever before as he looks right at Rin and says that he will even stake his life on this. For a quick second, Rin is confused and lost as he can just stare at Isagi, but then his eyes start to slowly light up again as he sees his rival, and with that, he's gotten back his determination to score. He looks at the ball and then wonders if the shooting course is blocked, but after analyzing it, he sees that there's still a chance, but he has to act quickly as Isagi is advancing fast toward him. Isagi is coming with a killing intent as he takes his hand out and screams that he won't let Rin shoot, also calling him a freak, but you know, that's just the standard here. After that, Rin's eyes start to transform from his white normal eyes back to his dark and empty eyes. As his urge to attack is weeping up, he thinks back to the childhood program he watched where the monster put his life on the line and decides to do the same thing as he rushes towards the ball again. The anticipation is just getting bigger and bigger as both of them are trying their all to be the ones to win this showdown. Isagi grinds his teeth while Rin puts his tongue out. He says that Isagi is the one he wants to die with, calling it an imagination of unprecedented destruction as he jumps up in the air. Rin is now in the air, and Isagi is close by on the ground. However, Rin is preparing his foot to shoot the ball the second it arrives. Rin has his rage instincts all around him while Isagi's pieces are flying rapidly around him, and just in this moment, Rin says that his desires and this impulse, he wants to let it all out right now, saying that it's because he is against Isagi after all, his sworn rival, as he says that he finally comes in contact with the ball and is able to fire it off. However, Isagi also got in contact with Rin as he tried to jump on him, which may ruin Rin's shot. Anyway, the shot is coming closer and closer to the goal, and we see that Hiyori can't believe his eyes as Rin is able to fire it off while he and Isagi are colliding. Shido behind Rin is also amazed that he managed to get a crazy crash shoot. We also see Raichi, who tried to get up and head away from the ball, but he wasn't able to, unfortunately. This makes it so that the only thing standing in Rin's way is Gagamaru. However, he is facing some trouble as he thought that Rin would shoot in the open left corner, but he instead shot a high-spec shot to the right corner beyond the crowd, and because of that, Gagamaru was unable to do anything, as Rin's shot finally goes into the goal and gives him his first goal in this match. After that, both Rin and Isagi fall down to the ground. Luckily, Isagi fell on top of Rin, so he came out with minimal damages, but that can't be said for Rin as we see blood on the pitch. Isagi looks up towards Rin, who has his hand close to his face, and suddenly Isagi's face gets serious as he sees him. Rin, on the other hand, wonders what this feeling that he is getting is, saying that he's blown away as well as saying that it feels so good, as he says that we finally see his face, and we are able to see that Rin has blood coming out from his nose. It also looks like it's coming out some blood from his mouth as well. But that doesn't concern Rin the slightest, as he's in shock by this new and immense feeling he's gotten. The commentator asks the world to pay attention as, at the 11th hour, PXG ties the score and says that this is Bluelock's #1 Rin Itoshi. We get a close-up of Rin's face, which has an ecstatic feeling to it, while Isagi is just looking at him in shock. Nanase is also looking at him and is amazed at his crash shot. But he isn't the only one, as Reichi and Karasu also can't understand what just went down. Out of nowhere, Charles starts to run towards Rin as he screams at him, telling him that he is out of his mind. Charles goes right by his side and starts to laugh at his nosebleed, while saying that his shot was just insane and incredible. After that, he tells Rin that he's definitely got some loose screw somewhere and says that he loves it, while also saying a devil emoji as the weirdo that he is, but Shido overhears this and comes by. He asks Charles which one of them he likes better. After that, he gets an annoyed facial expression as he tells Rin that he just can't stand his personality or those lower lashes of his. However, Rin's shot just now was art, and he explains that he was really into it before saying some gun noises. Rin, who hasn't really had time to grasp everything, is confused as he says huh, before wondering what Shidu means with art. After that, he asks Shidu so what, and calls him a vermin, which basically is a pest. After that, Shidu tells Charles to listen up, and asks him to decide which one of Rin or Shidu is the crazier one, as well as which of them is going to be the one to change the world. And after that pass to that person, this gets Charles' blood boiling as he's very on board with this crazy and interesting idea. Anyway, after that, they get up from the field and leave Isagi behind, who's still in shock. But before they leave, Charles tells Rin that he should probably plug up his nosebleed, as he can't play if he loses too much blood. Anyway, now back to Isagi, who is just left wondering what the hell happened. His eyes look traumatized as he thinks back to everything that happened and asks himself if he got something wrong. He starts from square one and says that once Zantetsu started covering the exhausted Kunigami, Shidu tried to break free, and he became the fourth piece that threw off the balance between Isagi, Kaiser, and Rin. However, Isagi saw that faster than anyone, and he reached the spot where Charles's pass was most likely to land, but Rin accelerated to shake off Shidu, and he still shot with Isagi right by him. Isagi is lost, as having himself so close to Rin should have stopped him, as he knew that he would crash into Isagi. But still, he wasn't the least bit afraid. He thinks back to Rin saying that the feeling he got from that goal felt so good, and also compares that to his goal against Team Nico, when he got the exact same feeling, and he concludes that they both felt the same thing, and starts to wonder if that means that Rin has just started to realize his own talent. And because of that, Isagi starts to wonder if he was just a totally random supporting characters meant to awaken this prodigy. This realization almost breaks Isagi as his world is getting turned around, while Rin's world is just getting more and more exciting as his aura is around him and almost burning him alive by all of this excitement. But just then, someone takes their hand and grabs Rin close to him. Rin is shocked as he's just randomly getting pulled back, but we later see that it was none other than Julian Loki, who is having a dark and almost furious feeling to him. Nanase and Karasu doesn't know what is happening as Loki has never done this before, and Isagi just watches quietly by. Rin, who's already quite annoyed, asks what this is about. Loki is having trouble remembering but says that he's pretty sure that they played against each other in the Bluelock's third selection and asks if this is correct. Rin slaps away Loki's hand and says that it is and asks why he's wondering. Loki tells him that he's had to revise his opinion of Rin, saying that since Rin has become such an entrancing striker, he could even say that he's now a totally different person. Loki starts to smile a little as he thanks Rin for causing Charles to awaken, and then we just see Charles for a quick second, but it looks like he's frozen to ice by Loki's words. Anyway, after that, Loki says that he hadn't planned on taking the field, but it just seems too fun, and he tells Rin that it was he who made Loki want to play in this match. Loki's words shock Rin, as he can't believe it. All of the spectators are getting excited to have Loki come into the match, and the commentators say that Julian Loki, the Wonder Child, who has yet to play throughout the whole Neo Egoist League, has declared he's taking the field. After that, we switch teams as we see Noah slowly taking off his jacket. He tells Loki that he joining is basically cheating and calls him a stupid brat before declaring that he is also going in. He looks at Kunigami and says that he's out, which is a good thing as he's really exhausted, but that's not all. He also says that there is another player on the verge of topping over, and that one is Corona Ranza, who is ordered to hit the bench. This comes as a shock to him, but he switches. After that, we see that the ones going in are himself as well as the fucking rat Gurimu Igarashi, who for some reason is getting called in. Even Igarashi himself can't believe it. Raichi is furious, and he starts to scream. Even the analytic master Karasu can't understand this plan, and both Isagi and Hiyori are in shock by this. Noah looks at the bald gremlin and says that it's time to go. Stand up, Super Sub, and tells him that it's his last chance to change his destiny. The rat screams yes, master, before saying hail to the standing Buddha and saying that he is ready to go in. After that, the new players take the field, and the commentators come on once again, saying that with a score of 2-2, the final match reaches its climax. The point from this last goal will determine the game, with both teams' masters in play and the game hitting its peak, who will score the last point and become the Neo Egoist League champion. After that, Isagi hears someone calling his name, and he turns around to see that it is Rin. Rin, who has his back turned to Isagi, tells him that he is glad that he chose Isagi as his rival. This gets Isagi a bit irritated for some reason, but Rin, who takes his hand on his head like a classic anime villain, just tells Isagi to hate him, as it only makes him stronger. After that, he takes away his hand, looks Isagi straight in the eyes, and tells him that it's his duty to try and kill Rin until Isagi dies. This makes Isagi furious, and he starts grinding his teeth while in his head, asking Rin to shut up and calling him an arrogant prick before saying that he swears on this last goal that he will devour Rin back. And with that, we get this last awesome panel with Isagi burning up with frustration in the middle while he has Kaiser, Shido, the Rat, Hiyori, and NESS behind him. And then we get right into it by seeing Ego sitting in his chair while closely analyzing the Bastard vs PXG game. He says that Rin Itoshi has now lit a fire in the final match. We then get a close-up of Ego, and it feels like it's been decades since we last saw him, but I'm glad to finally see him eating his noodles as always. He's also got some company from Henri, who says that she can't believe that Julian Loki actually wants to take the field as he hasn't played once up until now, also saying that their viewers just spiked, telling Ego that they are the #1 trending topic on social media worldwide, which is just crazy. Ego, who's finished his noodles and is currently slurping the juice, says that it's the herd mentality and that the world just wants to witness a hero and geniuses attract one another. He puts his noodle cup down as he says that at the hottest place in the world, they're about to see an incredible finale. But then, out of nowhere, his mood switches into a much more sinister vibe as he says not to be misjudged and to not fly too high, looking at his players and telling them not to dare try and become geniuses, and also calls them his little prodigies, which is quite sweet. Anyway, after that, we get to Isagi, who's actually burning up with a mix of rage but also determination to stop Rin to whatever the prize may be. After that, we see Loki, and the commentators review what has just happened, as they say that PXG has swapped out their defender Gabin and swapped in their master Loki, saying that this is an ultra-specialized finisher attack formation. However, on the other side, Bastard MUNCHEN has swapped out 2 players. Those are Rensuke Kunigami and Ranse Corona. To replace those heaters, we have Master Noah. And for some reason, the rat himself, Gurimu Igarashi, just looking at him makes me mad, to be fully honest. However, that's not all, as they say, regarding the contact play during the goal attempt, and for tackling a player after the ball had been kicked. Yoichi Isagi has been given a yellow card, forcing him to be a lot more careful in his plays. However, in his mind, he just tells the commentators to shut the hell up, which is so like him. While he's walking around on the field, he thinks back to what Rin said to him, about him having a duty to try and kill Rin until the very end. He then looks back at Rin, who's also walking. As he has his eyes on Rin's back, he tells him to bite Isagi and calls him a freak, telling him that he isn't some stepping stone for Rin's evolution. He finally looks pumped up to the max as he thinks that his life doesn't exist to serve Rin's. After that, we get a look at the spectators who are going crazy while watching. However, they aren't relevant as we see Isagi's true and first fan watching the game, who has a kind of worried expression on his face as he sends his prayers to Isagi. And then the commentators say that the next point will be the last goal, which determines the game, wondering what kind of finale they will witness during the Masters' 3 minutes of the star change system, with the score being tied 2-2 in the final match of the Neo Egoist League. The whole world is watching as this last battle starts. After that, we get this insane panel of the restart of the match, and Noah passing the ball to the fired Isagi, who says that he will win with his own goal. Now, as I said, Isagi has the ball and Noah on his side. Going up to contest them, we have Shido, who's standing before them and watching for their move. Isagi and Noah look at each other, and Isagi says that as he has Noah here for these 3 minutes, he will prove to everyone that he is a genius too, which was the exact same thing Ego told them not to do, so not to be that guy. But I have a feeling that it's not going to go the way Isagi has it planned to go. Anyway, Isagi sends away his pass to Noah, who traps it with his right leg, and after that, Isagi sneaks behind Shido while saying that the level of play right now is undeniably world class, and that the adaptability genius Yoichi Isagi is gonna control the field. As he says that Noah sends the ball back, and Isagi makes a little jump as he traps it. We can also see that his puzzle pieces are starting to really get active around him. But out of nowhere, it's like a lightning came across Isagi and stole the ball, leaving him speechless, before looking to his right, where we see the Wonder Child and PXG's master, Julian Loki, who is able to just simply sweep away the ball from Isagi. Loki still has lightning coming off him, as he calls Isagi's trap weak and way too slow. He gets a dark aura and feel to him as he looks back to Isagi, and tells him that the slow ones die first and calls it the law of nature. Isagi still hasn't grasped what happened and looks at Loki in shock. Now that Loki has the ball, he's faced with both Raichi and Hiyori before him, but he simply just says okay and that it's time to blast off. And blast off, he definitely does, as he uses his ability called God Warp to completely blitz through Raichi and Hiyori, who wasn't even able to react. Raichi, who's looking back, can't believe how fast Loki is. And Hiyori, who's also totally amazed, says that his stride is completely nuts. Even Isagi jumps in here, as he asks if Loki is even real. Loki gets behind another player which looks like Kiora, but Isagi is watching this and says that thinking and logic are meaningless here. No matter how much he tries to get stronger bit by bit, this is the abuse of physical talent. Loki's insane pure speed. The defenders of Bastard Munchen quickly realize that going one-on-one with Loki will never work and say that they need at least 2 guys on him. But just as Loki reaches them, he passes to his side where the beast and monster lie. And I'm of course talking about Rin. Rin gets the ball, and Loki tells him that he can have the last point and calls him Tongue Monster-san while also sticking his tongue out. Rin, who also of course has his tongue out, calls Loki a patronizing master. Isagi, who's looking at this closely, wonders if it's over already and that in just one play, Loki was able to break through their whole team, and now Rin is basically free to score. He looks dumbfounded as he thinks that it might already be over. He starts saying that they are going to lose. But before he can finish his sentence, an unexpected player makes his appearance, and I hate to say it, but it's none other than Guremu Igarashi, who comes and is actually right by Rin. He takes his hand on Rin's chest to try and stop him from going further. He looks at the ball and says, "Hail the 3 treasures," as he goes to steal away the ball. Rin looks at him with a furious facial expression and asks him what his deal is before slamming his entire body into Igarashi, who almost flies up into the sky before landing right on his face, which I just know hurts like hell. However, just then the announcer goes off, which shocks Rin as they say that Itoshi Rin made a foul. Rin can't believe it, and Isagi, who's rushing over there, compliments the rat's awesome ability. Igarashi, who gets up from the ground, just looks back with burning eyes as he says that it's his secret technique, the genius killer Malicia. We start off by seeing the spectators being ecstatic over Igarashi's amazing foul play in the latest chapter where he gave Rin a foul. Isagi also can't believe his eyes as he looks in total shock by all of this, probably thinking that the rat was good for something at least, whereas Rin just looks absolutely furious, and he fully looks like he wants to kill someone. The commentators say that not even they can believe it, and moments after being swapped in, Guremu Igarashi drew out a foul from the feral Rin Itoshi and barely managed to stop his shot. After this, we actually get this rather cool panel with Igarashi down on his knees celebrating, and Raichi and Gagamaru rushing over toward him. Igarashi later uses all of his force and screams "Ya" out loud, probably just as loud as Buddha would be able to hear it. Raichi takes his arm around Igarashi and tells him that it was a nice one, while Gagamaru scratches his head and tells him that he nailed it and calls him a god monk. After that, we actually get some insight into the rat's play as he explains that Noah told him his plan when they swapped in, and it worked wonders. As they were standing side by side, Noah said to him that right now, Rin Itoshi is relying on his own senses, so he will probably charge in without giving it a second thought. He told Igarashi to turn Rin's reckless charge back on him and to use his militia to make him get a foul. The rat actually looks really happy as he looks down on his hand and says that Noah has been watching him, and he knows how to properly use Igarashi's hard work and abilities. After that, he gets an outburst and screams, asking if his mom and dad saw that, trash-talking their temple a bit, before saying that his life just got a Buddha boost. After that, we see Noah coming over and actually complimenting Igarashi and telling him to keep it up. Igarashi couldn't be happier as he's just gotten a compliment from the one and only Noah, and he says "Yes sir," as well as "Hail the 3 treasures." Noah looks at him intensely as he says that the enemy will keep coming at full force and tells Igarashi to drive them nuts, and when they come at them with ruthless violence, they will meet them with cool-headed intelligence. All of them are ready for it as they look super hyped to finally get some coaching from Noah. After that, we finally get to the main man, Isagi, who's been eyeing their conversation. He's a bit surprised that Igarashi's militia actually worked on Rin. However, that also means that the furious and ruthless Rin can actually be stopped, and with that knowledge, he's sure that the field is going to change. After that, we switch teams as we go over to PXG, where we see Loki and Rin talking. Loki asks Rin if he will let it end like this and calls him Tongue Monster, which just sounds pretty funny. Anyway, Rin gets an intense look as he tells him to shut up and that the next time he will curse that monk to death, which I can get behind on. Anyway, with that, the match restarts and Igarashi kicks the ball. He passes it to Noah, who's got a burning aura around him as he traps the ball. It's quite fancy, I would say. As Noah has the ball, he tells Bastard Munchen to go, and for them to follow his lead. Kaiser just replies with "okay" and calls him a shitty master, but that's actually quite a calm response coming from Kaiser. And then it begins for real, as Noah is getting company right off the bat, as we see Shidu asking Noah to have a dance with him, as well as Charles joining in to pincer Noah together with Shidu. Shidu takes his hand on Noah's shoulder to get him off balance, while Charles tries to sneak under and take the ball. but Noah handles them flawlessly as he simply sweeps the ball to his left side to secure it. After that, he says go, and then right away we see Kaiser running on his right side. So Noah then takes back the ball and actually gets off a nutmeg pass under Charles. After Kaiser gets the ball, Noah runs past both Shidu and Charles, which lets Kaiser send the ball back. Isagi is looking at them amazed and says that Noah drew both Shidu and Charles in to then make a nutmeg pass, saying that it's a direct 1-2 pass and that the two of them managed to just get past 3 defenders. However, he felt a little bit left out of it as he says that he doesn't want to be on the sideline anymore as he's going to coordinate with them, as we can see here as he ran right by Kaiser. As they are running, Noah passes the ball over to them. However, it's not going as Isagi wants, as Kaiser uses him as bait for Zantetsu and gets the ball himself. After that, they hear a familiar voice saying that the reason he joined the league was not for the team, but instead to awaken Kaiser's true ego. It's Noah who's saying this, and both Kaiser and Isagi freeze up at this. Noah explains that what he truly wants is a rival who poses a threat to him. Someone like that would force Noah himself to evolve further and produce an entirely new him, saying that what he wants is to be even stronger. And wow, we just got Noah's true ego, which is far greedier than I could have ever thought. Just look at him as he hungers for the next one to even come close to challenging him. Not even the masters are enough for this beast. He looks so demonic as he traps the ball he just got from Kaiser. As I said before, Kaiser and Isagi can hardly believe it, as Kaiser is shocked at the mere fact of Noah being able to become stronger. However, as Noah is running on the pitch, someone comes in his way, and it's none other than Tokimitsu, who, with a scared voice, says that he will stop him. Tokimitsu looks terrified as he says that he's got to stop Noah or else it's over. However, I would be terrified as well, because just look at Noah in this panel. He looks like an absolute monster, and Tokimitsu can't believe that he has to be the one to stop him. But surely enough, he takes his courage and charges in. He grabs Noah's shirt, which makes him fall to the floor, which just looks like it hurts. Not the prettiest of plays maybe, but he did what was necessary. Isagi is in shock by this, and then the speakers go off as they announce that Tokimitsu just made a malicious foul, and because of that, they are giving him a yellow card. Tokimitsu right away falls to his knees because of the yellow card, but Nanas rushes over and ensures him that he had no choice, and that they would have been done for if he didn't. However, if we look a bit to the left, we see Isagi, who looks absolutely lost and heartbroken as he says that Noah doesn't care about him at all. He looks destroyed as he says that he was only planning to use him to help evolve Kaiser further. And if this wasn't bad enough, then Rin just sees Isagi as a rival to help him grow and achieve his own goals. And he finally concludes that to the world, he's just a second-rate stepping stone to help create heroes, which must have been such a crushing reality to find yourself in. After that, we see Noah holding the ball up towards Kaiser and telling him to finish it, as this is a 29-meter free kick just for him. Kaiser walks towards it as he says that it's time for Kaiser's impact, but not just that, as his eyes are burning with excitement as he tells Noah to back off. However, he isn't the only one with burning eyes, as we see Isagi, whose eyes are also starting to glow and burn up, as he thinks back to what he said and says that it's bullshit, and that he will crush all of them, and with that, we end the chapter with Kaiser getting ready for his free kick. The commentator says that it's now Bastard Munchen's free kick opportunity, and that the kicker is the new Emperor Michael Kaiser. After that, we get a close-up of Kaiser's eyes, which looked filled with frustration, as he calls Noah a shitty master, and asks him if it's true that since the beginning, Noah has just been participating in this league, just to make Kaiser evolve. Noah, who was already walking away, turns around and looks at Kaiser while telling him that it's true. Kaiser continues saying that Noah guided Isagi just to try and stimulate Kaiser, and Noah says that he is spot on. We see that the wall is beginning to build up as we have Tokimitsu, Zantetsu, and Karasu in the wall. However, while that is going on, the conversation between Kaiser and Noah isn't done just yet, as Kaiser lets out a quick laugh before telling Noah that all he cares about is creating a rival just so he can improve himself, concluding that Noah is only really thinking about himself. Kaiser looks a bit let down as he calls him a scum of a coach and asks if this is the way that the world's best does it. Noah repeats what Kaiser said, but sounds a bit confused before saying that it's just a trophy created by others. Kaiser isn't really following what Noah means. However, Noah then explains that he simply pursued the life of a striker, completely, perfectly, and instinctively everything as his own expression. He tells Kaiser that being number one is just a result of that, before saying that right now, Loki is the talent that is threatening Noah the most. After that, he tells Kaiser that after he's done settling things with Loki, He can come and try to surpass Noah himself. Kaiser's mind goes blank for a quick second, as he simply just wonders what the hell is wrong with Noah. Noah gets an intense aura around him, as he looks right into Kaiser's now lost eyes, while saying that he only wants to fight those who are stronger, and that to the bone, he is a football junkie. Kaiser gets back his cold demeanor, as he thinks to himself, if Noah believes himself to be the lead of a shonen manga or something like that. However, with all this new information, he finally understands the true source of Noah's talent. After that, we quickly leave Kaiser and instead go over to Isagi, whose brain is about to explode as his thoughts go at 100 miles per hour. Isagi is focused on one thing only, and that's to try and predict where Kaiser will be aiming his free kick. He stands before the goal and thinks that if he were to steal Kaiser's goal from here, then he'd either push in the rebound of his shot, or if not that, then he could change the trajectory of the shot to score. Isagi thinks that either way, he has to read whether it's going to the right corner or the left, as well as if Kaiser is going to put the same backspin as before. However, he starts to think that maybe this time, Kaiser will make a feint and smash it straight into the right corner with all his might. He looks at Kaiser and knows that if he reacts after Kaiser shoots, then there's no way that he will make it in time. So instead of reacting after Kaiser has shot, he has to predict right or left, and then bet on the place that he thinks Kaiser will shoot on, so that he can start running first. Isagi is in a gamble with Kaiser's thoughts. Kaiser has placed the ball down on the ground as he looks forward intensely, as he thinks that he won't live the way that Noah wants him to. He thinks that Noah probably wants him to be his rival within Bastard MUNCHEN, but Kaiser won't fall for that story, as he says that he himself will create his own new story. Kaiser closes his eyes and says that he is finally feeling his zero self. He says that his zero self is just a pathetic thing that only wants to be loved. He calls it a worthless piece of trash that can only live by hurting others and waiting to be loved. However, this time around it's different, as he refers himself to Michael and tells himself to come on, and instead, aim for the love. He starts to run as he says to pour in your malice, which just sounds kind of catchy. Anyway, the defenders are getting ready for Kaiser's shot, and Chappie says that here it comes. Chappie is trying to guard Isagi, who just thinks to himself that he has to bet everything on this and read Kaiser's kick. He thinks about it one last time before he starts to run off, while having his puzzle pieces almost covered around him. Kaiser runs towards the ball and is getting into shooting range when his aura starts to reappear again, and then he fires off an absolute killer free kick, which, lucky for Isagi, is heading for the left corner, which is just what Isagi predicted. The ball is getting closer to the goal, and Isagi starts to wonder if the goalkeeper reads it as well. However, it does not matter, as he says that if he hits the kick and deflects it, then Isagi can still come in and finish it off with his 2 gun volleys. However, as he glances at the ball again, he realizes something as he sees the ball starting to curve like crazy. He's confused for a second, as he says that this is a much more extreme curve than before, which is something that even Isagi is having a hard time believing, as he finally realizes that Kaiser's aiming for the right corner while pretending to go for the left. Isagi can't believe it, as he says that Kaiser got him. However, when he hears something behind him, he looks back and is shocked to see Loki starting to sprint like a wild man. Isagi can't quite understand what it is that Loki wants to do, as he's moving after he saw where the ball was going. However, after seeing Loki coming closer and closer, he finally gets what it is that Loki is trying to do. However, it's so absurd that he can't believe it and says that Loki's got to be kidding. However, as he sees Loki getting closer and closer, his face suddenly goes totally blank as he sees Loki somehow just in time reaching the ball and blocking it from going in with his left leg. Both Isagi and Kaiser can't believe it as they say that this is not human speed. On top of that, Kaiser is furious, as his chance to prove himself just got blocked, and Isagi doesn't quite know what to say, as he just says that this can't be explained by logic, and that this is what the world calls a prodigy. After that, we see Loki, who's just gotten back on the ground and is hitting an insanely hard pose. However, we then get a close-up of his eyes, which were filled with a feeling that I can't really put into words. They look somehow reborn and filled with a bright glow. With Kaiser's kick gone, Loki ends the chapter by calling the Kaiser impact too slow, which is the wildest thing he could ever say, as the Kaiser impact has been praised as one of the fastest kicks, if not the fastest in the series. We start off by hearing what the commentators have to say after Loki's incredible save of Kaiser's free kick in the last chapter. Anyway, they say that the divinely fast wonder child Loki just stopped the Kaiser impact with his superhuman speed. And then we get a quick panel off Loki, who's got a big smirk on his face. Someone who's definitely not got a smirk on his face is Kaiser, who looks furious as he says damn it. After we see Kaiser being salty, we see Isagi, who's just blown away by all of this as he looks at Loki with a stone expression. He thinks to himself that Loki was able to react after he saw it and still stopped it, which is just wild. Moving on, we go to the PXG players as Nanasi screams that the second ball is coming. Karasu hears this and goes straight into action as he jumps up and heads away the ball to Zantetsu. Zantetsu gets the ball just where he wants it and compliments Karasu. Karasu then says, "Time for your stupid speed," which I would assume means time for your stupid speed. But as he and Hiroi had a bit of an accent, it came out weird. And then Zantetsu, out of nowhere, says that he is on his weight, which just doesn't make sense. And it made me laugh more than I should have. Anyway, Zantetsu really proves his weight later as he uses his jet counter to absolutely sprint through the Bayern Munich players. He gets behind NESS in no more than a second, and NESS can't believe it as he just thinks that Zantetsu is too fast. Raichi, also on the defense, screams at everyone not to rush in and instead play for time. Kiora adds an insane amount to this critical conversation as he just says, "K." That's the classic Kiora, which we love. Anyway, behind Zantetsu, we have Isagi, who's watching everything carefully when suddenly he gets into his mind and asks himself what really is a genius. He says that up until now he's automatically thought of anyone amazing as a genius, but after seeing Loki's insane speed just now, he feels like labeling him a genius just doesn't cover it. His brain starts to work overtime as he knows that he has to analyze it to win, as it's crucial for him to understand the concept of genius. He continues and says that regardless of how much logic he's accumulated, a genius is someone who can transcend all that with their unimaginable playstyle. In that case, Rin is absolutely on the level of a genius, and then the same goes for Noah. But then he starts to think about himself and wonders what he is. However, he leaves his thoughts for a quick second as he runs to Noah's side and screams, "Master Noah!" He gets Noah's attention and asks him what he should do in this situation. Noah, just with a blank expression, looks at him before saying that he clearly asked Isagi to bring him a winning theory. Isagi is a bit shocked and caught off guard by this, but Noah explains that he is only interested in those who seek to best him, and right now he feels nothing from Isagi. Isagi's face quickly goes right into despair as he looks legit crushed by this. But then he goes back into his mind and says, "So that's it. Geniuses aren't logical. They fascinate people by living however they want, and naturally become the centers of the soccer world." Those are the sort of people it refers to, however, as he's figured that out. He ends it by saying that if that's the case, then he is no genius. His puzzle pieces start to slowly fade away around him, as he says that he is someone who only continually adapts to geniuses and calls himself a talented learner. After that, we leave our favorite boy and see Charles, who's going crazy on the field. Managed to dribble away Raichi, and after that, he looked with a determined face and said that it was time for another round for the strikers, and of course adding that devil emoji like usual. Anyway, after that, he sends away a cross-up on the field, and it looks like it's heading to Shidu as he says, "Good one, Charboy." However, he gets company right off the bat as Kaiser comes in and says that it's not happening on his watch, and also calls them a shitty perv hotline, which sounds a bit weird as Charles is only 15. Anyway, after that, we see a quick panel with a tongue sticking out, which could only mean that it's the freak Itoshi Rin who calls Kaiser tepid, and also calls him a blue rose, which is just so dope. Anyway, Rin comes before both Kaiser and Shidu, and makes a flawless trap, while saying that this hotline is for him and the contrarian. After that, with a weird smile, Shidu legit tells Rin not to cuck him, which is so crazy, like you are still talking about a goddamn child, but he just tells them to fight nice, like it's nothing wrong at all. Anyway, quickly moving on, we see Rin going absolutely wild on the field, as he is legit destroying everyone in Bastard Munchen. Raichi screams at them to box him in, but Hiroi is annoyed as he thinks that they may run into him, but that he would still not stop, and calls him a monster, as he's got his spiky rage aura coming right off him while guarding the ball with his life. However, after that, the rat comes before Rin, and he tells Rin nope, and also says, "Hail the 3 treasures" like he always does. Anyway, as Rin gets closer, he also says that his brakes are busted and calls him a tongue boy. Rin, who's totally obsessed with this new flow of himself, just says you before he bashes into Igarashi's body and slams him onto the ground. Right when Igarashi's body makes contact with the ground, the speaker goes off, and they say that Gurumu Igarashi is down once more. But not only that, as the tackle earned Rin Itoshi another foul, making it Bastard Munchen's ball. And now we can see how furious Rin is by being done over by Igarashi for a second time. However, Igarashi is just ecstatic to the max, as he's managed to once again stop the berserker Rin. Raichi from the side screams at Igarashi and compliments him. Hiyori is dipping sweat from his face as he says that Igarashi stopped him, but just barely this time. But if we look a bit further away, we see Isagi, who's just standing still like a statue. He is quiet for a while before he says that if all he can do is just brush up his talent, then how can he ever hope to win against these geniuses? He thinks back to his time in Bluelock and says that this is how he's always fought. He's used his eyes and brain to read the enemy's movements and then get one step ahead of everyone else. He's simply won using logic, and with that, he realizes that he isn't actually special at all, as anyone could imagine these things. In fact, he only developed his direct shot weapon through persistent effort and then made it his own, one step at a time. But that was enough, until now, that is. He's managed to scrape by with his average talent, but the arena of the world's best strikers is swarming with geniuses. Physical abilities beyond anything he could have imagined, incomprehensible impulses to score goals, and unhuman philosophies. All of those amazing guys have those things naturally, and if this is a stage where only geniuses can survive, then he will definitely disappear here. In the end, what he was doing can all be explained logically. His power of imagination won't let him survive what lies ahead. However, he still wants to beat Rin, and he also wants to be the best in the world. However, right now, he can't even imagine himself winning. He says this heartbreaking line as he feels tons of tears rolling down his face as he doesn't know what to do anymore. However, someone who knows his ego, who we go to now, he says that this is it, Yoichi Isagi. That wall of the talented will become your stepping stone, and the truth of the world of talent is that it's hopelessly illogical, but only those who have reached that can discover a new path. He puts his finger in front of his face, which is filled with a furious aura, as he has a glowing and burning fire coming out of his eyes, as he says that it's time to learn the formula for evolution, Yoichi Isagi. We start off with seeing some rather interesting characters, but we also have Ego, who's going to give us a lecture on DNA. He says that as a general rule, all organisms are born after receiving half of their mother and father's genes. However, there are occasionally copy errors, and a child is born with a trait that neither of its parents possesses, for example, extreme smallness, height, speed, or sensitivity of feeling. In most cases, that child is singled out for being different or cannot compete with others, and so is culled out without passing on their genes. However, in very rare instances, that trait happens to be advantageously susceptible to their environment. That gene proliferates through natural selection, and the trait that was once a mutation becomes a new standard for the species. After that, these genetic cycles repeat over and over again until the original species has become a totally different creature. We then see Ego, who looks down at his hand and says that this is evolution. Henri, who is standing right by Ego, is astonished by all of this, as she even admitted that she had no idea. She then says that it's basically how Pichu turns into Pikachu, right? Ego tones then shifts as he says that foolish adults who stop studying will get culled out by natural selection. Henri immediately gets really embarrassed by this, as she starts to look down to the ground and says that she will make sure to do better. However, after that she looks up and gets a serious expression, as she asks Ego, what connection does evolution have to soccer? After that we get a full image of Ego's insane setup, really showing us how much of a gamer he is, as he tells Henri that this is just his personal theory about talent. But the various evolutions human society undergoes are essentially the same as this. He further goes on and explains that humans born with traits that others lack have a hard time being understood and live difficult lives, but that might be a gene that will cause humanity to evolve. Those areas of differentiation produce unique expressions of body and mind, and there are some people who can cast those expressions out into the world and admit them. There are some revolutionary expressions which are suitable for the era and circumstances, and these can change the world standards. The ones with those seeds are what Ego calls geniuses, he says with an intense and determined facial expression. However, we are far from over with Ego's lecture as he continues and says that to present society, that innovation is never something the genius can achieve on their own. Someone needs to discover the seed, comprehend its worth and be able to communicate it to the world. By boosting its feasibility and reproducibility, they turn it into a new world standard. The ones who do that are called talented learners. Henri, who's finally allowed to speak, says that she finally understands. She says that the talent mutations that geniuses have eventually become common, and that it's the same as the genetic evolution that Ego explained earlier. Ego says that Henri is spot on, and says that he thinks that it's how human culture has continued to evolve, and the same could be said about soccer. The mutant geniuses with abnormal physical abilities and incredible plays become singularity points, and by analyzing the geniuses and forming new tactics or using data to counter them, the talented learners develop players using a new kind of logic, which is just how soccer has continued to evolve. Henri's eyes suddenly light up as she says that it's the formula for evolution. And then we get right back to Ego, who gives off an intense and wild feeling as he looks at his screen and tells Isagi to open his eyes and tells him that the world doesn't just revolve around geniuses, as geniuses and talented learners share the stage, and talented learners like Isagi himself have their own path to becoming the world's best. And after that, we finally get into the meat of this chapter, which is of course the gameplay, as the match restarts and the rat passes the ball right over to Noah, who traps it easily. We then get a small panel of Isagi's eyes, which are burning up with determination, as he says that there's no way that he himself can defeat a genius. As he is running behind Noah and Rin, he thinks about the absurd plays that geniuses make, and says that they are impossible for him to try to pull off on the spot, as he can't even begin to imagine it. But then something clicks, as he thinks that he actually might have always fought as a talented learner. He thinks back to the time he used Baru's blind spot against him, also his 2-gun volley direct shot, and not to mention his luck goal in the U20 match. He thinks about all of this, as he says that he has analyzed somebody's talent, copied it, and then made his own arrangements based on predictions, thinking that he has stolen from everyone else, and still barely scraped by. His facial expression looks furious, as he grinds his teeth, while thinking that he doesn't have enough originality to create something from zero, saying that he is a genuine second-rate talented learner. After that, we see Rin, who tries to get the ball away from Noah, but Noah just in time sends it over to Kaiser, who alongside Noah does some passes back and forth with Kaiser. Isagi then thinks that this game just revolves around the geniuses, and that the world is waiting for another super goal. Isagi is starting to look a bit lost and afraid, as he thinks that nobody's going to pass to a second-rate player like himself, and that he needs to steal it for himself. But just as he was in his mind, he noticed something to his right. It was Loki who was coming with his godly speed. Isagi was shocked, as even though he just seen Loki by his side, he was now all the way up on the field thanks to his insane speed. And because of that, Isagi realizes that this is on a whole other level. He looks lost as he looks at Loki while saying that he doesn't have a chance in hell. Loki manages to actually catch up to a pass sent by Kaiser to Noah, which means that PXG has the ball and is going all out for an attack. But we aren't done with Isagi just yet. While that happened, he looked at Loki closely, and thought that between him and the geniuses lies an unsurpassable genetic wall of talent. It looks like time stops for Isagi as he realizes it, and he looks crushed to the max as he says that God is so unfair. However, he wasn't all alone in this thought. As he hears someone to his right, he looks over and sees Kaiser, who's screaming his heart out. Kaiser asks how unfair he can be, and calls the gods shitty while having a super annoyed facial expression as Loki stole his pass. But this changes things as Isagi hears it, but to a start, he is so confused by Kaiser's words. He looks over at Kaiser and wonders why Kaiser would be saying such a thing, as it was exactly what Isagi was thinking. He says that it's bullshit, and that Kaiser is a genius like them, asking him in his mind if he isn't. He says that, unlike Isagi, Kaiser is actually able to hold his own against the other geniuses. But then, as Isagi's puzzle pieces start to spin like crazy, something clicks for him as he finally figures it out. He looks intensely at Kaiser and asks if it could be true that he is at the same level as Isagi, and if Kaiser is also a talented learner just like Isagi. To end it off, we see this amazing panel with Isagi's puzzle pieces floating right by Kaiser and some of his iconic moments on them. And yeah, this has been everything that has happened in the Neo Egoist League so far. Hopefully, you enjoyed this video and were able to get a recap of all the crazy things that have happened. Everything from the insane Manshine City match, all the way to the ongoing insane PXG match. Hopefully, I don't have to make another video like this, and I can wait until the Neo Egoist League arc is over, but we will just have to wait and see. Anyway, don't forget to subscribe and let me know in the comments what you think about this arc so far. Anyway, I hope you have a great day, and bye.